Hey, what's up, guys? We are back with another interesting story on what if Deku became Meliodas' lost brother and Dragon's Sin of Wrath. So, this story is going to be very interesting, and if you're new here, please subscribe the channel and also like the video.
That was the dream of one boy, the dream to be what many in this world aspire to be it fame or money. What this boy wanted was to be what a few heroes show to the world, what a true hero is. To save others with a smile, to give others the feeling of safety and relief in his presence, to show that he is here. Aspiring one of his idols, the number one hero, All Might. Human extraordinaire of the highest charisma, with a big toothy smile that rivals the brightest sun. One might say it blinds even the foes themselves, that's what he thinks at least, and the all-known person to brag the title. The symbol of peace. This one heck of a fanboy is Izuku Midoriya. He is a young one inspired to bring about the same feeling to others, as whatever All Might could deliver. He dreams to be the same as him, to be the hero that could bring anyone to smile with their presence alone, to deliver that same blinding smile that can rival any evil that would dare rival him. And to be the famous symbol of peace, that's who Izuku wanted to be, and he is what others are not, a hero. But what does this world reward him with such determination to rival anyone's? I think you should just give up. Kid, a man in a doctor's coat said with no expression on his face. I don't think I understand, sir, a woman with green hair that trails down her back said with a confused but worried face. I'm sorry to inform you, miss, but your son, to put it simply, is quirkless. Quirks. This world, which in a span of 80% of the world's population is born with this other term for what you might call superpowers. Quirks are what makes everyone unique. Back in the early days where they were just starting to appear, were called extraordinary, or abnormal, in general, but as the days passed, it started to multiply, appearing everywhere in the world. What's known as abnormal became the normal. Sadly, so is the opposite. The leftover 20% as well, abnormal, known to be called abominations. Freaks, just plain, old quirkless, just simply nothing. Well, apparently this thing became problematic right away. What started as simply an equal society became one of discrimination, early judgment and such vile abuse to those who were once normal. What is normal? This was the same thought that repeated endlessly through the boy's mind. Quirkless. You're joking, right? Izuku thought. Subconsciously dropped his All Might action figure, just replaying these thoughts in his head. His eyes slid to what you call small, which is possibly an understatement. Quirkless. Me. No. I can't believe it, I won't believe it, I won't. I still can become a hero, right? Just because I'm quirkless doesn't mean anything will change, right? Boy, was he wrong. Izuku just sat on a chair, facing his laptop, replaying the same video over and over again. How long has it passed? An hour? Maybe 2. Heck, maybe even 3. Whatever the case, the video just kept playing, repeating its cycle back to the start. The video was All Might's debut, where the world came to see him for a first, and it was amazing. Izuku just blurted out, his eyes already worn out from crying too much. Yeah, crying. His teary-eyed face looked sad enough for people to feel pity on. Yeah, that bad. His cheeks were puffed out. His eye bags were almost purple, his knuckles almost as pale as white. Multiple ruffles on his shirt, probably from continuous clenches to his chest. The boy was feeling a lot of emotions, and they were driving at full speed: anger, sadness, dread, pain, and most of all, frustration. He was feeling a lot, and it wasn't pleasing in the least. Ha 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 ha. Izuku rose his head from the desk, filled with dried wood and tear stains, no scratch that, puddles, small enough to not flood the desk. Well, the keyboard would object to that. Oh, and it was dripping off to the side, not that it's important. He's laughing, said one man in the video, the one recording the video itself. Far off the video, you could see a burned down building. Hard to say since it's night. If the fire was anything to protest to that, at least, a large silhouette was climbing to view, revealing a muscular person. Looking like he could tower anyone with his sheer height, and he was smiling, with probably 10 or more people on his back, plus 2 on either side of his arm, locking them close to his torso, just below his, well, you get it. Have no fear, why? He yelled as the camera zoomed in closer, seeing his face filled with no fear, and a never-ending smile. Because, I am here. Izuku just gazed on the screen as the video finally stopped, hitting the pause button, spacebar, freezing that reassuring smile of All Might. Izuku just sat there staring at it, though he doesn't know why. But that smile just let himself force a smile, one that was forced with exhaustion picking up, causing him to frown at times. He heard the door open, followed by a quiet gasp. His mom Inko Midoriya was just in pure sadness at the scene before her. Izuku just looked back at her, struggling to maintain a smile as tears kept falling off his face and onto the ground. Mom, I can still be hero, alright. Izuku said in between sobs and gags as he pointed a shaky finger on the screen with All Might still frozen. Hero like All Might. That did it for Inko, as she let her motherly instincts take over and ran to her still crying son's body and hugged him tightly, enough to qualify as a low-rated bear hug. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She cried in his arms. Izuku did no less and cried on her shoulder, eyes wide open from shock. His world was slowly shattering apart, but did nothing to return the hug, staying stiff and crying his sorrows away. All while his eyes stayed open, his mother stayed by his side, still crying as well. For a few, long 5 minutes, the cries of pain and sadness subsided. Izuku finally closed his eyes. Maybe tomorrow will be better, right? He thought as he drifted off to sleep, still on his mother's arms. His mom had given up on him. Tomorrow was no better. I won't let you hurt Kacchan, Izuku said, with a tone that many could tell was with fear and uncertainty. He had his arms stretched out, his eyes shut tight, slightly close to crying as little tears tried to escape from the edges of his eyelids, in front of a blonde, half-beaten-up blonde kid. Hurt him. We ain't gonna hurt him, we're gonna make sure he passes out before he even feels the pain. The sun was out, a warm weather that was go. OD for a good jog would be a good way to explain this perfect afternoon. Well, aside from the constant rantings of elementary kids in the playground and Izuku's declarations of protectiveness. DEKU, out of my way. I'll handle these jerks, said blonde kid stood up, slightly bruised from his arms to legs. Even remains of little to a while ago punches were evident on his shirt, if any of the ruffles proved it. He had his palms open, small sparks started to ignite to life as he glared at the other kids. Bullies were an understatement indeed, no just jerks, plain old, damn stupid jerks. Kacchan, please stay behind me. I'll protect you. Izuku declared again, this time pissing off the jerks, as one of them placed a foot on Izuku's gut and applied pressure, enough to blow the wind out of Izuku and fall down on his back. Protect him. You're just in the way of my personal beating. A stray pebble caught in the crossfire. If anything, you're just making it more satisfying for me to beat you down to a pulp. The boy with a slick back hairstyle that was dyed black, just like his eyes said with a smirk as two other boys, one that looked scrawny with fingers looking like they extend further than normal while the other had red wings on his back, albeit fat if that's anything to go by, also joined along the amusement that was before them. The blonde then launched himself forward. Rode and placed a hand on the jerk-faced boy with the black hair and let out an explosion seemingly out of his own hands as the boy propelled forward towards a bunch of stray boxes and trash cans due to the force of the explosion and the sheer pressure of the blonde kid's push. Don't call Deku a pebble. You little extras are all talk and no brawn. How about I get serious now? Because if I didn't, you'd die. The blonde kid just yelled with anger in his eyes. The two goons, Izuku, called them that were shocked at what the blonde kid did and were now scared to even move. Bakugo. Why you just attacked ASS student? The scrawny-looking boy just said with a more, if not, fearful tone. Katsuki Bakugo was the name of the blonde kid. He was the only friend of Izuku. Actually, they've been friends ever since childhood. He was gifted with an explosion quirk that detonates at will via nitroglycerin-like sweat that he produces from the palms of his hands based on Izuku's observations, but due to the potential danger of his quirk, people started to avoid him, calling him names and even going as far as to branding him as a villain, which was not cool in his opinion. This led to distru saint against other students and fewer chances to make friends, which he now calls extras, by the way. Izuku, however, was the only person to ever acknowledge him of his quirk and practically admired him. which Katsuki was thankful for ever since, but due to fate's decisions, he was told by Izuku that he was quirkless, and this caused something to snap in Katsuki and, well, the boys grew closer the more they were outcasted by the students, up until elementary school, which is where we are brought to this moment. Who the hell cares? It's about damn time I lit up, you puny little extras have no chance against me. And don't tell me you don't know it, because if one thing's for certain, you shitheads are going to be crying back to your parents before you can even say, help. Katsuki said with a crazy-like grin, and the two goons were scared to their wits and ran away before Katsuki could even light up his palms at them. TCH, come one Deku, get your back off the floor, Katsuki clicked his tongue as he reached a hand out to Izuku, before he tiredly accepted it. Thanks for the save again, Kachin, Izuku said, wiping off some dirt on his back and pants as he picked up his backpack, TTING on the straps on both his shoulders. Kachin was the nickname Izuku ever used when talking to Katsuki, and in return Katsuki dubbed him Deku, which meant useless on the outside but on the inside. Was Katsuki's way of motivating Izuku to move forward, though he never told him that, so Izuku just rolled with it over the years. Don't mind those bloody extras, they know damn well to not mess with us. They only had the balls to do so because of Slick Black over there, Katsuki said, pointing towards the unconscious jerk, still in piles of trash. Kachin, sorry about not being a BLE to F fight back, Izuku said in a sad tone, grabbing both backpack straps out of habit. Katsuki just slapped his back, or backpack in this case. Deku, they are just trying to get to your head. If I know anything, it's that you are one I would call a natural-born hero. Just standing up for me knowing that you stood no chance against those damn extras is already damn awesome on your part, Katsuki. I just smiled a less murderous smile but still enough to make Izuku shiver. Thanks Kachin, but we know you did the work here, you're the real hero here, you risked a perfect record of not hurting anyone. I'm surprised you even did that, Izuku just grinned, still slightly shocked after realizing that Katsuki hurt someone. Katsuki just smirked at that. Damn straight. It's about time I took matters into my hands, literally. And show no fucking mercy. Katsuki yelled with a slightly crazed smile as small explosions sparked to life on his palms. Still determined as always I see, Izuku laughed at Katsuki's antics. Still trying to filter out the foul language Katsuki was saying, until Katsuki grabbed his wrist and started running. Kachin, Izuku yelped as they started running away. There is no way in hell that I'm staying there, let's damn run before the teachers catch a glimpse at my kill. Katsuki smiled, wait, a genuine smile. Oh wait no, there's that glint of mischief in it, never mind. I'm worried about what punishment you might get later on Kachin, Izuku said, slightly nervous at the feeling of what might happen later. Nah, that old hag can beat me up all she wants. But I know I did the right thing there, they hurt my friend, so I kill them back, simple exchange of fairness, Katsuki just grinned maniacally. How is that fair? Okay, now Izuku was nervous as that thought passed. But they kept running. Katsuki let go of his wrist at some point a while ago and Izuku just decided to go with it. He smiled as he enjoyed his time with his only friend. Kachin's the only friend I got. I'm glad I have him, maybe life isn't such a bad thing after all. Izuku smiled as he thought of that. They both had the same dream, to become the #1 hero, that's what they aim to be in the future. They both had their differences. 1. Izuku was quirkless. 2. Katsuki was branded as a potential villain, but that's what brought the two close. Over the years, Katsuki became almost, if not, protective of Izuku, because of so much jerks trying to beat him up. The discrimination always pissed off Katsuki to no end. Sure, many of the extras spat out hurtful words like villain or evil. But when it came to Izuku being bullied, scratch that, discriminated, oh now that was another story. Katsuki would actually want to hurt them instead of ignore them. He truly genuinely hated those remarks of quirkless freak or abnormal waste of space. The kid who said that was on Katsuki's death list, and he wouldn't hesitate for 1 second of it. Flashback. Any moment you hesitate on the battlefield, you will leave a free opening for the enemy, keep that in mind Deku. A 9-year-old, Katsuki said with a serious face. I know that Kachin, but is hurting others really necessary? A 9-year-old Izuku said with concern in his voice. When people call you an abnormal waste of tch. Definitely no holding back, Katsuki said with slight anger and a hint of threatening in his voice. End flashback. But on top of everything, Katsuki was actually a good person on the inside, minus the arrogant, angry attitude that masks that greatly. He really was, honestly. To be fair, if one really gets to know Katsuki, they'll really see it, if not, then in small ways that many people misinterpret from first glance. Izuku and Katsuki built a healthy friendship that lasted since they were 4 years old, and it grew from there up until now, 10-year-olds just enjoying a moment of breaths and gasps from running too much. Katsuki then declared they were rivals. Because Katsuki was the only one who saw Izuku as someone of great potential, to be a great hero no less, the word that came out of his mouth, natural-born hero, was no joke and he took it very seriously. While Izuku had the spirit, Katsuki had the higher determination. To be perfectly honest, over the years, Katsuki noticed Izuku's sudden drop of his enthusiasm ever since he was deemed quirkless 6 years ago. And he could tell it was hard, even Izuku's own mother gave up on him, which kinda angered him to a degree, but he knew that his Aunt Inko had it tough, so he couldn't blame her for it. Katsuki thought it was always a rare case, why Izuku was quirkless when he clearly had 2 parents with quirks, and for Izuku to have none. That didn't stick right with the Punnett rule. But besides that, there was one thing Katsuki couldn't beat Izuku with, actually 2 things: Izuku's ability to decipher quirks based on just looking, studying them with a pen and determination that rivals Katsuki's even. And the raw skill of Izuku's mind. He was smart, like really smart. In a second, he beat Katsuki as the top student with the highest grades, asides physical education, but that doesn't draw people's attention, no. It's just quirks that interest them. Even the damn teachers agree to that, which also, by the way, note, pisses off Katsuki to no end. But putting away everything, it was evident that Izuku was showing signs of pure sadness, not depression. No, don't you dare say that. Rather more of a state of being unable to think straight when facing sorrow alone, which is why Katsuki was always there for him. Always there to give him the push when needed before he reaches that state. Damn, he doesn't even want to think of what Izuku would do in that state. No, he didn't want to believe that Izuku would go there. The boys were both deep in thought, just casually enjoying the silence between them, albeit the passing cars and footsteps made, until Izuku broke the silence. Hey Kachin, I gotta go take another route that leads to the marketplace. I just remembered my mom giving me a list of what to get before I left for school. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at that, until he sighed. Fine, just don't cry in a corner and expect me to come there right away, but be safe regardless. Izuku nodded and walked away, waving his hand as Katsuki just wove his in one swing and turned the other direction. Still plays the tough guy act, but the concern's in there, Izuku thought and smiled. At least I still have Kachin, the only person to ever believe I can become a hero. All I need is a push from him, Izuku thought before he shook his head and headed off that route. All I have to do is keep on trying, and never giving up. That's what Kachin wants me to do. I'll prove everyone else that I can become a hero, even without a quirk. Izuku smiled and ran forward, his smile almost as bright as his idol's. Yeah, that was an exaggeration, but his face lit up nonetheless. Awaiting the next chapter in his life. But life doesn't always go as planned, doesn't it? Sorry, but no, I don't think someone quirkless can become a hero. It's been 2 years after that incident. The bullying kept continuing. The world resumed its pace, but Izuku and Katsuki kept moving forward. Over the 2 years, Izuku and Katsuki trained themselves together, Izuku giving out pointers on how to make Katsuki's explosions bigger, to using a little amount of explosions that can still have devastating effects. Exaggeration, but who knows. Izuku was provided with information on new quirk analysis, while Katsuki was given new and better tactics. Eventually, Katsuki and Izuku started to help each other train, physically this time. Katsuki helped Izuku improve on his stamina and endurance while he helped on how Katsuki can control his explosion scale, from weak to just plain strong. The hits Izuku took helped Izuku build up more of his speed physically, while Katsuki was finding ways on how to find openings. Katsuki was also as smart as Izuku, with Izuku being smarter in many other ways than him. In a sense, Katsuki was a battle freak. He always wanted a fight to better improve himself in what he calls the way to improve thy spirit and bloodlust, which creeped out Izuku more than when Katsuki says, die, or kill. And the results of both their training was showing out. Uku also kept a workout routine where he trains his body almost every day non-stop, from simple jogs to tiring push-ups, and his body did show the product of his hard work. He wasn't that small 5'2" person, thin-looking boy anymore. He was actually boasting a good 5'6" height and a solid six-pack, complemented by his buffed-up body, along the biceps across his torso. He was still a little embarrassed of the sudden change, but that didn't stop him from doing it. It all went downhill that day, that one fateful day, which is today. First he almost died to a villain with a blood-controlling quirk. Thanks to his training, was able to struggle a little more, just long enough for him to not suffocate to unconsciousness until help arrived. Yeah, that help was none other than Izuku's idol, All Might, in the flesh, in the freaking flesh. Katsuki, and to say that Izuku had 100 questions would make Katsuki laugh. No, he had 1,000, and that's still not enough for how in the world, 1 in a million chances he gets to meet his all-time favorite idol, and him signing his notebook. It was paradise in the face of the green-haired boy's life, but was cut short when he realized he was flying. Flying so many feet off the ground, hanging on to dear life as he could see the buildings below him just begging for him to let go. Honestly, he was just plain terrified. All Might got through his days and they landed on top of a building, giving Izuku a lecture on not to do that stunt again, making it seem to All Might that this boy was a crazy fanboy or something, which he also revealed himself to be a scrawny old man. No wait, skeleton-looking man that looked like he was about to die on the spot or at any minute. Yeah, he shrieked, a manly shriek, and accused him as an imposter to W. Hitch. All Might quickly reassured him that he was indeed All Might in the flesh. Another shriek escaped Izuku's mouth as All Might showed a life-threatening wound that looked so bad Izuku could have puked Ed on the spot had he not been composed after a shriek that loud. All Might then telling him that this same wound was given to him unwillingly 2 years ago. Yeah, they met way earlier than in canon, and that it was kept a secret from public. But with all the surprises today, that didn't stop Izuku from saying the one thing stuck on his heart for years, locked away from others in fear of them breaking it before this fated moment. He let the dam break, letting all those locked away emotions free with the question that would potentially change his life. Can someone quirkless like me become a hero like you? Quote. And that leads us to this moment right here. Let me tell you something, the world of heroes is a dangerous place. You could die at any second because we are supposed to throw our lives away for other people. If I were you, I wouldn't waste away my life, let alone without a quirk in my possession, and it's clearly unheard of, so no, I don't think you can. Those struck daggers in Izuku's heart, and he just felt that all his pent-up feelings were just blown away in the wind, becoming someone with no expression. He had reached that state, and it didn't feel good. He clenched his heart and tried to cry. But no tears came out, like he had reached the limit years ago in the past. He roughed up his hair, trying to find comfort in hurting himself, but to no avail. He then just started to struggle out gasps and cries of pain, but felt nothing to compensate or show those feelings. He was just frustrated, apparently to a level where it looks like he is internally hurting, which he is. All Might watched with a blank face and sighed, knowing this would be the outcome. Look kid, you can, All Might tried to explain, but heard the door to the roof slam shut, then sighed and looked over to the villain from earlier. Now to get you to a jail, All Might thought, then buffed up again and took off in one jump. Izuku just ran out of the building he and All Might were on. At that moment All Might jumped off and kept running, pushing away all the sounds from the outside world, hearing only himself and his constant pants and gasps while running. He wasn't running out of breath like Sam E1 normally would if they run at a wrong pace. His training with Katsuki paid off, but to what? He was frustrated to a degree and didn't mind anything but his thoughts and his thoughts alone. Why? Why? Is it too much to ask? Even my idol, my most favorite idol I looked up to, doesn't believe I can do it. Why? Just why was I even born into this world if I won't even be able to live my dream? Izuku yelled internally while clutching his head in anger, and started to blurt out. Why? Why would you break my dream when you were the only one that could help me lift myself up one last time? Izuku, not even giving a care of anyone he passed by, pushed away, or just simply being stared at, kept running downhill, up some stairs. And just, well, running with no care at all of what's around him. He was in one repetitive cycle of anger that chewed on his frustration, and he didn't like it. Luckily he tripped on an uneven step and fell down, expecting hard concrete but instead felt sand. He clenched his hand to form a fist. Yup, definitely sand. He groaned and stood up. Good thing the sand broke his fall and absorbed the impact of pain he could have felt that was worse than what he just felt. He looked around and expected a beach. Sure enough, it was a beach filled with mountains of trash and other random metals and parts of any kind that could have been there to scavenge. But he didn't pay any mind to it. He was too wrapped up in a painful struggle to keep his mind at bay. What it would have looked like to someone else was as if he was deranged, but that was only partially incorrect. Izuku tried to keep his sanity in check, still sane, that's good. He just felt too wound up in his emotions, until he let out the loudest shout anyone could have heard had it not been so deserted. Ah! He yelled out his anger as he grabbed the nearest thing he could. He felt something solid on his hand and without the means to look at what it was. He just threw it at one of the piles of garbage that stood there. It fell. Due to the daily training of Izuku for 2 years, the strength of the throw was good enough to even move a broken hing machine. That's what he hit with the solid object, and yeah, the heap of trash fell. Izuku was breathing heavily, just a wee bit satisfied with that throw, if not, too satisfied that his anger seemingly subsided a bit and calmed down. He was about to sit down, probably from emotionally exhausting himself until he felt a painful thud on his head. Ow! Was all he could say at the moment as he clutched his head. Rubbing the spot where whatever hit him in the head was, and he looked down to his right, quirked an eyebrow up to see what looked to be a sword. No, it was more like a blade, not short enough to be a dagger, for sure. But it looked so old and rusted. Hope that didn't leave a mark on my head, Izuku thought as he took a closer look. Okay, it was old, the rust was indication of that. So was the faded color of the blade. Separated in 2 colors, Izuku could make out that the bottom part of the blade was a hardened silver, while the tip down to the hilt of the blade was colored a dark green. Moss-colored, Izuku thought as he started looking at it further. The middle part of the blade had a line trailing down from the tip of the blade down onto the hilt, 5 perfectly shaped holes. 1 inch away from each other while trailing down until the last circle, which was the bottommost one. He looked lower and found the handle. He held it and turned his wrist around at certain angles. Admiring the beauty of the sword despite its condition, it had this feeling to it, like it wanted to be looked at. If that made any sense though, the handle holding the blade was dusty but with a blow. Izuku finally made out the color of the handle. From the hilt of the blade, the whole handle was a jade color, same as the one on the topmost part of the blade, and had 6 gold diamonds. Trailing down from top to bottom on either side of the handle, half an inch apart. Izuku was just speculating at this point. He took a look down and saw the bottom of the handle was surrounded by a golden coating, making it feel comfortable in his hand, until he took a closer look. At the middle of the blade, the hilt had some kind of symbol on it. He blew on it and found another strange sight. The hilt looked like a boat at first glance, a boat with a closed-in sail. The sail being gold, the very top of it being an inch away from the bottommost circle. However, what really intrigued him was the symbol on it. It resembled a dragon, opening its jaw as it ate its other end, connecting the dragon to a circle. Each of the dragon's body was a series of water droplet-looking symbols that connected to each other. Each one facing out of the inner circle. The color looked a little purple, but it was hard to tell even by blowing it. Being the curious Izuku he is, lifting his other hand over the symbol, he started to touch the dragon's head, making a full round up until the tail. At this action, the entire blade glowed, even the holes started to glow a bright white light. Izuku panicked at this and almost dropped the blade until he started to feel tired, dizzy, fuzzy. The feeling was indescribable, and the next big thing happened. He felt the world fade to darkness and closed his eyes. He blacked out. This is where his story finally begins. Izuku shuffled his hair, proving that he was asleep, if his eyes that were closed were any indication. He opened his eyes slowly, still slightly drowsy. Suddenly a bad headache comes up and grabs his green hair, rubbing his temples slowly as he fought the headache, and it subsided. Where am I? Izuku was plain confused and still sleepy. Mustering up all his strength, he lifted himself up, elbows supporting his back up and looked around. He widened his eyes at the sight. It was, well, to put it simply, entrancing. He was sitting in a humongous white petal field. He looked up and saw that the sky was a bright purple and the clouds were colored a bright white, but not as bright as the white petals he was currently sitting on, not too long ago was he sleeping on them though. He looked around and just saw, well, nothing besides white petals growing and extended towards the horizon. Am I dreaming? I remembered I passed out but that's about it, Izuku thought and decided to sit properly, back straight properly. Is this just a dream? Izuku said to no one in particular. Well, that's what he thought though. I'm just as confused as you are, said a cheery voice beside him, equally confused. You can hear it in his voice. Izuku yelped, wide-eyed and looked beside him. Sure enough there was someone. He looked a little like a 13 to 15-year-old, his height spoke for him. That's for sure. His hair was dyed a golden yellow and scattered about, two stray ones standing out from the top of his head, looks like All Might's but a little shorter on the left side. His eyes were dyed green just like Izuku's except his were more brighter than his, Izuku's being a wee bit darker, possibly from the state he's in right now. His attire was a simple white t-shirt that had a V-shaped neck hole that showed of his chest. His collar was green with little yellow-colored looking dumbbells. And they were in pairs beside each other scatter around the collar. It was extended out too. Like what vampires do from what Izuku read at least. He had nothing special on besides from a single strap around his left shoulder to his right hip. He looked at the back and found out it was an empty scabbard. Strange, it kind of looks like it could fit. Izuku thought but couldn't think much after that as he continued looking. Only now he realized that this guy's pants were short pants. From his hips stopping till his covered knees, this was a moss-colored pants, and that's not what surprised Izuku though. What surprised him was that this guy was buffed. He was fit, too fit. His chest area was boasting off a good buff while his biceps were muscular to another level. It was beyond what a normal kid his age would get, and this guy looked like a 13 to 15-year-old. Surely even with the amount of workouts Izuku did, he wouldn't reach that level of muscle build. Apparently the guy in question was doing the same, looking at Izuku as well with an amused expression in his face. Like what he was seeing right now was like nothing he had seen before. Izuku looked at this kid and they made eye contact. They stood in silence, taking in one and the other's eye color before the kid spoke up. Well, I guess we are done looking at each other, the guy said with a toothy grin that actually, on an honest level, rivals even All Might's. Izuku looked embarrassed a bit and looked away, slightly blushing from realizing what happened. No homo. Sorry. I just didn't know someone else was with me, Izuku said while waving his hand, probably to try and reassure himself. The guy just laughed in a genuine way. She, no need to worry about it. It's normal to get to know each other. Izuku just stared at him and smiled, knowing for some strange reason that this guy meant no harm. Hehe, I guess you're right, Izuku said smiling in an even way with his own toothy grin, while rubbing the back of his head. Now then, the guy said with a smile and jumped up, in a cool way too. He was laying down, then using the strength of his arms, launched himself up, perfectly landing on his feet and sitting down afterwards. The name's Meliodas, capped, Ain of the 7 deadly sins and proud owner of the boar's hat. The guy named Meliodas said with no signs of losing his smile. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said sheepishly, unsure of what was going on and why this guy was here but smiled nonetheless. Izuku, haven't seen you around here before, Meliodas said with a cheery voice, like he was beaming with positivity, then looked at Izuku to see him flabbergasted. Which left him confused. Something on my face, Izuku. Meliodas broke the smile to an honest-to-goodness confused look, pointing at his face. There it is again, Izuku with wide eyes looked at him then broke out of his trance and just looked down. Sorry about that, it's just that I didn't expect you to use my name so casually, Izuku said, then looked up to see it confused Meliodas looking at him. I'm confused, it's proper to say someone's name right. Meliodas was actually genuinely confused right now, until Izuku spoke up. Oh, of course. It's just well, RC. Outry only allows those who are close or we are related to use the names given to us by birth. And well, we barely met and why yeah. Izuku stuttered while Meliodas looked at him with a confused but understanding look, then he smiled. Well, that kinda explains it, but I still don't get it as to why it. Meliodas asked in the same cheery voice again. Never mind that, as long as we know our names. Then that's fine, Izuku said with a smile, until his mood shifted to a puzzled look. Say Meliodas, what do you mean by, Captain? Izuku asks while looking at Meliodas, to which replied with a smile. Oh that. Nothing too special. Just a bunch of misfits and the most powerful knights in all of the Kingdom of Leones. Izuku looked at him and again with the puzzled look. Kingdom of Leones. Is that like out of Japan? Meliodas looked at him, equally confused. Japan. Is that the name of the kingdom you live in? Never heard of it. Izuku was just plain confused now. First this guy appears out of nowhere. Then has a smile that rivals All Might and now he talks about a place he's never heard of. Looks to me like we both know stuff but neither of us know what the other knows. Meliodas grinned again and Izuku nodded in agreement. Okay Meliodas, you go first. Izuku asked and Meliodas looked at him with a blank expression before smiling again with his positive demeanor. Need she, sit back and relax then. Because this will be long. Meliodas then jumps back and lies down, both hands on the back of his head and looks up. Izuku replies as he lays down the same, only with his arms free, trying to make himself comfortable. Well then, story time. Meliodas then starts to explain everything. Izuku yells as loudly as he could, clearly not believing what he just learned. In between the exchange of information earlier, they took turns telling their story. There was something about Meliodas that Izuku just felt comfortable to talk to in a way where he could let everything loose. Maybe it was his positivity or the vibe he gives. Either way, he made it possible for him to tell his troubles, which Meliodas gives him encouraging words which warmed Izuku's heart. Besides Katsuki, everyone thought he would just be some useless waste of space, a quirkless nobody, and that he shouldn't even exist, so it was nice to hear a second person believe that he could be a hero. Meliodas actually brought him out of his shell, in which Katsuki took nearly over a year to get inside Izuku's inner circle, but only a little, while Meliodas just gave away words of encouragement and enlightenment and he just let everything burst through. One of the questions earlier that they both asked each other was confusing to say the least. Magic from Meliodas, world not being a quirk and a quirk from Izuku's world not being magic either. Then Meliodas began to explain that magic had properties that only a few can access. Even if they trained really hard, unless they were able to, they wouldn't be able to access it. Izuku took in information like a computer, writing down notes in the air while muttering to himself, to which Meliodas just grinned at and continued explaining it. What led to the present moment of Izuku's shock was this declaration. Earlier before the declaration, Izuku asked Meliodas about the sword he was holding on his right hand, to which Izuku just noticed a few moments ago being there for a while. Hey Meliodas, don't mind me asking but do you know what this sword is? Izuku asked as he held the blade in front of them. It was still slightly rusty and looked old. Meliodas finally noticed and this time widened his eyes, looking at the blade, then at Izuku, then the blade, then at Izuku. This went on 5 more times until Meliodas spoke up. Well, looks like you got my sacred treasure. Meliodas smirked as Izuku widened his eyes. Izuku was informed of what sacred treasures were and what was each of the ones given to the SDS by King Baltra. This is yours. This is Lostvein. Izuku practically screamed as Meliodas nodded once, then Izuku laid down again with his hand on his head, rubbing it, because he was shocked to the core. I mean, wow. Now that I think about it, it does have the dragon's sin symbol on it, Izuku said while looking at the blade in a new light. Now he was in awe rather than looking at it with curiosity. Yup, that's it alright. But it got pretty busted up last time I saw it. Meliodas eyed Lostvein until he asked Izuku to give the blade to him, which he did. Meliodas then stood up and put his other hand on the tip of the blade. Well palm, he then closed his eyes. Sacred treasure release. Meliodas chanted as the holes on the blade started to glow one by one, filling up each hole with light. From the edge of the blade until next to the hilt as tiny clanking noises could be heard as they each lit up, like activating them triggered a sound, and to Izuku's awe, Lostvein was cleansed of ever. Why rust and dust on it as it looked brand new, then large whirlwinds surrounded both of them as Izuku tried to fight them off. He stood his ground as Meliodas just stood there unaffected by the sheer force of energy coming from the blade. His eyes still closed, his hair and clothes dancing with the raging whirlwinds until it all subsided and Izuku kneeled down, exhausted from trying to stand his G. Round as Meliodas opened his eyes and looked at Izuku, his eyes in a serious manner before turning back to normal and smiled. It's been a long time since Lostvein was used, all that magical energy trapped within it for 5,000 years was just released and transferred to the next host's body. I'm surprised to see you stood your ground. I'm already generally impressed Izuku, she. Meliodas sighed. As he stretched his arms and started warming up for some reason. Izuku was amazed as he stood up, 1 by how much pressure he felt from the blast and 2, Meliodas' pure strength to withstand it all. He really wasn't kidding when he said to be the captain of the 7 deadly sins. He wasn't called the dragon's sin of wrath for nothing after all. Just then Izuku paused and looked at Meliodas with a close to a confused and mildly weird expression. Meliodas, what did you mean by next host's body? Izuku asked with a very eager look, to which Meliodas snickered. Izuku, you're the next dragon's sin of wrath. I've chosen you to be the next captain of the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas then smiled widely at the amusing expression of the 12-year-old in front of him. Yeah, which brings us to what Izuku yelled at earlier. And now the present. Meliodas then grinned in a very amusing way, clearly proud that he caught Izuku by surprise. She, guess I caught you off guard, didn't I? Me. Meliodas said with a smile as Izuku was still processing what Meliodas was trying to say until he just broke all laws of muttering possible. Wait, so you meant the time the next dragon Sinofrath but how can't that be? I'm not worthy of such honor Andrek Ognishan and didn't think fido betha captain andam no. Sur I'm ready. I'm just trying to process what you just said and now notsurewith. Izuku was interrupted with a chop to the head and was silently shut up by Meliodas smirking at him. You don't need to think so much, little Iku, just accept it whether you like it or not, and besides, you said you wanted to be a hero, right? Meliodas asked, to which Izuku nodded. Then accept this honor I give to you and become the dragon's sin of wrath and the new captain of the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas said with a smile and Izuku just, well, cried. This is our cinnamon roll we're talking about here. Izuku wiped his eyes and looked at Meliodas' eyes with a proud smile and smiled a toothy grin somehow similar to Meliodas' own. I accept. Izuku yelled and Meliodas grinned widely. Suddenly, the two were engulfed in a purple vortex of flames and wind. Izuku yelped but felt that the flames did not burn him. Suddenly, he sees a giant purple dragon was brought to life as it roared behind Meliodas and Izuku stood in awe and shock. The dragon then stared at Izuku as they both made eye contact, then the dragon glowed a bright red and started to fly towards Izuku, who was in fear but stood his ground. The dragon made its way to Izuku and started to shrink as it fired a large purple and red flame towards Izuku as he flinched but didn't move. He closed his eyes and felt his whole body start to float. Then the dragon flew way up and back at a fast speed that the human eye couldn't even see and disappeared into Izuku's right shoulder, showing the same symbol as the one imprinted on Lostvein, and Meliodas showed his as he put up his sleeve, showing he still had the symbol on. He grinned and walked towards Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. Good. Now then, I already transferred all the magical power sealed away into Lostvein for 5,000 years, which is how after I finished releasing all of the magic, you felt exhausted, correct? Meliodas asked and Izuku nodded. He did actually feel weak for a slight moment before he went back up. Meliodas just nodded twice. Good. You can't feel it yet, but the magical RGY inside of you is trying to find ways to flow inside your body in a more flexible current. That way, you can access that magic throughout your body with no strain at all. Meliodas explained to why. Izuku took down air notes and started a muttering spree. Meliodas took this as a sign to continue. So in general, all the magical energy lying inside you can be used in 2 ways, physically and magically. That's simple enough to understand, however magically using the magic takes a lot of concentration and mind power, while physically requires stamina and the sheer limit of how much your body can take, in this case. If your magical energy will find a flexible current to work with, you won't have to worry about the limit of your body since magic can be amplified and released. Meliodas explained. Aimed with a finger up and Isuku was sitting down listening and being Isuku. However, magic is still known to be unstable, releasing too much of it will not only allow no control over your magic, but you won't be able to recover that magic back and instead, you have to put all your power into one magic attack and then you're out of commission since draining too much magical energy can tire the body out, remember, physical strain. Meliodas said with a smile and Isuku just nodded, taking in all the information he was receiving. But like I said, magic isn't a quirk, it's completely foreign to your world's era and practically extinct. You will be the only one I know that has magic out there. Meliodas warned and Isuku nodded, a finger on his chin as he thought of everything he would be doing. Meliodas then smirked which Isuku looked up in confusion. What is it Meliodas? Isuku said with the same look. Meliodas just smiled. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to use magic and release it at will properly. I don't want you hurting yourself. And besides, I also transferred all my magical power along with Lost Veins, so you have my power as well. Meliodas grinned as Isuku widened his eyes, looking at Meliodas in disbelief. Why you're kidding, alright. Isuku said with slight fear as Meliodas smirked at him. She, you're technically my student now, and I am your teacher, I have to teach right. Meliodas smiled widely as Izuku's sweat dropped in fear. Well, here comes my pain, but I finally have something to prove to the world, that I can become a hero. For Meliodas, Kachan and my mom. Izuku thought happily and grinned at Meliodas, making him grin as well. Alright, give me everything you know. I'm ready. Izuku yelled determinedly and took a fighting streak. Ants and Meliodas held Lostvein on his left hand and smirked. Then, I'll teach you one of my favorite abilities, full counter. Meliodas smiled as Izuku smiled back but in confusion. Full counter. Izuku just said with a confused expression, which Meliodas just smirked at, showing of his toothy grin filled with that innocent-like face, hiding all that mischief away. Yup, it's a pretty cool technique that can turn the tide of any battle once you use it. It requires some magic but it's mostly a physical attribute rather than magical, so your strength is needed here. In your case, it's actually pretty powerful in your world. Meliodas explained with a grin. Izuku was just listening attentively until he raised his hand. Wait Meliodas, what does full counter do anyways? What is it capable of? Meliodas smiled even bigger than before, almost looked like he was enjoying being a teacher. She, it's a simple incantation that can repel any attack back at its owner at double the power. Izuku widened his eyes at this. That actually sounds overpowered in a sense. Izuku thought of many things he could do with it and so much more possibilities with this technique. So, can it repel any attack? Izuku practically yelled. Meliodas just nodded in reply. Correct. I was actually able to evolve it, improve its capabilities, then refined as best I can to fully utilize it in battle. So when I say it repels any attack, it repels any attack, both physical and magical at double the power and back at the attacker. Meliodas pointed out and Izuku just kept mumbling. I'm capable of doing this technique. And it's so convenient to use in any given situation, so if there's any trouble, I can just use it to my advantage. Izuku thought and smiled until he thought of something. Wait, so, does it have some sort of drawback to it? Because it has to have one, being that it's so overpowered to use. If it can repel both physical and magical attacks, does that mean I can use it on quirks as well? Izuku said while Meliodas looked at him and shook his head. You can't use it on quirks if I'm going to guess. But yes, there is a drawback. Asides from using magic, which you have a large reserve of, there is a cooldown to it. It was usually 5 to 10 minutes of a cooldown, but since I was able to change its nature for both physical and magical counters, and plus refining it to an extent, the cooldown is about at 10 to 15 seconds since physical counters don't require magic. This is because of the nature of physical full counter. It converts surrounding energy, be it air or ki. This includes your opponent's energy as well. Also to cope with it, because of its nature being physical, it's more of a close mid-ranged full counter at best, while magical full counter is more of a mid-long ranged full counter. So they both complement each other. I was able to refine it to work both ways, so now you have a refined full counter, and I quote. Ni tilde she. Meliodas chuckled as Izuku just stared at him wide-eyed, mouth agape. This guy was just too much for Izuku's taste. Wait a minute, physical. Izuku thought deeply until he widened his eyes more until his pupils turned to small green pebbles. Wait, Meliodas. You said physical attacks can be repelled by full counter as well, right? Izuku asked, and Meliodas simply nodded, his head tilted to the left a little in curiosity. So that means full counter can work on quirks. Izuku stated, and Meliodas just stared at him until he smirked. What makes you think that, Izuku? Quirks aren't magical attacks, from what I've heard from you. Magic doesn't even exist in your world anymore. Meliodas said with an amused expression until Izuku shook his head. Yeah, you're right, magic is possibly forgotten at that world, but this is what I mean. Quirks aren't magic, yes. That much is true, but quirks are physical abilities. Izuku said with pride at his conclusion while Meliodas just widened his eyes at that remark. Well then, IGU's full counter can be used on quirks too. Guess you've got one heck of an arsenal on your side now. You might become the most overpowered hero there ever is. Izuku blushed at the praise but smiled as he said that. No matter how many times it was said to him, Meliodas somehow makes it sound like he wanted to hear it all over again, becoming a hero. And I don't just mean the #1 hero, no. You will become the most powerful hero of all time under my training. So trust me, Izuku, when I say, you will become a hero. Meliodas smiled at him, and Izuku, still touched by his words, just cried and clenched his heart. Finally letting everything sink in. He can become a hero, and Meliodas, this person he had just met, that was an extraordinary person but a kind-hearted fellow, Zhu. T said the one thing he wanted to hear from this world, and his tears, they just fell down, finally letting all the bullying, all the humiliation, discrimination and abuse go. As he just cried further, he smiled. For the first time in forever, it was a genuine smile, a true smile. Now that smile is what Izuku can proudly point out. It's a smile that rivals, no, surpasses even All Might's own. Meliodas the whole time was panicking why Izuku started to cry all of a sudden. Did he say something wrong? What did he say that was wrong? Becoming a hero. So Izuku didn't want to become a hero. But yet he was talking about how much he loved them. His thoughts were interrupted with a pressure on his chest and around his body. Izuku was hugging him. Thank you, Meliodas, you were the first one to ever say that. And you're not even All Might. A- all my life, I've been picked on, abused to a degree, discriminated against for being a quirkless nobody, and yet you, a person I barely knew, was able to give that final push to help me move forward, so I just thank you. Meliodas. Izuku said between gasps and sobs as Meliodas stood there flabbergasted at what Izuku said. He processed what he just heard and smiled. He returned the hug back with double, if not triple the strength of Izuku's hold on him. There, it's all right, you're welcome. You deserve as much as everything for what you've been doing, Izuku. Don't let anything or anyone stand in your way as a hero, and don't let down the world itself, as a sin. After 5,000 years of being sealed away and practically dead in a way, you were the first one, and heck, even the one who woke me up and freed me, so it should be you I'm thanking, Izuku. Meliodas said as Izuku continued crying tears of happiness on his shoulder. Izuku was slightly taller, so he had to lean in much further to Meliodas' shoulder and just smiled as the tears kept falling. Then, why you're welcome T2. Izuku sobbed, then lifted himself up, wiping the tears away with his arm as Meliodas smiled as he bumped Izuku's chest with the side of his fist, then extending it towards Izuku. How about we start the training? Enough with the drama and let's bring you to where the top is. Shall we? Ni tilde she, Meliodas snickered as Izuku smiled back, albeit even brighter than before. Alright. Izuku yelled as he returned the fist. Their wrists hit each other. They both smiled and the training began. Izuku, before you leave, I should say something. Meliodas said with a blank expression as he picked up a white petal and gazed at it. And what's that? Isuku said with slight concern and worry. Meliodas closed his eyes and blew the petal away. He stood up and looked down to Isuku. Lost vein is your only access to get to me, if you want to train your magical attributes. Then come to me, but your physical training is up to you. You are only training your spiritual body right now, so your spirit increases in strength and magic, but since Magi C is mainly being used more than your strength, it's growing at a slow rate. Meliodas said as Isuku looked at him for a moment before looking down. You said that spirit uses both magic and strength, so if I don't even it out, chances are my spirit won't grow faster or it won't increase at all, so if I don't balance things out, then I'll be more at a disadvantage. Isuku said as Meliodas nodded. Its way of function is way more different than what we used to have. Spirit increases the limits of both magic and your strength. Without it, you can't access magic at all whether you have it or not. So if the spirit is stronger than both, then you'll not only get more stamina and upgrades to your limit breaks, but you also enter a state of form. However, you aren't ready for that yet because it's too unstable to use and I doubt you'll be able to use it at the first try. So keep in mind that when you feel like you need to rest, do it. Don't overexert yourself, because your physical body can't keep up with your rapid growing magic. If you don't rest, then, Meliodas faces Isuku and does an explosion-like gesture. Oh, crap. So I believe I kept you in here long enough. Your mom must be worried by how long you were gone. Meliodas said as Isuku then widened his eyes and internally screamed. He got up straight and started panicking. Oh crap, my mom's gonna be killing me tonight if I don't head home. Thank you so much for everything again, Meliodas. Isuku said as Meliodas just smiled. No worries, little Iku. Now, I won't be gone when you go back to your world, you'll just have to call me and I'll be there through my spiritual body, and nobody will see me except for you. Meliodas said with a grin as Isuku hugged him again. Really a hugger, aren't, Cha? Well then I guess you have to go. Anyways, Meliodas said as he and Isuku looked at each other with grins. See you on the other side, little Iku. Meliodas said with a smirk as Isuku grinned back at the nickname. Can't wait, Meliodas. Isuku said as Meliodas smiled back. You won't have to. Meliodas grinned as he snapped his fingers and the whole world turned in a vortex of black and white. The petals started creating a tornado around Isuku as he covered his eyes. The last thing he saw was Meliodas waving away and then, it all went black. Isuku woke up screaming, for no reason at all. Good thing nobody was there to hear that. It was actually pretty ear-threatening to say the least, but he was awake nonetheless. He shook his head as he grabbed it with his hand, rubbing his temples in a circular motion. He looked around and saw he was still at the beach, laying down on the same spot he passed out on. He looked around and saw that there was no trash. Wait, what? No trash? Isuku looked around and the beach was spot on, clean without any dirt at all. It was like it all disappeared. Isuku was generally confused to a degree. He was sweating badly and saw his clothes all wet and soggy, probably from sleeping too close to the shoreline. He shook his head again and stood up, and he felt stronger. Lighter. For some reason, the feeling was confusing, but he felt so much wind in his face, it suddenly feels like he's falling. Falling. Isuku looked down and widened his eyes till his pupils formed two green dots. He was several meters off the ground, way far off to the sky that the beach looked like it was a pack of sand. And he was falling down. What the heck? How did I get up? Ah, yup, he was picking up speed, going down fast, like really fast. Did I jump up that high? Now that I think about it, I did feel like I launched myself, but still. Isuku yelled internally as he picked up more speed towards the ground. Am I really strong? I didn't even use magic. Wait, Isuku yelled as he thought deeply for any clues or signs Meliodas gave to him earlier. Flashback. If you want to train your magical attributes, then come to me, but your physical training is up to you. End flashback. That's right. Maybe what he was talking about was that I have to train my body now so I can get used to my new strength. The rigorous training of lifting invisible objects wasn't in vain then. I was physically working out at that place while my body moved on its own. Wait, moved on its own. Izuku shivered at the thought, possibly sleepwalking, or in his case, sleep working out. It really didn't matter because the ground was getting closer. Since I'm this strong, I should be able to land safely with no injuries, right? Izuku said to himself as he repositioned himself in the air, with his feet now pointing towards the ground. Hope this works, Izuku thought as he braced for impact. What happened next was just, well, unnatural. As he landed, his feet planted themselves onto the sand and a loud boom rang through the beach, but that wasn't what surprised Izuku. No, him landing created a large crater as sand exploded under his feet. The SHIGARAKI force made a shockwave that explains the booming noise that made nearby sand fly away from the wind. Nearby trees were knocked off root and flew towards other trees. He even freaking cleared the water from the shoreline to an extent where it was far off till the water refilled itself back to its original shape. Then the shoreline was back to normal in a couple seconds. To say Izuku was shocked was an understatement. He was flabbergasted to a degree of near-head explosion, and he was just frozen in place, taking in how he didn't feel any pain from the fall. The beach now looked like it was cleared off sand on one area, and it gathered towards a nearby wall, making it look like an uneven pyramid. Izuku snapped out of it and looked at his hands. He really did feel powerful, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of what was going through Izuku's head. Thank you, Meliodas, I owe you a lot, Izuku said with a smile. Then he shrieked after two words were spoken out of nowhere and Meliodas just appeared in a spirit-like form, looking transparent from view. You're welcome. She. Meliodas snickered at the loud shriek of a man that was Izuku's voice. So I take it you found out about your body's capabilities now? Meliodas said with a grin while Izuku tried to recover. Why yeah, I found out that my body feels lighter but yet I feel stronger. Meliodas nodded twice. Good. Your body is now physically capable of large-scale attacks like this crater you created when you jumped and when you arrived back down, creating an even bigger result of destruction. Meliodas grinned as he looked at Izuku. His body was really fit and buffed but not too much to make him look like a bodybuilder. Izuku looked at his hands and smiled, then taking in what Meliodas said afterwards. I can't believe I can cause this much damage from a jump alone, let alone a fall as well, Izuku said as he continued to survey his body and feel the magic flowing around him. Meliodas smiled and placed a palm on Izuku's right shoulder. It didn't phase through. Yeah, it takes a while until you can fully control the damage you give out of your body, just shows how much you need to maintain a steady control of power usage and remembering to hold back on fights. Simple punches like those can already kill someone on contact, and you don't want that now, do you? Meliodas smirked at Izuku's paled face and his wild shake of his head sideways. He then jumped over Izuku, flipping through the air before landing back down, stepping on the sand. He looked back at Izuku and smiled. Then we better train you outside in your world, to better understand on how to control your body's strength, because you just gained a massive amount of it in the process of what we did back at Lost Veins. Meliodas smirked while Izuku looked shocked with what he meant. Everything at Lost Veins is 30 times heavier than the original object at this place, Meliodas said casually as Izuku looked like his head would explode any second. To his delight, was just what happened as Izuku fell down with smoke coming out of the top of his scalp. I didn't know I was pushing and carrying such heavy objects, Izuku stuttered while Meliodas just grinned. That's just the way I do things, expect the unexpected. She. Meliodas chuckled as Izuku regained hold of his sanity once more before switching to a more serious look. But seriously, you should get home, Izuku, it's really late, Meliodas said with a stern tone while Izuku was pale-faced again and panicked, earning him a chop on the head from Meliodas with a comical expression. Why yeah, you're right again, Izuku said as he stood up, carefully placing his feet on the sand this time, much to Meliodas' amusement on the green-haired boy's course of action. Izuku finally stood up and tried to run back until Meliodas stopped him by grabbing his right shoulder. I should warn you, even when running, your strength is used, so you'll be much faster than usual. Probably even faster than this All Might person you've been telling me about. Izuku just widened his eyes at that, looking at his feet as he separated them. Faster than All Might. Well, I mean I am quite strong now. Got trained by one of the most powerful people to ever live since 1,000 many years ago. I wouldn't be surprised by the outcome though. I had a long day. Izuku thought, and he smiled. Thinking of something, he took a stance with his feet apart in a crouched position, with Meliodas eyeing him a confused and questionable look. "What are you doing, little Iku?" Meliodas asked with a curious look on his face, to which Izuku just smiled at. "I'm going to try and control my speed. If it works like I think it does, then I should be able to control it faster than normal. So if I'm physically faster, everything around me would slow down naturally, right?" Izuku asked Meliodas, and Meliodas just nodded to it. "Try it out then, it's better if you learn how to do it yourself." Meliodas grinned as Izuku nodded back in agreement. "Okay, here goes." Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding back pressure, then he opened his eyes and launched himself forward. To anyone who may be watching near the beach, they would have seen Izuku just disappear, leaving a trail of destruction behind him as he launched forward. A loud boom of a shockwave caused He tides to move back rapidly by the sheer force, and the sand below where Izuku once stepped suddenly disappear from where it was and left a crater with no sand in view, just a bunch of cracked concrete. To Izuku, he just ran normally. And everything slowed down to a degree where time didn't stop, but enough to make Izuku see the cars, tree leaves, and other people slowly going at a speed of a turtle or just plain not moving at all. It was phenomenal and striking. Izuku was even covering large distances at what he would call, normal pace, and he kept running till he made it back home. He should have noticed that when stopping everything returns to normal, and he stopped too quickly and created a crater near his sidewalk as another booming noise exploded in the area, activating car alarms around Izuku. And he just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. That was amazing. My theory was correct. Everything slowed down while I moved at an even faster pace than before. I wondered what I looked like to other people. Probably just a flash of light passing by at an unbelievable speed. I even left another crater just from stopping alone. So that means my strength is also on par with my speed. So many ideas to use now. Izuku yelled in enthusiasm as he now saw what he was capable of. Satisfied with the results, he walked to his front door with a smile in his face. In Nave, faded as he was getting constant hugs and rants about not being home early, and Izuku just smiled at her, saying that he was fine. Inko was surprised that his whole atmosphere had changed a full 180, his baby boy was happy. Even happier than before. That was a surprise on her part. He asked her if he could sleep early, since he wasn't that hungry, after he happily declined an offer for dinner and went to his room. Inko was just filled with confusion, but she had a feeling in her heart that she was finally able to see that fire, the fire in his eyes that had long gone out for 8 years, and it was finally rekindled. She just cried without realizing it, and when she did, she cried even louder and went for the phone, calling a known number with a Mitsuki Bakugo written as her name on contacts, and the other line was answered. Izuku just laid down on his bed, looking up to the ceiling, and was in a daze, reflecting on the events that happened today. The heartbreaking truth that All Might gave, meeting Meliodas, receiving Lostvein and being its newest wielder, the amount of magical energy in his body, he could actually feel it flowing, making his eyes feel drowsy. It felt like it was comfortable in a soothing-like manner. He thought about how Meliodas dubbed him the newest captain of the 7 deadly sins, and finally him being the dragon's sin of wrath. Such a title it was, if nothing else, it was an honor. And he was glad he accepted it. He raised his hand up, reaching for the ceiling, then grinning while chanting. "Sacred treasure, Lostvein," he shouted, and with a blinding light, Lostvein appeared in Izuku's palm as he held it firm, admiring it from each side as he turned around to get better looks at it. Izuku still couldn't believe it, but it was really happening. He yawned, signifying that he was tired, so he turned to his side and shut out the lamp as he looked towards the ceiling. Lostvein still rested on his hand as he tightened his grip. "I won't let you down, Meliodas," Izuku thought as he took one last look at Lostvein, before throwing it in the air, and it vanished in a flurry of gentle winds that blew to Izuku, cooling him down, and that finally put him to sleep. As he closed his eyes and drifted off, wondering what tomorrow would bring. That begs the question, what will happen tomorrow? It's been 3 years after that fateful day. Izuku started raining non-stop with all his newfound power and started to put some effort into creating new combos. He learned to take better control of his strength and train himself until he was able to unconscio. Shut off the power or regulate it to a percentage that he wanted. He learned as well, based off his notes and from a certain golden-haired boy, that the sheer amount of force Isuku could register, that can split open a mountain with one swipe of a stick, is at only 40% of his released strength, and that was a mountain, a freaking mountain. Not even at half of his power, and it's already able to do that much damage and devastation to a degree. That's not even the gist of it. Meliodas said that going full power could very well destroy an entire land with just a punch, with a blade was even worse. Meliodas explained that if he went full power to an extent, the very land mass below him could crumble just from standing alone. His power measured off the charts, and it was massive. Going 100% percentages was Izuku's idea, would be too much destruction caused to the land, and it definitely wasn't going to stop there. No, Meliodas also mentioned that 100% isn't the limit. He said that 250% was the minimum limit. Okay, first of all, what the heck, and second, the minimum. Although Meliodas said never to go above 70%, which is considerably piquing my curiosity, but I chose to ignore it and trust Meliodas' judgment. Izuku still wondered why. The amount of power Isuku could use to be fast enough to outrun any opponent would be 5% without casualties of hurting the opponent too much to give him broken bones. And Isuku mostly trained the most out of his control with 5%, and it just became second nature now. His natural dam was 5% at best, and it would stay there regardless whether Isuku would forget or when he would need it. He trained enough for his power output to stay at a fixed percentage. Isuku even trained himself to master releasing the strength at one point of his body while the rest of his body would stay stationary to 5% while he increased that one part of his body. The best percentage to use to not kill anyone was 10%, and it would only leave the opponent immobile for the rest of the fight. And that was already enough to destroy steel with a punch. Of course, that didn't stop Izuku from training with Meliodas using magic, and it was just pure torture for the green-haired boy, since magic was foreign to him and he tried his best to use it. Over the years, Izuku showed steady progress with magical control and could even sense magical signals like Meliodas could. Although that was basic magic usage, but it was still progress nonetheless. Izuku was even able to use the refined full counter properly with no casualties, albeit from massive amounts of exhaustion and sweat. To finally get this far to control it, he had to train both full counters first before moving on to the refined state, but it was a heck of a year to just even perfect it, and he did. The Second year followed after with constant control of magic to not let it overflow through the body. Releasing it constantly would cause major accidents to occur, like unintentional point-blank range full counters, to losing focus of his strength causing him to lose control, and others. Izuku did his best to tower over every obstacle, and he succeeded. What a guy to never give up. After the long 3 years of non-stop training, what felt like pride, joy, maybe even relief, whatever the feeling was, Izuku was roaring to the sky, standing tall whilst bloody and bruised from body to bottom. The feeling was mutual. And frankly, Isuku just felt more alive, if that's anything to go by, but the roars of triumph never faded. Meliodas watched from afar with a wide grin on his face. He felt that he did his job, that Izuku proudly succeeded each one without quitting or giving up, and Meliodas just stared in awe at the sight before him. Izuku Midoriya, the dragon's sin of wrath and the new captain of the 7 deadly sins, was now roaring in the sky, content that he had completed hard and rigorous trainings, whether they were physical or magical. The sight before him was the final and, dare say, boasted result of Izuku's hard work and perseverance, that undying flame of determination in his eyes that Izuku always made during really painful training sessions made Meliodas smirk, reminded of a certain someone who had that same look every day. Meliodas then smiled, remembering that person as he closed his eyes and memories begun to flood his mind as emotions jump-started. The blonde-haired teen felt happiness, joy, sadness, anger, and what none would expect, love. As he reminded himself of those memories, he felt a strange liquid falling down his cheek. He plucked out a drop with a finger and examined it like it was the strangest thing he'd ever seen. Then he realized the roaring subsided a moment ago. Meliodas Izuku asked with concern and slightly gasped when Meliodas looked at Izuku. He was crying. With a confused expression like he didn't know he was crying. Meliodas, why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? Izuku asked with slight fear, to which Meliodas reassured him with a smile and wiped off the tears on his cheek. Then Meliodas looked up. No, it's just that, you reminded me of someone very important to me. Meliodas stared at the sky, smiling a genuine smile that Ma. Did Izuku wonder who was that person that made Meliodas smile this way? Her name was Elizabeth, Elizabeth Leones. Meliodas said, somehow answering Izuku's question. Leones. She's a princess then. Zuko asked, to which Meliodas nodded then looked back up again, remembering her face. Yeah, and she was beautiful, really beautiful. Her white hair that I would have died to touch again, was softer than anything I've felt. Even being slightly taller than me, she was someone I knew that I would protect with my life, no matter what. Being a knight means being someone who protects right. Meliodas said and Izuku nodded, eager as to hearing this person that Meliodas mentioned. Well, I was her knight. She came to me, to the 7 deadly sins, when we were banished from the kingdom due to being accused for killing the holy knight captain. She told me she needed to look for the sins, which I lied about me just being a normal bartender. What really caught me off guard was that she liked my cooking. Even when I knew it tasted disgustingly terrible, but looked wonderful from the outside, and well, things kinda picked off from there. I saved her from being killed for running away from the kingdom. And I vowed to help her find the rest of the other sins. Meliodas chuckled, remembering the face Elizabeth made when she was crying for being given food despite it being really terrible. Izuku just looked at Meliodas with a smile. I see, Meliodas has someone he loves, just like how mom loves dad, huh? Izuku smiled as Meliodas sighed, to which he replied with one of his own. So, what happened to her? Izuku said but felt the atmosphere change from being happy to a gloomy bloom. He felt the sadness coming from Meliodas. He looked to his side and saw his face covered in the shadows of his hair. Izuku regretted his decision and apologized for bringing up a bad memory, but Meliodas just looked up, with a much brighter expression, but it had signs of sorrow in them. She died already, no longer are able to reincarnate since the curse was broken, and I still have at least 1,000 years left in me. Sometimes living your life, knowing you can die at any moment and be revived, stripped away of any emotion you learned from that life. It's just so frustrating. Meliodas said that last part softly, but Izuku heard it and flinched. He also felt the same way. Albeit in a different way, but you get what I mean. Izuku looked up to the sky and just felt relief, joy, sadness and pride. Then he closed his eyes, thinking of all the times he was discriminated against, bullied from, they were already fading away from his memory and he can hardly remember any of them at all, but the feelings were still alive, still trying to be set free, and he did inside. Meliodas heard it and looked over to Izuku's side. I actually know how you feel, Meliodas, honest. I also felt frustrated at being teased from, discriminated against, bullied, abused, physically injured. All those pains I felt, they just fueled the anger in my heart, just dying to let itself out and lash unto others the stored pain I felt from all their hurtful words, the blows. Just being a quirkless person already means you don't fit in with others. I just wanted the pain to end, but couldn't find it in my heart to do so, so I ignored everyone's remarks, words, for as long as I can remember. It really did frustrate me. Somehow I just wished I could have been like others, be normal. Izuku said, slightly teary-eyed as Meliodas looked at him with slight concern and empathy. But after a while, I found out that even words can hurt you inside. They can break you, they shatter your soul with no chance of recovering, and you just find out that the only way to break everything, to free yourself, is to just give up and let everyone tell you what they think. Let all your problems out and give up on fixing them. Izuku said as Meliodas widened his eyes slightly at the sudden remark, because he did feel that once, in a very painful place, where he was always brought to after death. Purgatory, that bastard's place of humor, to hunger on Meliodas' precious emotions, devouring it one by one to bring him back to what he hates the most, himself. And it was similar in a way to Izuku, but for Meliodas, he actually gave up, thinking he can never get out and succumb to the darkness until he was no more. Then Me one bright came to save him from certain doom, his best friend, and he continued on, determined to see the outside world again. What happened next was unexpected. Meliodas hugged Izuku this time, key. End of surprising Izuku until he returned it. They stayed like that for a while until separating. Thanks Izuku, I needed that. Meliodas returned to his positive demeanor after and Izuku smiled back. Glad to see you back at it again Meliodas, now enough with the drama and let's move forward. Izuku then smiled a bright toothy grin, while Meliodas just snickered. To think you would use my own words against me, my. How the tables have turned. The student does really learn from the teacher. She. Meliodas just chuckled and Izuku snorted. I think you're rubbing off my back already. Izuku said with a grin and Meliodas smiled while slamming his hand on Izuku's back, to which Izuku almost fell forward. Please, I think hitting is the best term for that. Meliodas grinned as Izuku rolled his eyes. One of a kind Izuku. You are one of a kind. If only Elizabeth were here, she'd love to meet you. Wouldn't you, Elizabeth? Meliodas thought as he looked up again, the purple sky still as ever. Yet never ceases to calm the mind somehow. The two continued to talk as they rested until Izuku felt it was time to head home. Already huh? Time sure flies when you're having fun, she. Meliodas chuckled as he faced Izuku, who was already off the ground. Yeah, sure does, thanks again Meliodas, for everything. Izuku smiled back as Meliodas sighed and jumped up. All I ever did was teach you little Iku. You did everything else on your own. Meliodas grinned looking at Izuku. Still, it was you who taught me, I couldn't ask for a better teacher. Izuku grinned back as Meliodas chopped a hand on Izuku's head. Your hard work is yours, and yours alone. You did better than I expected, and managed to be the first human to ever learn refined full counter. That's already worth my respect, she. Meliodas said as a matter of fact. Izuku just looked off the horizon and smiled, then turned back at Meliodas, placing a fist on his chest. See you on the other side, Meliodas. Izuku smirked as Meliodas just chuckled a little. Guess the student really does learn from the teacher, can't wait little Iku. Meliodas smirked back as Izuku just laughed it out. You won't have to. Izuku smiled as Meliodas grinned and snapped his fingers. Izuku woke up on his bed, still intrigued by the training being finished. He decided to take a walk. It was still a little early to call it a day. He headed out before his mom could stop him as he stretched his arms out. Then in a flash, he disappeared from the doorway and appeared right out the road and then flashed out of view again. He just casually laid back his arms on the back of his head as everything turned back to normal speed. He got used to it by now, able to control how fast he moved or how much he needed to hold back in order to avoid hurting other people. He was keeping the full cowl at a 5% rate to avoid hurting others while being able to move faster than even light itself. Meliodas mentioned as well that Izuku was much more faster than Meliodas due to Izuku's way of handling the power of his strength and because Izuku generally had way more magic than Meliodas, so it was only fair to say so. He named it full cowl or full cowling based of the name of full counter and the constant feeling of magic amplifying his strength to better control it and going throughout his body, thus explaining the cowl term, much to Meliodas' amusement. He liked the name and allowed it. At some point Izuku slowed down enough to see smoke up ahead. Little did he know, this is another fateful day. Fire. I better go see what's happening. I want to see what kind of heroes will showcase there. That thought was interrupted by an explosion, followed by another as the smoke rose and grew. Izuku's eyes grew wide as he ran towards the scene. And it was scary, not terrifying for Izuku, but for the people. A slime-like monster was rampaging through the broken-down road, probably from the constant explosions. Wait, explosions. What's going on here Izuku? Meliodas appeared out of nowhere next to Izuku, while Izuku stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Explosions. Today's the day where Kacchan was supposed to be back from camp. It's late afternoon, no it couldn't be. Izuku thought until he was proven wrong. The slime villain was still wreaking havoc from explosion after explosion, until it moved to the side and revealing, crap. It was Katsuki, trapped inside the slime's grasp and suffocating as the slime covered his mouth and nose, until he made eye contact with Izuku for a moment was when he saw it, pleading. His eyes were pleading for help, asking for it. He had a look that no one else had seen in Katsuki's face before, fear. Isuku covered his mouth in disbelief. He was proven wrong and all his speculations were correct. He clenched his heart and fist and looked with a determined expression with only one thought. I have to save Kachin. Isuku thought, and he took a step back away from the crowd. There's nothing we can do. Death arms. My wood won't be able to get through the constant explosions and the stray fires around the area. A hero with a wooden mask said as he covered his eyes from another explosion. Wait until the proper heroes with the right kind of quirk to use will come, they'll be able to suppress the villain. The hero called Death Arms said. Isuku clenched his fist and looked at the other heroes. What are they all doing? Don't they know the more they wait, the faster Kachin will die? Isuku thought as he looked at the heroes doing nothing at all to help. He then caught a glimpse of a scrawny-looking man with a darkened expression as he clenched the side of his oversized white t-shirt. All might, Isuku said with a hardened fist and now looking forward with an even more determined expression. If they won't save Kachin, then I will. Isuku thought and looked towards a parking meter, then staring at the pole holding it. Looks like none of those, he rose, are doing anything to help with the situation. I don't recommend using Lost Vein for this, Isuku. Meliodas looked at Isuku, seeing him smile. I wasn't going to, Isuku said as Meliodas smirked. Then go and be a hero, Isuku. Meliodas said, and Isuku looked up with fire in his eyes and nodded. Isuku then flashed towards the parking meter at no time and separated the meter and the pole using his own strength alone and threw the meter away, then pulling the pole from the ground and gripped hard at it. He then ran towards the crowd, but instead of going through, he jumped over them, all of them, and over the fences. Isuku ignored the calls to come back and ran towards Katsuki and the slime villain. He first grabbed the pole in a throwing stance, think of a javelin spear throwing stance, and shot at the slime villain's eye, blinding him momentarily and grabbing Katsuki's free hand and pulling him away easily as he gasped for air. The crowd was shocked while Meliodas just smirked and watched. Isuku then grabbed Katsuki by his wrist and in a flash disappeared. He then reappeared in front of the crowd as they all went into shock at how fast this green-haired kid came to them from far away. Katsuki was also bewildered at this. DEKU, what the hell are you doing here? Katsuki asked, as if what he said wasn't obvious. Isuku just smiled. I'm here to save you when no one else would. You did the same for me. Now I'll return the favor. He smiled then disappeared, shocking the crowd yet again as he was seen in front of the villain. The slime villain managed to pull out the pole from earlier and was angry. Why, you little runt, I'm going to kill you. The villain yelled as he shot multiple slime tendrils at Isuku, but he didn't budge. And just smirked. You hurt Kachin, and for that, I will never forgive you. Isuku yelled as he ran forward but got wrapped by all the tendrils. Ha! All talk and no, he yelled but was caught off guard by Isuku when he suddenly got free with just one swing of his arm, shocking everyone, even the villain. No brawn. Then how about this? Isuku said, then appeared in front of the villain's good eye, then kicked it with a 8% reinforced foot jab. And the villain was sent flying away a good few feet from the crowd as they all watched in awe and shock by the strength of this boy. Isuku landed softly on the floor and grabbed the pole as it as spinning in the air, the villain let it go after being kicked. Isuku then sighed and walked towards the downed villain, pole in hand and with a determined face on. Heroes risk their lives every day. I don't care if I don't have a license. There is no time for that if someone is going to die. Isuku yelled as he shocked the crowd and the pro heroes. Katsuki just watched in disbelief at the scene. Of Isuku kicking this villain's ass like it was nothing. And while they waited for someone to come, none of them went in to try and get Kachin out. Well, he needed help. And I answered his call. Isuku yelled as some gasped in awe and Meliodas just grinned. Go get him, Isuku. Meliodas said as he watched, proud of what he was saying. Now then, he then turned to the villain, finally trying to get up. I'll finish you off, since physical attacks do nothing on you. Isuku said as he crouched down, arms wide, and yelled. 10% full cowling. Isuku was then covered in raging winds that were able to extinguish all the flames around the area, the crowd covering their heads as the winds were strong enough to push them back, clearly in awe as Meliodas looked with the same grin plastered on his face. Isuku, you're almost ready. Now show them all who you are. The dragon's sin of wrath. Meliodas yelled with a smile as the winds kicked up, pushing back everyone, forcing them to hold onto the rails. The scrawny-looking man looked in disbelief at the sight of this kid, who he just remembered a few years ago, was now taking up the act of a true hero, giving his life for another's when no one else would. He just stood and cursed at himself. I should have not have done that to him, what am I doing? Pathetic, I am truly pathetic, the man thought as he began to buff up, but then he debuffed as the wind picked up. Its sheer force actually pushing him away. The man was in disbelief that this power came from just a boy, and he said he was using 10%. What in the world is this kid made of? The villain stared in shock as he was also getting pushed back by the wind as Isuku glared at him, his eyes feigning supremacy and power. Yield, Isuku said loud enough for everyone to hear, but the villain stood his ground, planting slime tendrils acting like anchors to keep him in place. Never, the villain said, but before he could do anything else, Isuku appeared in front of him, smiling and saying, "Then bye." Isuku said as he then launched a fist towards the villain at such an inhuman speed, and he took the impact, but the fist didn't hit him. No, the wind pressure created by the force of the fist was the one that made contact, sending all parts of his slime body in a scattered manner. The winds pushed back a bunch of people, causing them to fall, including some of the pro heroes and the scrawny-looking man, as well as Katsuki, covering his face as the winds picked up and launched towards the sky from the impact, and the clouds disappeared, changing the weather completely. Isuku stood his ground, fist raised towards the sky. He sighed a breath he's been holding in as he felt his strength decreasing back to 5%, then he lowered it and started wiping away the leftover slim off his shirt as the people started picking themselves up again and watched in disbelief. It wasn't sunny anymore, but it was raining. There was a hole in the sky as the clouds parted, and behold them, a sight to see. Isuku standing triumph while looking around the now empty broken road. That kid just changed the freaking weather. A man in a black suit said. How in the world does this kid have this much power? Another practically yelled as Meliodas now looked towards Isuku with a smirk. Nicely done, little Iku, nicely done. Meliodas grinned as he watched, then Isuku suddenly disappeared, catching everyone off guard, then suddenly appearing in front of the pro heroes with 2 bottles in his hand filled with the slime villain's remains. This kid was able to even collect each of the slime villain's remains in a second. Just who are you, young man? The scrawny man known as All Might said. Here are the slime villain's remains. Next time, be sure to try and risk your life for another. Your hero's right. Then act like it, Isuku told the pro heroes as they were still shell-shocked at the moment. Until Isuku then appears in front of Katsuki, extending a hand to him. Katsuki was still in a daze, but then snapped out of reality, looking at an untouched, smiling Isuku with his hand out in front of him. He took it without a second thought, and before everyone knew it, they disappeared, shocking everyone to a degree. Isuku and Katsuki then reappeared in front of Dagoba Beach, still kept clean thanks to Isuku, as he then sat down, looking at the sunrise until Katsuki literally screamed, "About time." Deku, what the heck was that? You mean to tell me this is what you were doing? For 3 years, you trained your body until you suddenly become All Might level. The damn hell is that about? Huh? Isuku just looked at Katsuki before smirking and gesturing a seat beside him, which Katsuki just sat down at, still trying to process what Isuku just did there with the villain that almost killed him. Shocked was an understatement as Katsuki looked at Isuku, who was just looking calm, facing the sunset with a smile on his face. He looks happier. Isuku then looked at Katsuki, still keeping up that smile. I got my quirk, Kachin. Isuku said as Katsuki widened his eyes, clearly flabbergasted. No fucking way. Katsuki simply said, pausing on each word as he still had his eyes almost popping out of his sockets, and Isuku just nodded. Katsuki was actually genuinely shocked so much, his brain was itching to say all the curse words in his current mind, but he found himself unable to say anything. He just sat down, hands together, and looked down with one heck of a shocked face. Isuku finally broke the silence, looking at Katsuki. I know it's hard to process, but it finally manifested. A few days after you left for that camp, it happened to appear when I was at this beach, which was once a trash site, and I just happened to train my quirk here. What is it? Katsuki interrupted and Isuku flinched. What is what? Izuku asked and Katsuki was still in the same position. Your quirk, what the hell is it? Katsuki clarified, this time facing Izuku, making eye contact and Izuku gulped at that. Then he sighed, as he faced back to the sunset, which was halfway setting already. This, Izuku said, then put his right arm forward, hand opened and closed his eyes. Sacred treasure, lost vein. Izuku chanted and lost vein appeared out of thin air, albeit with a few wind gales surrounding Izuku, while Katsuki just stared with wide eyes at the sword. He's actually never seen anything like it. Izuku then opened his eyes and faced Katsuki with a smile. This is my quirk, it summons a blade that is imprinted into my spirit so it only will obey me, anyone who tries to hold it cannot use lost vein. That's the name of my blade. It grants me a myriad of abilities, including the amount of strength you saw earlier, that includes my speed. It took 3 years for me to fully use, if not master Lostvein's capabilities, but I also had to train my body to keep up with it, because Lostvein uses my stamina, like an MP bar in a video game. Izuku said, but deep down, he hated lying to Katsuki. Meliodas mentioned that no one should know about magic, let alone know it still exists, because they might try to use Izuku for purposes unknown, but that's all Meliodas could say. Izuku didn't know why but decided to agree to that. It would be too complicated to explain what his power was, so he and Meliodas decided to make others think that Lostvein is a quirk, when it really isn't. So Izuku decided to go with it, and this explanation proves that. Katsuki just stared at the sword while listening to Izuku, trying to process all the damn information Izuku gave him. It confused him to no end. He's never heard of a quirk that manifested late, let alone a quirk that can summon a blade, and Katsuki wasn't dumb enough to not notice that this blade was actually in a good, if not great condition. So Katsuki just sighed and fell on his back, covering his eyes with his arm as he just laughed all of a sudden, surprising Izuku as Katsuki kept laughing. It wasn't a maniacal or crazy laugh that Katsuki always does when he laughs. No, it was an actual genuine laugh. That's what shocked Izuku the most. Katsuki finally decided to cease his laughter and smiled. Finally, Katsuki just simply said, and Izuku was confused at what he meant. We can finally prove all those damn extras that we are the best. No longer will we be the kids that always had to run away from a fight. Finally we can be the ones to fight back. I don't know. I'm just relieved. Finally we can prove everyone wrong, and you can finally become what you always wanted to be, a hero, no, a true hero. Katsuki said while smiling, still covering his eyes as Izuku stared at Katsuki with wide eyes. Katsuki was actually smiling properly, and he saw something that would forever be planted in Izuku's memory. Tears. Coming from Katsuki, he was crying, and it wasn't stressed out crying, or sorrowful crying, it was tears of happiness. Katsuki Bakugo, one of the people that Izuku admired since childhood, was happy. Crying was a new thing for Izuku to witness, because he never saw Katsuki cry once, even as he fell that day. Flashback. A 4-year-old Katsuki and Izuku were walking in a forest. Pretending to be heroes as they were role-playing, Katsuki leading the way with his hand forward. Small sparks were popping every now and then. Katsuki got his quirk recently, a few days ago at the daycare, when it suddenly appeared and everyone was shocked at it. Katsuki was surprised and filled with glee that his quirk finally manifested as Izuku looked on him with admiration, to which Katsuki decided to be smug and give a look of, I'm the coolest, at him, and Izuku just ignored it and kept examining his new quirk. Back to the forest, Izuku was following Katsuki, wearing a large red cap. Tied to his neck and flowing as the wind picked it up. They ended up crossing a log that went over a small river, and Katsuki didn't hesitate to cross it. Izuku, however, was debating whether it was okay to cross, but was interrupted by hearing a slip. Katsuki slipped off the log after placing a foot too close to the edge, and fell down the lake. Izuku panicked, and this time without hesitation, he slid down a slope that led to where Katsuki fell and saw him sitting down, rubbing his head and soaking wet. He ran closer and reached his hand out to Katsuki. You alright, Kachin? You could have hit your head there. Izuku said as Katsuki looked at his hand and then smirked, accepting it. Yeah, a fall like that is nothing, I'm tough as brick. Nothing will get me down, DEKU. Katsuki declared with a grin as Izuku sighed and pulled him up. Katsuki wiped off some of the dirt on his shorts and stretched his arms. Just be careful next time, Kachin, you're not invisible you. No, Izuku said as Katsuki just smiled and punched Izuku lightly on the shoulder. I know, I'll keep that in mind, Deku. Katsuki then started running up the slope Izuku used to slide down and Izuku followed suit. Can't you catch up, Deku? I'm not done yet. Heroes are supposed to handle anything. Katsuki yelled back down as Izuku started running up with a smile on his face. Yeah, I know, Izuku said with determination in his eyes as Katsuki just smirked at him and continued climbing up, both still eager to play again. Something like that won't bring down Katsuki, not at all. End flashback. Izuku just stared at Katsuki the whole time, finally taking all of what he said and also smiled, also plopping himself beside Katsuki, lying down beside him and started to laugh, with his own tears coming out of his eyes, and Katsuki just continued smiling. His tears subsided a little while ago and proceeded to wipe them off. They just stayed like that as the sun continued to set. Izuku stopped his share of Lao GHTER a moment ago and stared at the sky until Katsuki broke the silence this time. Hey Deku, we have 10 months left until the UA entrance exam, think we can train together to better ourselves? Have you failed that with me just being the only one to pass? Katsuki said with a smug grin, eyes still covered by his arm, and Izuku just laughed at that. I don't need you to tell me that, we would. They already done it before you even asked, and who said I was gonna fail? Izuku said as Katsuki chuckled. Man, that reminds me, why the hell did you bring us here after your little charade earlier? Katsuki asked as Izuku smirked at him. Because the pro heroes will just give me a lecture on how reckless I was. I just didn't want to face it, and besides, they would have scolded you for having a quirk like that. And I didn't want that either. Izuku said as Katsuki just full-on laughed at that. This time it was a crazed laugh. Yeah, you're probably right, that would have happened. Thanks for that, I guess. I wouldn't want to have that kind of shit thrown at me when I just came back. Katsuki finished laughing as he said that, while Izuku just laid there and closed his eyes with a smile. Welcome home then, Kachin. Katsuki grinned and finally took off his arm of his eyes and opened them. Good to be damn back, Deku. Izuku just smiled and lifted himself off the floor, stood up and extended a hand out to Katsuki. Let's get going, it's getting late. I think Aunt Mitsuki might get angry at why you didn't come home early. Izuku said, and Katsuki smirked as he grabbed Izuku's hand and he pulled him off the ground. Nah, that old hag will definitely be angry at me, been a while since they saw me, so I'll just let it slide for now. Katsuki said, and Izuku just tried to filter out some of the words he said now and from earlier. Right then, let's get going. Izuku said and put a hand on Katsuki's right shoulder and smirked at Katsuki's confused expression. Then in less than a second, they both disappeared and arrived in front of the Bakugo household as Katsuki then suddenly widened his eyes and yelled. Holy shit, what the hell? Deku, this is how damn fast you can go. The fuck? Katsuki was just bewildered as Izuku started laughing. Yeah, this is how fast I can move from one point to another. It's not teleportation if you're wondering, I just move faster than the human I can follow. Izuku said as Katsuki then sighed, still shocked from what Izuku did before he spoke. Damn it, Deku, I had enough for today. My brain's about to fucking explode and I still have to list a end to that damn old hag's ranting before I can even take a shower. I'll see you tomorrow. Katsuki just said as Izuku looked at him. You sure, Kachin? I'll go with you if you want to lessen Aunt Mitsuki's ranting. Izuku said as Katsuki just waved it off. I can handle it, anyways I'm tired and I don't have time to listen or care of what she says besides saying that I'm home. So go ahead, Aunt Inko might get worried, you know. Katsuki smirked as Izuku then rolled his eyes and sighed and turned the other way, looking over his shoulder with a smile. You're right, I better head off. Meet me at the beach early morning after breakfast, alright? Izuku asked, to which Katsuki just nodded at. Yeah, got it. See you around, Deku. Katsuki said. He actually felt tired, it was evident in his voice as Izuku then nodded back. See you around, Kachin. Izuku said with smile and disappeared. Katsuki just smirked and yawned. He had to get used to Izuku doing that and started walking to his front door. Izuku came back to view. But he wasn't at his front door, he was at the beach, looking at the waves reaching his feet and just sighed while looking off the horizon and heard a familiar voice call out. Finally done catching up with each other. She. Izuku looked to his side and saw Meliodas also looking to the horizon, hands behind the back of his head and smiling. Oh hey Meliodas, no, we weren't able to. I only told him about Lostvein being a quirk and we kinda just had a moment. He was already tired so I decided to let him rest, he had a long day. Izuku said as he turned his head back towards the horizon as Meliodas smirked. Well, it's not every day you almost die right. Can't blame the guy for feeling tired, she. Meliodas said with a grin as Izuku just chuckled a bit. Yeah, I guess he really did have a long day. We decided to talk tomorrow morning so we'll start catching up from there. Besides, where were you the whole time? Izuku asked, this time looking at Meliodas as he smiled. Sightseeing. Nothing too serious. Just wanted to see how the world evolved over the decades. Meliodas said as Izuku's sweat dropped at that. I swear, Meliodas is too carefree sometimes, no, all the time. He says decades too casually. Izuku thought as he sighed and looked him, his smile that Izuku always thought could overpower All Might's own, he just smiled in return, it wasn't contagious but he just liked the fact that Meliodas always saw everything with the same cheery expression, it was inspiring in a way where Izuku couldn't explain. Meliodas decided to speak up. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Meliodas smiled as Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. Why you are? Izuku stuttered and Meliodas simply nodded and looked back towards the horizon, closing his eyes. Always been. Besides being the first human to learn all 3 full counters, you are actually stronger than me, I can admit. You exceeded my expectations in 3 years, and that only took 3 years, it took me more than that to master magical full counter, and even more than that to create the refined full counter. So call me impressed, but you really are amazing, and I couldn't be more proud, she. Meliodas said with a smile as Izuku was teary-eyed as Meliodas said that, then he cried fully, his tears being big droplets of water as he then clenched his shirt and took it all in. Izuku smiled. While the tears flowed down and Meliodas put a hand on Izuku's left shoulder and Izuku kneeled down, still happy and in disbelief that he did all of this. Izuku, you indeed showed everyone today, that you are the dragon's sin of wrath. You even showed all those other heroes that you were the true hero today. I stand by what I said before, it's all your hard work that paid off, the results speak for themselves and I'm proud. Meliodas grinned as Izuku cried even louder and clenched his shirt tighter and let himself cry out his emotions and hugged Meliodas with all his might, Meliodas unaffected. By how much strength Izuku used at him, I mean, why would 5% of Izuku's strength hurt Meliodas? This is Meliodas we're talking about. Thank you, Meliodas. Again, thank you for everything you've done. I won't let you down. Izuku yelled in between sobs and gasps as the tears kept falling while Meliodas just smiled and patted his back. She, I know you won't little Iku, I know you won't. Meliodas said and Izuku finally stopped crying and straightened his back, the difference in height was evident and Meliodas just smirked, they both stood facing each other and their wrists hit. Meliodas grinning while Izuku smiled with a teary-eyed face. Izuku was finally done with his training, he succeeded every trial that Meliodas threw at him. Only 10 more months of extra training before the exams. 10 more months to get ready and train with Katsuki, 10 more months till he finally can show everyone that he, the dragon's sin of wrath, and the new captain of the 7 deadly sins, can become one heck of a hero. And he was ready to face it head on. After Izuku and Meliodas smiled at each other, Meliodas waved goodbye and disappeared, Izuku forgot that he was in his spiritual body. When he came out of Lostvein to his world, and it was the only way to communicate to him. Izuku stared at the starry sky one last time before walking slowly home, he wanted to walk home normally this time. To enjoy how the city was at night. He was walking around, just closing his eyes as he walked on the sidewalk until he came by the same route he used before, where he met that villain and All Might that same day. He shrugged off the thought of All Might breaking his dream. He already had Meliodas, the one who fixed that shattered dream of his and just smiled and walked through, still thinking about all the times Meliodas trained him until something really unexpected happened. He felt a small push hit his right leg and opened his eyes, wondering what hit him, and saw what did. A small girl with white, maybe silver hair. A small bronze-colored horn on the right side of her forehead sticking out, must be her quirk, and wearing some sort of ragged clothes. It wasn't even clothes in Izuku's opinion. What surprised Isuku was that she had her eyes shut tight, gripping his pants tightly like her life depended on it. Little did he know, it actually did. She finally opened her eyes slowly and showed the color. Shiny red eyes that stared at Izuku's green ones, and he slightly gasped softly when he saw her eyes filled with two things, fear and sadness. She was afraid to death and was silently crying. He saw the tears just begging to come out, and Izuku widened his eyes at what she said next. "Help me." Izuku didn't know what hit him or what caused him to do what he did next. His head. Thoughts and emotions raging forth a wind that made it hard for him to think straight, and his body moved on his own. He grabbed the girl off the ground, cradled her in his arms, and disappeared in a flash. He arrived on top of a building, a few kilometers away from his house and far away from where he found the girl, standing on the roof of the building as he continued unconsciously hugging girl close to his chest and rubbing the back of her head softly, brushing her hair as she tightened the grip of her hands on his shirt and slowly opened her eyes, only for them to widen when she saw where they were. Far away from where she ran to this strange green-haired boy, and she yelped. A little too late for that though. She didn't know what just happened when she closed her eyes earlier, and decided to just savor the moment and just hug the boy close to her, to which he slowly rubbed her back and hugged in reply. Izuku finally regained back his senses and widened his eyes at where they were. Much to the same expression the girl made earlier, and looked down to find said girl in his arms and yelped. The girl flinched before she looked up and finally made eye contact with Izuku and stared into his eyes. She finally got a better look at them and saw that they were an electric green color, reflecting light from down the street as it swirled into a dark green color, then back to the bright green. She was mesmerized by his eyes. They didn't look like it showed fear, pain, they didn't show intent to hurt. She only saw what she really wanted to see in someone's eyes, kindness. Izuku finally broke the silence. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku said in a reassuring tone. He looked into her eyes as she did the same, red pupils that were swirling a vortex of emotions, pain, sorrow and relief. What happened next just shocked him as the girl lunged herself forward as Izuku caught her in his arms, and she chose that very moment to cry, which Izuku replied with a gasp as she finally hugged him tightly. She was small enough for Izuku to carry her in his arms. At first, he thought this girl must have been lost, but the moment she said those two words from earlier, changed his view of the situation before he even thought anything of it. It was a cry for help. It had signs of desperation in it as he remembered her face the first time they made eye contact. She was scared, to a degree. Izuku took the moment to reply with a hug of his own and gently rubbed his hand on top of her head slowly in a sideway manner. It's okay. Everything's going to be alright, you're safe now." Izuku didn't know why he said that. He only thought of what his mother would do in this situation, and that came into his head first, putting it to action, but just decided to roll with it. The girl cried even harder and louder than before as he said that, and he continued to reassure her that everything was okay. They stayed like that for who knows how long. 5 minutes. 10. Whatever, it didn't matter to both of them as they continued hugging each other. After a good long moment, the girl's cries slowly faded and she tightened her grip on Izuku as Izuku kept rubbing his hand in the same manner as before. His hand slightly in pain of doing the same motion for a while until the girl spoke up. Thank you." It was soft and almost sounded like a whisper, but Izuku heard it loud and clear. He just continued rubbing her head and this time repositioned her in a cradling-like manner. He looked into her eyes and saw that they were very red, puffy eye bags that looked like she hadn't slept in days. That was strange, but paid no mind to it for now. Izuku did the only thing he knew how to do in this situation. He smiled at her, and it was a really gentle smile. "You're welcome," was the simple thing Izuku said as the girl looked at him and then started to snuggle closer to his chest. Izuku then realized she was falling asleep, so decided to sway his arms sideways, rocking her to sleep, which he did a good job at as the girl replied with a steady breathing in her now closed eyes. Izuku sighed and took a closer look at this girl, then he flinched at what he saw, before widening his eyes a second time tonight. The girl had bandages wrapped around her wrists, Her arms were small, but they looked malnourished. He then noticed her legs as well, with bandages wrapped the same way around her ankles. Our legs also looked the same way as her arms. He saw many marks that he wouldn't dare to think of how she got those, but that answered a few questions to Izuku as he then felt anger in his heart. It was evident on his face. This girl was treated badly, very badly. These marks didn't look normal to him, and he began to feel his arms tense up, until he realized there was a girl in his arms right now. He looked at her face to see her. She looked content and comfortable, which Izuku didn't understand why but just smiled. She really looked peaceful and happy, but she wasn't smiling. Izuku didn't know why. He decided to take her back home. It was getting really late and he wouldn't even think twice to decide whether to leave this girl here and just disappeared. Izuku arrived at his front door. ND flinched a bit when the girl shuffled her position a bit to hug his shirt. He just sighed and smiled. The girl looked really adorable as she slept. Izuku knocked on the door and heard big footsteps rushing towards the door. It opened and he heard her mom start to rant. "Izuku, where?" she almost screamed before Izuku silenced her with a loud shush and she realized why. Her baby boy was carrying a small child in his arms. Asleep and content. That didn't stop her from slightly gasping and covering her mouth to not let any noise escape. Izuku slightly shifted his head forward, signaling her to go to the kitchen. To which she did while Izuku took off his shoes and threw them to the side in a lazy way before closing the door quietly with his foot. He walked towards the couch and sat down. He tried to let her lay down on the couch but she was gripping his short tightly, like really tightly, and he just didn't want to let her go if she was acting like this, so he continued holding her in his arms until his mother came back with a glass of water, to which Izuku slightly moved the little girl near his body so Izuku could hold her with one arm and use the other to grab the glass of water and proceeded to drink it in one gulp. He didn't know he was that thirsty. Inko decided to break the silence a bit. "Izuku, please explain why you have a child in your arms right now." Inko quietly whispered to Izuku and he nodded. "I found her when we bumped into each other. Well, she bumped into me." "Mom," the girl was scared to who knows what. "I saw the terrified face she made and that just made me carry her away without a second thought and ran. I don't regret the decision though, because I didn't even know when I made it, but she looks fine now, if not happier I guess." "I don't know." Izuku finished with a low voice and Inko nodded slowly while looking at the girl sleeping peacefully in Izuku's arms. "She does look adorable, doesn't she? You really look like a father. Now, in my opinion of course," Inko said softly and Izuku widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape before facing her with a, "Really? Mom?" face, but that still did nothing to mask the massive blush on his face. He was just beyond shocked and embarrassed. "Mom," Izuku whispered a shout and Inko chuckled lightly at seeing his boy's face red as a tomato. "I'm just teasing you, but still, she looks like she hadn't slept for days," Inko said as Izuku calmly recovered his composure and nodded while looking down at the white-haired girl. "Yeah, I also thought that as well. Her eye bags were obvious and really looked black. I'm worried as well. Mom, she's really malnourished. These marks on her body, they scream bad all over the place. It isn't normal. I'm afraid she might have been." Izuku gulped as Inko widened his eyes. His son was right. She saw the marks on her arms and legs. She even saw the bandages wrapped around her wrists and ankles. She felt all her motherly instincts kick her heart, but she relaxed a bit, albeit still clenching her hand until the knuckles looked white. "Izuku, honey, you did the right thing to bring her here, but I'm not sure if we can keep her just yet. I'll allow her to stay one night. But we have to make sure to find any sort of connection to a family she might have, understand?" Inko said as Izuku slightly frowned a bit. Before nodding and looking back to the girl, he paid closer attention to her horn. It was a bronze-colored horn and he could have sworn he saw it a little longer a while ago, but shook the thought out of his mind and looked back to his mom, who was still looking at the child in his arms. "Mom, I'll put her to bed. I won't eat dinner tonight. I want to make sure she sleeps properly before I go to bed. I think she really needs a proper bed." Izuku lightly chuckled as Inko smiled at his short joke. "All right, just be sure to eat a lot tomorrow morning," Inko said as Izuku nodded and stood up, now carrying the girl with both his arms as he went to his room. He opened the door to his room, the girl still asleep on one arm as he entered, then closed it with his right foot. Izuku's room was, to say the least, an actual fanboy room. He had several action figures in his room, all lined up straight across a shelf, several All Might posters pasted all around the room, even his bed was All Might themed. He just sighed and walked towards the bed, ere he turned off the lamp and opened the curtains, the moon dimly lighting up his room like an automatic nightlight. He then sat down on his bed and leaned forward to place the white-haired girl's head on a pillow. That let her decide to let go of Izuku's shirt and snuggled her head onto the pillow and laid down on the bed, finally off Izuku's shirt. Izuku looked at the girl's sleeping figure with a smile before looking at his own shirt to find a huge wet stain just above the left side of his torso, below his left shoulder and side again. He took off his shirt, throwing it to the floor and grabbed another white t-shirt that had the word, "Hero," on it and wearing it. He then grabbed a spare blanket, this time free of any design, it was color blue, and closed the closet, walking towards his bed and opening the blanket. Placing one side of it to the girl as she stopped shivering once it made contact with her and slept soundly again. Izuku sighed and smiled, still holding the other side of the blanket, open to let him in. To which he did and laid down beside the girl. He gently placed his hand on her hair and brushed it softly. The girl replied with hugging Izuku like an oversized teddy bear, which he chuckled at and scooched closer to the girl so she could hug better, and she did while she slept, clearly enjoying the constant brushing of her hair. For a moment, Izuku thought he saw her try to make a smile but stopped and instead just moved her head towards his chest, and he sighed. He'd have to talk to her tomorrow to get answers to many questions in his head, like who was she? Or where did you come from? How did she get those marks? He just yawned at the thoughts and many more questions he could have made up and decided to sleep it off. He pulled the little girl closer to him as she also replied without hesitating, it's like she was just pretending to sleep, but wasn't. He slowly closed his eyes, taking one last look at the girl, brushing her hair one last time before finally drifting off to sleep. The rest of the night was uneventful. The morning finally came, sunlight filling up the room as it brightened everything else, posters, figures, etc. The sunlight nagged to find its way to the little girl's face, and she slowly awoke from the bright light. She was still slightly drowsy, so she couldn't properly see what was around her, so she rubbed her eyes, her vision finally clearing before she yawned loudly, and she opened her eyes, only finding in herself to open them widely at the room she was now in. There were pictures of a muscular man, opening his mouth to show his teeth. She looked around in slight awe and curiosity. She found herself also looking at a bunch of toys, people that were lined up straight on a shelf, a strange-looking device that had a bunch of letters on its bottom. She finally stopped looking around and wondered where she was. Where am I? She asked herself, and her answer literally was put on her face. She looked beside her to find a sleeping person. She widened her eyes when she took a closer look at the person, his green hair slightly scattered about in a rough mess. She took it to herself to touch it, it was soft. Shish. He looked at him again and saw he was still sleeping, his eyes were closed and his chest was moving up and down. She lifted herself up to kneel down, looking at the strange person beside her, or why this person was here. It looked like a boy, that she could tell. His body was much bigger than hers, but not too much. He slightly shifted a bit in his sleep when she slightly yelped. That somehow allowed him to wake up. She looked curious when he opened his eyes, and she widened hers even further when she saw it, green eyes. The boy woke up, yawning very loudly as she then looked at him more, eyes fully awake now. He looked to his left and saw her awake. She was still shocked at him when it all came back to her. Last night's events, how this boy came to her and helped her when she needed it. Shish. He broke her trance when he saw him rub his right eye and he lifted the edges of his lips up. Oh, you're awake. Good morning, he said as he stretched his hand forward. As if on instinct, she closed her eyes shut, expecting to get hit, but was met with a really soothing feeling. The boy was brushing her hair softly. She didn't expect it at all and just looked at him until she remembered the events last night again and started crying when she realized who this was. This time she lunged herself forward and wrapped her hands around his neck, and he slightly was pushed back until regaining his ground, and she cried more. He just froze until he also put his arms around her, slowly brushing her hair like he did last night, and put his other hand on her back and rubbed it up and down. She slowly RTED to relax at what she felt was the best feeling in the world to her. She definitely never felt anything like it. If she did before, she's already forgotten it until now. Her cries slowly turned to sobs, then to short gasps. And finally sniffles. She pulled herself back as he let go a bit, his hands still holding onto her as she rubbed her eyes to wipe her tears away. The boy finally broke the silence. "Hey, you're okay now?" the boy asked, to which she nodded slowly while still rubbing her eyes. I'm okay now, thank you." She actually meant to say thank you for helping her last night. The boy did that thing again with his lips moving up. It was a weird gesture in a way, but it somehow felt like it was okay to do so at this moment, but she found herself incapable of doing so. The boy looked at her with the same look on his face and opened his mouth. "I never got to ask, but what's your name?" He was asking her for her name. She looked at him before slowly fidgeting her fingers slightly and looking at his eyes. Eri. The girl's name was Eri. Izuku looked at her with a smile while she looked confused as he did. "That's a nice name. My name is Izuku, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku said, and Eri looked at him. She looked at Izuku for a bit and just stared into his eyes. She didn't know why, but those eyes were somehow giving her a feeling in her chest, like she was safe with him, as long as she looked at those electric green eyes. Izuku. She struggled with saying the name, and Izuku slightly chuckled at that. It was adorable. "That's right, Izuku," Izuku said, explaining how to say his name. Izuku," Eri said, still finding it hard to say Izuku's name, and he nodded. "Almost there. If you want, call me anything you want to if my name's too hard to say." Uku said, and Eri looked like she was thinking of a name to call Izuku, and he just smiled at her. It looked like she couldn't come up with anything until the door to the room opened, and Inko's head came in as she looked at the two who were awake. "Oh good. You're both awake, it's time to eat," Inko said with a smile. Izuku was about to get up, but was stopped when Eri jumped suddenly behind Izuku's back. She was hiding from his mom and he looked at her, green eyes meeting her red ones. "It's okay Eri, she's not going to hurt you. She's my mom and she made you something to eat," Izuku reassured her as Eri looked at him, then to Inko, who was still at the door before turning away quickly, back to Izuku's eyes once more. "Mom?" Eri asked and Izuku nodded. "She's my mom. A mom is a parent, it's someone who takes care of you and loves you no matter what. She protects you and always makes sure you're safe," Izuku said with a smile as Eri looked at him with a questionable look, before turning to Inko, slowly lifting her hand to point a finger at her. "Izuku's mama," Eri said, still struggling to say it as Izuku nodded at Eri and smiled. "That's right," Izuku said as Eri still looked nervous. Inko decided to slowly approach her with caution. She could see that the girl was unsure of what to do and just kneeled down, a little closer to Izuku as Eri continued hiding behind Izuku's back, gripping his shoulder as Inko reached her hand out towards Eri. "Hi there, I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mom. What's your name?" Inko said with a soft smile. Eri reacted with an even tighter grip on Izuku's shoulder and hid behind him again. Izuku placed a hand on Eri's right hand and rubbed the back of it with his thumb. "It's okay. I'm here if you need me," Izuku said in a whisper that only Eri could hear. That seemed to do the trick as Eri started to slowly come out of Izuku's back and Inko was able to see her. Red eyes and green eyes, she looked like a girl Izuku to Eri and she slowly but Yurli reached out her small hand towards Inko's after removing it from Izuku's reassuring hand. They made contact and Eri tensed up a bit. Izuku felt it since she had her second hand on Izuku's right shoulder this time. Then it took a while before Eri started to feel Inko's hand. It was softer than Izuku's rough, hard hand, but somehow it had the same feeling that Izuku gave her, a feeling of safety and no sign of hostility. She slowly but this time surely took off her other hand of Izuku and used both to feel hers, closing Inko's right hand with both of hers and started to feel it, this time. She felt her nervousness fading away as Inko then smiled, happy that Eri was able to feel comfortable with her until Eri finally spoke up. My name is Eri, and nice to meet you," Eri said with nervousness again. But not as much as before. Then Inko smiled a bit more. "Nice to meet you too, Eri," Inko said as Eri slowly nodded, letting go of Inko's hand and then suddenly jumping back towards Izuku. hugging him as she nuzzled into his chest. Izuku just sighed and started stroking her hair slowly. "Good job, Eri, I told you it was okay," Izuku said softly as he felt Eri nodding a bit before Inko spoke again. "Would you both like to eat now? The food's getting cold," Inko said as Izuku just nodded, with Eri facing Inko and also giving her a slight nod before hiding her face again in Izuku's shirt. "She's really shy around others," Inko noted to herself as she then stood up and walked out the door, with Izuku and Eri, who was sitting on Izuku's arms, following her to the kitchen. Izuku, Eri and Inko all ate at the table, with Eri making a face filled with awe at the sight of the wonderful cooking that was Inko's. She was practically drooling at the food. It was really cute and adorable. They all ate in a peaceful manner, albeit with Izuku teaching Eri how to use chopsticks, learning to say thanks before eating, and just all in all enjoying the small family moment with the addition of Eri in the mix. After breakfast, Izuku started teaching Eri about many things she found very interesting and just generally marveled at each sight of an animal she'd see in each page of a book that Izuku had when he was younger. It was really fun to say the least, Izuku and Eri both enjoying their time as Inko smiled at the sight. Izuku did really look like a father, much to Izuku's dismay and amusement of Inko's teasing. While Eri stared at them in a confusing way, Inko then told both of them that she'll be going out to try and get someone to examine Eri for any signs of having family ties and more of the matter. They needed to know if they wanted to help Eri. After she left, Izuku and Eri continued to enjoy their time together until Izuku's phone rang. He checked to see who was calling, and much to Izuku's delight, it was Katsuki. He just remembered that they needed to head for the beach early in the morning. Izuku panicked and told Katsuki he had his hands full and told him to come to his house. To which Katsuki questioned Izuku, but only getting a "you'll see" reply from Izuku before saying their goodbyes and hanging up the phone. Eri, the whole time, was confused as to why Izuku was talking to a rectangle-looking device, and Izuku lightly chuckled after seeing Eri's face. "It's called a phone. I use it to call, chat or text people whenever I need to. It's also good for searching the latest news on hero work and viral debuts," Izuku explained briefly, but Eri just sat there confused. She literally had no idea what Izuku was saying except understanding one, that device was called a phone, and the other was a question on the only word she could understand from Izuku. "What's a hero?" Eri asked innocently, and Izuku stared at her with wide eyes and was genuinely shocked. This girl, this sweet, kind, cute and innocent girl, doesn't know what a hero is. He just took a deep breath and exhaled as he relaxed and looked at Eri, now having her full attention because she was actually curious to know. "Well, a hero is someone who helps people, Eri. They save others who can't save themselves and are always there to give people reassurance and relief, knowing that a hero was there to save them. And that they were safe as long as they were there," Izuku said with a smile. This was Izuku's point of view of what a hero should be, what being a hero means. It was his ideal of a true hero, thanks to Katsuki's constant reminders of how he was the literal meaning of what a true hero should be, and just chuckled at it. Eri looked like she was deep in thought. She looked like Izuku when he starts a mumbling spree, and his heart clenched at how adorable she looked. She had the finger on her chin and everything. She then faced Izuku with eyes filled with curiosity. "So does that mean you're my hero?" Eri asked, and Izuku froze on the spot, looking at Eri right in the eyes. He checked to see if he heard right, and he did. Eri said he was her hero. Well, she was technically asking if he was. But everything he did from the first time they met up until now, did he legitimately actually become her hero? It caused a muttering spree to occur, and Eri looked at him with a confused face, wondering what Izuku was doing. Izuku kept at it. He wasn't sure why, but a big part of him wanted to tell her yes, but the other was trying to debate if he really was her hero. I mean, can you blame the guy? He was asked if he was someone's hero. It was a first and didn't expect it any less. So he backtracked from last night's events. She was scared out of her wits and was holding on to dear life. Izuku responded with a hug and brought her away from whatever she was running away from. Maybe even who she was running away from, but it's too early to guess. He then became someone for her to cry on. She had showed a lot of emotions she didn't expect a girl like her should make: fear, sadness, panic, and even dread, and Izuku replied in favor with reassurance. That much was obvious to her. The marks on her skin did no less to prove him wrong. She was badly abused, although that's just his own speculation. He wasn't sure on what made him think that, but there was a feeling in his heart that allowed him to think that. But shook it off. He then remembered Eri crying in his arms. He saw her relief. He saw her relax in his touch. He saw her happiness but never showed it with a smile. That was another thing he noticed earlier. Izuku hadn't seen Eri smile once, from when he met her up until even now. She showed signs of trying but stopped. It was like she didn't know how to. Boy. Little did he know that that was the reason why, but he saw Eri was happy here, regardless whether or not she showed it. He could practically feel it through her actions. That was it, she felt safe with him. Izuku even said to Eri that she was safe with him, that he was here if she needed him. That gave him his answer. He looked at Eri, who still had that same confused look from before, and just smiled at her. Yes I am, Eri. I am your hero, he said, and he was shocked to see Eri crying. She did what he already expected her to do next as Eri lunged herself at Izuku, while he wrapped his arms around her as she continued crying into his chest, stroking her hair while saying kind words and giving her full attention of his care. He continued to hug her on one arm while using his other to continue stroking her hair. Her sobs getting louder as she increased the volume of her cries. They stayed like that for a long time before Eri decided to cease crying and moved back to look at Izuku. His eyes that still gave that same feeling Eri had now started to feel safe. She felt safe with Izuku that always had that weird but right action placed on his face. Izuku brushed off a stray tear on her left cheek and smiled at her. I'll always be here for you, Eri, whenever you ask for it. Now go ahead and smile. I want to see you smile. Izuku said with a smile of his own as he looked into Eri's eyes that were still red from crying but put on a face filled with confusion. Smile. Is that what you call the weird thing you do with your mouth? Izuku froze again at that question. Are you kidding me? He was proven wrong yet again. He felt anger boiling his blood as he looked to the ground with one of the angriest faces he could have possibly formed. Eri doesn't know how to smile. He knew it, he saw it. Eri trying to imitate him earlier. It was heartbreaking for Izuku to see. An innocent little girl, who had never known the feeling of when you smile, let alone how to do it. Izuku stopped his anger as he saw Eri looking at him with a face that made Izuku's heart drop a mile down. Fear. She was showing a face of fear, and it was directed to him. He quickly frowned and moved his hands sideways in a really fast manner, trying to tell Eri that it wasn't her fault that he got mad and kept bowing his head. He even went as far to hug her back with the same apologies from earlier. I'm sorry, Eri. I'm sorry. I should have not made that face. I'm just mad at myself for not realizing you didn't know how to smile. I'm sorry. I really am. Izuku said as he begun to feel tears trying to escape him as he placed his hand on her back and the other on the back of her head. Izuku then felt a soft sensation fill him, his hair being brushed in the same manner he gave to Eri all the time when she cried. Eri was doing the same. It was ironic, the roles reversed. From another person's view, it really looked too adorable. I was just scared that I said something wrong. I'm sorry too, Izu. Eri said as she continued to brush his emerald hair. She still felt it and it was still the same. It was still soft to the touch. She felt Izuku shaking his head sideways. No, don't be. It's my fault for scaring you. I just felt like I could have done more. Izuku said, and Eri just hugged him this time as Izuku felt the pressure on his chest increase. But you already done so much for me. Why you gave me so many things that he wouldn't give me, what I wasn't allowed to feel. You all gave it to me without hurting me and thank you Izu, thank you for being my hero. Eri wasted no time in crying again. Izuku just shocked at what she just said. He subconsciously took note of the emphasis she made on the word he. But other than that, he also started to tear up. He then returned the hug as they sat and cried on each other, one content that he was able to do so much for her that he didn't think was enough, while the other one was content with having him tell her she was safe as long as she was with him, that he was going to, is her hero, and just hugged him tighter. After the crying subsided, Izuku leaned back and met face to face with Eri. His eyes now red from crying too much while Eri's was even redder. What he said next changed everything from that day forward. I'm going to become the best hero you can have. I will make sure that I will, can make you smile. And that I will continue to protect you with all my strength and soul, my sweat and pain, all to be that someone you call your hero. Izuku said with a determined express. Sign as he wiped off the tears off Eri's cheek and smiled at her, and she did the one thing no one expected. She moved the edges of her lips upward, struggling to keep it up until it stayed in place. She was smiling. She was actually smiling. Izuku gasped loud enough with eyes wide enough to think it was going to pop out of his sockets. Eri was smiling. And genuinely too. But you already are, Eri said as she started to cry. Same can be said for Izuku. She was smiling, and he made her smile. He made her smile. This was too much for Izuku that he cried and sobbed louder than before as Eri, for the umpteenth time today, hugged him once again, this time Izuku hugging her as she did and stood up, lifting her off the ground and spun her around, holding on to her waist with both hands as he did, and he laughed. Tears still flooding down and Eri still smiling at Izuku, she also started to laugh. She closed her eyes and enjoyed being spun around in circles until Izuku slowed down and slowly moved her closer to his chest. Eri snuggling near his chest, and she just slowly drifted off to sleep, quite exhausted from crying too much. Izuku continued hugging her tightly and sat down on the couch, laying his back down as he positioned Eri on one arm to hold her and stroked her hair in a motherly fashion. Eri responded with a yawn and snuggled closer in Izuku's arm, her hand resting on her lap and the other holding Izuku's shirt. She decided to speak. So this is what smiling is. It feels nice, really nice. Thank you Izu, thank you so much, Eri said while smiling softly as she drifted off to sleep. Not until Izuku replied, no, thank you, for showing me that I can be a hero, that I can be your hero. I promise Eri, I'll help you continue to smile. As long as I am here, I will keep you safe. Izuku said as he continued to brush her hair, and Eri silently cried, but no tears came out as she just smiled in content, finally letting sleep take hold of her and closed her eyes. Izuku looked at her and smiled, sighing in happiness that he was able to help her smile, to make her smile. It was an exhausting day, but one that'll make Izuku and Eri remember it forever. For Izuku, being the one person to make Eri's life better from here on out, and becoming a hero to someone, for Eri, the first time she smiled, the relief of being cared for again, to see herself happy. To finally not feel pain for one day, to finally touch someone without making them disappear. She would have to tell Izuku the rest of her story, but she, for now, was asleep in Izuku's arm, as he too drifted off to sleep, yawning before finally surrendering to sleep's hold. So, I take it this is why your hands are full. A voice broke Izuku's sleep and rubbed his eyes. He looked back. See someone leaning at the doorway to the living room. Katsuki was grinning as Izuku rolled his eyes and waved with one hand. Katsuki then walked forward, sitting down once he arrived on the couch, and looked to see a bundle of cuteness sleeping in Izuku's arm. It was contagious. Even Katsuki found himself staring until he shook it off and stared at Izuku, looking for an answer, to which Izuku sighed. I found her last night. She ran into me asking for help, so I did what she told me to, and I took her away from what she was running away from. It's kind of a complex situation right now. My mom's trying to find a way to help us with taking care of her further. We aren't sure if Eri has any parents, so mom went ahead to try and find ways on how we can connect any kind of family she could have. Izuku explained, and Katsuki just crossed his arms and sighed. It was complicated. Yeah, that is a complex situation you got yourself into, but I don't blame you. You probably helped this kid, Eri, right? Damn, I knew. You had the spirit of a true hero and all, but you just took it to an all-new level. Katsuki smirked as Izuku just grinned and looked down at Eri, who was still sleeping peacefully. She's mysterious, to say the least. Eri still didn't tell me what had happened to her. These markings, the signs of malnourishment evident on her body, it just all screams bad to me, and I'm worried about what will happen to her next. Izuku slightly frowned as he brushed her hair gently, and she smiled, albeit a little bigger than before. Katsuki looked at Eri before looking at Izuku, then he grinned an evil smile. You really look like a father right now, Deku, Katsuki said with a smug look as Izuku just face-palmed and groaned loudly, but not enough to wake Eri up. First mom, now you, what's next? Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Maru. Izuku said with a glare as Katsuki chuckled lightly, trying to stop a laugh from escaping his mouth in respect for the little white-haired girl's peaceful nap. Oh, that old hag's definitely going to go on and on about that. The old man's probably going to agree with her and just shrug it off. I for one am going to once agree with what she says. Katsuki smirked as Izuku rolled his eyes. Shut up, Kachan. Izuku said, and Katsuki decided to let it all out. He laughed and gasped for air after a while. Damn, Deku's finally learning how to curse, huh? Atsuki continued to laugh as Izuku shut him up with a glare as Eri shifted in her sleep, to which Katsuki just shut his mouth, slightly shocked at the face Izuku was making. Izuku sighed in relief as he saw Eri still sound asleep in his arm. He then looked at Katsuki, who was still mouth shut from Izuku, and he let him be for a while until he spoke up again, Izuku's anger slowly fading away. Anyways, I'm not sure what will happen from here on out, but I know for certain that I will keep Eri safe no matter what. She deserves much more than what she has, so I'll give her more tenfold. I will be her hero. No, I am her hero. Izuku said with determination ignited in his eyes as Katsuki smiled and leaned back to the couch. Damn straight, she's not my responsibility, and I believe you are already her hero, Deku. Katsuki faced Izuku with a grin, and Izuku just chuckled lightly as he looked down to the still sleeping Eri. Yeah, you're right, Izuku said, remembering all the moments with Eri that happened today. Including that night she met her as well. He steeled his resolve and heart, content and ready to help Eri with what she needed in the future. He will protect her no matter what. He can't explain the feeling, but he embraced it as he felt it was like the right thing to do. He looked up the ceiling and closed his eyes, thinking of what can come in the next step he makes. He may not know it, but a lot will happen in the future. He just needs to keep on trying to find out what, to keep on pushing until his bones cracked, and to go reach greater heights to better himself in everything he lacked. And better himself in everything he gained, all for his dream to be a true hero, his goal to become the captain of the 7 deadly sins, to use all the fruits of his training to show the world that he is the dragon's sin of wrath, to make his mentor proud of his future decisions and achievements, and to keep his promise to Eri, that he will become the best hero he can be to her, to protect her with all his might. So he can keep that smile of hers on her face, and more. And he damn sure will make sure it happens, no matter what. 2 months have passed since then, 8 months left until the start of the entrance exams. Izuku trained himself more to better improve his abilities, though more on his magical abilities than his physical ones. Since he spends most of his time with Eri, keeping her happy and making sure she was in a healthy life that she could love, which she did and was thankful for all the more. Izuku trained in Lostvein with Meliodas, who was seldom seen in the outside because he was always training Izuku from the inside. Izuku improved on constant use of the refined full counter, to which he can now use often with a drastic change in a cooldown of only 5 to 10 seconds. And that's with the refined state. He even trained enough with Meliodas to compensate for not being able to train outside of Lostvein by simply fighting Meliodas inside, using fighting skills and techniques that just save unto his memory. Then he can use it outside of his spiritual body, and use it like he'd known how to use it for a long time. 10% full cowling was like a special move for Izuku. He only used it in times of need, but he trained himself with Meliodas to use not only percentages at the numerals of 5, rather he can now use percentages in between or close to intervals of the number 5x, 2%, 4%, 7%, etc., and it helped an awful lot for Izuku, but it required more time to get used to it and let alone control it further. Outside training in Lostvein, every weekend Katsuki and Izuku trained together to strengthen their quirks, Izuku's being Lostvein in disguise, but he trained his strength levels during those sessions, much to Eri's pouting every time Izuku leaves the house, which was too cute and adorable. Usually Izuku kept his power down to 2% to give Katsuki a fair fight, but Katsuki kept insisting on him going full power, which Izuku just kept declining the offer every time he asked, so Izuku just went with it and decided to use 4% of full cowling at Katsuki, which in turn kept overpowering him until Katsuki was able to keep up and use what he calls instincts, which he explained was like a feeling that allows him to move automatically without thinking. Izuku took into mind and decided to train Katsuki revolving around that Oh, which they did as Katsuki's reaction times became much faster than before. He even dodged a single kick by Izuku using his instincts, and it apparently worked. Katsuki was able to detect even slight movements behind him. They even went far enough in his training to blindfold him as he did, and it improved even more as they continued. Aside from training with both Meliodas and Katsuki, the week days during the day were used to spend time with Eri, playing with her, making her live a normal life, teaching her new words and what other things she may have been curious about was. She seldom went outside. Izuku knew why though. Eri talked to him alone about her past and what happened to her afterwards, and to say Izuku was angry was an understatement though, he was actually pissed. He constantly hugged Eri during really touchy subjects that she struggled to tell, reassuring her to take it slow as she cried at each memory of it, the use of her quirk to make her dad disappear from existence. Her mother giving her away to her grandfather like she didn't want anything to do with her, which Izuku guessed she did but Eri always said otherwise until finally admitting it at one point. It was a good and bad. 3 emotional days for her and Izuku, because he felt angry and relieved that she said all that. She revealed her past to him because Eri trusted Izuku the most out of Inko, Katsuki, Mitsuki and Masaru. That bastard. Overhaul, tortured and abused Eri to such a terrifying degree. This was the most emotional memory. No, these were the most emotional memories of Eri that caused her to have constant panic attacks. But Izuku stayed by her side the whole time, assuring her that everything was alright. She wasn't at that damn playground anymore, and he and she were glad for that. It wasn't even a playground, but an experimental room where Eri was strapped at, disassembled then reassembled again and again, using her blood, body parts and others Izuku doesn't even want to mention at all from the thought of it. It was disgusting. He was disgusting. Even going far to call Eri a thing. That pissed off Izuku to no end but kept his composure at most times they talked about more. What's the worst of it all? She was the main ingredient to a weapon that Overhaul was making, and Izuku was glad he got her before he did. She was tortured for days and nights, thinking of nobody else but her, only getting hurt to stop others from getting hurt, if not, killed by Overhaul. Damn, the bastard had no heart for Eri, even going to an even higher level of stooping so low as to call himself Eri's father. Eri kept going on and on about it, telling Izuku all of the troubles, wishes she made up until the last one where she was able to escape and met Izuku at that fateful day, and from then on. Her memories were happy ones, and Izuku smiled as she enthusiastically explained everything with a smile. Izuku would do anything to make that smile appear on her face every day, and then one day make Overhaul pay for all the pain, suffering and dread he had caused to Eri tenfold. But for now, he just enjoyed being with Eri, happily listening to every single word she said, as Ey both hugged before Eri and Izuku went to bed. Back to Lost Veins, training his heart out to release all the contained anger in his sleep, much to Meliodas, concerned but knew why. He also listened to Eri's backstory and experience as well, and Meliodas couldn't blame Izuku. He also felt the same way, and if he was in Izuku's shoes, he would have did the same. Those days turned into weeks, then into months until a good 6 months passed. During those months, Katsuki had gotten much stronger, if not faster than before. His way of using his explosions to counter Izuku's attacks was impressive to say the least. And Katsuki was slowly catching up. His instincts were getting stronger and faster every time they fought. In a sense, Katsuki was a battle maniac. He had pure combat skills and techniques that can, in the majority, overpower anyone in a way. His control over his explosions helped cope with that. Katsuki wasn't just a born to battle type of person where he makes reckless decisions. No, Katsuki was smart as well. Not as smart as Izuku, but enough for him to be close to that. Izuku's nature of quick thinking decisions actually got to him over the years, and for 2 years when they were still 13. He spent it all trying to stop himself from doing so because it wasn't, he quotes, DEKU's way of fighting, Katsuki said, to which Izuku was confused at why Katsuki was talking to himself, and just shook his head in amusement. The same type of improvement could be said for Izuku. While he trained Katsuki to better his own senses in battle, Izuku bettered himself in the field of analysis, figuring out opponent strategies and breaking them down to either use it against them, or take it as an advantage to throw them off guard. What's to say this wasn't training Izuku physically, because it was. The months also had more good points to them. Eri was also improving, whether it was slow or not did not matter to Izuku. Eri was also showing progress, she was taking all Izuku's lessons to heart. She finally learned how to say thanks before eating, she kept forgetting because of how good Inko's cooking was. She learned many more things from the outside world from Izuku, not only from old storybooks, but also from his phone, which Eri found quite amazing to how the little device answered to every touch of your finger, and Izuku just chuckled at her curiosity. Eri was just a big bundle of adorableness. There was even an episode of Eri calling Izuku, Papa, to which Izuku replied with a huge blush while Inko nearly fainted, until Eri called Inko, Grandma. That actually did it for Inko, it was too cute for her. This all happened just because Izuku explained to her what a family was and what each person was called in a family, but Eri, being the cute, innocent little girl she was, asked this question. We are a family, right Papa? Eri asked, with eyes filled with questions. Her eyes looked like they were moving up and down. Izuku just stared at her with a face of what you can call shell-shocked fatigue. Eri compared her life to being with Izuku and Inko like a family's. This actually made Izuku's heart melt with joy and relief that she thought of it. Eri calling Izuku, Papa, made it melt even more. He just did what Eri already knew he would do during an emotional moment. He hugged her tight, and that almost knocked off the wind out of Eri, but just smiled and hugged Izuku back. Then Izuku spoke up, he was slightly sobbing. Why yeah, we are Eri, we are. I mean, do you want us to be a family? Izuku asked with teary eyes as he felt Eri nod her head while why, and he heard her crying softly, and Izuku then smiled at it. Oh of course, you've done so many good things for me, Papa. I'm really glad I met you that day, when you helped me. I'm always thankful for that. So yes, I'm okay with it. I actually really want to be, but I'm afraid. Eri said. Then Izuku perked up an eyebrow. Of what? Izuku knew if she was afraid of something, it was going to be emotional for her. Far from normal fear, but can you blame the little girl? She was tortured and practically had her childhood taken away from her. Of course it would be hard for her to say if she tried to explain it. What if you disappear? What if you go away? I don't want you to go away, Papa. I don't want you to leave me. I don't want to, Eri saying in between sobs. Yeah, this was one emotional moment. But Izuku did the only thing he knew after being with Eri for 6 months. He comforted her by hugging her in his arm. He stroked her hair softly, one of the things Eri loved, it always made her relax. Izuku then whispered gentle, comforting words to Eri. It's okay, it's alright. You won't make me disappear, I won't leave you, never in my life will I even think about doing that, let alone do it. You are too important to me, Eri, you changed my life for the better, so it's okay, I will never go away from you. Izuku whispered to Eri and felt her relax. She was still crying, but Izuku never left her side once. The crying slowly faded into small whimpers as Izuku continued stroking her hair gently, and she stopped crying. He heard a sniffle, then Eri spoke up. It's not you, it's me. I'm afraid of losing you because of my quirk, Papa. I am scared. What if I use it on you? What if you go away because of me? It will be my fault, all of it will be my fault. Eri said, but Izuku never stopped hugging her. He leaned back to face her and kissed her forehead. One of the other things Eri loved Izuku to do, he would always do that before Eri slept, and it always kept her in check, it helped her calm down and relax. Izuku then bumped his nose on Eri's and she giggled softly. Remember what I told you. Your quirk is a blessing, it's not a curse. If you use it to help people, and not to hurt people, your quirk can become a wonderful thing, because it's yours. I will help you control it, I will be with you every step of the way so you can use it to do what you want. Okay Eri, Izuku said with a gentle and kind tone, and Eri started crying again and nodding her head wildly while Izuku chuckled lightly, then pulled her in for another hug. She then smiled after crying and back to face Izuku and saw him smiling at her. Something happened that really showed her progress. Her bronze horn started to glow, a bright white, as Eri smiled at Izuku, and Izuku was shocked at what happened next. Apparently Eri felt it as well and looked at her right hand. She was still holding an apple she ate before, with a bite mark on it as Izuku and Eri widened their eyes at what happened next. The bite mark on the apple slowly started reversing, and it slowly reverted back to a full, red apple, like no one had even ate it yet, and Izuku gasped as loudly as he could and Eri yelped at his sudden gasp. Izuku didn't really know what Eri's quirk was, because she never really used it at all. Izuku had moments where he saw the horn glowing as well, during Eri's panic attacks at night, but when he hugs her, it slowly starts to fade and what he assumed made it turn off. But after seeing what Eri did, he started another mumbling spree, to which Eri, in amusement, just giggled slightly at what Izuku was doing. He always did it when he found out something interesting or new, but Eri soon found it funnier than creepy, because Izuku was just being Izuku. Izuku stopped shortly after and smiled a huge grin. Eri, you actually controlled your quirk. Izuku said, and Eri widened her eyes. She didn't know why she forgot what she just did until she looked back at the apple, and sure enough, it was a full, fresh apple. To say she was excited was an understatement. She was practically giddying on the floor and jumping up and down in happiness and excitement. She controlled her quirk. She didn't use it for something bad. Izuku then did another one of Eri's favorite things to do with him. He grabbed her with both hands on her hips and launched her to the air, gently so she couldn't hit the ceiling. Izuku was strong after all. She was giggling wildly and happily while Izuku did that and shouted a cheer when he started spinning her around. He then slowed down and looked at her, while still holding her in the air. I told you. You can do it. Your quirk will listen to what your heart wants, and you told it to not hurt me, right? I'm so proud of you, Eri. Izuku said happily as Eri for the nth time cried as Izuku pulled her close into his chest and she snuggled closer to his shirt as she cried tears of joy. I did it. I really did it, thank you Papa. Eri said between sobs. Izuku just smiled and brushed her hair in reply. You're welcome, Eri. I'll always be here to help you when you need it. For now, I think you should sleep. I think using your quirk made you exhausted. Izuku said as Eri yawned to answer, and Izuku chuckled as he went back to the couch and laid down on his back, his head on one side and the feet at the other, with Eri slowly drifting off to sleep. And his chest as she said one last thing that made Izuku want to cry again. I love you, Papa. Eri said before fully closing her eyes and put to sleep. Izuku just smiled, really widely, and stroked her hair. Love you too, Eri. He whispered and also drifted off to sleep, not after yawning first. Izuku and Eri's lives had only just begun. Tomorrow was the last day before the UA entrance exam, and Izuku was going to complete it and to make sure he gets in, so he can start his path to becoming the best hero he can be, with Eri being his motivation to keep moving forward. Izuku left early the next day. Not before reminding Eri that he'll be back by lunchtime and hugging her goodbye and telling his mom he'd be off. He disappeared and arrived on the beach, Katsuki and Izuku's favorite place to train. Katsuki literally called it the death zone, much to Izuku's amusement at the sheer antics of Katsuki. He stood by the beach as he watched the sunrise, the morning breeze a cool feeling tea freshened his body to an extent, and he sighed, enjoying the quiet morning's offer to him. Well, as quiet as it got until it ended just as quickly as it started. She, looks like your exam is tomorrow, little Iku. Izuku was used to Meliodas popping out of nowhere by now and just chuckled at the memory of how he shrieked whenever he appeared without notice. Hey Meliodas, yeah, just a bit nervous. But I'm confident that I can ace it. Izuku said with a smile, still staring at the beautiful sight of the rising sun, and Meliodas just smirked. Good. It's all right to be confident, but don't let it get to your head. You'll lose it before you even use it. She. Meliodas grinned as Izuku shivered slightly, goosebumps and everything. Why yeah, of course. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku stuttered a bit as Meliodas just put his hands on his pockets and faced towards the horizon. Time really flies fast, doesn't it? First you were this fearful, nervous boy that didn't know what was going on, now you're already the dragon's sin of wrath, but you still aren't the captain of the 7 deadly sins yet. Meliodas said as Izuku then looked at him confused. Wait, what do you mean? Izuku asked with uncertainty, and Meliodas just clicked his tongue with a grin. Tisk. Little Iku, you can't be a captain without a squad. You haven't found any of the other sins yet. Sure, you're the new captain. But I only dubbed you that, the others still have to approve of you being the new captain, so you have to prove it to them that you are. Meliodas smiled and Izuku stared for a while before nodding. He did have a point, Izuku will give him that. Then Meliodas put his hands to the back of his hand and smirked. Looks like he's here. Enjoy your last day of training, Izuku. I'll see you on the other side. Meliodas looked at Izuku with a grin and Izuku smiled back at him and nodding. Can't wait, Meliodas. Izuku sighed and shook his head in amusement and Meliodas smiled. You won't have to, he said before snapping his fingers and vanishing from sight. Izuku looked back to the sunrise and heard one familiar scream, "Geez Katsuki, it's freaking 6 in the morning. Deku, you ready to die? Ah, good old Katsuki." Izuku just sighed and looked over his shoulder to find Katsuki grinning at him with murderous intent, his left fist on his right palm while smoke came out of it. He really never changes. But Izuku could tell Katsuki was just as excited as he was. And good morning to you as well, Kachan. Izuku said and walked towards him, and before Izuku could think, Katsuki launched himself. At full speed with a large explosion to Izuku and a right hand in the air, preparing another explosion before Izuku vanished from sight and appeared behind Katsuki, Izuku did. T expected but Katsuki used his prepared explosion on his right to push his arm back in a rotating manner, slamming Izuku's cheek with an explosion-propelled fist as Izuku was pushed back from the impact. Slamming onto the ground before recovering in the air. Katsuki gave no time for Izuku to breathe and launched himself at Izuku again with another explosion. Izuku, before hitting the ground, disappeared again. Reappearing on just a few inches on top of Katsuki's back while raising his leg up and grinning. 4% full cowl, reinforced axe shot. Izuku yelled as his foot made contact with Katsuki's back and he gagged in pain. Katsuki wasn't expecting Izuku to attack this time and he flew to the ground at a quick pace, before Izuku appeared again at his right side and widened his eyes. His time Izuku wasn't giving him any time to breathe as he smiled at Katsuki, pulling his fist back for a punch. 4% full cowl, 3x reinforced smash. Izuku chanted as he punched Katsuki in the gut. To Katsuki, he only saw Izuku punch once. To Izuku, he punched 3 times before sending him flying farther. Katsuki wasn't going down just because of pain, even if it felt like a brick had hit him in his stomach and slightly coughed before recovering in midair with an explosion, and then launching himself at Izuku again. Izuku grinned as Katsuki, who had a crazed look on his face and a smile fill Ed with, "I will kill you," plastered all over it, then lunged himself upwards, now higher in the air with Izuku on the ground, and he smirked, forming an O shaped with his pointer finger and thumb, fingers suspended in the air and placed it on one point of his palm. AP shot. Katsuki yelled as a big, concentrated blast of explosions formed a beam that went straight for Izuku, but before he could disappear to avoid it, Katsuki separated his hands and raised his arm back, launching a little close to the beam and placed his palm to its edge and blasted it, making it travel faster to Izuku and widened his eyes. He had no time to avoid it from being distracted and just took the hit. Katsuki isn't merciful on the battlefield. He then launched himself forward to where Izuku got hit and a maniacal grin on his face as he raised his right arm up again. Die! Katsuki screamed as he produced a point-blank explosion at one point after throwing his arm down and causing a big explosion. A smoke cloud formed and Izuku was knocked back out of it, bouncing on the ground like a pebble bouncing on water before putting his hand on the ground and lunging himself upward to recover before disappearing. Then reappeared running towards the clearing smoke cloud, showing a bit of Katsuki's silhouette in it and then disappearing again, this time appearing in front of Katsuki as Izuku went in for a quick jab. But Katsuki was prepared. Stun grenade. He heard Katsuki yell and a blinding light flashed on Izuku's eyes, stunning him momentarily. Katsuki then shot out of the now cleared smoke cloud just overhead Izuku and raised his palm at his back, letting go another explosion as Izuku launched towards the ground, grunting in pain. Then Katsuki launched himself on the ground just right beside Izuku, planting his feet on the ground, then grabbing Izuku's arm with his right hand, then spinning him around with explosions on his left hand, building up Katsuki's momentum until Izuku was over Katsuki's head. With a grin, he slammed Izuku down to the sand, adding another explosion to his right palm, further increasing the force of impact on Izuku as he hit the sand, gasping for air and gritting his teeth in pain. But it didn't stop there. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's arm again, then spun him around the opposite direction and threw him away with the help of an explosion. Katsuki then launched himself at Izuku for another attack but didn't expect Izuku to recover quickly. Izuku opened his eyes and smiled, flipping forward in the air, successfully doing an air recovery as he saw Katsuki heading towards him fast. Izuku then appeared at Katsuki's side in a flash. Izuku then grinned at what he was about to do next. 5% full cowl, 10 blinding blows. Izuku jabbed at Katsuki's stomach. Receiving Katsuki's reply to pain with a gag, but it didn't end there. Izuku appeared then on top of Katsuki's back and punching him again, then reappearing on the other side of Katsuki, kicking him at the side where Katsuki was then knocked back in the air flying. Izuku stopped his flight with another kick, this time under him, sending Katsuki flying upwards, with Izuku reappearing again on top and punching Katsuki on the side of his face, sending him flying downwards towards the ground. Izuku then appeared yet again to kick him in the gut, sending him flying to who knows what direction. Izuku then intercepted with another punch to the gut, sending Katsuki at the opposite direction, and Izuku flashed to him with an uppercut jab to the air, hitting his back. He was sent flying upwards. Then Izuku flashed again close to his back and launched Katsuki further into the air before finally reappearing overhead. With Katsuki closing in on Izuku, he pulled his arm back to deliver a final blow and launched his fist at Katsuki, sending him flying faster towards the ground and on contact with the sand, created a human-sized crater. Katsuki didn't anticipate what happened, so he had no time to react on each of the attacks Izuku made on him as he just gagged in pain and gasped for air on the ground. He bounced, still suspended in air with Izuku still in the air. Izuku then started to fall straight towards Katsuki in an alarming rate, Katsuki widening his eyes as he tried to move, but his muscles were aching and his wrists were in pain from setting too much explosions off, so he had no way to dodge. Izuku kept going until he was almost close to Katsuki and grabbed his right arm with his left hand, facing it towards Katsuki as Izuku bent his right middle finger down, keeping it in place with his thumb and smiled. 7% full cowl, Delaware smash. Izuku yelled as he flicked his fingers. Just before he reached Katsuki, a vortex of wind shot towards Katsuki, him widening his eyes further as the wind hit him, creating a bigger crater with sand swirling in a tornado from the impact of the wind. Izuku was knocked back from the shockwave and recoiled a bit as he flew backwards, landing safely on the ground as the wind started to fade away. Izuku stood tall, albeit from a bit of breathing. He trained hard enough to increase his stamina so much, this fight barely made him sweat. But he then widened his eyes at Katsuki, literally unconscious on the devastation Izuku left behind. Crap, I think I went too far, Izuku thought as he ran normally towards Katsuki and carried him to a better spot than the crater he gave him. Izuku laid him down near the shoreline and started to flick water at Katsuki's face, hoping to wake him up, and it did as Katsuki responded with coughing, finally regaining consciousness. To which Izuku just sighed at. Katsuki opened his eyes in confusion. Why, Izuku was here and he was lying down, the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Oh, Katsuki lost. He just scoffed and lifted himself up, Izuku helping him up. Katsuki didn't resist and just took in a deep breath. I lost, didn't I? Katsuki asked simply, and Izuku just sighed in relief that he was okay. It was actually amazing how Katsuki was still able to regain consciousness quickly after being unconscious. Izuku just nodded in reply afterwards and Katsuki just smirked and fell on his back. Damn it, Deku. That's 32 losses for me. How the hell do you keep hiding trump cards at your arsenal and still beat me? You ass. Katsuki just smiled as he closed his eyes while Izuku laughed and sat down. Right arm resting on his knee, the other placed on the sand as he stared onto the horizon. Then looked at Katsuki, who was still smiling, those rare genuine smiles that almost no one knows Katsuki was able to do. Look who's talking, you hid some other techniques from me. Why didn't you tell me you could blind someone with your hands, Kachan? That was awesome, it actually surprised me and you took advantage of it. Izuku grinned as Katsuki then smirked and opened his eyes, looking at Izuku. It took a while for me to master that. I wanted to make damn sure you wouldn't know about it so I could be able to win. But apparently it wasn't enough because you had a lot more in you that you hid away," Katsuki said as he punched Izuku's shoulder, Izuku grunting a bit in pain as he held his shoulder and rubbed it. "Well, I guess we're even now, you showed me something new, so did I." Izuku chuckled as Katsuki then sat up, looking at the horizon. "You're the only person in this heck of a world who can beat me in a fight, and you look like you didn't even fucking break a sweat, the hell. Besides, I'm going to be number 1, and you better damn give me a challenge to get there," Katsuki said with a grin as Izuku smirked. "Yeah, I can promise you that, and who said you were going to be the number 1 hero? I will become the number 1, no, the best hero in the whole world," Izuku said and Katsuki snorted. "Yeah, dream on, Deku," Katsuki said and it was Izuku's turn to jab his shoulder as Katsuki started laughing. "I'll be at the top waiting for you, Kachan." Izuku sighed. As Katsuki started ceasing his laughter and they both just stared at the sunset. "Tomorrow's the day, huh? Can't fucking believe it's been 11 damn years since I got my quirk, and you got yours a couple years back, yet. You're practically stronger than me, I'll admit," Katsuki said with a grin as Izuku then stared at him. Katsuki. The Katsuki Bakugo was admitting that someone was stronger than him, and that someone was Izuku. Katsuki wouldn't even admit that All Might was stronger than him, but this is just beyond Izuku's mind. No, it's out of this world, once in a million years opportunity kinda moment right here. So Izuku just widened his eyes, it's all he can do at the moment. Kachan, Izuku said as Katsuki then closed his eyes then sighed and smiled. It was really out of character for Katsuki, and Izuku was internally freaking out. He was using the rare genuine smile again, that made his panicking worse. "That's why I'll get stronger than you, heck, you're practically stronger than All Might, in my opinion. Which is all the more reason to give me enough resolve to kick your ass tenfold. I'll make sure that even you will admit that I'm stronger than you, or that I'm your equal, because I'm your damn rival. Deku. And no one else can be. Got that?" Katsuki said with determination and a hint of murderous intent, which Izuku shivered at first but then smiled. Katsuki was actually still trying to get stronger, even if the difference in their power says otherwise. He was still trying, and that made Izuku's resolve to help him get stronger even bigger. He was going to help Katsuki reach his goal, while Izuku reached his own. "Got it. You can count on me to push you even further than what you are now," Izuku said with his own fire of determination as Katsuki looked at Izuku and smirked. "Thanks, Deku," Katsuki said with a smile as he and Izuku looked towards the horizon. It was noon. Izuku and Katsuki's chapter has finally begun. Tomorrow is the day they declare to UA that they'll be the world's most strongest heroes, and none of them are going to give up. None of them. After the training, Izuku arrived home, with Eri running to him as he entered, him hugging her in return as she did. They all ate lunch before going on to enjoy the rest of the day. Although Izuku was tired and wanted to rest for the big day tomorrow, he wanted to spend as much time with Eri before he did. Eri showed Izuku what she practiced during her time at their house. She showed him how well she was doing with using her quirk, reassembling broken shards of a fallen glass. Making another apple she bit revert back to its original fresh state. Eri had a thing for apples. She was practically addicted to them, and she always asked for one even after breakfast, lunch and dinner. And even going as far as healing the bruises Eri saw on Izuku's arm, much to the shocked expression of Izuku and his eyes almost looking like they will pop out any second, with Eri giggling at how funny Izuku looked. Izuku also took note that her horn grows when she uses her quirk, and she also gets a little tired after using it once. Eri told him that her quirk depends on how she feels, and that made sense to Izuku. When she's happy, she's able to control it fully but at the cost of falling asleep faster. If she's stressed, her quirk activates at random and she can either have control of it, or no control over it at all. This even explains when she has panic attacks from her past. Her quirk activates immediately at what Izuku could feel would go out of control, but since hugging Eri turns off her quirk automatically. Izuku had found out this technique over the months during her panic attacks. It was also revealed that when she relaxes, the out of control nature of her quirk quickly subsides and she gains control of it again. Izuku decided to name her Quirk, Rewind, which Eri agreed with a wild nod and stars in her eyes, much to Izuku's amusement. The object she touches or points her palms at seem to revert back to a past state. The broken drinking glass shows evidence of this, because the shards of glass slowly recompose themselves to their proper place and the cracks of the glass are also cleaned out. It was interesting to Izuku, which you can probably guess what he did next. Eri hinted what with her giggles. The rest of the day was spent and they just finished eating dinner before Eri started to yawn, signaling Izuku that she was tired from using her quirk and it being nighttime already. Izuku picked her up and wrapped him around his arms, so she could snuggle into his chest as they walked into his room. Laying Eri down on the bed, which was changed from All Might covers to a blue layering with apples strewn across the bed, this made Eri sleep better for some reason. Yup. She really likes apples. Eri was no longer wearing that dirty rag, she was wearing a pink dress with a white skirt, yes, with apples as well. They took off the ragged clothes. The second day Eri was with Izuku after saving her, so she had her own clothes. Thank you Inko, bless her. Izuku tucked her into bed as he closed the door and closed the light on the lamp. Eri, who was half awake, was waiting till Izuku came under the blanket and laid down beside her small figure and stroked her hair, which always seemed to work to get Eri to relax. He bent his head down to give her a kiss on the forehead. Eri smiling at that, she always wanted a good night before going to bed and, like it was tradition for the two, said their goodnights. I love you, Papa. Good night, Eri said as she finally yawned one last time before closing her eyes. Love you too, Eri. Good night, Izuku said with a smile and a yawn of his own before laying down and putting an arm over Eri, as he scooted closer to his chest and put her own arm around him. She couldn't reach all the way so she just grabbed his shirt. Izuku thought it was adorable before Eri finally fell asleep. That same SMI. That always brought one of Izuku's own every time he saw it. Tomorrow was finally the day of the UA entrance exam, and Izuku will make sure he will do his best to pass it. Content with that answer, he yawned again, but before he could sleep, he saw Eri's horn glow white. At first, he was confused because she was okay in hugging Izuku, but then he widened his eyes, not at what was happening to Eri, but what he was feeling. That same feeling he gets whenever he activates, amplifies or uses it in general. It shocked him so much that he almost fainted at what Eri was emitting, an all too familiar energy surrounding them both. Magic. Izuku woke up quite quickly, like he just had a nightmare, but he wasn't scared. He was making constant breaths and remembered what he saw yesterday. It was morning already. Whatever. He had better things to think about. He looked at Eri sleeping beside him. He remembered the events of yesterday, or was it yesterday? Or was it a dream? He didn't know, so he proceeded to close his eyes, trying to detect any magical signs, signatures. Nothing. He felt nothing coming from Eri. He was generally confused at the moment. Was it actually a dream? He didn't really know inside. He'd have to rethink about it later. Right now, the day finally came, the UA entrance exam. Izuku's face brightened up as he sat up, stretching his arms and muscles. He sighed again as he heard a couple of popping noises that seemed to wake Eri up as she yawned. Izuku hearing her and smiling as he looked at her, waking up while slowly opening her eyes, and again red eyes meet green eyes. She smiled. Good morning, Papa, Eri said drowsily as Izuku chuckled while Izuku kissed her forehead, hearing a hum of content from her while brushing her hair. Good morning Eri, did you sleep well? Izuku asked, to which Eri nodded slowly as she yawned, finally waking up. Yeah, I did, no nightmares this time. Eri smiled as Izuku then pet her head and stroked her hair once before getting off of the bed. Stretching one more time before looking back at Eri, who was also imitating Izuku, he just smiled at how cute Eri was being. Why don't we get something to eat? I can smell Mom's cooking from here. He wasn't lying, they could practically smell it as it filled the room with an aroma of delight, to which Eri nodded again. Let's go Papa, Eri said as Izuku CKED her up and placed her on the ground, walking to the door while holding Eri's tiny hand, slightly bending down since he was a little taller than her. They arrived at the kitchen to reveal one of rare breakfast feasts that Inko only pulled when there was a special event, and there was after all. Izuku smelled the air again and sighed, eager to eat today's breakfast while Eri did the same. Oh. NLY slightly drooling as she sniffed the waves of deliciousness that was Inko's cooking. They sat on the table, saying thanks before eating the delicacies placed on the table, with the exception of I grabbing an apple first before the rest of the food. After eating, Izuku went to take a shower as Eri sat on the couch, still eating and enjoying her apple. She looked at it in awe, like she'd never seen an apple before. She then closed her eyes as her horn started to glow again, reversing the bites on the apple till it was back to a full, fresh apple and smiled. She had better control of her quirk thanks to Izuku. And took a bite again. Izuku came back a few minutes later, wearing his school uniform, backpack on as he took another apple from the table before sitting beside Eri, placing his bag on the other side and started to eat his apple. Inko was cleaning the dishes as Izuku and Eri continued to eat in a quiet manner before Eri spoke up. "Papa, today is your exam, right?" Eri asked as she finished her apple with a last bite, while Izuku continued to chew his before talking. "Yeah, it is. I'm going to try and get into UA, one of the best schools in all of Japan," Izuku said as he took another bite, and Eri jumped off the couch to go to a trash can, before walking back and plopping back to her seat. "You will become a hero there, right?" Eri asked, this time looking at Izuku with curiosity, and he smiled. "The best hero I can be, so I'll be able to protect you and fulfill my dream." He poked Eri's stomach at the word, "you," and she giggled loudly. She was ticklish the most there. "Yeah, Papa will win and become a hero," Eri declared after jumping up and throwing a fist to the air. Izuku chuckled and grabbed her by the hips, doing one of the things she loved, which was being spun around by Izuku. She laughed as Izuku smiled, Inko watching from a distance with a smile. She was proud of Izuku for making Eri happy and live a better life. Izuku slowed down afterwards and placed her on the ground, poking a finger at her nose, Eri giggling with a huge smile as he did. Then he grabbed a backpack he placed on the couch as he walked towards the door out, Eri and Inko following him as he wore his signature red sneakers. Before opening the door, hand on the knob, he looked back to his mom and Eri, who gestured Izuku to move closer like she wanted to say something in secret. He moved his face closer, and before he noticed, Eri kissed him on the cheek as he looked at her, Eri with a smile on her face as she did. "Good luck, Papa. I'll wait for you here, along with Grandma Inko," Eri said as Izuku smiled back and hugged her, Eri returning it before Izuku leaned back and kissed her forehead in return. "Thanks, Eri, I'll be back later," Izuku said, and Eri nodded before standing up and looking at his mom, who had a smile on her face, both from being called Grandma and seeing Izuku happy in general. He smiled back to her before opening the door. "I'm off," Izuku waved at Eri and his mom as they both waved back with a smile before closing the door. "You ready to kick some ass, Deku?" Katsuki said with an evil grin as Izuku just sighed and nodded. "You know it. Are you ready, Kachan?" Izuku said with a smile as Katsuki glared at him for a bit before smirking. "Don't state the obvious, Deku. Is that even a question?" Katsuki said with a murderous smile as Izuku grinned. He had an idea. "Not at all, Kachan. Not at all," Izuku said, but before Katsuki could say or do anything else, he grabbed Katsuki's shoulder and they both disappeared, before reappearing at the road to UA. And the building was right in front of them, with all its glory, and Izuku looked in awe, letting out a whistle before Katsuki started to scream. "The fuck, Deku? Warn me before you pull something like that, shithead," Katsuki yelled, small sparks of explosions coming out of his hand as Izuku started laughing out loud, drawing some attention to some people around them. Katsuki didn't hesitate to punch his shoulder, not holding back on it as Izuku slowly rubbed his shoulder after saying, "Ow," while proceeding to laugh before walking forward to the UA gate. "I thought you said you were ready, Kachan." Izuku grinned widely as Katsuki then scoffed and walked to Izuku, now beside him, and smirked. "I'll let that slide, damn it. That was too good for me to beat your ass up, BU. Let's see if you can keep up the act when I get the top score at the exam." Katsuki grinned deviously as Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Whatever you say, Kachan," Izuku said as he and Katsuki walked RTHER down the road to the entrance of the building, until Izuku somehow tripped on an uneven block and started to fall. "Really, world?" Izuku just sighed, accepting what was to come, which was pain on his face on the stone pavement. What the hell Katsuki didn't finish. Izuku never felt the hard, cold floor. Instead, he was suspended in midair and Izuku just widened his eyes. What the heck was he doing? He didn't release any magic earlier, no, that much is certain. He didn't feel someone pulling him from the back as well, to make him avoid falling. He was just floating. Apparently he got his answer shortly after he felt someone positioning him back to standing. Sorry. I should have asked first before using my quirk. Izuku heard a voice, a female voice, and he flinched a bit because of the sudden new person that joined him and Katsuki, so he looked to his right to reassure her. Oh, it's alright, Izuku froze on the spot, mouth agape to a degree where he was speechless. Yeah, it was a girl, definitely. She was, to say the most, beautiful, at least to Izuku. He looked at her and gathered her features. Her hair was color brown, in a bob cut, her face in a round-like shape as he looked to her cheeks. They had a permanent blush placed on each one, until he finally met her eyes. They were looking onto his and he felt his heart clench. They had a feeling to them that made him unable to even speak a word, let alone make a sound at all. He looked into them and found himself feeling some sort of fluttering inside his stomach as he looked at her eyes. They were the same color as her hair, which made it all the way better to him for some reason. She was entrancing, and he just stood in midair, not losing eye contact. Apparently he came back to the real world and realized he was staring. His face started turning red as he tried to say a word but found himself incapable of doing so. Izuku found it hard to stop looking at her eyes, and he sure did try hard enough to utter a word. But he still found it impossible to do so. She just smiled brightly, which made his chest clench even further than before. It was a cute smile, not airy cute, no, it was different, way different. It would have been bad luck if you had fallen right. The brown-haired girl said as she put her hands together and Izuku felt his weight come back to him again and finally felt the ground. So her quirk removes the weight of someone. Izuku took note of it. I mean, why yeah. Izuku managed to finally speak, his face still flushed but not as much as before. The girl then walked away from them. Well, good luck to both of you, the girl said as she waved before finally walking away, leaving a speechless Izuku in her leave. Katsuki just stared at Izuku's face. Izuku was never this silent before. The guy always talked a lot, much to his daily infamous muttering sprees, that Katsuki was beyond annoyed at sometimes, just continued to stare until he realized what just happened, and his jaw dropped a tiny bit. You've got to be shitting me, Katsuki said before full-on laughing as Izuku snapped out of his trance, his blush fading away and looked to Katsuki with a confused expression on. Kei-ka-chan? Izuku asked, finally able to speak a word properly, albeit with a bit of stuttering as Katsuki then put a hand on his shoulder, still laughing like a maniac. Oh, this is going to be damn interesting. Let's get going, Deku. Katsuki smirked as Izuku looked at him in a confused manner before fully nodding and both proceeded to enter the building. The auditorium was massive, piles of seats strewn across the place and a stage located at the center of it. Izuku went to his seat, right beside Katsuki before the lights turned off, pointing a spotlight at the stage to Rev. A yellow-haired man with shades on and a device around his neck that looked like speakers. Izuku smiled, knowing full well of who this was. Hello fellow listeners, welcome to this year's entrance exam. Can I hear a, yeah? The man yelled, followed by a silence from the audience of students. Tough crowd, anyways let's get on with the test. Contents, yeah. Silence once again. The man started explaining the rules as Izuku listened and started muttering equations and other things Katsuki wasn't able to hear or translate, so he just ignored Izuku and continued to listen to the loud-ass man. The man mentioned something about papers being on the seats and all the students followed to reach and read the contents. There was the name of the student, followed by what was supposedly the battle center you were assigned to. Much to Katsuki's dismay at wanting to kick Izuku's ass, and much to Izuku's relief of freedom from that, he didn't want it to be a competition cause 1, Izuku would win and 2, he already knew it. Katsuki and Izuku were interrupted by a spotlight moving close to them, then to a guy with robotic-like features and glasses. He had blue hair that was combed straight and he started to yell a question, but Izuku was still busy trying to explain to himself what he could do as he entered the testing grounds, but it broke when the same guy pointed towards Izuku. giving him full attention from everyone as he sunk to his seat, not knowing why everyone was looking at him. You've been muttering this whole time, and it's annoying. Are you trying to distract us all from concentrating on this exam? The guy shouted, and Izuku sunk further, until he found unknown confidence and sat back up straight. If you think I'm trying to distracting anyone, I'm not. And try looking at yourself first. You're also distracting Present Mike from explaining what it was. He was about to explain it as well, you know. Izuku stated with a stern voice as the guy looked bewildered at what Izuku said and muttered a sorry to the speaker known as Present Mike, much to Katsuki's bewilderment, to Izuku before smirking and returning his attention to the stage, and just like Izuku said, he explained what the other mock villain was, saying it was a 0-pointer robot meant to be an obstacle and that they should avoid it. The rest of the speech ended with a loud plus ULTRA, and the same words came up on the big screen. They were then handed out another set of papers, the written exam. Izuku smiled and grabbed his pen, quickly started solving the first page. He was smart after all. After the test, Izuku and Katsuki had to separate since they both had different battle arena locations, Battle Center B being Izuku's and Battle Center C being Katsuki's. They both did a short fist bump, with Izuku smiling and Katsuki smirking at it. Good luck, Kachan, Izuku said, and Katsuki smirked again. Don't cry when you lose, Deku. Katsuki grinned as Izuku rolled his eyes and waved away, walking towards the bus to his assigned battle center. Izuku arrived at the battle center, his eyes in awe at the big wall and the fact that the gate was huge. Everything in UA just kept marveling him to an extent. Kinda like how Eri acts when she sees something new or interesting. He smiled when he thought about her and found a new determination come to life in his heart. This is for you, Eri. I promise I'll pass and become a hero. Izuku thought and hardened his face. He took off his hood to the back of his green hoodie. He was wearing black jogging pants and his Signa Toure red sneakers shined brightly for some reason. His eyes were glowing an emerald color and turned to an electric green. He looked around and saw that same beautiful girl from before. She was trying to comfort herself with deep breaths and patting her chest softly. She was nervous. Izuku could see that on her face as she had her eyes closed. Izuku tried to walk to her to assure her or give any word of encouragement that might help her. She did help him from falling right. But a hand placed on his shoulder stopped him from his tracks. He looked back to see who grabbed him and saw that same guy from before. The one that called him out earlier for his mumbling. Great, this guy's here as well. Izuku internally complained but kept his composure until the blue-haired guy spoke. That girl over there is trying to concentrate. Are you trying to disrupt her performance in the exams? He asked sternly, and Izuku just felt his anger boiling up from his assumption. He actually was getting a bit pissed but quickly recovered and shoved the guy's hand off his shoulder, looking at him with a glare. Aren't you doing the same to me as well? Besides, I was just going to encourage her to not be nervous since she helped me out earlier. Don't go assuming people's actions at first glance, especially when you're the one doing what you are trying to scold them for. Izuku's eyes glowed a brighter green as the guy stood back a bit. He was actually speechless to say the least. Aye, the man said as Izuku just rolled his eyes and lifted his right arm up, fixing his sleeve as wind began to build up around Izuku, swirling around him as he closed his eyes. The other examinees looked to him to see what was happening, and they saw his whole body surrounded with small gales that made his hair dance. He opened his eyes as the gates started opening. They were glowing an electric green, and when the gate made a hole big enough for Izuku to fit in, Izuku sighed and grinned, then vanishing from sight, shocking everyone else that he left behind as he ran in first. He saw 5 1-pointers, 3 2-pointers and 2 3-pointers ahead of him. He vanished again, appearing this time ahead of all of them. Suddenly, they all exploded one by one. Before Izuku vanished again, looking for more robots. He had to use 7% of full cowling to destroy them easily, since their metal wasn't really that hard to break, much to his smiling demeanor. He kept destroying each robot he came in eye contact with, continuing to intercept the nearby ones that hid in shadows or in plain sight. He just smirked. He didn't need to use Lostvein for this. A bunch of people were watching the examinees through hidden cameras put into several monitors for them to examine and review each one they saw. Doesn't this year's examinees look promising? One of the judges in a skin-tight suit and a mask said. Indeed, one had already caught my eye as well, the kid with the green hair. A man with a really rectangular-looking head said. He's destroying all the robots he makes eye contact with, he's fast and strong, reminds me of a certain someone. A man bear mouse-looking thing said as he looked to another man, revealing to be All Might in his deflated form. I actually saw him 10 months ago, he's the boy that went viral from his unofficial debut, the one who destroyed the slime villain with no effort at all, saving the blonde-haired kid that also seems to be taking this exam as well, and he is well into it too. Present Mike said with a smile and a sweat drop as Katsuki yelled a battle cry in the monitor after destroying a pile of robots. The other students started going in a little after Isuku suddenly disappeared, all pressed for time as they destroyed robots but also seeing a bunch of them already destroyed. Back to Isuku. He destroyed a good number of mock villains and recounted his score. 78, I think that's a good enough number. I'll see if anyone else needs help. Isuku thought as he began searching the area for anyone who might need help, and he saw one. He vanished to help one boy surrounded by a bunch of 2-pointers that were closing in. Isuku appeared behind him and grabbed his hand before vanishing again and appearing outside the circle of 2-pointers, and they suddenly exploded, much to the boy's surprise and shock, before Isuku waved goodbye and disappearing again, shocking the boy yet again. He appeared on top of a roof of a building, looking for anyone who might need help until he heard an explosion and the very ground started to shake violently. What the? Why is the ground shaking so much? Isuku thought, and his answer was given as he widened his eyes. A huge colossal robot appeared and started breaking down the buildings. The 0-pointer robot. Why the heck would they put such a dangerous robot at an exam? Isn't that a little too much UA? Isuku thought and jumped down to the road. Several examinees were running away from the giant 0-pointer, including the blue-haired guy as it continued wreaking havoc across the road. Isuku was about to disappear when he heard it. Ow! Someone's voice cried out in pain. He looked back and widened his eyes more than before. It was her. The nice, beautiful girl he saw a while ago, trapped under rubble, probably from the broken buildings, and her ankle possibly was broken at that point. Isuku stayed in place, too shocked from two things. 1. It was a girl that was trapped, and 2. It was the girl that was trapped, but what happened next made him finally move. The girl's eyes made contact with his, and he saw it, a plea for help. A plea that he knew all too well, and he caught a memory of Eri asking for his help that fateful day. Then he finally made his move when Isuku saw what she mouthed to him. Help me, that did it. That activated his legs to move on their own before Isuku could think, and when he did, he disappeared, before reappearing beside the girl, getting a gasp in return as he picked up the BBLE on her foot with his left and extended his right to her. She grabbed it and looked at him with a shocked expression. This boy was easily lifting a piece of concrete with ease, and that's still not what surprised her that day, no. He then picked her up bridal style, much to her yelp, and both of them vanished, reappearing somewhere far away but still close to the robot before it crushed the spot she was in, and he looked at her. She now noticed his face features. He had emerald-colored hair with hints of black in them, his cheeks painted with freckles that formed a diamond around each one, and his eyes. She could see that they were filled with concern and relief, and she found herself staring before looking away, blushing slightly as the boy put her down to rest her foot. Are you okay? The boy asked as she looked at him again, finding herself staring at his eyes before nodding slowly. Then he did the same before standing up. Where are you going? She yelled a bit as the boy looked up with a determined face. And she couldn't help but feel entranced by his face. He looked brave. Not a little while ago did she see the nervous, stuttering boy from before. This time she saw someone different now. And she felt her face heat up before looking away again. The boy looked up towards the 0-pointer and sighed. It's too dangerous to leave something like that to rampage across the streets. It will hurt others more. I'll take care of it, the boy said, before making eye contact with her, and she looked at him bewildered. Are you kidding? That robot's huge. I don't think you can. She didn't finish as she saw his face again. He smiled at her. She didn't know what or why, but her heart started to clench as she felt herself drown into the weird sensation that his eyes gave, and this time she didn't look away. Wait here. was all he said before vanishing from sight, making the girl yelp again. Izuku appeared in the middle of the zero-pointer and the other examinees, who were watching, and some of them gasped when they saw Izuku appear out of nowhere. The girl he saved was gently placed by the sidewalk, also seeing where Izuku was. Then he smiled and crouched, arms stretched out and hands closed to fists. 15% full cowling, he yelled, and a big blast of wind sprung to life, swirling around Izuku in a vortex of raging winds as others were shocked until the were pushed back from the force of the winds. The girl held on to a stop sign quickly as the winds passed her, making her almost float above the ground, but stood her ground and stared at Izuku, saying him as he showed so much power that made everyone fall back and just stared in awe. Izuku smiled and disappeared again, leaving a large crater in his leaf that caused a massive shockwave to occur and push the others back. Some fell while some tried to hold on to something. They saw that Izuku had jumped up until he was face to face with the colossal robot and held his fist back, ready to blow the robot to next week. I don't think 10% will be enough to destroy it in one hit, so I'll just hit it with 15%. Izuku thought before yelling. 15% full cowl. Devastating blow. Izuku roared out loud and launching his fist forward, making contact with the zero-pointer's face, and a big shockwave blew everyone back as a large vortex of wind pressure shot out of Izuku's fist, making the robot's face look like someone had just squished it before it exploded from the inside, destroying the rest of the robot's body parts as it got knocked back from the sheer force of Izuku's punch. Then it fell down, making a large temporary earthquake before it subsided, making everyone fall to their knees as it did. To say everyone was shocked, it really is a huge understatement. The girl Izuku saved was actually beyond shocked. Her jaw still dropped from witnessing the strength Izuku pulled. You mean to tell me, this boy, this innocent-looking green-haired boy, is capable of giving so much power? And he didn't even look fazed in the slightest too. Wait, he's falling. What? She thought and yelled internally as Izuku just started to fall down, but then he flipped in the air, feet first towards the ground. And he made contact with the concrete. Well, that's what was there, until Izuku practically created a small crater once hitting the road. And he was stretching his arms up, like that didn't hurt him at all. She just had her jaw dropped the whole time. Well, that was a good round, Izuku said, and as if right on cue, the timer rang across the battle center, signaling the practical exam was over, and Izuku disappeared again. Everyone was still flabbergasted to a degree. They didn't even hear the timer run out and all just stood there, jaws touching their feet as they looked at the battered and destroyed remains of what was the zero-pointer, not even minding Izuku disappearing. He reappeared beside the girl from before. She shrieked a bit, before Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. He wasn't nervous talking to a girl right now, let alone this particular cute girl he got mesmerized with looking at because of who knows why, thanks to the adrenaline rushing to his body at the moment. Are you okay? He asked a second time, and she just nodded, staring at his eyes for a moment. This boy was still concerned for her well-being. Then she looked down at her feet and sighed. I'm fine. I only twisted my ankle and it still hurts when I try to walk. Other than that, I'm alright, thank you. She said and looked at him again, meeting his smile, and found herself blushing before looking away. Anyways, what was that? How are you so strong? And you punched that big zero-pointer like it was nothing. That's amazing. She wasn't lying, it was really surprising for her, and she still couldn't believe he just did that. And he did it with the mindset of, it might hurt other people, he did it to help others. She couldn't help but stare in awe and wonder at him, and he chuckled, her heart leapt. It's just how my quirk works, it's complicated in a way I can't really explain. Izuku said with a smile, and she couldn't help but ask, what's your name? Izuku looked at her, still keeping that same smile that seemed to make her stomach churn. Maybe it was the aftereffect of her quirk kicking in. Yeah, that's it. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said while closing his eyes and grinning. She repositioned herself to a comfortable position. Ochako Uraraka, Ochako said with her own smile. This time she was relaxing, finally letting herself free from the leftover shock that she had. Izuku just smiled before suddenly carrying her the same way as before, and she blushed heavily, not before letting out a soft yelp. Izuku's confidence was also off the charts thanks to his adrenaline still running. Is this okay? We need to get you to a nurse to patch up that ankle. I think UA has someone that could help with it. Izuku said, and Ochako just nodded her head. She didn't know why. But his body emitted a warmth that made her want to stay there. It felt nice, but then she pushed it to the back of her head, her face a full-on red as Izuku and her disappeared from view. They arrived at what seemed to be a clinic of sorts, possibly the infirmary because it was a big room, with several beds separated by curtains covering each one, and proceeded to lay Ochako down on one. Izuku looked around to find someone who could help, but no one was there at the moment. He vanished to look into a fridge and found an ice pack. He grabbed it and closed the fridge, appearing back beside Ochako's bed. Her yelp again in reply to it, then sighed. I have to get used to that, she said, and Izuku chuckled. Placing the ice pack on her ankle, she tensed up a bit at the cold touch. Before slowly relaxing her left foot, and Izuku appeared again with a pillow, slowly lifting up her leg and placing the pillow under it before gently easing her foot back down. Now her foot can relax properly. This is all I can do at the moment. We need to get someone here to treat it properly, so I'll wait here until you're all okay, Izuku said as Ochako slightly blushed at that. He was too sweet though, and she barely even knew him. And no, it's okay. You really don't have to, I'm already okay like this, Ochako said, but Izuku shook his head, vanishing again for the nth time and reappearing with a chair on his hand and proceeded to place on the floor before sitting down. You asked for help earlier, so I intend to make sure you're safe before I can do what I can. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry, so I insist. Izuku smiled again. Okay, no fair. That seemed to allow herself to let him stay. She just slowly let her head rest on the pillow and closed her eyes. So, your quirk makes things you touch lose their weight, right? Izuku asked, and honestly, Ochako was surprised. She practically opened her eyes wide open and looked at his emerald eyes. How do you know that? Ochako asked, and he just put a finger on his chin. Well, the first time we met, I was floating in the air, which I guessed was your quirk, but I didn't know at the time, until I saw you clap your hands and faintly saw a pink light. I felt my weight return before I touched the ground, so I just put 2 and 2 together, but that's just my speculation. Am I wrong? Izuku muttered to an extent, and Ochako stared at him, still wide-eyed at him, somehow figuring out her quirk when she didn't intend to let anyone find out. That's right, it's actually amazing you were able to figure it out through just one moment I used it. I mean, it could be obvious, but I dunno, Ochako said as she picked up an empty cup she saw on the side desk right the bed, holding it with 4 fingers before placing her pinky down. Hence she let go as the cup just stayed in the air, floating. My quirk is called zero gravity. It lets me turn off the gravity of anything I touch with 5 of my fingers, which have pads on them. The amount I can turn off depends on my weight limit, which is 3 tons at the moment. Going anywhere higher will make me feel nauseous and I'll sometimes lose my lunch. I can return its original gravity back to anything I touched. It also works on people as well, Ochako explained while Izuku was practically staring in awe and writing air notes. Ochako knew her quirk wasn't that fancy or anything too particular, so she was happy that someone liked her quirk and was genuinely interested in it, Izuku being the one she's talking about. Izuku stopped his muttering and rubbed his head before extending his arm forward, right over Ochako's legs as she stared at him, wondering what he was doing until he closed his eyes. Sacred treasure, lost vein, Izuku chanted, and a swirl of wind blasted around the room. Ochako covered her eyes with her arms until the wind subsided, and she gasped with wide eyes when she saw Izuku holding lost vein on his hand, and he slowly opened his eyes and smiled at her. My quirk is called lost vein. It's the name of the blade that I'm holding. Remember when I said my quirk is complicated? Well, here's why. It allows me to summon the blade itself, but nobody will be able to wield it or use lost vein's powers because it's imprinted in my soul, therefore I am the only one who can use it. Lost vein grants me a myriad of abilities to use, such as the increase in strength you saw earlier and my inhuman speed, of course in return. Lost vein uses my stamina as fuel for my abilities, so I get tired if I use it too much, Izuku explained as Ochako listened while marveling at the shiny blade in Izuku's hand. She was really surprised Izuku had a really interesting quirk. She had never seen anything like it, that's for sure. Yeah, same reaction here. She looked At it for a while until looking back at Izuku. It's such a cool quirk, it's the quirk that helped you save me. I really never got to thank you now that I mention it, so thanks for saving me. Ochako smiled as Izuku blushed a little when she did, his adrenaline finally starting to fade away. Why, you're welcome, Izuku said, his stuttering almost coming back, before hearing a voice. Well, you too, I'm surprised to see anyone here already. The others already started heading home. Izuku and Ochako both yelped as they heard it, looking to the source of the voice and finding a small, old lady wearing what appears to be a hero costume in pinkish colors. She looked like a veteran until Izuku recognized who she was, thanks to the suit. Our recovery girl. The recovery girl, Izuku said, mouth shlee. Ghtly agape in as recovery girl chuckled lightly. Oh ho. You actually know who I am, kid. I'm actually surprised you can still recognize me despite my age. Recovery girl said with a smile as she moved closer to Izuku and Ochako. Oh right. She has a twisted ankle that might be close to breaking. I applied an ice pack on her to help her ease through the pain. Izuku said as recovery girl smiled. Well, I'm surprised that you stayed with her. You could have gone home after placing her here, you know. Recovery girl grinned as Izuku blushed slightly and Ochako did the same, only a little lighter than Izuku's. I just didn't want to leave her alone. I had to make sure she was alright before I left. Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment before throwing his right arm out, making Lost Vein disappear fully with a small gale. Ochako just blushed even more at what Izuku said, then slowly fading as she yelped when recovery girl kissed her ankle and she yelped in reply. There, since it's just twisted. I didn't use much of your stamina, so you'll be able to walk home from here, dear. Recovery girl said as Ochako's ankle started to fix itself with a sea green glow and her foot went back into place. She tried rotating her foot, which it did with no pain, and she sighed loudly. Thank you, Ochako said as Izuku smiled. Recovery girl then sighed and pointed to the door with her walking stick. Now go, you two lovebirds. The school's practically already empty of examinees and you two might be the only ones left here. Recovery girl grinned as both Izuku and Ochako blushed on a full red, both having the same thought. LL lovebirds. Izuku and Ochako finally left the school grounds, them being in an awkward silence the whole time until Izuku spoke. So Uraraka. What will you be doing? Izuku asked and Ochako looked at him nervously before looking down and sighing. I don't know. I might go back to my apartment and cook early dinner before going to bed. It is getting late after all. Ochako said with a slight frown. She didn't know why she did. She was okay with living alone in her simple apartment, but it got lonely over time and she sometimes shed her parents were with her or to have someone to at least talk to. Izuku didn't know why he said what he said next. Maybe it was the leftover adrenaline still kicking in, maybe after seeing her frown. He didn't know. If you want, I could invite you to eat at my place. I'll be cooking tonight, so I could maybe treat you. Izuku said bashfully, and Ochako's eyes widened to a degree, somehow. Izuku answered her thoughts and she blushed madly, looking away to hide it. Did he just invite me to come over his house? Ochako gulped and Izuku quickly realized what he said and started bowing furiously at her, also blushing a mad mess. I'm sorry. I don't want to force you to do something you don't want to do, and I just said that because I thought you lived alone and well. Sure. Izuku froze. Izuku was confused at what she said. Did he hear her right? He looked at her. She was looking away, her hand on her face with the pinky fingers lifted up, and Ochako whispered this time. I'd like that very much. Izuku wished he would have fainted on the spot right there. The guy just freaking invited a girl to his home. He even said it casually without stuttering too much too. Man, adrenaline was a scary thing. Izuku looked to Ochako again. They made eye contact this time and both just stared into each other's eyes, lost in their own little worlds of whatever they may be thinking at that moment. His green emerald eyes looking at her chocolate brown eyes, they were trapped in a trance as multiple emotions wildly showed on their eyes. It ended as they both looked away, feeling their faces heat up to a high point that anyone could have seen. Smoke coming out of the top of their heads. Izuku then broke the silence again. I'm going to make a call, you Uraraka. Give me a minute. Izuku said as Ochako then nodded with a sound and they both walked towards a bench. They just realized they arrived at the terminal, waiting for their train to stop. Well, Izuku's train to stop. Izuku pulled out the phone from his pocket and turned it on. He saw the first 2 notifications on screen. 2 missed calls from Kachan. 5 unread texts from Explosion King. Izuku just sighed. He only got those from Katsuki and turned his phone, going to his contact list and calling Katsuki as he put the phone to his right ear, waiting as the ringing continued until he heard the other line pick up. Hey Kachan. Izuku started. Where the hell have you been, Deku? I looked all around the school and couldn't find you. My feet feel like shit from that thanks to you. Katsuki yelled from the other line. Izuku just sighed. Yes, sorry about that, I was a little preoccupied at that moment. We were at the infirmary earlier, we're at the terminal right now, waiting for the next train back home. Izuku said. Hold your ass, did you say, we? Izuku flinched. Oh right, remember that girl we saw the first time? The one that helped me when I almost fell. Izuku said. Wait, you're with round face right now. The hell's that about? Katsuki asked. Izuku just stared off into space before returning back to the conversation. Her name's Ochako Uraraka, I saved her Fr. Owned the 0-pointer earlier before punching it and taking it out of commission. She twisted her ankle a while back, so that will explain as to why we were at the infirmary. Izuku said. Round FA. CE is easier to remember, wait a damn second. Did you fucking say you punched the 0-pointer? Katsuki yelled again. This time Izuku put the phone a little farther away to avoid his ears from ringing but close enough to still hear him. Oh yeah, I did. It would have caused a lot of casualties to other examinees if I didn't take care of it, so I took it out. He heard a thump on the other line. Fucking, that's bullshit, Deku. Are you sure you weren't pissed or something? I understand the damn saving others crap you pulled, but did you seriously do it? Katsuki calmed down a bit as Izuku sighed. No, I wasn't. And yes, I did. The 0-pointer was huge, so I had to go over my usual percentage, so I went for 15% on it, but I should have went a bit lower because the whole thing exploded from the inside. So I sort of miscalculated. Izuku stated and Katsuki just sighed over his side. That high. Holy shit, you used too much. Katsuki said and Izuku just nodded, even if he couldn't see it. Yeah, I kind of went loose on the increase. That was my fault. I could have finished it with 12% maybe. But I haven't tested how strong it was, so that's probably the reason why I didn't use it. Izuku just said with a sigh of his own and heard Katsuki smirk. So, how many kills, Deku? Katsuki asked and Izuku smiled. Last time I checked, I think it was 78. I lost count after helping others with their robots. Izuku asked and heard Katsuki smirked. Again, are you sure you didn't just steal their damn kills? Izuku could have sworn he heard Katsuki grinning, if that makes any sense. What? No, of course not. There was one who was surrounded by a bunch of them and he couldn't do anything. Izuku explained and heard Katsuki sigh. I was right, true hero huh. Well whatever, I think I can say I damn won this time. Katsuki said and Izuku rolled his eyes at that. How many points did you get? Izuku really can hear him grinning like a maniac. 92. Was the simple answer Izuku got and he widened his eyes, mouth agape. 92. Izuku knew Katsuki was strong and fast, his explosions were good for that type of test, but getting almost a 100. Yeah, Izuku really admired the guy. You know, I can most imagine you going wild on every single robot that you saw. Izuku chuckled a bit as he heard Katsuki smirk. You can't fucking believe I did. To think they would have given me a better challenge than those weak-ass 3-pointers. Izuku just sighed. Katsuki was just being Katsuki. Kachan, you know you could have tried taking out the 0-pointer if you wanted to. Izuku wasn't lying. Katsuki's explo scions have gotten stronger over the years, and the 10 months of training both of them had increased them to a degree greater than the 5 years of training he probably had done during the camp Katsuki went to. Nah, the damn thing was too far away. I was busy enjoying myself with the small fry, so it never crossed my mind. Katsuki said and Izuku smiled. Yup, that sounded a lot like Katsuki. Well, I probably should get going, Kachan. I still have Uraraka here with me, so I'll see you around. Izuku said but then put the phone away from his ear. Katsuki wasn't yelling, no, it was an all too familiar voice at the Bakugo household. Katsuki Bakugo, get your damn ass off your bed and start eating. Izuku really should be careful of the volume on his phone during calls with Katsuki, they usually ended with, damn it, I know you old hag. Shut up and give me a second. Katsuki said and Izuku's sweat dropped. Katsuki and Mitsuki's mother and son relationship was unique in a way. Izuku knew they always acted like this. It's just something he had to see while growing up with Katsuki. Of course, the yelling and swearing didn't start until Katsuki turned 9, and it stayed like that up until now. Izuku just shook his head in amusement at their antics. Listen Deku. I'll get going, the old hag might break down my door again if I don't head down. I'll talk tomorrow. Izuku just nodded even if he couldn't see it. But he could see Katsuki nod in reply. It was a weird exchange. Wait, did Katsuki just say Mitsuki might break down his door again? Izuku's sweat dropped again, maybe it was getting out of hand a bit. He just shook of the thought. Yeah, sure, I'll talk to you tomorrow, see you Kachan. Izuku said and heard Katsuki smirk. Yeah, enjoy your date, Deku. Izuku heard him laugh a little before Katsuki hung up. And Izuku was left blushing a really dark red, his hand was slightly wobbling too much for comfort. Date. Izuku almost fainted again and took a glance at Uraraka, who was just looking the other way. Her right leg was bouncing up and down and she was smiling, just enjoying her time and Izuku found himself staring again at her face. It looked peaceful, before he turned away. His blush returning full force. Ochako was having an internal struggle. She didn't mean to eavesdrop on the conversation Izuku had with, she heard was a friend named Kachan. Must have been a nickname. It sounded like a boy so she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Why did she feel relief all of a sudden? She was just confused and ignored it for a bit. It was hard keeping a straight face while thinking all these thoughts that were racing in her mind right now. These two were talking about the exam from what she heard from Izuku and she could have sworn she heard yelling from the other line. They were talking about how Izuku handled the 0-pointer, and Izuku just said it casually. Too casually. It's like it was an everyday thing for him and he considered it normal. And did he say he only used 15% on it? Just how much was he holding back on the colossal robot? Izuku even said that he could have gone 12% and still finished him off. He was talking about it like it was normal for something like that to happen. He was too carefree. This finally caused Ochako to look at Izuku. His head was turned away, his hands were on the bench, tapping in a constant beat. Izuku's legs were put together. Then she realized she was staring at him before turning away herself, blushing slightly. She heard Izuku stand up but didn't look as to why. She was too busy trying to stop her face from heating up. Why am I feeling this way? I'm just alone with a kind and cute interesting boy that just happened to be the one who saved me when no one else would. Yeah, nothing too strange there, right? Ochako just nervously laughed out loud, until she heard Izuku sit back down again. Uraraka, you okay? Izuku said and Ochako yelped a little too loudly and blushed slightly again. Why yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Ochako wasn't fine, she was far from it actually. Here, I just bought you a drink since we'll probably be here for a little longer. Izuku said while offering a grape soda to her and Ochako flinched, that seemed to break her out of her thoughts and look at the cold drink Izuku was holding, then at Izuku. She started panicking a bit. Wait. Why did you buy for me? I could have bought my own, and you just used up your allowance. I'm sorry I should have told you not to. Ochako was internally screaming and she panicked on the outside. Izuku just sighed and set his own drink down while rubbing the back of his head. No, it's alright. Why you just looked thirsty and I wanted to help you out. Izuku nervously laughed while still offering the drink to her. Ochako was thirsty to be honest, as if this boy couldn't get any more sweeter. He was too kind for his own good, and come on. They just met a few hours ago. But something about Izuku just made her comfortable. The feeling was hard to describe, but she felt like it was okay to be with him, even if they weren't friends yet, were they? That seemed to do the trick and made Ochako decide to accept the drink. It was cold. Thank you, DEKU. Ochako said as she opened it, but heard Izuku choke a bit before coughing and she looked at him confused, until she realized crap. Did she let that slip out? She started to wave her hands in apology and Izuku stopped coughing. And no, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting to hear that name from you, is all. Izuku said too. Try and reassure her and she sighed in relief. Sorry, I don't know why that slipped out. That really reminds me, why did that blonde hair boy call you, DEKU? She would be lying if she said she wasn't curious. Izuku just rubbed the back of his head while drinking before speaking. It's just a nickname Kachan gave me, it means you useless Izuku, but don't get me wrong. I've grown used to it. By now and it kind of doesn't really hurt me anymore. Izuku said with another nervous laugh, he really didn't know the intention of Katsuki calling him DEKU, at least, Izuku thought there was, but never asked Katsuki about it. Ochako just frowned that someone would call Izuku useless, the boy was her damn savior for crying out loud. Then she got an idea and smiled. You know, DEKU doesn't sound like useless when I hear it. Ochako said and Izuku flinched and looked at her, again staring into her eyes, this time, he didn't look away. It doesn't. Izuku asked and she nodded, keeping up. That same smile Izuku became mesmerized with for some reason, he just couldn't tell why. It kinda sounds more like, I can do it. You know. It has a nice ring to it, at least I think so. Izuku was touched. He never thought of his nickname that way, it was always in the context of useless, that he never thought it could mean anything else, he definitely didn't think that it could mean, I can do it. He didn't know why. But when she said that, backed up with her smile, he smiled in return. It was contagious. Really? I mean, thank you. He said that last part quietly, but Ochako he did all too clearly and smiled even wider, seeing him smile as well. She liked it. Wait, what? Ochako turned a little red before looking at a passing train, trying to subdue her heating face again. If you really think my name means that, then DEKU it is. Izuku stuttered before turning his head away in embarrassment while Ochako widened her eyes and looked at Izuku, who was doing the opposite and she blushed slightly. They sat in an awkward silence, it was too awkward for anyone's taste, the small bench did nothing to break it either, their legs were almost touching and they both had red faces. Albeit Ochako's was a little brighter than Izuku's. The silence finally broke when Izuku's train arrived and Izuku stood up, looking at Ochako and they made eye contact as she lifted her head up. That's my train. We should get going. I haven't cooked anything yet at the house so yeah. Izuku said rubbing the back of his head and Ochako stood up, grabbing her own backpack and no. Ding slowly before they both entered the train. The train ride was even more awkward, the seats were in twos. They were both silent the whole ride. Izuku and Ochako were walking, they already hopped off the train a few minutes ago. Izuku leading the way with Ochako beside him, it was still silent until Izuku stopped and she looked at him confused again. It's going to take a while before we get to my house. So we'll be taking a shortcut, if that's alright with you. Izuku stuttered and Ochako almost raised an eyebrow before she just nodded. Oh okay, then just brace yourself. Izuku was struggling to do what he wanted to do, with Ochako even more confused. Brace yourself. For what? She got her answer when Izuku put a hand on her shoulder and they vanished. They reappeared in front of Izuku's front door and she slightly yelped when they did. Oh, that's why. I really have to get used to that, don't I? Ochako said and Izuku just chuckled, she felt her chest flip. If I'm ever doing it again. It really depends if you want to do it. Izuku said and Ochako just giggled. This time Izuku's stomach clenched, it was the first time he heard her laugh, it was a cute giggle. DEKU, you really stutter a lot don't you? Ochako said and Izuku turned full red in embarrassment. I'm sorry. It just happens when I talk to a cute girl I mean. A girl, yeah, that's, UGHHH. Izuku covered his face. He was heating up and internally kicking himself, why did he say that out loud? Now she's going to think he's weird for saying it. Ochako was no different, her face was as red as a tomato. Smoke coming out of her head but miraculously didn't faint on the spot. Did he say I was cc cute? Ochako felt her face heating up even more as Izuku kept apologizing so much. Ochako didn't hear him though. A few minutes passed before everything calmed down, albeit with Ochako and Izuku's faces still beet red, but Izuku was finally capable of speaking again. Well then, SSS shall we? They were both a mess right now, and Izuku's stuttering was still going on full force and Ochako, slowly nodding her head in reply, allowed Izuku to grab the knob of his house. Finally after that whole episode and turned it, not before gulping first. I'm home. Izuku raised his voice a little too high there. Papa. Ochako froze when she heard that. She slowly looked to Izuku and found him smiling. His blush fading and Ochako heard running footsteps. She looked to the source and found what could be described as the purest and most adorable child she had ever seen in her whole life. Ochako saw Izuku run to her and grabbed the little white-haired girl's hips, hoisted her into the air as the girl giggled and smiled, while Izuku proceeded to spin her around with his own smile. They were really happy. Eri, how are you? Were you very good today? Izuku said as he slowed down and Eri nodded wildly in reply. I helped Grandma set the table. She gave me an apple as a prize. Eri said enthusiastically as Izuku then placed her on the floor. Again, kissing her forehead as she giggled again. That's great. I'm proud of you, but you look way too happy for just that. Did something good happen? Izuku asked with a finger on his chin as Eri then smiled really widely. Yup, Papa's here now. So how did the exam go? Did you pass it? Were you and Uncle Katsu together? Eri shot a lot of questions and Izuku chuckled at it. She was really hyper today. The exam went great. I was able to punch a big robot away and saved someone. Izuku didn't finish. As Eri yelped and hugged him suddenly, he was confused. Eri, you alright? Izuku asked as Eri dug her face deeper to his chest, hugging him tighter than before. Papa, who's that behind you? Oh, crap. He forgot that Ochako was here and looked back, to see her frozen in place, her eyes wide open. He thought her brain shut down until he saw her blink and sighed in relief. Oh right. Eri, this is Ochako Uraraka. She's the one I saved earlier. Izuku said as Eri took a peek from her hiding spot and looked to see her. Ochako's brown eyes meeting Eri's red ones, she slightly hid her face a bit. Only showing one eye now as Ochako snapped out of her trance, closed the door and bent down beside Izuku. She was speechless before, but found herself again to speak. Hi there, your name's Eri right? Ochako asked and Eri hid once again in his chest, Izuku patting her head softly before stroking it and looking at Ochako. Sorry, she's a bit shy around new people she doesn't know. Eri, Izuku said as he looked back to Eri, who lifted her head to look at his eyes. She was slightly scared so Izuku just continued stroking her hair. It's okay, she won't hurt you, I promise you. Izuku said as Eri slowly leaned back a bit to stand next in front of Izuku, hands still gripping Izuku's hoodie. Promise? Eri asked, still a bit nervously until Izuku nodded his head once. Promise. Uraraka's a kind girl. She saved me from falling on my face a while ago, so you can trust her. Izuku said as Eri stared at him for a while until she nervously nodded her head. Ochako was really touched. Why did Izuku trust her already? They barely even met and he just told she gulped, daughter. She felt a pain in her chest and it hurt slightly but didn't let it show on her face and just continued to smile. Anyways. He just told Eri that she could trust her. It really made her heart fill with joy and sadness. It was a complicated thing to feel and she didn't know what it was. She saw Eri slowly walk to her as she looked away for a bit, fiddling with her fingers before looking at Ochako again. My name's Eri. It's nice to meet you, Chako. Ochako's heart leapt too high for comfort. It was adorable. And too cute for her own good when she heard the nickname Eri gave her and she found herself smiling even widely than before. Nice to meet you too, Eri. Ochako said as Eri slowly nodded before ing back towards Izuku and he just chuckled lightly. See, you don't have to be scared of her, Eri. Izuku said as he felt Eri nod and he stood up, carrying Eri in his arms as he proceeded to remove his shoes and throw them to the side. Ochako following suit as she stood up and did the same, only removing them properly and placing them gently to the side. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you about Eri. I'll explain everything later. For now though, just make yourself at home. Izuku said as Ochako nodded. She was beyond confused, but her brain was working again, so that's a plus side. They arrived at the living room and Inko gasped as loudly as she could, which made Ochako yelp a bit as Izuku sighed and looked at his mom. "Mom, this is Ochako Uraraka. I invited her over to stay for dinner after the exams," Izuku said as Inko still had her mouth wide open and her eyes were wide, before she recovered. "Oh my gosh, my baby boy has a girlfriend," Inko said, and Izuku never blushed faster in all of his life. Same could be said for Ochako as her face turned tomato red. Mom. Izuku panicked with Eri in his arms. I it's not like that. We're just friends." Ochako did the same. Why yeah, we're just friends mom. What made you think that?" Izuku shouted a little too much and Eri looked at both of them. "Papa, why do you and Chako look like apples?" Eri asked, and Izuku and Chako widened their eyes at the same time, realizing what that meant. "And no reason." They both yelled too loudly in panic as Inko then almost fainted at the sight. Her Izuku had a friend, and it was a girl too. She was already thinking many things in her mind of what happened, or why Izuku hadn't mentioned anything about Ochako. So she just chuckled, putting Izuku and Ochako's attention towards her as Eri still looked confused. Just being the little innocent girl she was. "Why don't you both eat? I'm sure both of you are hungry after doing those exams." "Izuku, I'm sorry I had to cook dinner. I know you were supposed to cook but you came home late," Inko said, purposely ignoring that she somehow unintentionally teased his son and his friend. They just nodded in reply as they walked over to the table. Their faces finally losing their tomato color but still slightly red, they finally calmed down though as Ochako sat opposite of the table, Inko in the middle and Izuku and Eri sitting beside each other opposite of Ochako and started to eat. The dinner was quiet for a while until Inko asked what happened. He then explained everything to how he and Ochako met the first time, how he saved her from the zero-pointer, and how he helped her recover her ankle until recovery girl came and healed it, then explained from then on about them going home together. He blushed again remembering what he did, and much to Izuku's mercy. Ochako also blushed when he explained it, but cut in with some parts on her side of the story and Inko listened attentively, with Eri also in awe of what Izuku said earlier up until the point of Ochako and him walking home, which she just continued to eat while they talked about it. After finishing their dinner, much to Ochako's delight at the wonderful cooking of Inko's, Izuku and Ochako sat down on the couch, with Eri sitting on Izuku's lap as Izuku began to explain about him and Eri. Ochako was listening carefully to everything he said and was honestly shocked the whole time. Her eyes widened on numerous points of the story, like when Izuku saved Eri's side of the story of being tortured and abused. Izuku whispered those parts of the story to Ochako, for Eri not to hear of course. Ochako also found herself clenching her fists at the story. She was also mad when she heard about what Overhaul did to this young, cute and innocent girl and notice. Izuku scowling his name with venom and hatred, but quickly released his anger and continued telling the tale. After the sad parts, it changed to the happy memories of Eri's now blessed life, and Ochako couldn't help and smile at it. She even widened her eyes as Eri joined in, telling her how she loved living with Izuku and Inko. She could tell she was happy here. This also changed Ochako's view on Izuku. He was really a kind-hearted soul by helping Eri, even going as far as to help her any way he could. She practically started admiring him from there. She even thought back to the moment at the zero-pointer, where he was the only one who helped her out of everyone who saw Ochako but kept running away. She was thankful and glad that it was Izuku that saved her. There was just something about Izuku that made him so interesting to her. He looked simple for other people, but to Ochako, Izuku looked very, in a way, amazing. She always gazed at him on random while he talked about Eri. King said girl's hair with his hand as he talked, and seeing Eri happy with him, made her all the more stare completely until she met his eyes. His eyes were the best part about him. She couldn't explain why, but whenever she looked at them, she found it hard to look away at times. They had this feeling, this fire in them that she could only tell was passion and determination. She saw that same fire earlier, back at the practical exam where he looked to the colossal robot with the same look as before. She felt like she was safe. It somehow made her feel like she wanted to gaze closer into them. She felt safe and it made her look at Izuku with, well, awe. It made her heart leap whenever she remembered his face. His smile made her stomach churn the same way and he was showing it again next to her. He had that same determined expression on as he told Ochako his promise to Eri and she just smiled. She saw that Izuku also did this for Eri and she could see that he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Izuku and Ochako then talked about their lives, after Eri left them alone to ask Inko for something, and to be perfectly honest, they hit it off quite well and got along pretty quickly. Ochako mentioned about her situation to him. About her parents' financial problems and why it was the reason she wanted to become a hero, to help her parents take it easy. Izuku just smiled at that. It was a great thing for her to do and it was admirable. Ochako didn't know why she said that, but there was something about Izuku that made her comfortable in a way. It was easy to talk to him and all the while. He didn't laugh at her reason to becoming a hero. He even said it was admirable and she felt her heart clench at that. It was touching to her and she found herself smiling. She always thought it wasn't something to be proud of. That it wasn't exactly hero material, but Izuku proved her otherwise and he said one thing that Ochako would remember for the rest of her life. Little did she know. It drastically changed how she viewed Izuku yet again. I think you'll become a great hero. No, I know you will. Izuku said with a smile of his own, making eye contact with her and Ochako stared at them again. They were really mesmerizing and she felt tears dripping from her eyes and proceeded to hug Izuku. She almost cried but held it in and smiled instead. Izuku was surprised at first, albeit with a little blush on his face. He was hugging a girl. Well, Ochako was hugging Izuku, but it was different from when he hugs Eri, that much he could tell, so he hugged back in return and smiled as well. Ochako then sniffed and wiped her tears, looking at Izuku as she leaned back, still having the same smile on her face. Thank you, Deku. Ochako said and Izuku couldn't help but look at her eyes and be caught in them. The smile made it even better. When Ochako says, Deku, it feels different for Izuku than when Katsuki says it. Maybe it's because Ochako changed the meaning of it, which he was thankful for, and he smiled. Her happiness was practically contagious. You're welcome, Uraraka. The minutes turned to hours as Izuku and Ochako talked more, until it was really getting late and it was time for Ochako to head home. Izuku tucked Eri to bed. She fell asleep half an hour ago on Izuku's lap, then giving her a good night's kiss before closing the door, heading towards the front door of their house to find Ochako putting her shoes on and smiling as she saw Izuku, him doing so in return. They both went outside. The evening breeze was brushing Ochako's hair as she looked toward the bright full moon and Izuku found the sight entrancing. She was really beautiful. The background did no less to improve the view he was having and quickly stopped himself from staring before she noticed him looking away. Blushing a little red as she caught him staring and she also blushed as well. So, I guess you're going now. Izuku was lying if he said he wanted her to go, because he didn't. He found his conversations with Ochako enjoyable. She actually felt the same. Why yeah, Ochako also didn't want to leave and frowned a bit before her face brightened up and she smiled. I know. Let's exchange contacts. That way we can talk to each other even when I'm away. Ochako said with a beaming smile and Izuku was surprised, then it turned to shock when he realized she wanted his phone number. Are you sure? I don't want to be a bother to you. Izuku said, still unsure and internally panicking. A girl just asked for his number. What did you expect his reaction was going to be? You aren't, silly. Ochako said before blushing again. I really enjoyed this night. To be honest, it really gets lonely sometimes at my place, so thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Ochako said while brushing a stray hair to the back of her ear, looking down slightly as she did, before lifting her eyes to meet Izuku's as he stood there frozen, before smiling softly and he felt his heart beating faster. No problem, I enjoyed the night as well and I'm glad you did too. Do you want me to take you to the terminal? He asked while blushing and she blushed as well. Her heart rate also picking up the pace. Sure. Besides, it's much faster if you take me there. So yeah, you can. She was slightly nervous. Deep down, she didn't want to leave yet, so this is like a way to prolong the inevitable departure. Oh okay then. Hang on, Uraraka. Izuku gulped before what he did next. He connected his hand to hers and she yelped at the sudden contact. His hands felt rough but comfortable. She felt her heart beat even faster as she looked at it. His fingers closed and as her fingers were still in the air before she slowly closed all four, her pinky finger are left in the air to avoid activating her quirk, and he smiled nervously before they vanished again. They appeared at the terminal, where the trains were still running down the rails, and Ochako yelped a bit, but not as much as before. They looked at each other, hands still connected before blushing deeper and letting their hands go, looking away from each other. Izuku thought back to when he held Ochako's hand. It was soft to the touch. And it really made his heart clench as he did. The feeling made him want to hold it again but punched himself internally. No. What the heck are you doing, brain? I don't want her to think I'm weird right after I just became her friend. Izuku thought as he looked back to Ochako, who also did at the same time, and their eyes met. Before another moment could spring back to life, Izuku remembered something. Oh right, I forgot to give you my phone number. Izuku said as he pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned it on. Oh yeah, must have slipped my mind earlier. Hee. Ochako chuckled slightly as she grabbed her phone as well, pinky lifted up and they exchanged contacts. Ochako looked at Izuku's number with a smile and proceeded to type his name on her contact list. DEKU. Izuku looked to his phone with a wobbly smile before it turned into a genuine one. I just gave my number to a girl. And she also gave me hers. Izuku thought as he looked Ochako's phone number and typed her name down. Uraraka. Izuku lifted his head to look at Ochako, her also doing the same as their eyes met yet again for the umpteenth time today and just stared for a full minute until Ochako looked away to find her train stop and frowned a little before looking back at Izuku, also seeing him frown a bit before he smiled again. Well, Uraraka. I guess this is your train. Izuku said with a hint of sadness in his voice. Ochako could tell and she also felt the same. Why yeah, it is. Ochako really didn't want to go, as much as she wanted to deny it. Don't worry though. I'll text you tonight before I go to bed, is that okay with you? Izuku said and saw Ochako's face light up with her contagious smile, the one making Izuku's heart flip a lot. Yeah, I'll reply as soon as I get home. Ochako said and Izuku smiled in return, nodding in reply. Well, I'll see you around, Uraraka. Izuku said as Ochako looked to see her train with the doors open, but before she walked to it, she quickly hugged Izuku, to which was shocked at by the sudden gesture. I'll see you around too, DEKU. She said as she tightened the hug and Izuku smiled, finally lifting his arms and hugging her. They stayed like that for a little while, the two not wanting to break the hug, until Ochako broke it and ran to the inside of her train and waved goodbye with a smile. Izuku also waved his hand in return and smiled too until the doors closed, the train finally moving away as Ochako looked out the window, seeing him smile once more before he vanished, and she sighed. Still having the same smile on her face. Izuku reappeared in his front door, also still smiling as well. He really enjoyed his time with Ochako. He had to admit, it was fun while it lasted. He looked at his hand. The one he used to hold Ochako's hand earlier and blushed slightly. He sighed, already missing the feeling she permanently placed on his head, and proceeded to reach for the knob, although stopping once he heard someone. She, already going for the ladies now, aren't you, little Iku? Izuku heard and blushed a deep red, looking over to find Meliodas standing by the balcony with a grin on his face. Meliodas. Why, you saw that? Izuku yelled a bit and Meliodas just smirked. Every single moment, Meliodas said as he chopped a hand on Izuku's head on every word he said. Izuku rubbing his head after in pain, and Meliodas grinned again. She's a good pick though. You have good taste, Izuku. I mean, did you see her rack? That's a solid. Good night, Meliodas. Izuku FACE was full on red as he shut the door and proceeded to lock it very quickly and ran back to his room. Meliodas just snickered and looked towards the night sky, stars shining a little brighter and the full moon raining down light towards Meliodas' face. He placed his hands to the back of his head, just watching the starry night, and just smiled. I vouch for them. Make sure you keep her safe, little Iku. She. Meliodas snickered before his lips straightened and his expression changed to a serious look. Although there was something about that girl Izuku met that intrigued me, and I can't put my finger on what it was. I'll keep an eye on her for now. Maybe, just maybe, Meliodas thought before snapping his fingers and vanishing from sight. Izuku slammed the room to his door shut, as still a blushing a full mess as he leaned at the door, before flinching when he suddenly heard Eri groan a bit as she slightly changed her position in bed, and he sighed, relieved that she didn't wake up from that and stood up. His blush finally subsided as he laid down beside Eri, fixing the blanket over her as she smiled in her sleep, to which he smiled at and stroked her hair once before facing the ceiling. He reached for his pocket, pulling his phone out and turned it on. 9:39 p.m., Uraraka must be home by now. Izuku thought as he unlocked it and went to his contacts, staring a bit at He number of Ochako before pressing it and typing a message. Hey Uraraka, you came home safely. He waited until a reply came. Yup. Thanks for the ride to the terminal. Izuku smiled and typed again. Good. And it was no problem at all, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku waited and another message came. Thanks DEKU, I really did enjoy tonight's dinner. Your mom's cooking is delicious. Izuku chuckled a bit. You have no idea, ha 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 ha. I wish I could have ate what you cooked though. Izuku blushed a bit at that. Believe me, you would prefer my mom's over mine. Not true. You can't prove that unless I tasted it myself. Izuku snickered and smiled. It was really nice talking to Uraraka, even on the phone. Ha ha ha, you've been warned. Ha ha ha, so how's Eri? She's sleeping soundly. She's really adorable though. I really wanted to hug her a while ago. Izuku laughed a little before looking at Eri, still sleeping peacefully, and he smiled, before going back to the screen. She's still a little shy. But I could see she's starting to like you. Really? Of course. Trust me, I would know, she wasn't hiding from you anymore when we were talking earlier. She act. Ally gave you a nickname earlier than usual, while it took Kachan 3 days before Eri gave his. Oh right, I absolutely love the nickname. Say DEKU, I was wondering, who is Kachan? Oh yeah, remember the blonde-haired kid I was with from when you saved me from falling? That was him. Yeah, that's him. He's been my best friend ever since we were kids. Whoa, he looked a bit scary looking to me. Ha 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 ha, yeah. He kind of gives a bad vibe at first glance, but he's really a good guy, just has a slight inferior complex. Seriously. So he hates everyone in general. Not everyone. Me and Kachan were treated as outcasts when we were younger. What? Why? Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled. Promise not to laugh. DEKU, I would never laugh at you in a bad way. Izuku smiled, then breathed in deeply again. Here goes nothing, Izuku thought. I was a late bloomer. Many of the kids at our school were always picking on me because they thought I was quirkless. There was a slight pause. Izuku was getting worried until he saw a reply. That's horrible, why would they do that? Izuku sighed deeply. He was relieved but a bit surprised that Ochako was still talking to him after he said that. Izuku was really happy that Ochako was his friend and didn't want to lose that just because he told her his past. They think quirkless people have no place in a world filled with quirks. I was discriminated against, bullied, even abused. It wasn't a happy childhood for me, the same could be said for Kachan. They all treated him as a villain, because his quirk seemed dangerous. Kachan and I just stuck together since everyone else pushed us away, so we kind of got closer during all the passing years, but it always frustrated me before. I was always trying to stay strong, for my mom, for Kachan, and for my dream to be a hero, but it was hard, really hard for me. DEKU. It's alright. That's all in the past now, and I'm glad that Kachan was my friend, but you're my first friend. I'm really happy that you are, and I was worried that once I told you this, you would also push me away. But you didn't, and I'm just, thank you, Uraraka. Ochako covered her mouth and slightly gasped as she read that. She felt her tears threatening to come out. She was touched by Izuku's words and she felt her heart rate increase. She didn't think that Izuku, a kind, gentle, brave, determined and passionate boy would be treated like this all his life. Ochako really had no idea. She then started to cry, one because of what Izuku revealed and two, he told her she was his friend. His first friend, and that he was happy that she was. Ochako's tears kept falling. She would never dare push Izuku away just because of this. She wouldn't for anything in the world. Ochako didn't know why. But Izuku just became someone she could trust fully now. This made it all the more sure for her and was thankful too. Ever since she left her hometown, to live closer to UA, she didn't make any friends, she didn't know anybody at all, and it was lonely, she was lonely. But then, Izuku came into her life and they became quick friends. She didn't think she could be friends with anybody. But Izuku proved her wrong. She just started to smile, tears still falling down her cheeks, and she began to type her emotions away. Deku, thank you too. I really am grateful that you are my friend as well. To be honest, I was lonely, living in an apartment with just yourself and no one else. It made me turn homesick right away. I didn't know anybody and always felt alone. So I can say that you are also my first friend. Well, from here anyways, hee. Izuku widened his eyes. He knew that Ochako had a hard life with her parents and she was living a financial struggle during her childhood. But to think she kept it all to herself, now revealing her emotions to Izuku, he too felt tears coming out, happy that Ochako trusted him as much as he trusted her. He smiled, typing out a message. Uraraka. I really hope you pass UA. You worked hard to get here, you always felt the need to help your parents and it inspired me to also do my best more from now on. You showed me, proved to me that even though you had a hard life, you can still come back up and run towards your dream, and it somehow even relates to me as well. I almost gave up one time, that's when my quirk manifested. If it hadn't, I don't even know if I'll ever even meet you. You are amazing, Uraraka, nobody else can tell me otherwise. Ochako read it and cried even louder, her sobs and gasps filling her room as she laid down on her bed. She gripped the covers of her bed tightly and she cried even more. Izuku was too sweet, and that message proved it even more. She kept it for a minutes before her cries finally subsiding to quiet sobs. She grabbed a nearby tissue box and blew her nose, then typing another message to Izuku, with one of the biggest smiles she ever made in her life. Deku, that's really sweet of you, honest. You were also an inspiration to me. Actually, you are an inspiration to me. When you saved me during the exam, you were the only one that came to my rescue. You were the only one to answer my plea for help. You were a hero, my hero. Izuku didn't know if his eyes would get even wider than before. When Eri told him that he was her hero, it proved to him that he had become a hero already even before he became one, but when Ochako said it, it was even more different. She was the second person he saved from danger. He honestly didn't expect Ochako to say this. All he could do was smile. Smile at the message she gave, and he never regretted his actions, because that gave him the one thing he found hard to receive, a friend, another friend, one that didn't run away from him when told Izuku was quirkless, but stayed and listened to every word he typed. He saw another message. I also hope you can pass to UA, so let's become heroes together. Izuku smiled. Yeah, we will become heroes, and I'll be here to help you in every step of the way. Ochako smiled. So will I. I'll be here to do anything I can to support you as well. I decided. I won't just become a hero to help mommy and daddy, I'll become a hero to save and help others the same way you did. Then you will become a greater hero than before, I just know it. Thank you, Deku. So will you. No, thank you. And you're welcome, Uraraka. You're welcome as well, Deku. Izuku and Ochako were both smiling, tears in their eyes as they both yawned at the same time. Coincidence? I think not. Closing parenthesis comma, signaling their sleep to hold them. I think you should get to bed, I'm tired. Same here, talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, as soon as I wake up. Good night, Uraraka. Good night, Deku. Izuku turned off his phone. He sighed then smiled as he placed it on the side desk next to the bed. Ochako turned off hers with a smile on her face. She sighed as well, before putting her phone on the desk next to her lamp as she grabbed her mittens to avoid her quirk from activating while she slept and laid down, slowly closing her eyes as she did. Izuku turned off the lamp in his room, now lit up by the moonlight surrounding the walls, as he yawned once more before closing his eyes as well. Both Izuku and Ochako smiled before having the same thought. What a day. The letters for UA would come by in a week. Ochako regularly visited Izuku during those 7 days, much to Izuku's happiness every time she would come over, putting on a smile as she met him by the door, with her doing the same and greeting each other. Ever since the night before, Izuku and Ochako became closer, more comfortable with each other as the days passed on. Eri was now getting comfortable with Ochako as well. Showing her what she learned from Izuku, playing with both Izuku and Ochako and even using her quirk, much to Ochako's awe, Izuku's proud face and Eri's giggles. They mostly stayed inside the house, hanging out and talking when Izuku and Ochako were alone and Eri was playing near them, minding her own little world, and Inko could say she was happy for Izuku, that her baby boy was finally growing up, and just smiled at Izuku and Ochako. There was another episode of seeing Izuku's room. Ochako totally enjoyed her time with, saying that Izuku was a pure fanboy, though he didn't really mind it at all. Ever since that day, Izuku's view on All Might changed. He still admired the man, only less than before. They all had their enjoyment and fun as the days passed by, until it came, the letter. Izuku's literal future was in his hands as he stared at it, Eri beside him, also curious to know if Izuku passed. As she jumped up and down in excitement, she had full confidence that Izuku passed, but he still had his doubts. Inko was outside the room, leaving him to his privacy. Eri was in there because she wouldn't leave Izuku alone to see if he passed, so she kind of whined a bit. Until he used her cute powers and pouted her lips, saying, "Please," in one of the most adorable ways imaginable. That seemed to get to Izuku and Inko as they agreed, much to Eri's proud face as she shouted a cheer. Ochako was back at her house, because the letter would be delivered to her mailbox, so she told Izuku she'd call him to tell him if she had passed or not, but Izuku gave her comforting words of encouragement and believed that she passed, which Ochako smiled at before going back to hers. Now back to Izuku, he was still staring at it and Eri started to get impatient. "Papa, when are you going to open it?" Eri said as her patience started wearing thin and Izuku snapped out of his trance and rubbed the back of his head. Oh right. Sorry, guess I'm kind of worried that I didn't pass." Izuku said, and Eri groaned in her own cute little way. "Papa, I told you. You're going to pass, and I feel like you're going to be the top student to pass." "No, I know you are," Eri said with determination. And as Izuku looked at her with a smile before petting her head, she giggled in reply. "Hey, we'll see, Eri. But thank you anyways," Izuku said, and Eri just nodded and looked at the letter, Izuku following suit before he gulped. "Here goes," Izuku said as he put both his thumbs and his pointer fingers in a clipping manner, prepared to rip it in half. "Ready?" Izuku asked Eri, who was looking at the envelope with anticipation before looking at Izuku and nodded in confirmation. "Ready," Eri said, and they both looked back to the envelope before Izuku ripped it apart, and a strange round device fell off the now ripped envelope and hit the desk flat before it turned on and revealed a projection with an all too familiar person with a huge smile too close to the screen. "I am here as a projection," All Might yelled as Eri shrieked in shock and instantly jumped on Izuku's lap before hiding her face in his shirt, Izuku grunting in shock of the sudden gesture and bewilderment at All Might literally being a projection in front of him. All Might," Izuku said in shock as he then looked at Eri on his shirt, slightly whimpering. He started to stroke Eri's hair and saying comforting words because that genuinely scared her too much before turning back to the man in the holographic screen, feeling Eri relax again as she peeked with an eye out of Izuku's shirt. "I am sorry for startling you, but fear not, for it really is me in the flesh." Eri hid her face again as Izuku continued to stroke her hair gently, whispering to her that it's not going to hurt her. "So, to start off, young Midoriya, your overall score in the written exam passed with a general score of 94, a high-esteemed achievement, I must say." Izuku sighed deeply in relief at that, and Eri lifted her head up to look at the big, muscular man on the screen as he said that Izuku Passed one of the exams, then looked at Izuku with a nervous smile, still a little scared as Izuku looked at her with a reassuring smile. Had made her relax a bit more before calming down. But here comes the real thing. Izuku gulped as Eri looked at the screen after looking at Izuku. Now, for your practical exam score, you scored a whopping 91 villain points. That's enough to already give you a passing score and letting you complete the UA entrance exam with flying colors. Izuku tensed up and had his jaw dropped. He didn't expect to have that much points. He had tears threatening to come out as he then let everything come to him. He passed the exams, he was in, he was accepted. Eri then had a big smile on her face and started to cheer. Hugging Izuku as he then cheered as well, tears finally coming out and bringing Eri in a hug before throwing her into the air and then grabbing her, spinning her around as is. Uku laughed in joy with Eri giggling and following his laughter as they spun around. I told you Papa, you passed. You can become a hero now. Eri said with a huge smile and Izuku gave her one just as big as hers. I did it. Why you were right, I had nothing to worry about. Izuku gave a toothy grin as he slowed down their little charade with Izuku and Eri cheering as they did. He was happy beyond belief. And Eri was beaming with a proud smile as they stopped and hugged. I'm taking note to never doubt myself again. Thank you, Eri. Izuku said with a smile as Eri snuggled closer into Izuku's chest and they both closed their eyes, content with the results, until All Might spoke again. However, there was a secret factor added to the scoring. Izuku paused before looking back and sitting down again. Eager to hear what this secret factor was, and Eri was just as curious as Izuku. You were not only scored by villain points, but also by rescue points. Izuku's mouth dropped again. He definitely didn't expect that to be a factor to the test. The screen then showed recorded clips of Izuku saving the boy that was surrounded by robots and saving Ochako before they got crushed by the zero-pointer. Even showing the clip of him destroying said zero-pointer in one punch, showing the massive devastation that he caused as Eri looked at each of them in awe, especially the punch to the zero-pointer. With Izuku looking at them with a smile. Wow Papa, you saved 2 people and beat the big robot. You're so cool. Eri said with stars in her eyes as Izuku then almost cried on the spot. As she said he was cool and hugged Eri in his arms, both still in their cute moment until the screen changed to a scoreboard and Izuku widened his eyes further. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points, 9. 1. Rescue points, 86. Total score, 177. 2. Katsuki Bakugo. Villain points, 92. Rescue points, 0. Total score, 92. 3. Ochako Uraraka. Villain points, 47. Rescue points, 25. Total score, 72. Izuku widened his eyes even more before he smiled widely. Ochako passed, and she scored the 3rd place as well. Izuku was already crying before, so if you can cry even more than that, that's what Izuku was doing right now. Eri was also jumping on Izuku's lap, but he paid no attention to the pain because of the swirling hurricane of emotions he was feeling simultaneously, and she was also smiling widely. Papa, look, Chako is number 3. Uncle Katsu is number 2. And you're number 1. You're the best one there. Eri said with so much happiness she was practically giddying in place, and Izuku just smiled at her with one of the biggest smiles he could put on. So come, young Midoriya. Izuku and Eri looked at the screen, albeit with Izuku still crying a bit as All Might extended his hand to him. This is your Hero Academia. The video froze, with All Might smiling at them with those signature grins of his, and Izuku just smiled widely, Eri just giggling at Izuku's face, and she said with her own. Papa, you made it. Eri said, clearly happier than ever, and Izuku, still in a daze, nodded in reply. Yeah, I did. Izuku said and grabbed his phone, dialing Ochako's number as did. She answered and the two were locked in an emotional conversation, with Eri going out of the room to tell Inko that Izuku had passed, and she cried a fountain of tears, much to Eri's amusement. Izuku kept telling Ochako it was alright. He was no better though, and Ochako just giggled at his loud sobs while he spoke reassuring words to her. The conversation continued until Ochako said she was tired and had to go to bed. Which Izuku agreed to that and said their goodbyes before Ochako hung up. She smiled a whole lot and practically jumped onto her bed, putting her head in the pillow, squealing into it ow. Her happiness and joy that she was feeling, both she and Izuku passed. They were going into UA together. They were even in the same class. Talk about convenient, but she was happy nonetheless. Izuku. Yu walked towards a crying Inko after staring at his phone with a smile. She was so proud that her baby boy was finally one step closer to his dream, Eri just being herself and cheering for Izuku as he smiled at both of them, bringing them into a hug. Izuku and Ochako were finally going on the path to becoming heroes, in the most prestigious school in all of Japan no less. They were happy, they felt joy, anxiety, worry, determination. And most of all, gratitude. For Izuku, he was thankful to Meliodas, who gave him his final push to keep on trying. He'd have to tell him later about this, but he just smiled. Knowing his mentor would give him lectures again but couldn't help but think what Meliodas would say about this, besides from his infamous snickering and seemingly never-ending, all-might-surpassing grin. For Ochako, she felt thankful for everything in general, for what her parents had sacrificed just to get her here. She'd also have to tell them the good news, and she just giggled slightly. Knowing they will go on and on about it, she was also thankful for Izuku, for always encouraging her even when she didn't ask for it or expected it either, for being someone she could trust and in general, just being her friend. She sighed as she slowly drifted off to sleep. Izuku was the last thing on her mind before closing her eyes softly. Izuku and Ochako are getting into UA, and they will sure do their best to reach their dreams, and to help themselves get there, giving each other a push of encouragement to help better themselves, and they wouldn't have it any other way. They just looked towards the inevitable future, eager of what's to come. But they knew, they were ready to overcome anything that comes their way. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, an all too familiar, BL-owned-haired Katsuki was in a pissed mood. "The fuck is this shit, DEKU?" Quote. Several clashes of steel echoed through the White Petal Valley, a powerful shockwave passes through the horizon, followed by another, and then another. A storm of blades clashing into a vortex of winds, it receded with one final clash of metal before two figures repelled each other to either side, one green-haired boy, kneeling down while panting heavily, filled with cuts around his arms, face and body, while one golden-haired boy with a smile on his face was unscathed, until his face changed to a serious demeanor. "You're getting faster, little Iku. You can deflect some of my attacks now, however not all of it, you can't even put a scratch on me yet," Meliodas said with a straight face as Izuku slowly stood up, still slouched down, clearly exhausted. I'm not down yet, Meliodas. It'll take more than that to make me give up," Izuku said with a smile, gripping Lostvein in his hand as Meliodas grinned before raising his own blade at Izuku. Made with Meliodas' own magic, it was purely white, covered in a glowing faint shining aura, with winds starting to summon around it. Then again, Meliodas yelled and Izuku disappeared. Reappearing in front of Meliodas, raising Lostvein behind his head and swinging right, but Meliodas, in a blur, suddenly had his sword blocking Izuku's attack and he smirked before they swung their blades in an inhuman manner. They were creating wild whirlwinds around them, violently making the petals around them dance to the storm they were making just by exchanging blows. Meliodas was just standing in place as his right arm was even barely seen, blocking and slashing in a blur. Izuku was also doing the same, however he was bending multiple times to dodge Meliodas' quick attacks towards him. Meliodas wasn't even moving his body. Izuku then disappeared, reappearing behind Meliodas and swinging down fast. Meliodas however, blocked it without looking, his arm raised behind him as his blade and Lostvein made a giant shockwave during contact and Izuku dodged another attack from Meliodas. However 3 new cuts appeared on his cheeks and he winced in pain. Meliodas lashed him 3 times with only one swing, then they both disappeared, reappearing in front of each other and resuming a barrage of slashes at each other. "Come on Izuku. You can't keep blocking forever. You'll only tire yourself out before you even lay a hit on me," Meliodas yelled as Izuku grit his teeth before smiling. "I know," Izuku yelled back. This time, he changed his position and planted himself on the ground. He was attacking this time and Meliodas was blocking. Meliodas smirked and continued to block as Izuku released a swarm of numerous slashes at Meliodas. Meliodas then widened His eyes slightly and blocked an incoming extra attack from Izuku that surprised him, sending him backwards a bit, putting distance between both of them, and Meliodas looked at Izuku, who had Lostvayne raised to his back and in a blur sent sudden wind slashes towards Meliodas. He blocked them all with a blur until Izuku appeared at his side and swung again. Meliodas was still faster than Izuku though, so he blocked it until Izuku reappeared below Meliodas' torso and went in for a straight stab. Meliodas blocked it again, but Izuku suddenly flipped Lostvayne in a spinning manner, his hair covering his eyes in a shadow, causing Meliodas to lose his momentum of blocking the hit when Lostvayne flipped, and Izuku appeared above both blades, grabbed Lostvayne's handle and slashed horizontally, finally giving Meliodas a cut to his right cheek. Although it was small and barely visible, Meliodas smiled while Izuku recovered in air and kneeled down, with his own smile placed on his face. Fi. Nally hit you, Izuku said with heavy breaths and an eye open. He was clearly exhausted. Meliodas grinned at Izuku. Ni tilde she, barely little Iku. Although you managed to hit me once, and you're already beat up, Meliodas said as he touched the barely visible cut Izuku gave him. He looked at his finger after. It wasn't a deep cut unlike what Meliodas gave Izuku multiple times, but he was proud at Izuku managed to hit him using a surprise attack and smiled. And that was a good move, I'll admit. I didn't expect you to suddenly let go of Lostvayne. I'm quite impressed with that. Good job, Izuku, Meliodas said as Izuku looked at Meliodas with a tired smile, before he fell on his back. Yeah, the training went on for 6 hours. 7. Izuku lost count. He was really tired to a degree, he almost fell asleep as Meliodas snickered before throwing his magic-made blade in the air, making it disappear in a bunch of wind, and he also laid down beside Izuku, hands behind his back, and closed his eyes. I think that's enough for today. Ni tilde she. You need to rest. I can't train you if you're not at your best. Even I can't fight when I'm sleepy, Meliodas said as Izuku just sighed. His breathing was returning to normal and his heart rate was decreasing back to average as well. Why yeah, thanks again Meliodas. I'm beat. You went easy on me, didn't you? Izuku said as Meliodas smirked. I always go easy on you, little Iku. I never go all out because you'll already lose once the battle begins, Meliodas said with a grin as Izuku sighed again and shook his head in amusement. Meliodas was really something else. Alright, I better go back now. It's almost morning anyways, I think, Izuku said, and Meliodas nodded with a smile, opening his eyes. Then I'll see you on the other side, Deku. Izuku smiled back. Can't wait, Meliodas, Izuku said, and Meliodas looked to the sky and closed his eyes again, grinning in reply. You won't have to, he said before snapping his fingers. Izuku woke up, facing the ceiling as he opened his eyes, and he groaned slightly before turning his head to see Eri in one of the most adorable positions he had ever seen her in. When she sleeps, she had her arms up and she was drooling in her sleep. Her blanket was roughed up during the night. Izuku just chuckled quietly before kissing her forehead, slowly getting a smile from Eri in return before he wiped off tea. He drooled on the left side of her mouth and raised the blanket back over her. She then grabbed it and turned to her left, still smiling as she slept in a comfortable position again. Izuku then lifted himself off the bed to head for the bathroom. It was way too early in the morning when Izuku awoke. Maybe it's one of the effects after Meliodas snaps his fingers to bring Izuku back to his world, he really doesn't know. He came back a minute later and laid down on the bed again, pulling the leftover side of the blanket he was sharing with Eri, and he sighed while closing his eyes, trying to fall back asleep. Until he heard a little groan beside him. He looked to see Eri, rubbing her eyes and still half asleep, half awake, and he smiled a tired smile at her. Eri, it's still too early, go back to sleep, Izuku said, and she replied by humming a little, and fell back asleep. Izuku chuckled a little before slowly combing her hair with his fingers. When he felt that Eri was fully sleeping, he yawned and put his right arm over Eri and hugged her close. She also hugged Izuku and he smiled, before finally falling asleep as well. Eri woke up first. She yawned as she slowly opened her eyes, still laying down as she looked at Izuku, who was sleeping peacefully, and she smiled. She gently bumped her forehead with him slightly moving a bit closer before carefully removing his arm over her. Then she jumped off the bed quietly and looked to the alarm clock. 5:34, Papa won't wake up until later. I'll just grab a tiny snack before I go back to sleep. Eri thought and headed to the door. She turned the knob while tiptoeing to reach it before looking back to Isuku, who was still sleeping, and she smiled, closing the door gently. It was early morning, the sun wasn't up yet, so the house was slightly dim. But not dark enough for Eri to not see anything. She walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge, the light inside blinding her a little before her red eyes adjusted to it. She then saw a basket of apples and she drooled a bit, before grabbing one and closing the fridge door. She then sat down at the couch, eating her apple with enjoyment and hummed deeply in satisfaction as taste of the cold apple melted into her mouth, then proceeding to take another bite. She went at it for a while until fully finishing it, then she closed her eyes, her horn glowing as she did, meaning that she was activating her quirk, and the apple slowly grew back to a full apple again, smiling as she opened her eyes and saw the now newly fresh apple and bit at it again. After finally finishing it, she used her quirk again, giving her another full apple before walking back to the fridge and placing it back on the basket. She then walked back towards hers and Izuku's room, tiptoeing to reach the handle and turned it. Entering the room as she did and closed the door quietly. Walking back to the bed, she hopped over, climbing up and crawling beside Izuku again before she yawned again, the after effects of her quirk finally reaching her, and she smiled, snuggling closer into Izuku's chest and closed her eyes, going back to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, someone was closely watching her the whole time. I knew I wasn't imagining it. You just keep on surprising me, Eri. Izuku woke up to see a brightly lit up room. He slowly lifted himself up and rubbed his eyes, yawning as he did. He slowly stretched his arm up before looking back to Eri, seeing her sleep soundly, and he smiled, lifting his hand to slowly brush her hair back before putting his feet down the floor. As he went to sitting on the bed now, he heard an all too familiar voice. Slept well, little Iku. Need she. Izuku widened his eyes a bit before looking to see Meliodas with a grin on his face sitting, floating on the air. Izuku just smiled seeing his mentor. Hey, Meliodas. Yeah, I did, but what are you doing here? It's strange seeing you here early in the morning, let alone in my room no less. Izuku said as Meliodas smiled before his face turned into a serious expression. Izuku only sees that look when Meliodas is either training him or it's something important. Yeah, about that, this is something that's been on my mind for quite a while. It's about Eri. Izuku flinched when he said that and looked at Meliodas, still having that same look, and Izuku hardened his face to one that compliments Meliodas. What about her? Izuku said with a bit of protectiveness and worry in it, and Meliodas flew down to the ground, standing up and putting his hands on his pocket, leaning back towards Izuku's closet without phasing through it. Did you notice she's been emitting magic at certain times? Meliodas said with a stern voice, and Izuku widened his eyes at him. Wait, does that mean he wasn't dreaming about it? Why, yeah, I did, but I thought it was a dream when I sort of felt it activate around her. Don't tell me. Izuku was interrupted with a chop to the head. He grasped his head in pain as he looked to Meliodas, who had a comical expression on. First of all, if you find out something that's even related to magic, come to me. You aren't an expert in magic. I myself am as smart as you think, actually. Even more when it comes to these things. Overall, it's obvious I know more than you. Meliodas said as Izuku looked down in guilt. Sorry, Meliodas. I just thought it was a dream, and well, again with the chop to the head. Izuku winced in pain again as Meliodas still had that comical look on his face. Dream or not, real or fake? Come to me. Am I clear? Meliodas said as he bopped Izuku's head 3 times after saying those specific words, and Izuku just slightly got annoyed. Meliodas, stop. It actually hurts now, Izuku said in a whisper, trying to keep his voice down to not wake up Eri. Alright. Just remember what I told you so it won't happen again. She. Meliodas chuckled as Izuku rolled his eyes and nodded, before Meliodas sighed and turned back to that serious look. All that aside, yes. I felt it as well, but not from that day you did. I sensed it early morning, when Eri woke up first. Meliodas said, and Izuku looked at him with a shocked face. Why, you did? And Eri woke up early in the morning? Izuku asked and Meliodas nodded once before continuing. Yes, she did. She just ate a quick snack before going back to sleep. What really caught my eye was when I sensed magic coming from her. It was a faint activation, so I came out. It seems Eri only emits it when her horn glows, because I feel no magic from her at all now. Meliodas said before crossing his arms. Looking at the sleeping white-haired girl, while Izuku just stared in disbelief, he knew he also felt it as well, but to think it actually happened than it being a dream, of course Izuku couldn't believe it. He put a hand on his forehead. Gee gosh, I noticed that as well. Does her quirk use magic then if that's the case? Izuku asked softly as to not wake up the peaceful little lady, but Meliodas shook his head sideways. It doesn't happen all the time. Even on some occasions, Eri activates her quirk but no magic comes out of her despite her horn glowing. It confuses me to say the least. Like you said, quirks are physical abilities, not magical. Meliodas explained and Izuku bent down slightly, starting a mumbling spree before Meliodas smirked at his antics, catching Izuku's attention again. So what does that mean for Eri? Izuku said and Meliodas just sighed before putting on a blank look. I don't know, she's still too young to use magic, I know that. But to think she has magic, well, had magic. It's really complicated that I can't feel it in her right now. I can sense magic far more powerful than you, since you're still a beginner, but I should still be able to sense magic flowing inside someone. It's just somehow I can't feel Eri's, so it just makes me curious, is all. She. Meliodas went back to his positive atmosphere and his signature grin, while Izuku drew. Saint sweat dropped and sighed deeply in relief. Please don't worry me like that, Meliodas. It's not funny when it comes to Eri. Izuku said and Meliodas just smiled. Sorry little Iku. But this just proves you care for the little girl. And Eri's lucky to have you. I just needed to discuss this with you so you'll be aware of it, however I'm keeping my eye on her just in case, if that's alright with you. Meliodas said and Izuku just thought about it. This was just serious in a way for Izuku. Eri having magic isn't the most surprising thing in the world, but it still shocked him to a degree. He was just worried for Eri's safety. Whether it's his protectiveness of Eri kicking in or not, he didn't care. He promised he was going to take care of Eri and make sure nothing else bad happens to her. And he will do everything he can to keep it. Why yeah, it's alright by me. I don't want anything bad to happen to Eri. Izuku said with a frown and Meliodas just smiled. Nothing will as long as it's you who's protecting her. You were trained by the best guy in all of the world after all. So I wouldn't worry about anything, she. Meliodas grinned and Izuku smiled at him before chuckling. Alright, that's fair. I can't complain with that. Izuku said as he looked to the clock and it was almost 7 a.m. He sighed and rubbed the back of his head, looking back his golden-haired mentor, who was smiling that all-might surpassing smile of his, and Izuku smiled as well. Eri's going to wake up soon. I'll see you on the other side, Meliodas. Izuku said as Meliodas then grinned. Can't wait, little Iku. Izuku then chuckled. You won't have to. Izuku said as Meliodas snickered before snapping his fingers, disappearing as quickly as he appeared. Izuku looked back to Eri, who was now shifting. In her sleep before finally yawning and waking up, she rubbed her eyes and looked at Izuku with a sleepy smile, her eyelids halfway closed. Good morning, Papa. Izuku smiled at her and leaned forward to kiss her forehead, which she hummed in reply. Good morning, Eri. Izuku said as he then stood up and stretched once more, finally smelling the food that his mom made and sighed, looking back at Eri with the same smile. Shall we eat, Eri? Izuku said, sitting down and facing his back towards Eri, and she smiled sleepily, knowing what Izuku was doing. She said, albeit still drowsy, then she slowly fell towards his back, wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck and locking her legs around just a little over his waist as Izuku stood up, holding her legs and carrying Eri in her back, walking out the room as she continued to half sleep on his shoulder. Izuku knew that whatever happens next in the future, he was going to protect her all the way. He was still worried about what Meliodas said, and what this could mean for Eri. But he knew that if he wanted to fulfill his role of being Eri's Papa, then he damn knows he will always be there for her, to make sure she keeps that smile on her face. to make sure he will become her hero every single day of their lives. Today was the day. Izuku, Eri and Inko finished their breakfast as Izuku prepared himself to leave, proudly wearing the UA uniform. With his signature red sneakers as the exception. Eri smiled at him, clearly happy that Izuku was finally going to the best school, the school that he always dreamed of attending ever since he was young. And today was finally the day he would attend it, officially. Izuku hugged Eri, telling her he would be home later, to which she replied to him with a kiss on his cheek and a smile. Izuku smiled his own and kissed her on the forehead. He stood up and hugged his mom, who was crying and sniffling greatly that his baby boy was finally going to the school he always wanted to go to. She was still guilty for giving up on him before, so she will do everything she can to support him so she can make up for it. Izuku then opened the door to find a familiar brown-haired girl with an equally large smile. And he smiled even bigger than before. Uraraka, Izuku said, and Eri ran past him to hug her legs. Chako, Eri said with a smile as Ochako carried her and hugged her tightly. Hi Eri. Deku, are you ready to go? Ochako said, and he didn't know if he would smile even wider than before. Yeah, alright Eri, time to get inside. We'll see you later alright. Izuku said as Eri pouted a bit, it was adorable. Before smiling again. Alright, bye Papa. Bye, Chako. Eri said as she hugged Izuku first, then Ochako, then ran inside with Inko, who was still crying and waving goodbye. Our other arm behind Eri as she also was waving goodbye. Izuku and Ochako smiled. We're off. Izuku and Ochako were a bit farther away from the house. The sun was shining a cool but bright light as the clouds were in a cumulus formation. Seeing birds fly in a flock to the horizon, and Ochako sighed with a smile, clearly enjoying the good morning before speaking up. So Deku, will we head to the terminal now? Ochako asked as Izuku looked at her and shook his head with his own smile. No, not yet. We're going to pick up Kachan before we go. We'll head together because I fear he's going to have my head if he thinks I ditched him. Izuku said as Ochako then shivered. She can actually imagine Katsuki doing that, just without the beheading process. Oh okay, well, I'm ready when you are Deku. Ochako said with a fist in the air and a huge smile on her face, making Izuku relax and smile as well. He really liked her smile, it was really contagious. Alright then, hang on. Izuku said before blushing slightly and grabbing her hand. Intertwining his fingers as she blushed a little as well before closing 4 of her fingers, and they vanished. They reappeared in front of the Bakugo household. Ako was used to that now, so she didn't mind it as much as before, although she still yelped a bit before giggling. She enjoyed it as much as Izuku. It was refreshing to say the least, and Izuku also slightly chuckled. Well, that was fun, wasn't it Deku? Now fucking explain what all this is. Izuku and Ochako flinched before looking to find Katsuki leaning back against the wall and with an amused eyebrow raised. Izuku looked at Katsuki for a bit before widening his eyes and blushing full-on red in realization. Apparently Ochako also did too, only her blush was much more darker than Izuku's, and they released their locked hands. They stared at each other before looking away, and Katsuki smirked. You know, you could just tell me straight out that the date went well. Katsuki said, and if you can blush even more to the peak of almost fainting, followed by a hurricane of emotions filling your head. Izuku and Ochako were just that, albeit with Ochako covering her face with her hands. Pinkies are iced, and Izuku had his jaw dropped and was honestly almost brain dead, before panicking. KK Kachan. It's not like that, A, and what date? B. Besides, we're just friends. Izuku said as his head almost exploded from being heated up too much, as Ochako was nodding wildly in agreement as well. Why yeah, Deku's right, we both did just that because he needed to bring us here. Ochako yelled a bit too loudly, and Izuku also nodded the same way she did earlier in reply. Then Katsuki grinned evilly, clearly enjoying this. Yeah, alright. You can keep up the lie, but nothing gets past me. You even called Deku a nickname already. Isn't that enough proof? Katsuki smiled innocently with a massive hint of mischief as Izuku and Ochako almost fainted. We're not lying, Izuku and Ochako said at the same time, clearly shouting as Katsuki kept on laughing his guts out and clenching his stomach, almost unable to breathe from full-on laughing and gagging so much. He definitely was enjoying this. He Then couldn't lean back on the wall anymore and fell on the ground, almost crying from laughing too much. Oh, holy shit, this is hilarious. You should see your faces, they look so damn red, it's obvious you, Katsuki. Never finished as he saw both of them, he felt a cyclone of rage and hostility coming from the atmosphere Izuku and Ochako were emitting. Even if their faces were still beet red, O was smiling an innocent smile with eyes closed, but there was a shadow over them and Izuku's hair was covering his eyes, also smiling innocently, but Katsuki knew, these weren't regular smiles, no. These were smiles filled with undeniable killing intent, and he knew that feeling. All too well. Aw shit, I fucked up didn't I? Katsuki said with a sweat drop as they were still standing in place with the same faces on. His answer was given when Izuku put his right hand on Ochako's left shoulder and disappeared, then he felt someone touch his back and started floating on the sky. What the hell? He didn't finish. Izuku bent his middle finger down. 7% full cowl. Delaware smash. He heard Izuku say with one of the most ominous voices he could make, and Katsuki was blasted farther into the sky and he screamed as he launched towards the clouds, he never touched them. Release, Ochako said with a similar tone of voice and put both her 5 fingers together, and Katsuki started falling from a distance. Motherfucker RRRR. Katsuki yelled as he fell down to the back of another building, a cat could be heard screeching from afar. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other, their blush finally subsiding as they both smiled. This time they were genuine ones, like the murderous atmosphere and what they just did to Katsuki didn't happen at all. Well, that went well, Izuku said. As he rubbed the back of his head and Ochako giggled a little bit, Izuku just smiled as he felt his heart clench, he really thought it was a cute giggle. We showed him, come on Deku. Let's get going, we don't want to be late. Ochako said as she twirled around, her skirt spinning to respond, and Izuku chuckled a little, Ochako's heart fluttered. Yeah, Kachan deserves to walk to UA on his own for that. Izuku said before blushing again a tiny bit and holding her hand again, she looked down to see their hands intertwined again and blushed as well before looking at Izuku, who was looking straight into her eyes, and her heart did flips as he smiled. Ready to go, Izuku said, and Ochako also smiled before nodding, closing her 4 fingers in reply. Yup, and they both disappeared from sight. Meanwhile in an alleyway, I'm going to fucking kill those 2 damn lovebirds. Ah, good old Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku, Ochako and Katsuki, who was breathing heavily from running all the way Rom before, were standing in front of a large rectangular door with the letter and number 1 in a labeled from top to bottom. Possibly for easier access, Izuku thought as Katsuki just scoffed. Still, pissed from earlier, and slid open the door in a slamming manner, going inside the classroom. Ochako looked at Izuku. Let's get in Deku. Ochako could see that he was still in awe and thinking deep. Before shaking his head and putting himself back to reality. Oh, yeah, let's go Uraraka, he said with a back head rub, and Ochako just smiled before chuckling a little and walking in too, Izuku following beside her. The classroom was decked with 4 sets of desks, each 4 on 1 row strewn across the room, and a teacher's desk in front of the desks, elevated off the floor, and a blackboard behind it. A bunch of students were talking amongst themselves in their own groups. Izuku then saw Katsuki being yelled at by, damn it. Put your legs off the table, you're disrespecting our upperclassmen. Who have SAT here the previous years. It was the blue-haired guy again, why did they have to be in the same class? Izuku managed to keep his composure, but that didn't go unnoticed by Ochako. Are you okay, Deku? Ochako asked with concern, and Izuku snapped out of it before looking at her with a reassuring smile. Why yeah, of course. Sorry, just kind of remembered that guy from the exam. He wasn't nice to say the least, Izuku said while rubbing the back of his head. Ochako frowned before nodding and smiling back. That seemed to lighten Izuku's mood back, and smiled, giving her a quiet than KU in reply before hearing Katsuki yell. The hell do you want? Are you some kind of damn elite or something? Katsuki said with a glare, and the blue-haired guy recoiled back before coughing and exhaling a bit. Such vulgar words, I believe we got off the wrong start. My name is Tenya Iida from Sume. So I was right huh? You are an elite, that makes it all the more enjoyable to rip you apart. Katsuki interrupted, and the guy known as Iida was slightly offended with a bewildered expression. Rip me apart. Are you sure you're here to become a hero? Iida said until he looked to the way to find Izuku and Ochako watching the scene that unfolded. It's you. Iida said sternly, and Izuku flinched as Iida walked towards them in what seemed to be an aggressive approach. It was hard to assume, since he did it in an almost robotic manner, until Ochako tried to step in. Don't you dare. She didn't finish her sentence, as Izuku and her were shocked by what Iida did next. He was bowing to Izuku in apology. I humbly apologize. I have mistreated, offended and disrespected you during the exams. You proved to me that you are the truly superior one among both of us. I congratulate you that you were able to figure out the second secret factor of the practical exam, whereas I haven't. Iida yelled as both Izuku and Ochako just continued to stare at him with wide eyes, albeit Izuku being way more evident than Ochako. Izuku just rubbed the back of his head again at the large praise while waving his hand. It's not such a big deal. Besides, I didn't even know there was a secret factor to the exam. I just did what any hero would have done, and what I thought was the right thing to do. I have no regrets, Izuku said before looking at Ochako and smiling at her. Ochako's stoma churned and her heart rate increased as she smiled back. Izuku was really too sweet for his own good. Iida was bewildered at what Izuku just said. Amazing, that just proves you're even better than me, Iida said, and Izuku just waved his hand in reassurance at him before looking back to Ochako, telling her they should sit down, and she nodded with a bright smile as they walked towards their seats, which were conveniently behind and in front of each other. Izuku was at the front, Ochako was at the back, and Katsuki was in front of Izuku. Izuku dropped his backpack to the side of his desk as he sat down. Then he looked behind him towards Ochako, who was fixing something in her bag until someone caught his eye. There was one more student behind her, who was silently reading a book with a smile. He had sepia yellow-colored hair and he wore a small version of what seemed like a Times New Roman glasses. His eye color was a shiny iris pink, and it reflected light from the classroom ceiling. Apparently the person in question raised his head up to make eye contact with Izuku, and he just waved a friendly hand in greeting before returning his attention back to the book he was reading. While Izuku just shrugged his curiosity off, he can know his name later after everyone introduces themselves. His thoughts were temporarily stopped by the door to the classroom opening, and there was a man caterpillar. Oh wait, he just zipped off the middle, it's just a sleeping bag. The man looked worn out, to say the least. He had a black suit on, and his face, geez, the guy looked like he hadn't slept over months on end, if that makes any sense. He had a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. Hold up. Scarf. If I remember correctly, all teachers here are pro-heroes, but he looks familiar. Could he be? Izuku muttered as the man came up to the front of the class, dragging the sleeping bag with his right hand. Then he spoke up. Well, this class knows how to behave. Every minute must be used to the fullest in the most rational and productive way possible, the man said as the students stared at him, wondering who this man was. I'll keep introductions short. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Half the class widened their eyes at that, Izuku and Ochako being that said half, while Katsuki just minded his own business, still paying attention though, just no eye contact involved. The teacher then lifted the sleeping bag he held earlier and pulled out from the inside what seemed to be a uniform of sorts. It was blue with white stripes. It was hard to tell what the design was since Aizawa just threw it on the teacher's desk. Put these on and proceed outside, do not take longer than it needs to be, he said simply before leaving the classroom. That was intriguing. Izuku just had nothing to say at the matter and walked up front to grab a uniform of his own, Ochako following behind him doing the same. Izuku grabbed another pair and threw it to Katsuki, who just grinned before grabbing it, saying a thanks, and walking out the door, hanging it behind his back while holding its edge with his right hand. What do you think will we be doing, Deku? Ochako asked as she walked with Izuku, leaving the classroom together. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, Izuku said, and Ochako nodded as they walked down the hallway to the changing rooms. I wonder what you have in store for us, Eraserhead. They both got their answer shortly after they all arrived at the practice field, wearing the UA gym uniform, which had a white strip forming a U on the upper torso. connecting to their shoulders and trailing down to the chest, and a same-colored stripe going from their waists first before falling down to their legs, spelling UA, explains that thought. A quirk assessment test. Most of the class yelled in unison, before Ochako spoke up. What about the orientation? She asked and Aizawa just sighed. Heroes have no such time for such leisurely gatherings. A prides itself in how it teaches its students, also known for the teacher's freedom to teach their class as they see fit, and you're my class. He said with a creepy smile and some of the students shivered at it, then Aizawa changed back to his bored look. Back during your middle school years, you all took tests that determine your physical aptitude. However, EY decided to cut out quirk use for equal results among students. It's unnecessary and completely irrational. The government still have a ways to go if they don't realize that it's crucial to use quirks for early development and better improvement. Aizawa explained before looking at Isuku, who flinched as he did. Midoriya is it. What was your highest score in the softball throw? He asked in a blank tone and Isuku just decided to not let his anxiety get to him and answered properly. 42 meters. As all Isuku said, it wasn't a good score to be proud of, but this time was different. Courtesy of Meliodas, Isuku changed over the years. Aizawa then threw the ball to Isuku, he caught it with his right hand. Now use your quirk this time. You can do anything you wish as long as you stay in the circle. Aizawa said as Isuku nodded before walking over and stepping onto said circle. He looked at the ball before looking back at Ochako, who had a smile and lifted both hands to form fists with a determined look at him. He smiled and then looked at Katsuki, who just grinned, giving him a simple nod as Isuku did so in reply before looking back to the field. He took in a deep breath, gripped he ball in his hand tighter before his face turned to a serious one. 15% full cowling, Isuku said quietly while standing still, until a large vortex of multiple winds summoned around him, then blah. Sting towards different directions as some of the students were suddenly pushed back from the shockwave and the sheer force of the wild whirlwinds. They all had their jaws drop in shock, except Ochako, who was covering her face with her arm, Katsuki, who just smiled as he tried to fight the wind, the boy Izuku saw earlier, who had a curious and awestruck face on himself, also trying to stand his ground, and one who had a blank expression on his face. He had a mixed colored hair of red on the left and white on the right, separating from in between his head, who was being pushed back as well. Aizawa was struggling to keep his ground. The winds were really powerful. I knew he was strong from what he showed at the practical exam, but to think this is what he is capable of at a small percentage rate. I had my doubts. But it's even more powerful seeing it in person. Aizawa thought as he covered his face to avoid his eyes from taking a direct hit from a passing gust of wind. With the exception of who was mentioned, the rest of the class was shocked so much at the power Izuku was displaying, but that increased more when he positioned himself to a pitching form, before throwing his arm back and he exhaled deeply. Then he launched his arm forward and released the ball from his hand. To Izuku, he only threw the ball in a normal manner, albeit with everything in slow motion or was just not moving in general. To the others, in a blur, he suddenly had his arm down in front of him, body bent forward and a massive shockwave pushed everyone back to fall, everyone, even Aizawa, and NY of the others exclaimed with either gasps or screams. The ball was launched towards the sky in a powerful sonic boom, breaking the sound barrier for a slight moment. Izuku was still surrounded with winds and it kept going, keeping people crouched on their knees and trying to stay put, but found it hard to do so. Finally the winds subsided, and everyone sighed in relief, but were all staring at Izuku with shock, awe, and disbelief. What the heck was that? A red spiky-haired guy said that had shiny sharp teeth but was in shock. This dude just freaking blasted the ball that made us all fall down. What kind of quirk is that? Exclamation mark quote. A yellow-haired boy with a black streak on the side of his hair said with a similar expression. That was so powerful, a pink-skinned girl with black eyes and yellow irises said in disbelief. Damn it DEKU, you freaking nailed us. Katsuki said with a smirk. That joke disturbed a few of students while others shivered. This green-haired boy was no joke. Ochako knew Izuku was capable of something like this. After all, she saw what he could do in the exam when he saved her, but it still leaves her in awe, until she noticed a blink of light in the sky and widened her eyes. The ball. It's coming back. She wasn't kidding and everyone looked to where she pointed and they too widened their eyes. Aizawa even was genuinely surprised but didn't let it show. He curved the ball. That has to be so much force applied to allow it to even change direction, let alone come back here, what the hell? Kid, Aizawa thought in surprise until everyone looked at Izuku. Because the ball was coming back directly at him in a blinding speed. Ochako widened her eyes when she saw it. Deku, look out, Ochako said with a voice full of worry and Katsuki also widened his eyes. But not only because Izuku managed to curve the damn ball back, but he saw Izuku's face, his hair creating a shadow over his eyes and raised his right arm to his side in a straight line. Katsuki knew what Izuku was about to do. Well, what he was about to summon. Apparently, Ochako also had the same thought and looked at Izuku before hearing him speak up after being silent for a while. Shish. He was near enough to be the only one to hear him. Sacred treasure, lost vein. Izuku chanted softly and his right arm was covered in a gust of winds before revealing lost vein in his hands. Everyone's eyes widened even more. Clearly shocked that Izuku was able to summon a blade out of thin air, exception being Ochako and Katsuki since they already saw lost vein. The ball was coming directly at Izuku. He held lost vein tightly before pulling his right arm back over his left shoulder, knees bent slightly, and since everything was in slow motion to Izuku at this moment, when the ball was at least at a few inches away from him. He smiled. Full counter. Izuku yelled and swung his right arm sideways. Lost vein did not touch the ball, but a loud clash of steel echoed to everyone and the ball froze in place. Everyone was confused as to why the ball was frozen in air, and got their answer when an even more powerful, massive shockwave blew around the area. Everyone was pushed back full force by the sudden outburst and the ball launched even faster in a large vortex of whirlwinds that broke the sound barrier a little longer than before, and the ball was barely seen for 3 seconds before fully disappearing from sight. Izuku was slightly crouching, with his right arm back and his left arm forward before standing up straight, putting lost vein on the back of his neck, before he looked back at everyone who was on the ground, staring at him dumbfounded and just grinned widely at them. They all had the same thought. What the hell was that? Izuku looked at Aizawa, who was the first one to stand up from falling before speaking up. Aizawa-sensei, that's going to take a while. I kind of put a little too much on that throw. Hee. Izuku laughed nervously while rubbing the CK of his head with his left hand as he brought his right arm down. Everyone's jaws dropped. Izuku was really something else. He then threw lost vein in the air, before it disappeared in a little gust of wind and then walking to Ochako, who was still stunned to a degree at what just happened. Izuku then extending a hand to help her up. She took a moment before fully snapping out of her daze, albeit still with aftereffects of being shocked too much, accepted it and got pulled up by Izuku. He pulled her a little too hard and she slightly yelped before falling down to Izuku's chest. Izuku blushed in realization of what he just did but didn't say a word. Ochako also doing the same. She was so close to his body she could practically hear his heart beat. It was soothing. Wait, what? They then separated at the same time and were still blushing a mess while they stared at each other before looking away. Lucky for them though, nobody saw their little moment. Everyone was still trying to recover from what Izuku just showcased. And when they all did, Izuku was hit with a barrage of questions and exclamations. What was that? The pink girl from earlier shouted. Yeah, how do you have so much power? The yellow-haired guy said. And where did that sword come from? Is it your quirk? The red-haired boy yelled. Izuku was just too overwhelmed with questions and slowly tried to reassure and answer their questions until they all heard a beeping sound. Holy, was the simple thing Aizawa said as everyone turned their heads to see him. He was, to say shocked and bewildered is a huge understatement. Although hiding the second feeling, he didn't try to conceal his shocked face, mouth slightly open and eyes slightly widened. He was speechless so he just turned the phone to everyone. They all looked and widened their eyes in shock and disbelief once again, exception of Izuku but was still surprised at the overall distance, although not as much since he knew it would be high anyways. The whole class just yelled in unison at the distance. 603 meters. That was actually really far away. Everyone, especially Ochako and Katsuki, had their jaws dropped to the ground. That's amazing. Deku, Ochako said with a really shocked face. I mean, can you blame her? Izuku just covered 31 miles of distance with a single throw, supported by whatever Izuku just did earlier with Lost Vein. She would ask about it later. Ochako saw Izuku just rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, but Ochako could see he was still surprised of his score, before Izuku made eye contact with her. Mouthing a thank you for what she said earlier. And she smiled in a wobbly way, still affected by shock fatigue to an extent, and she was still recovering. A certain sepia yellow-haired boy looked at Izuku with a curious expression. Albeit also shocked by the power Izuku just displayed, he looked at him for a bit. He seemed to be examining him. So he's the one who got the first place rank in the practical exam, Midoriya, right? Looks like his power is no joke. This guy's interesting. The boy said with a smile. He was amused. It was strange. Izuku also noticed him a bit earlier and was quite frankly the same as well. It's the boy from a while ago. I don't know why, but he gives off such a strange vibe. It's confusing. Izuku thought as everyone started barraging him with several questions, so he tried to ease them. Whoa. Slow down. I can't answer all your questions at once. Izuku said with overwhelmed anxiety before Katsuki stepped in. Don't fucking crowd him, damn it. Katsuki said with a glare at them. But he would be lying if he wasn't curious what the damn hell Izuku just pulled there with Lost Vein. He had never seen Izuku do anything like that before. Was it a new skill? Katsuki didn't know, but he had to find out later on. Alright, enough. You all aren't being very productive. We're wasting time. All of you witnessed what quirks are capable of to dramatically change the situation. Now let's move on to the next test. Aizawa finally recovered from his shock as all the students paid their attention to their teacher. They all still had a bit of shock in but they decided to let it go and concentrate. After what Midoriya just showed, I'm pumped up. The red-haired guy said with a fist bump to himself, activating what seemed like a hardening quirk to his arms. Yeah, this looks fun. The pink girl said with an enthusiastic face, but Aizawa was ticked off. It looks fun, huh? Then how about we raise the stakes? The one who places last will be bra. NDED is having no potential and will be expelled on the spot. Aizawa said with a glare, and all the students yelled. What? They were all shocked. Some were in outrage, some were in deep fear, especially Ochako. She was actually in absolute fear. They just arrived here after getting enrolled. And what did they propose in the first day of school? Expulsion. It was unfair. She was finally on the path to become a hero. Izuku encouraged her to keep on trying. Her parents were counting on her, for crying out loud. She was really afraid. It was evident on her face. Izuku noticed this and he was genuinely worried. So he put a hand on Ochako and she flinched before looking at him. Izuku smiled and there was a spark in his eyes. They looked like they were actually glowing a bright emerald shine, and she was mesmerized again. Staring off into those eyes that always seemed to reassure her. Hey Uraraka. It's all right, I know you can do it. You worked harder than anyone to get here. He said with another smile, and felt Ochako relax a little. She smiled. Izuku always knew what to say to make her feel better. That's one of the things she liked. Wait, what? She blushed a deep red, and looked to him while staring before looking away. Thank you, Deku. She wasn't making eye contact with him. She brushed a stray hair to the back of her ear, but she was smiling a bit widely. Her heart was beating way too fast. She could practically hear it beat in her ears. What is this feeling? It feels elevating and my heart feels like it will explode. Why does Deku make me feel this way whenever I look into his eyes? Ochako thought and looked at Izuku, who was still smiling at her, and she was caught in his eyes again before she smiled at him. Then suddenly someone exclaimed, "Isn't that unfair? We just got here." The yellow-haired guy said, but Aizawa glared at him. Natural disasters, villain attacks, hazardous accidents. Did you really believe that being a hero is for fun? That you can just lay back and let nature take over? That this would be all fun and games? News flash, it isn't. This world is filled with unfairness. It's our job as heroes to overcome them no matter how hard. Surpass your limits starting now. That's what it means to go beyond, plus ultra style. Aizawa said before doing another creepy smile as the students shivered. Welcome to the hero course. He said in all students resolved themselves for the inevitable punishment. Ochako steeled herself and nodded at Izuku, who nodded back, and the tests began. The 50-meter dash was up first. Izuku and Katsuki lined up towards the starting line. Katsuki with a crazed smile and Izuku with a grin. They fist-bumped each other, knowing this would be one heck of a competition. Well, it wasn't a competition for Izuku though. Since he was way faster than Katsuki, but Katsuki wasn't weak either. "Are you ready to lose, Deku?" Katsuki asked with a murderous smile as Izuku snorted. "I'm more worried about you. Are you ready to lose, Kachan?" Izuku countered with a smirk and Katsuki sparked an explosion in his right hand, clearly ready to sweep the floor off Izuku. "Never look down on me, Deku," Katsuki said with a grin and Izuku chuckled. "I never do," Izuku said before fixing his sleeves and spinning his right arm around until he heard a popping sound and he smiled. Ochako watched them and she was confident in Izuku. She didn't really know Katsuki that much, but judging by their faces, something amazing was going to happen. Izuku crouched, readying himself to launch forward and Katsuki raised his right arm back, ready to shoot out an explosion. The whole class were at the edge of their feet. They felt the competitive atmosphere they were giving off as the two longtime rivals grinned before a gunshot fired. Izuku simply vanished, creating a single gust of wind in his leave while Katsuki fired off an explosion that propelled him forward. He used his other hand and launched another simultaneously. Explosions were so powerful that he only released two before he crossed the end line, but Izuku was already there and he smirked. 0.87 seconds, 1.47 seconds. A robot that was measuring their speed said. Katsuki just scoffed before Izuku smirked. "Damn you, Deku," he said with a grin and Izuku just laughed before they fist-bumped a second time. "That's another win for me, Kachan," Izuku said. Katsuki smirked this time before waving his hand off. "Whatever, enjoy your victory while it lasts," Katsuki said as he walked back, Izuku following suit. The rest of the class, minus Ochako who was just smiling at Izuku and Katsuki's sportsmanship, were all slack-jawed. 1. Because Izuku just went simply from point A to point B, he just disappeared and then reappeared at the finish line in a blink of an eye. And 2. Because Katsuki was able to almost catch up. Even if it wasn't close, it was still pretty amazing. "These two are insane," was the single thought most of the class had in A's. Awa looked at them with an unamused expression, though he was impressed by both of them. A friendly rivalry, these two have been through a lot together. It's good to push each other to break their limits, both of them have potential. Especially Midoriya, Aizawa noted as the rest of the class regained their senses and the next pair came. Iida and a girl who had a face that looked frog-like were preparing to run forward. Iida pulled up his pants just over his calves and Izuku saw engines on them, must be his quirk. The gunshot fired and Iida blasted off, scoring 3.47 seconds while the frog girl could be her quirk just simply hopped her way to the finish line, scoring 5.43 seconds. Next was Ochako and a blonde hair guy that had a tail. Izuku was analyzing back and forth on his classmates' quirks. Taking down air notes as Katsuki just looked at him before rolling his eyes. He was used to Izuku just being himself and just brought his attention somewhere else, uninterested with anyone else or whatever they were doing. Izuku then looked at Ochako, who turned her head back to see him and he nodded, confident with her and she smiled. Izuku did say he would always support her and she was thankful and happy that he did. She then looked back with a serious game face on, lifting her feet to touch the bottom of her shoes, placing all 5 fingers on both shoes, activating her quirk. "I'll make my shoes light. This can make me go faster," she thought and then touched her clothes to avoid the weight disadvantage, before she prepared to run. The gunshot rang and Ochako ran. The tail guy was much faster, Ochako knew that. She wasn't the greatest in sports, but that wasn't going to stop her either. Izuku just gave her encouragement that he believed in her. She wasn't stopping here. Her literal life at UA was at stake. She will do this for her parents, and because Izuku told her she could do it. 4.43 seconds, 6.03 seconds. Ochako panted as she put both her fingers together and smiled. That was way faster than back in middle school. Ochako cheered internally as she looked at Izuku, who was smiling and nodded. Ochako was happy. Izuku was really going to support her all the way, like he said he would. She would just have to do the same. The other test came, which was the grip strength test. A boy named Lips, he meant Rikido Sato. Izuku internally cursed, well, Izuku Dosen. T really curse, but you get the point, at Katsuki's daily nickname basis, but Izuku knew the real reason Katsuki doesn't say people's real names. Actually there are two reasons. One is the main reason why. Because until they can prove their strength to him, is when Katsuki will actually use their names, otherwise they will be called that for life, and be put on Katsuki's extras list, as he calls it. The second however is just unnecessary. He just can't bother to remember their names at all, so he proceeds to call them that, depending on the distinct features they had. Izuku just chuckled a little. But Sato got the highest score thanks to a quirk that makes his physical abilities boost to a strong amount by consuming sugar or probably anything sweet. Possibly has a drawback, but that's yet to be seen. Izuku smiled and decided to kick it up a notch. His body was surrounded by wind, which caught everyone's attention because this meant Izuku would do something unthinkable, and it would, definitely. Izuku then closed his eyes. 13% full cowl. Izuku yelled and closed his fist at the strength measuring device, which broke it completely, into multiple pieces. Everyone had their jaws dropped, except Ochako and Katsuki, who already expected this. The double-colored haired guy that just remained his stoic expression, and the strange boy from a while ago, who just had a curious expression on his face. Why, you've got to be kidding me, how powerful can this guy get? Said a guy Izuku noted a while ago that used tape. Maybe it came out from the bottom of his elbow. The limit must be how much tape he could let out or produce. Enough and continue on, I hate using up time. Aizawa said with that same bored expression, which also could be said for his tone. And everyone minded their business. Albeit still in slight disbelief, in Izuku's side. Once everyone was done, next was a standing long jump test, which Katsuki flew past, literally. Including a guy who was sparkling. His quirk was what seemed to be a laser shot out of his belly button, kind of weird for Izuku, but knew not to judge that. Izuku just walked towards the line and crouched, ready to jump. Best to get the highest time as much as possible, Izuku said as his body charged to a 6% boost, and he smiled before he jumped. To others, they only saw a glimpse of him leap off the ground before he completely disappeared. And he reappeared at the end, and like before, everyone was shocked, only slightly though, since they can already expect it now, but it was still astonishing to say the least. Izuku sighed and walked back to the others. Wow, Deku, you're breezing through these tests, Ochako said with her bright demeanor, and Izuku smiled while rubbing the back to his head, albeit blushing a little. It was Ochako, for crying out loud. Thanks Uraraka, he stuttered as Ochako smiled, and he smiled, genuinely this time. You're also doing well. Your quirk may have some drawbacks, but isn't that what this test gives? To show what your quirk can and cannot do. So I can say you're really doing good, Izuku said with a brighter smile. Ochako's heart flipped again and blushed before looking away. Thanks Deku, she said while trying to turn the heat down on her face. Come on Ochako, calm yourself. It's just a nice compliment from Deku. A simple, nice compliment that could mean the whole world to you, eh? Situally anything he says to encourage me already means the world to me. What am I saying? Ochako thought, and her blush did nothing to subside. It just got even worse than before. Izuku just tilted his head at Ochako. A bit too close to her face. Uraraka, you alright? Izuku asked, and Ochako flinched before looking at Izuku, and their faces were inches close to each other, noses almost touching, and they both blushed at the near proximity. Before jumping away from each other, Ochako was fighting the very unnerving urge to fan herself, and Izuku was trying to bring down his own blush. They made eye contact for a brief moment before looking away again. Why yeah, I am. Ochako somehow found the ability to talk again, but it was way too wobbly, and Izuku just nodded, which she saw and also nodded in reply. Well, we should continue the test, right? Izuku said, blush finally descending a bit, and Ochako nodded again, only a bit slower this time. Why yeah, let's go, Ochako said as she smiled at him. Her blush also slowly going away, and he smiled back, before walking back to the group that was walking to the next test. There was no way in the world Katsuki didn't see that little moment of Izuku and Ochako and just smirked. Oh, I'm so going to fucking enjoy this. Katsuki thought with a shit-eating grin as Izuku and Ochako came back to join him. Izuku noticed the grin he was making and sweat dropped. At least Kachan's enjoying this test. I'm surprised he hasn't killed anybody yet. Izuku thought and sighed. The next test was a sidestep contest, which Izuku again brought a vario. Knees jaws down when he was sidestepping so fast, they only saw his body in a blur, but the footprints left as he did were increasing to the point they were digging their own holes. They don't even see Izuku's feet hit the floor. The time ran out and he stopped in place, now having dug up holes on the sides, and he didn't even break a sweat. Much to the awestruck faces most of the students made, Izuku was acing the tests one by one. The sit-up test was next, and let's just say Izuku and Katsuki were in a stamina competition. Izuku said that he wouldn't use his quirk for this and fight Katsuki without Lostvein's abilities. Which Katsuki smirked and said he wouldn't use his either. I mean, what would explosions do to help Katsuki in sit-ups? The timer started and they began. They were at it for a while. About 30 sit-ups and it increased to 40. Everyone was watching the two fight it out, Katsuki and Izuku grinning as they went to 50, then 60. Ochako just watched in awe of how much endurance the two best friends had. She was the one keeping Izuku's legs in place by pressing his feet down with her palms. They kept at it until they reached 80, where Katsuki was starting to slow down and he was sweating profusely. While Izuku kept going without even sweating as much, just a few drops here and there, but that was from his hair only. Everyone else was watching after they gave up around the 30s. That's until Katsuki yelled a battle cry and put all his remaining strength on a last stand, and he ended with 89 sit-ups, while Izuku kept going until he reached 100, and everyone's jaws dropped as he kept going. He freaking continued to do it and reached 110 without stopping. Aizawa stopped him, saying he already broke a record for most sit-ups than any first year could do. He was also slightly impressed at his endurance, and Izuku showed no signs of fatigue, just short breaths. Ochako let go of her hold and was still in awe. Izuku wasn't even using his quirk. Izuku then put his hands over him, pressed the floor and launched himself off, landing on his feet, much to everyone's astonishment, and he brought a hand forward to Katsuki, who was breathing heavily and panting a lot. Bef. Or he accepted it with a grin of his own. Izuku responded the same. Damn you, DEKU. How in the fucking hell do you keep that up without even getting tired? Katsuki said with a smirk, and Izuku just laughed a little as he pulled him up. Training Kachan, lots of it. Izuku said simply, and Katsuki slapped the back of Izuku a little too much and he coughed. Training my ass, Katsuki said with another smirk and then laughed while Izuku smiled, albeit with a little pain with it. Everyone had the same thought. These two are really something else. The last test was the softball throw. Since Izuku already had his turn, he was told by Aizawa he didn't need to do it anymore. Katsuki came second and took a glance at Izuku, who was grinning, then nodded his head. Katsuki got the silent message and smirked before he smiled a murderous smile, making everyone but Izuku, the bicolored-haired boy, and the sepia-yellow-haired boy with glasses shiver at the sight of Katsuki's evil smile. He cog. HT the ball from Aizawa and he stepped in the circle. He stretched his arms sideways, then he smirked before going into a pitching stance. I blow this away with an explosion, maybe add a few more power to be sure. Katsuki thought, then he threw his right arm forward. Die. Katsuki yelled out loud, and before the ball was released, he launched a bigger explosion from his hand and created a small shockwave. It didn't push anyone back, but everyone felt the wind come from it and the ball was sent flying away. Die, was the only thing Izuku thought, and he fought the urge to face palm. This was just Katsuki being Katsuki. Everyone turned their attention to Aizawa, who was just being the bored and uninterested teacher he was, just stared at the phone in his hand until he showed it to the class and they widened their eyes a bit. It wasn't as mind-blowing as Izuku's, but it was really far from average. 1,678 meters. Everyone shouted and Izuku just grinned as Katsuki smirked before walking back to Izuku. They exchanged a high five and grinned at each other. Katsuki's was just a shit-eating one though. A few more came by. The bicolored guy sent the ball up with an iceberg. Izuku W. is fascinated by his quirk but was a little curious to what his left side was. Did he have two quirks? Izuku took internal notes during this. The one that caught his interest the most was the sepia-yellow-haired boy from earlier. He was a little tall, taller than Ochako, but about the same as Izuku. Since he was taller than Ochako, who was 5 feet 3, and about the same height as Izuku, who was 5 feet 7 inches, he'd say the guy was 5 feet 6 inches at best. Katsuki was around 5 feet 8 inches. Or 5 feet 9, so he was slightly taller than Izuku. Izuku had never seen this guy use his quirk, he was actually wondering why he hadn't noticed this guy earlier. Maybe he was too concentrated on analyzing others' quirks, he never noticed him, so now was his chance. The sepia-yellow-colored boy just fixed his glasses, well, he was wiping their lenses with a cloth, then he put it on. The boy looked up to the sky for a little while and Izuku was really curious of what he was trying to do, maybe his quirk was a slow activation. He really didn't know, then suddenly. He raised his arm up in the air, and Izuku saw the boy smile. He looked like he was saying something before Izuku felt weird, he was getting dizzy all of a sudden. What's happening? Izuku said, looked around and saw he wasn't the only one, everyone else also had the same reaction, including Aizawa. Izuku looked at the boy again, who was still looking forward, ball in hand, then Izuku blinked. Actually everyone did, and Izuku was the first to notice that the ball in his hand was gone and he was standing still. He noticed as well that his headache subsided and he widened his eyes. Wait, was that done by him? Was that his quirk? Did he cause the headaches? The ball isn't in his hand anymore, so that probably means. Izuku's muttering was suddenly stopped by the sound of a beep. They all looked to the source and saw Aizawa's eyes widen slightly. Aizawa looked to the sepia-yellow-haired boy who was smiling innocently at him before walking back to the group. Aizawa the N showed the phone he was holding to everyone and they all also widened their eyes, just way bigger. 34,732 meters. They all shouted and Izuku gaped, beyond astonished, not just by the distance this boy made, but by what happened earlier. Somehow, this boy's quirk not only affected Izuku, but everyone else, but they seemed like they aren't minding it, which Izuku found strange before he saw the same boy and walked up to him. Hey, I was just wondering, but Izuku trailed off a bit and the boy in question just smiled at him. Izuku, Midoriya, correct, if you're wondering about what my quirk is. And if I was the one that caused everyone to have headaches, then I'll gladly only answer one. Yes, I was the one who caused that. The boy said as he kept up the smile and Izuku widened his eyes, his question was answered there. But he was still astonished once again, this guy was smart, Izuku could feel it for some reason. He looked at the boy, who was still smiling, then he tilted his head sideways in a questionable manner. Is there another question you want to ask? I can't answer what my quirk is, however, that is of no concern to you. I will tell you when the need rises. The boy said. And Izuku slightly opened his eyes wide before waving his hands at him in reassurance. And no, of course not. Well, I won't deny that I am curious to what it is, it's really an interesting quirk. Izuku said, and the boy looked at him for a bit before slightly chuckling. It's normal to be curious, I don't blame you. After all, I was curious about yours too. The boy said, and Izuku just calmed down before smiling back at him. I guess you already know my name, but what's yours? Izuku said, and the boy smiled at him. Hiro Kanata. The boy named Hiro said, and Izuku nodded before he turned to see another student who created a cannon. Was that her quirk? If so, then can she create anything? Or just a cannon? That doesn't seem too likely. Izuku was taking air notes and Hiro just chuckled at witnessing Izuku's analysis. You really are curious, Midoriya. Hiro said, and Izuku stopped before rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. It's just a hobby, well, a habit I always did when I was younger. Izuku said, and Hiro smiled before shrugging. Everyone has one. Hiro said simply, and Izuku saw Ochako breathe in and out. It was almost her turn and Izuku turned to Hiro. Hey Kanata, do you want to join us? It seems like you weren't talking to the others and you aren't familiar with anyone. Izuku asked, and Hiro tilted his head again in question. Join you? Are you implying we become friends? Hiro asked, and Izuku slightly rubbed behind his head and smiled a little. Well, I mean, if you want to, of course, I won't force you. Izuku thought the question was a little weird to ask, but he just let it go and put on a full smile. Hiro seemed to get the message and chuckled. Sorry if the question was a little weird of me to ask. I just needed to be sure. Hiro said, and Izuku again widened his eyes at him. This guy was good at reading people. Somehow that was what Izuku thought before he smiled and gestured Hiro to follow him, which Hiro did but stopped midway of a step forward. Izuku raised an eyebrow before seeing Hiro stare at him for a little while, then his eyes suddenly widened and Izuku was curious as to why he did. "Kanata, are you alright?" Izuku asked. It took a moment before Hiro came back to this world and he just smiled back. "Yeah, just remembered something I had to do today," Hiro said, and Izuku just looked at him for a bit before nodding, and they walked to Ochako and Katsuki. Izuku then walked to Ochako and put a hand on her right shoulder. She almost yelped and looked to her side to see Izuku smiling at her. Ochako immediately relaxed and smiled back at Izuku, getting the silent encouragement he gave her, and then steeled her face with one of determination, before walking to the circle. She caught the ball, albeit with 4 fingers, and looked at it for a bit. "Let's do this," she thought with a smile, and put her 5th finger on it and threw the ball as hard as she could, and the ball launched all the way up to the clouds. Aizawa T smirked a bit as he looked to his phone, and Ochako looked at Aizawa before he showed everyone the score. It was an infinity sign. Infinity. Everyone yelled and Izuku grinned at that. Who's to say Izuku wasn't proud, because he was. Ochako got a win at one of the tests. And she was the highest one to score in the softball test. Izuku looked at Ochako and he gave her a smile, even wider than before, and Ochako beamed. Knowing she did well, it was evident on Izuku's face, and walked to him as everyone else was still staring at the score. "I did it, Deku," she said, filled with enthusiasm and glee. Izuku just smiled at her bright one. It really was contagious. "I knew you could do it. You got the highest score out of all of us. You're really amazing," Izuku said with a proud smile, and Ochako blushed at the compliments he gave. Especially the last one. Then she brushed a little of her hair to the back of her ear with her right hand. "Thanks, Deku." Ochako smiled at him softly, and Izuku felt that same fluttering feeling in his stomach as he looked at her. In this moment, Ochako looked really, really cute. "What's happening? This is way different than what I felt before, and my heart's about to blow. She's really beautiful. Is this what I think it is?" Izuku thought, but was still unsure. They stared at each other, his emerald glowing eyes meeting her swirling brown ones. They were instantly lost in each of theirs. "His eyes are doing it again. This is becoming harder for me to contain. I just can't stop looking at his eyes. Am I really?" Ochako thought, and they both stared a little more. They finally came back and full-on blushed at each other in realization of their own thoughts, plus the fact that they were staring at each other for another while and looked away as quickly as possible. They glanced at the corners of their eyes every now and then, before looking away whenever they made eye contact again. Hiro then walked beside Izuku and tilted his head at them in question. "You both are making eye contact way longer than one is supposed to in silence. Or you both perhaps." He never finished. "What?" They both blushed at Hiro, and he looked at them confused with his glasses slightly falling down. "I'm just saying you both look at each other with affection, and," Hiro said with no shame, and Izuku and Ochako blushed twice as much as before. "KK Kanata, what are you saying?" Izuku said, trying to relax, but found himself incapable of doing so, and Ochako was no better. "Why yeah," Ochako simply said. She really had a hard time with talking properly, and hi. Aro looked at them with one more confused expression before shrugging and looking at another student who threw the ball with her long tongue, launching it like a catapult. Izuku and Ochako both looked at each other before averting their eyes away, still madly blushing no doubt. They really were lucky that no one paid attention to them, but they were too busy to care about that. Izuku, who was just breathing in and out, and Ochako, who was calming herself down the same way, both of their hearts beating faster than before, and they both had the same thought. "What is this? Alright, so, since it's much work and time to explain how each individual score is made, I'll just show it all to you right away," Aizawa said. Then he pulled out a remote from his pocket, pressing a button, and a hologram scoreboard appeared suddenly in the air. Everyone was on edge. 2 reasons: 1, because they want to see if they ever got last place, and 2, who got last place. The scoreboard showed the scores and the names of each student, from first to last. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Hiro Kanata. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Tenya Iida. 7. Fumikage Tokiyami. 8. Mezzo Shoji. 9. Mashirao Ojiro. 10. Ejiro Kirishima. 11. Mina Ishido. 12. Ochako Uraraka. 13. Koji Koda. 14. Rikido Sato. 15. Suyu Asui. 16. Yuga Aoyama. 17. Hanta Siro. 18. Denki Kaminari. 19. Kyoka Jiro. 20. Toru Hagakuri. Most of them sighed in relief, but one of them gasped in shock and disbelief. Izuku looked and saw floating clothes. He couldn't see her face, but from the looks of it, she was scared and afraid, well maybe. Judging by her reaction to being last place. The girl named Toru Hagakuri was panicking. He felt kind of bad though until Aizawa spoke up. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion punishment. Aizawa said, and a dead silence followed afterwards. Literally almost everyone had their eyes as wide as dinner plates in disbelief. It was a rational way to push you to use your quirks at their utmost best and break their limits. Aizawa said with a creepy but troll-looking smile, and everyone sighed in relief but most exclaimed in protest and complaint. Then someone spoke up. Of course it was a ruse, it was actually quite obvious. A girl said, possibly if Izuku remembered right, was named Momo Yaoyorozu, and judging by her demeanor and her quirk, Izuku broke down a hypothesis that she was possibly admitted through recommendations. Most of them thought with a sweat drop. I didn't know. Izuku then looked to his side, seeing Ochako sigh in relief, before looking at Izuku, who then smiled at her, and she smiled back. He went close to her ear, which she blushed a bit when he did. I told you, you can do it. I never doubted you for a second. Izuku whispered as Ochako felt her heart melt at his words before looking at him. Who had a deeper blush from what he just did, and Ochako blushed deeper, but never stopped looking at him and smiled, like really widely. Thanks Deku. That means a lot to me. Ochako said, and Izuku smiled back at her. Before looking at the board. He was impressed to say the least. He got first place. He was kind of confident he would, but was still astonished nevertheless. He looked down to third place and saw Hiro's name there, and he widened his eyes. He really didn't expect that. I must have made a miscalculation at that. Probably from the sit-up test. Hiro said out of nowhere, and Izuku yelped in surprise before noticing it was Hiro and sighed. I didn't expect you to get third place, Kanata. Izuku said, and Hiro looked at him before doing that tilted head gesture again. What do you mean? I added up all the scores I made, divided it by how many tests we all did, then we get the average of our total score, thus putting everyone on their specific ranks. It is expected. Here, O said with a confused expression, and Izuku, plus Ochako, who heard everything, sweat dropped at Hiro. I guess so. Never really crossed my mind though. Izuku said, and Ochako looked at Hiro before looking at Izuku with a face of curiosity. Deku, who is this? Ochako asked, and Izuku was about to say who before Hiro interrupted. Ochako Uraraka, Quirk, Zero Gravity, pleasure to meet you. I'm Hiro Kanata, Midoriya's friend. Hiro said as Izuku and Ochako widened their eyes, looking at each other before looking back at Hiro. This guy seriously knew what quirk she uses. And the name as well. Ochako was just beyond bewildered that this strange boy, who she now knew as Hiro Kanata, just guessed her quirk and what its name was. Let's just say she didn't know whether to be impressed, or shocked, possibly both. Nice to meet you too, Kanata. Ochako said, still with some shock left, and Izuku just stared off into space until he came back to the world when he heard Hiro talk again. Uraraka, if I may ask. Why do you call Midoriya, Deku? Isn't his name Izuku? Or is it a given nickname to him? Hiro asked with curiosity, and Ochako blushed a little as he said the word, nickname. It's just a nickname. I'm allowed to call him that. Hee. She laughed nervously, but she was spinning both her index fingers in circles as Izuku blushed at the same time, and Hiro stared at her for a while before he nodded in understanding. Then Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder, a short pat before he looked and saw Katsuki there, grinning. You just keep winning, don't you, Deku? Katsuki said, and he smirked as Izuku rolled his eyes though was genuinely surprised. Katsuki was taking his loss well, although he always did in the past when they had competitions with themselves, it always usually end. Ed with Izuku winning or Katsuki somehow finding a creative way to pin him down. I told you so, Kachan. Izuku said with a smile and Katsuki clicked his tongue but had a genuine smile on his face, oh. Nay, of the rarest things Katsuki ever showed in a daily basis. Don't let it get to your damn head. Katsuki grinned and Izuku just smiled as they all looked towards Aizawa's voice. Everyone go back to class. Take a syllabus and you're all dismissed. Make sure you take this as a reminder of what's to come in the future, as many other tests won't be as merciful as this. Am I clear? Aizawa said with a dominating tone and the whole class tensed up before standing straight. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. They all said, and Aizawa, with his bored expression, just nodded at them before walking away, letting them go about their business. Izuku, Ochako, Katsuki and the newest addition that is Hiro, were walking down the hallway back to their classroom until Katsuki stopped midway and Izuku looked over with a confused face. Kachan, what's the matter? Izuku asked but Katsuki just stood there, looking like he was debating whether or not he should ask about something. He then decided and looked at Izuku with a face of one so serious. What the hell did you do earlier, Deku? Katsuki asked and Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean? Izuku asked but suddenly flinched at what Katsuki said next. You know damn hell what I'm talking about. Did you acquire a new skill? Katsuki asked, making Izuku finally realized what he was talking about and rubbed the back of his head. Oh that. Yeah it was. I recently learned about it a couple days ago. He lied, of course he would. As much as he wanted to tell him, why would Izuku just straight out say he learned it way back before, when he as training with a very ancient being that happened to be the savior of the entire world, that ended a holy war that could have potentially ended with catastrophic results and the entire destruction of the earth to the point of humans becoming extinct, that he trained in a weird magic dimensional plane inside Lostvein, which was the one of the ways to communicate with said savior from that said plane. Would Izuku tell him all that and expect Katsuki to take it all in and allow it? Of course not. Okay, but I was asking what it was. Katsuki said, his face with a serious look and arms crossed, and Izuku just sighed. Knowing he wouldn't be able to get away from this. Yeah Deku, what was that you did during the softball test? Ochako asked. She was going to ask Izuku about it later on but hey. Katsuki just asked so might as well take advantage of it. Izuku looked at Ochako this time, her eyes filled with questions and curiosity. He immediately got lost in them before turning away to look at Katsuki, who was still looking for an answer, and Hiro, who was just the same as Ochako, and he sighed again. Looks like I'm not getting out of this, aren't I? Izuku asked and the three of them nodded, with Katsuki rolling his eyes at how obvious his question was. Alright well, let's get our syllabuses first before I tell you three, sounds fair? Izuku asked and they took a moment of thought before they nodded in agreement. Izuku responded with one of his own and they continued walking back to the Class 1A homeroom. It was a really hard day to go by. Izuku was bombarded with questions of what he did, what his quirk was, and was easily overwhelmed. They just went in the classroom and this happens. Well, he couldn't blame them. Like Hiro said, it was normal to be curious, but the only problem is that it was about his quirk, which was actually a touchy subject for him because he was technically still quirkless, being that Lostvein isn't a quirk and that his power was magic, which was lost and completely extinct to this world. Well, not really according to Meliodas, it's just that people cannot access it anymore even if they tried. Luckily though, Katsuki somehow became his temporary bodyguard for a while, which made the whole group disperse, and Izuku couldn't blame him. They were bullied, discriminated and abused as outcasts, and it was mostly Katsuki who protected Izuku through all of that turmoil and pain. But Izuku still got in the crossfire. Izuku was thankful, however, this was actually a force of habit on Katsuki's part. And he always did this when people tried to crowd Izuku. Still trying to recover from the scars of others hurting him in the past, so Katsuki becomes protective right away, considering that Izuku was still a little shy and such. After all, habits are hard to get rid of. The four finally were able to get their syllabuses. Coincidentally, all their chairs were in one row, and they left the school grounds. Izuku found a good place to have a Bite to eat, and they agreed as they went in, getting a table of 4 Katsuki and Hiro sitting beside each other while Izuku and Ochako were doing the same, after ordering what they all wanted to eat. Katsuki finally spoke up after entering. "So Deku, explain first, who the hell is this extra beside me?" Katsuki said nonchalantly, and Izuku's sweat dropped before Hiro interrupted. "Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk, explosion, pleasure to meet you. I'm Midoriya's friend, Hiro Kanata," Hiro said with a smile. Izuku's eyes widened again at how Hiro was able to figure out Katsuki's quirk. Well, it was kind of obvious what it was though. But Izuku widened more because Hiro knew his name. Katsuki was a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow at him before smirking. "You know me and my quirk. I'm surprised you haven't called me a villain," Katsuki said with a grin, and Izuku glared at him. Izuku hated it when Katsuki always tried to bring himself down, to make people say he was a villain, but deep down Izuku knew that Katsuki always was afraid of repeating history. It was expected, they were in a new school with new people, so making a new impression and name would even their odds out. Ochako just frowned a bit, thinking about why Katsuki said that. Thanks to the talk Izuku and Ochako had, which was one of Ochako's happiest and most recent memories, she knew people called Katsuki a villain because of the dangerous potential his quirk could give, and that brought an impression to others that he could become what they called a villain in the making, according to Izuku, so she looked over to Izuku to see him glaring at him, understanding what Izuku was trying to imply. Hiro tilted his head again to the side in a confused way and spoke up. "Villain? Why would I call you a villain? Your quirk is one of the most interesting quirks I have ever seen. It even carries with it a lot of potential that could be used in many ways," Hiro said with a smile afterwards, and Katsuki widened his eyes. Same could be said for Izuku, and Ochako just smiled. Katsuki was shocked would be an understatement. No, this was a revelation for the guy. Aside from Izuku and Ochako, who hasn't judged Katsuki because of his quirk, Hiro was the third student that told Katsuki his quirk wasn't a villain's, and that it was an interesting quirk no less, all his life. Katsuki was stressed out to a degree but hid his feelings away to not show weakness to it, and always went to Izuku if he had a problem or anything. However, Izuku was mostly the drama king before. Katsuki just leaned back and crossed his arms, smiling. That rare smile Izuku always swore was a weird thing for Katsuki to do. "HMPH, why the hell should I tell you? You're lucky you are still here and alive, be grateful that you're at my mercy right now," Katsuki said. Back to his murderous smile as Izuku smiled, knowing Katsuki was happy again, although in his own way. If he declared that he wouldn't kill somebody, then they were off his extras list, as he called it. Ochako just sweat dropped at what Katsuki said, but when she saw that rare smile, she just smiled, knowing another person was accepting Katsuki regardless of his quirk. "So Deku, explain," Katsuki said, back to his serious demeanor, and Izuku nodded. Izuku looked at all of them, seeing that they were ready to listen. He closed his eyes while he breathed in and out, then opened them to speak. "That technique you all saw is called full counter. It's one of the many abilities Lostvein offers me besides from enhanced strength and speed. Aside from the two, I currently have and can use this, with the ability being really powerful as well," Izuku explained while Ochako looked at him, clearly listening quietly, Hiro who was curious in an amusing way. And Katsuki raised an eyebrow after nodding. "What do you mean powerful?" Katsuki said, still with the same expression, and Izuku's face suddenly turned serious. Everyone in the table noticed this. T repels quirks back at their user with 3 times more power than before, Izuku flatly said, and everyone's eyes widened. They were all in disbelief that Izuku had such a powerful ability at his disposal. A quirk that allows you to deflect other quirks thrown at you. It's unheard of. Katsuki suddenly smirked and they all looked at him. "Damn it, what the hell kind of quirk do you have, Deku?" Tsuki said with a grin, and Izuku knew Katsuki wanted to see how powerful it was, and he smiled. Knowing Katsuki was a battle maniac, this was how he usually acted. That's amazing, Deku. So you can repel any quirk back at their users?" Ochako asked with such astonishment at the idea, and Izuku nodded. "Depends with the quirk used against me, but yes, with 3 times more power than before." Izuku said, and Ochako slowly put a hand on her forehead. Clearly she saw Izuku do it, but still found it hard to believe. Izuku then sighed, knowing they would have these reactions, although saw Hiro staring off into space for some reason. Hey Kanata, are you okay? Izuku knew it wasn't that hard to process what he just said, but he would understand that they were shocked. After all, he was the same when Meliodas introduced it to him. Hiro seemed to snap out of his trance and he looked at Izuku with wide eyes for a bit before smiling a little at him. Oh yeah, I am. Just trying to take this new information in, is all. Hiro said, and Izuku was a little confused till he just shrugged it and nodded at him. I don't blame you all, it was the same for me when I found out at first. Okay, Izuku told the truth there. He was actually surprised when he tried it the first time, but he didn't have good memories when learning it. Meliodas, despite his cheerful atmosphere, hid a lot of mischief behind his all-might surpassing grin. And it wasn't an easy training session, nothing with Meliodas is easy, ever. Izuku shivered at the memories until Katsuki spoke up. How did you find out? Who did you use it on? Katsuki said with a serious look again, and Izuku flinched but didn't show it. Crap. How was he going to explain this? Katsuki was kind of right, if it would repel quirks, how would he figure it out the first time he found out he had full counter? Which was actually a lie, so he would say a lie within a lie. This was getting harder as it goes. Oh how? Well, when I was practicing by myself very early in the morning. One of my attacks went wrong. Izuku somehow kept his composure without stuttering and rubbed the back of his head. Ochako frowned, clearly worried. Katsuki raised an eyebrow and snickered. Don't tell me I fucking missed something good. Katsuki smirked as Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed, before nodding to confirm it. He technically was telling the truth. One of his early morning trainings were done wrong when he tried a new technique, an even stronger version of one of his special moves, Delaware Smash. He tried it. At first, he would only use one finger with double the power of the original technique, from 7% to 14%. It worked well, since he sent a giant vortex of whirlwinds that was concentrated. It was less than wide, unlike the 7% one, which was as big as an average human's thigh. The 14% one, however, being at least estimated to be as big as a normal person's arm width, but even more destructive, which can rival, no, even surpass All Might's Detroit Smash. To the ocean to avoid as much causalities as possible, but what went wrong was when he decided to use more fingers. The first time he'd done it with two was alright, doubling the already double. Ed power was a good move, and since Delaware Smash was reinforced, it was much more concentrated, therefore more devastating in return. The bad part was when he decided to use three fingers, that caused the backfire to happen, since the blasts could only be so close to each other, being only two fingers, so two blasts any more than two will cause said backfire, and Izuku was affected by it. Izuku just chuckled at the memory as everyone looked at him. That's how I found out. I launched an attack at first, but then it came back to me. So out of panic, I summoned Lostbane and swung. Suddenly the attack K stopped in midair and then went to the opposite direction. Izuku said with a nervous laugh, and Katsuki just smirked, clearly now aware Izuku has a new ability and wanted to test it. Ochako was just slightly worried before Izuku gave her a smile and she calmed down. Hiro just eyed Izuku with a curious expression. Their orders came a few minutes later and started to eat, not before saying thanks of course. They all talked and got to know each other to pass time. Mainly it was Hiro, since he was the new one here, so he gladly talked. Apparently Hiro happened to come here after her mother died shortly a few years ago, which made the mood drop a bit before he reassured them that he was alright. He was sent here since his dream was to be a hero that can save others so they won't experience what his mother had. Though he wouldn't explain what happened to her, they didn't force him to talk about it and respected his privacy. Hiro was glad for that. The four friends, with Katsuki only calling Ochako and Hiro acquaintances, though, talked a few more after finishing each of their individual meals, this time Izuku telling his and Katsuki's life, which Katsuki scoffed at the memories and letting Izuku do the talking. Hiro found it saddening and actually told them that he understood how hard it was to live a life like that, a life of troubles and constant pain, whether it was sympathy or empathy that Hiro was implying. Izuku didn't care and thanked him for understanding it nevertheless. Same could be said for Ochako, reassuring Izuku that she was there if he needed her or Somio. Nata talked to and Izuku smiled before blushing a bit. He really feels like he could relax if Ochako was by his side. He felt his heart rate increase when he looked at her smile, that smile that seems to always warm his heart. That seems to always give him a smile of his own. The feeling was really confusing to Izuku, but somehow, he felt it was right. They left their lunch stop a little later, not after Izuku's multiple questions of what Hiro's quirk is, and came to the terminal. Sadly, Hiro had to separate from the group, of course, after getting their numbers first and promising to stay in touch. When he left, Izuku looked at Ochako and Katsuki, who also nodded their approval at him, like they knew what he was thinking, and he smiled before holding Katsuki's right shoulder with his left hand and at first hesitating a bit before blushing and holding Ochako's left hand, and she almost yelped and blushed deeper than Izuku's, before intertwining their fingers together. Ochako's baying only for, and Izuku looked at Ochako a little, her doing the same before he smiled nervously at Ochako, she also smiling at him, still with a heating face. Then they all disappeared. The three friends appeared in front of the Bakugo household. Katsuki also saying his goodbye at them before walking towards his front door, being welcomed by a loud scolding by Mitsuki, and Izuku just sweat dropped before sighing greatly. Ochako looked at the front door of the Bakugos, before looking at Izuku, conflicted. Is he going to be alright? Ochako said with uncertainty, and Izuku just gave her a smile. You'd be surprised, that's how Katsuki's family acts every single day. Izuku said and laughed a little at the several memories he remembered about Katsuki and Mitsuki. Ochako just found it a little weird at first before joining him in the laughter. She could actually see that Katsuki was a bit vile and intimidating, in her opinion at least, his mother being no less than that, from what she's just seen. Well, I guess we should go back. Eri's probably waiting at the door for us, she said while wiping a tear of her right eye, and Izuku just chuckled. I still don't believe her saying that. She actually stayed by the doorway for 2 hours straight, Izuku said, and Ochako giggled a little. Eri really was a cute bundle of joy. Is it strange that I think she is the most adorable and cutest girl I've ever seen in my life? Ochako playfully said with a hint of rhetorical questioning in it, and Izuku chuckled at that, before smiling. No, it isn't, Izuku said and started to walk down the pavement. Ochako slowly catching up to his side before looking at him once she made eye contact with Izuku again. We're not going to flash there. It was actually a genuine question. She really Ed the convenience of supposedly teleporting anywhere with no time gap, and the fact that she is well used to it already by now. Izuku just smiled before looking up to the sky, seeing the sun hiding behind a cumulus body of condensed water vapor. Surprisingly, the weather is actually cool and refreshing. I just wanted to enjoy walking on it with you, unless you don't want to, Izuku said with a grin, and Ochako quickly shook her head, actually wanting to do this with him and walk the peaceful retreat to Izuku's home. She blushed a tiny tint of a pinkish color after shortly realizing they were alone again. Oh, of course not. I would actually enjoy this, now that you mention it, Ochako said admittedly, the blush fading away before she smiled at him, and he nodded with approval and continued walking, Ochako following suit. The two arrived at the Midoriya household. After the wonderful walk they just made earlier, although quiet in a sense, they clearly enjoyed the cool breeze constantly blowing through their skin and hair before, still feeling it as of now. Izuku reached out and turned the knob, opening the door and promptly bowing slightly to Ochako, gesturing her with a grin to come in first, and she giggled at his gentlemanly actions and stretched her skirt on both opposite sides with her hands, playing along, and walked inside, Izuku walking in after her and closing the door. We're home, he shouted, announcing their presence as they both removed their footwear and placed it to the side. Upon walking a bit forward, they heard small but clearly excited footsteps, violent Ly running towards their direction, and they both smiled. Eri running towards Izuku first with a huge smile on her face as she hugged Izuku, almost knocking him over when he opened his arms out before. Even if he was stronger than maybe most his age, mentally thanking Meliodas, Eri was no exception to his strength, because maybe to Izuku only, he knows Eri can hug hard. Papa, welcome back. Eri saw It full of enthusiasm which brought a certain warmth throughout Izuku's body. It really made Izuku happy that Eri acted like this, always waiting for him to come home with a smile on her face once he does. It made him feel like he was the most important person to Eri, which he was of course. Hi Eri. Glad to see you again. And glad he was. Eri was one of the only people in the world to always put a smile on his face as she did. Ochako also being one of those people, speaking of her. Hey Eri. Good to see you happy as always. Ochako said with equal enthusiasm that could possibly rival Eri's and Eri smiled even wider before letting go of Izuku momentarily and rushing to Ochako's body and hugging her with even more strength than she did with Izuku. Ochako fell down in response to Eri's play. Full hug that weighed a car, exaggeration evident. Ah! She yelped as she bumped her bottom on the ground, with her arms around Eri as she giggled violently in joy and excitement, with Izuku laughing a little. Clearly enjoying that Eri was happy to see Ochako too. A lot changed between both of them. Eri mentioned to Izuku that Ochako was someone she put all her trust on after Izuku, which he is thankful for. That in itself is a hard feat to achieve from the white-haired girl. Chako. Eri said with a big smile. Ochako winced a little at the pain before ignoring it because of her obvious happiness at the clearly happy Eri, and she smiled widely the same way. Alright Eri, me and Deku have something for you that you will definitely love. Ochako said, and Eri looked at her with wide eyes LLED between half shocked and half hopeful that it was something new. She turned her head at Izuku's direction quickly for confirmation and he nodded. She smiled an even bigger smile. Really? Yay. Show me, show me. Eri asked with childlike excitement, and Izuku picked her up from her waist, Ochako standing up with a tiny bit of struggle thanks to the supposedly monstrous hug that Eri gave her earlier. Yep. Let's go to the couch first before we show you, alright. Izuku said with a soft smile, but he was internally hoping Eri would love it, which she would, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions just yet. Eri pouted with impatience and he chuckled at Eri's cute face before walking to the living room, with Ochako following them. The three sat down on the couch, Izuku at the right side of it, Ochako on the left and Eri on the middle of both of them. Izuku placed a paper bag on the coffee table in front of them and Eri eyed it with intense anticipation, Ochako giggling in amusement at how serious Eri looked, well, as serious as she tried to be, and it was adorable, mind you. Can I? Eri asked as she looked at Ochako, who was smiling at her. Of course. It's for you anyways, Eri. Oh. Chako said as she was wondering what her reaction would be to the obviously genius idea Izuku thought of as a gift for Eri, at least, genius in Ochako's opinion. Flashback. Hold on Uraraka. I just thought of something we could get for Eri. Izuku exclaimed as he abruptly stopped walking, making Ochako stop a little ways ahead of him and look at him curiously. Oh, what is it? Eager to also find out, she eyed him with interest. He wasn't looking at her but smiled widely at her question. However, instead of saying what it is, he just raised a finger towards the direction where he was looking. Ochako followed the invisible line till her eyes landed on what he was pointing at and she beamed before she smiled as well, albeit a little wider than Izuku's. That's actually a good idea. Let's get some for her then. Ochako now understood Izuku's intentions of a gift and she no doubt thought it would be a great gift for Eri once she sees it. Then what's the holdup? Let's go. Izuku yelled, a little loudly with such enthusiasm before running off to the stall he saw, momentarily grabbing Ochako's hand as he did while she blushed a little at his blunt choice of action before she giggled at him. Izuku would do anything for Eri. End flashback. Ochako smiled at the recent memory, with a little pink flush on her already marked cheeks as she did before she shook her head when she saw Eri reach for the paper bag. Curious sparks could be seen on her eyes as she grabbed it. Eri then took a few more seconds of looking at the bag before she reached in the bag with her right hand. Feeling a strange, uneven, round object in her palm, she grasped the gift she got and brought it out for her to see and she tilted her head in confusion. In her hand was a white paper wrapped up in a crumpled yet neat form, with a few wet stains threatening to come out from some spots around the foreign object to Eri. She turned it in different angles, eyeing it with seemingly unlimited curiosity, truth in those words. A child's mind can only comprehend so little yet have boundless amounts of ideas in the form of imagination. She looked at Izuku's green eyes, obviously confused, and tilted her head to the right while looking at him. Then she looked at Ochako's brown eyes, who, like Izuku earlier, just smiled at her, clearly holding in bottled emotions of excitement, and failing miserably. With a nod of approval from Ochako, Eri gulped a little and started to slowly open it from a straight paper corner that was sticking out. She kept peeling it until she saw half of it and, let's just say Eri's red yes would have popped out from utter shock and disbelief, with a full-on gasp. There's no way, right? The holy embodiment of pure deliciousness in front of her, on her palm, isn't real, right? Is this? Eri was barely keeping it together. Staring intently at the top of all gifts combined, while Izuku and Ochako mentally thanked the heavens that Eri loved it, it was obvious. Surprise. It's a candy apple. I knew you had a really persistent sweet tooth and a never-ending eye for apples, so what happens when you mix both? You get this. Izuku was beaming so bright, his emerald eyes started to blink a small glint of light before fully disappearing. The eye-to-eye smile was even proof of it. Ochako just cheered inside her head that they were able to get a good gift for Eri. She really knew it couldn't be helped. Eri was a sucker for apples, a fan, heck, even a full-blown lover for the healthy snack. This only proved that Izuku's genius mind prevailed again. Eri just stared at Izuku with the same expression. She was silent the whole time, speechless to a large degree that you would have thought her brain stopped working. She looked at him, then at the heavenly snack in front of her and he did the one thing she knew she should do. She cried. Izuku became a bit dumbfounded and panicked so much, he thought he did something that hurt Eri. Didn't she really like apples? That much is true. No doubt about it. And the sweet tooth she has is an even more obvious fact if you've been with Eri for almost a year. If you didn't notice that, then you don't know Eri as well as Izuku does. His thoughtful struggles ended abruptly when Eri placed the candy apple down so quick on the coffee table and lunged at Izuku so hard he fell down this time, clearly not expecting it. TT, thank you P Papa. I love you so much. TT, this is the best gift you've ever given me. Eri yelled in tears and hicks, Izuku just staring off to space as the words registered in his mind. Ochako was shocked at RST as well when Eri started crying and got worried that something went wrong. However, all that went down the drain as Eri hugged Izuku fiercely and her eyes softened while she smiled at what Eri said. Izuku really did know how to make this little girl so happy. Izuku just smiled and wrapped his arms around Eri and stroked her hair. Hee, you're welcome Eri. You know I'd do anything for you, right? He felt her nod wildly and chuckled while the rewind quirked girl kept on bringing her internal happiness out in the form of tears and saying thank you multiple times. Although, you should also thank Uraraka as well. I'm not the only one who gave you this gift after all. Izuku said softly but loud enough for everyone to hear. Eri hugged tighter in response and muttered a, and, thank you. Before letting go and looking at the smiling brunette, then she again lunged herself at her with open arms, which Ochako accepted wholeheartedly. Good thing she was on the couch as well with Izuku. Or she would have fell on her bottom again. Eri hugged Ochako tightly while Ochako hugged her equally with much love that she could muster at the moment. Eri calmed down a little while later before looking up from Ochako to Izuku and she smiled with teary eyes, which Izuku smiled back with a happy face before he knelt down to the side of the coffee table and grabbed something from the same bag filled with 5 more candy apples, which was a stick with a sharp tip at one end. He then poked the sharp, possibly bigger toothpick on top of the candy apple and flipped it over to look like a lollipop and gestured Eri to take it. Go ahead. Try it Eri. You'll love this. Izuku smiled gently while Eri nodded and smiled brightly this time. Now that she was able to recover, with some leftover evidence of tears on her cheeks. She eyed the golden brown-looking apple that glistened in a spark of reflective light from the ceiling as she turned it clockwise, then the opposite. She stared in awe and possibly much more drool than she ever produced but wasn't obvious to the naked eye for some reason. She gulped all her shock and put on a face of courage and bit a part of the apple and, well, Eri was in cloud 9. This. Is this heaven? Eri thought with a face filled with pure satisfaction and glee, relishing the undeniably sweet taste of the red fruit mixed with some syrup she couldn't make out of. She made a hum of delight as she swallowed the now crushed remains of what was left in her mouth, and that was just the first bite. Izuku looked on with a smile, clearly amused and overall, happy that Eri loved the gift. Oh, he can tell all right, if Eri's face wasn't evidence of that, then he wouldn't know what is. Ochako was in a similar spot of her own glee. Eri's face was so adorable that she just wanted to pinch her cheeks so hard, and Ochako felt the undying urge to coo Eri mercilessly, then decided against it. After a full 2 minutes of Eri enjoying the lingering taste of the delicious fruit on her hand, she suddenly started biting multiple times, slowly at first, till she sped up a little but not enough to make Eri choke, surprisingly. Izuku, worried and being the papa, flashed to the kitchen and prepared a glass of water for all three of them, then put each glass on a tray he pulled out and flashed back to the living room after picking up said tray and placed it on top of the coffee table. Handing one glass in front of Eri, then one to Ochako, who replied with a "thank you," before nodding and drinking his. When Eri finished her dessert, she plumped down on the couch. Clearly seemed to be satisfied beyond comprehension and sighed in delight, Ochako almost losing it to the cuteness overload, and Izuku chuckling at Eri's own antics. "Papa, Chako, that was so delicious, thank you again," Eri said, albeit still a little too tiredly, her eyes half-lidded, and sighed again. While both teenagers smiled at her, Izuku suddenly said, "Want another, Eri?" As if almost instantaneous. Eri shot up with stars in her eyes and nodded vigorously at his words and started to giddy in her seat. Izuku laughed a little and proceeded to get another, this time, batch of C.A.N.D. apples and gave one to Eri and Ochako, then one for himself, and they all started to dig in. Ochako widened her eyes slightly at how good the dessert actually was and bit into it a little more, understanding why Eri loved this, and Izuku just stayed neutral, although not showing what he felt about the apple. On the outside, his face was seen loving the sweet brown fruit on his stick, but kept his bewilderment into his inner self and just enjoyed how good it tasted, while humming a tune. "This is actually good. It says a lot considering we bought this from a stall. I can see why Eri loves this," Izuku thought with a smile as he looked over to Eri, who was happily eating her second candy apple and sitting on Ochako's lap, while Ochako held her own apple on her stick to one hand, while the other was combing Eri's hair. However, Ochako's mind thought differently in a sense, way off and not related to candy apples whatsoever. Oh my gosh, Izuku's voice is so, Ochako was thinking about things, and she blushed a lot at the thought, clearly admiring Izuku's baritone tune that was slightly higher in a tenor-based level. She literally was blushing madly as she thought one thing. See, can he sing? Wait. Why am I suddenly attracted to his voice? What the heck, Ochako? Slow down. Ochako was barely keeping it together. She hid her blush through another bite and took calm breaths to ease the heat on her face. Eri just continued living in her own world, maybe enjoying her apple a bit too much as she sighed in eternal bliss. Well, as cute as possible in an Eri fashion. Izuku downed a glass of water and gently patted his stomach, showing he was satisfied as well, and laid his back on the couch, Eri laughing as Izuku poked her stomach twice. Ochako finally relaxed and looked towards Izuku, who made eye contact with her for a brief moment before sending a quick, silent message to Izuku as he got the idea, and then grinned brightly, before nodding back at the unsaid plan. Eri looked at Izuku and Ochako with confusion on her face as she wondered why it became so silent. "What's wrong, Papa? Chako?" Eri just looked at them both respectively with a head tilt, which they just read at her, and Eri became even more confused at Izuku and Ochako's grins. Then she suddenly felt a slight twinge of fear through her spine. "What's going?" Izuku and Ochako both suddenly poked Eri's sides with their index fingers. At the same time, "Ha ha 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 ha. Wait. Stop, Papa. Chako, ha 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 ha. That tickles." Eri gasped and giggled wildly before full-on laughing as Izuku and Ochako poked her multiple times on several different spots in her stomach, her most ticklish spot. She tried to stop them, but her childlike strength couldn't get past them both and just continued to laugh. Izuku and Ochako laughing all the while they continued an onslaught of endless poking. A few minutes later, Eri panted and ceased her laughing, with a few tears of happiness in her eyes and slight giggles every few seconds. While Izuku and Ochako hugged her in their arms, all catching a breath at laughing a lot today. They all fell into a comfortable silence as Eri smiled, clearly and already happy as if it wasn't obvious. Izuku and Ochako the same way. I love you, Papa and Chako, Eri said as she slowly drifted away to sleep with that same cute smile she always seemed to produce. Ochako slightly, almost teared up on the spot but had a massive smile on her face. Izuku replied with kissing Eri's forehead while stroking her hair. I love you too, Eri, he said as he leaned his head on top of Eri's head. But just also above Ochako's shoulder, where they both bumped their heads on their sides and both blushed in unison but decided to not move, lest they awaken an adorable little sliver-haired girl. A few moments of complete silence filled the air, with Eri breathing a constant pace and a smile on her face while the UA official students blushed their own shades of red, their heads tilted on each other. Just with Eri's below theirs. Ochako decided to break the silence a little. Deku, Ochako said as her heart picked up the pace even more than before while Izuku almost flinched in surprise but didn't turn around to look at her, his own eyes closed as he tried to push down the invading blush. Why yes. Izuku wanted to slap himself right there, why would he stutter now of all times? Oh see. Hako almost hesitated but bit her lower lip instead, then she found a little resolve to continue and took a deep breath. Thank you, H-huh. I said thank you. Ochako whispered but her heart rate NC raised dramatically after releasing the words. No, I mean I heard you, just why say that? Izuku was generally confused like Eri was earlier, why would she say thank you? Did he do anything today that caused her to do so? There are a few he could point out, but thought otherwise or he just can't recall. It's just, thanks for being there for me and supporting me at the field. I really never ate thank you properly so I thought now is a good time as any to say it. Ochako said as her heart skipped a beat, why is it so hard to say, thank you, to Izuku? Call it nervousness or whatever, but it shouldn't be that hard. Oh. Izuku may be a smart and intuitive person, heck, he actually is higher than average of most his age in terms of wisdom and knowledge, but that right there was a dumb reply. Way to stick the landing, Izuku. Oh yeah, the stutter's there too. Calm it Izuku, just relax. Do what you do best and think smartly, just without muttering it out loud. Yeah, I can do this. Uraraka, you remember what I promised you, right? Izuku said, miraculously did not stutter. He mentally cheered, the wonders of your heart racing a million miles a minute, what can't it do? Why you mean that conversation back then a week ago? Ochako questioned with a now condensed blush, but still there, recalling the messages they sent to each other. She smiled at the memory though. Yeah, I said that from now on. I'd help you out any way I can right. I'd help you get stronger, to support you as a friend, and to help you become a hero for your dream. So I intend to keep it. Izuku said with a smile as he looked down on his shoes. Barely trying to suppress a rushing blush though. Ochako literally tried everything in her will to not cry right away. Sure, she did expect Izuku to help her out occasionally. A few times here and there, maybe even slightly more, but what she didn't expect was Izuku to actually keep that promise, let alone do everything he could to help her out. That alone made her smile even wider. Albeit a deeper shade of red on her pink-stained cheeks, but she could care less at the moment, she was extremely happy she could practically faint with bliss. Izuku really did want to help her. And the feelings mutual as well, all the more better. Thank you, again. Ochako giggled a little while Izuku chuckled, just at low levels of noise to not stir Eri in her slumber. I'm always happy to help. Izuku said with a smile before he yawned softly, Ochako doing the same after and also sporting a similar smile before they both fell asleep, not after Izuku folded the paper bag and placing it in the refrigerator for future consumption of course, and going back to the couch in the same position as before, only then did sleep take over. A little later, Inko was smiling widely and almost squealed like a schoolgirl seeing the adorable position, and took a picture. They definitely look like a family. Inko mused internally and sighed, before walking over to the kitchen, in a really good mood. A little earlier after Izuku and Ochako came to the Midoriya household, a familiar boy with sepia yellow hair was walking down an unfamiliar sidewalk. Cars of different colors were normally driving across separate directions, the sun halfway down till sunset as Heroes sighed in relaxation. Lifting his head, he looked up to the clouds and smiled. Midoriya, Uraraka and Bakugo huh? This will be an interesting year for me. He mused to himself as he then turned left suddenly and came across a building complex, clearly showing he knew his way around. He stopped in front of a door dyed in azure blue and turned the knob, entering the dimly lit entrance to what appeared to be his home. I'm home. There you go. Hiro. You're quite late from what we agreed upon. Voy. See coming what appeared to be down the hall as Hiro took off his shoes and lazily placed them to the side. Sorry G, I was hanging out with some friends of mine. Hiro replied as he walked into his living room. It looked nothing out of the ordinary. You have the humble couch, the all-present coffee table and what's a home without the TV. Several pictures could be seen across a multitude of shelves upon different walls surrounding the house, and a number of books laid in between each shelf of choice. Some were new at first glance while some were already claimed by time, dust being present on the covers. Hiro simply sat down on the couch while placing his bag down gently. Friends huh? Although not far off from what you had before, you hung out with them for quite a time. The same voice ca. Me from Hiro's right as he looked towards its origin and found another person joining him. He looked quite young, his voice sounded young, in fact he looked about in his 20s but with a slightly youthful expression edged across his face. The resemblance between the two was the person's hair color and his own glasses, eye color being the only different factor favoring a green color similar to Izuku's. Just trailing to a much darker shade to it, over Hiro's Arise pink ones. He wore a questionable choice of clothing, well, the shirt is the reason for it, a gray t-shirt 2 sizes bigger than himself. The right shoulder sleeve slightly bent down, showing his quite pale white skin that is his shoulder. On the more normal side, a pair of dark blue trousers with slight cuts on the fabric, on both of where the knees are, and barefooted as well. Hiro sighed, but with a barely noticeable smile on his face. I have a good feeling they'll be good ones this time, G. Hiro said with an almost pained but hopeful expression. The man named G frowned a bit, knowing exactly that look Hiro was showing. G sighed as well, being somewhat eerily similar to Hiro's own but hey, the guys look almost the same so do tell. G walked over and sat next to the other blonde in the room and placed a hand on Hiro's right shoulder with a smile. No need to worry about that right now, Hiro. Just allow it for now and see how it goes on from there. G said with almost a sage-like tone, Hiro only nodding slowly in reply before he raised an eyebrow at G. What's with the oversized shirt? Hiro said as G.S. stared at him owlishly before rubbing his head with a nervous chuckle. Well you see, I kind of messed up in the laundry and the machine just stopped working. So, I wasn't able to wash the clothes like intended, besides it's quite cold. Hiro could only sweat drop at that, before he shook his head in amusement. Only you, G. Hiro said with a smile while G waved it off. Anyways, who are these friends you highly speak of? G asked with curiosity obvious in his eyes and Hiro smiled at the thought of his new friends. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka and Katsuki Bakugo. They all have their perks and uniqueness in them. Bakugo's more of the deranged at first glance type, Uraraka being the cheery girl of their group and Midoriya is, well, Hiro first started off with a positive attitude before he went to an unsure state. Having noticed this, G looked on with a concerned look. He is what? The same as others before them. But he was the first one you spoke of. G said with a gentle tone but Hiro shook his head. No, nothing like that. It's more of his quirk. Hiro said in an almost serious manner and G looked on with curiosity all the same. How so? G asked with a thinking face on. He called it Lostvein, a quirk that granted him a myriad of different abilities that resides in a blade he can summon out of thin air, at least, that's what he said. While it's common knowledge that dual quirk users are rare yet is plausible to likely happen, his is almost unheard of. Hiro replied with a grim but posed a similar thinking expression on his face. G widened his eyes when he started. But it quickly went away as Hiro continued explaining. Hiro turned to him with a questionable look. You know of something, do you? Hiro stated in a matter-of-factly tone. G took his time to think before he shook his head and smiled at Hiro. Why don't you go take a shower? You reek of dirt. Hiro raised an eyebrow at the very obvious dodge, while G stood up and walked over to the TV and turned it off. Wait, when had that turned on? Whatever the case, Hiro seemed to know that he wasn't going to get anything from him anytime soon. he already knew G would tell him soon when it was the rig. HT time, so he followed and went to the bathroom. G, however, unlike the smile he gave Hiro, had a grim and distant look on his face, looking at the multiple pictures of what seemed to be him and Hiro but when he was at a younger age. Then his expression turned to a smile, a genuine one, before grabbing one of the picture frames and caressing it with his thumb, clearly reminiscing something from the past. I can't almost believe it. But all evidence points to it. Hiro isn't one to lie either, so there's no denying it. G said, but one very noticeable tear fell down his right eye, before another fell on the opposite one. It's good to see you up and about again, Meliodas. A white, bright light engulfs the gray beach slowly, a quiet atmosphere joins in, followed by the sounds of waves reverberating the peaceful, virgin night. A morning breeze hugs the soft sand, small pebbles, dirt and shells make way from its descent, until rising up again, carrying with it smaller particles at its leave. The sky singing a soft melody. The tiny specks of light waver ever so slightly, the telltale signs of that familiar twinkle. The big, bright sphere lays still in the starry sky, surrounded by its orchestra of silent stars. Shining the spotlight all over the Dagoba beach, the waves and stars clashing their songs, the silent and serene, the rhythm and the melody, the picture-perfect scene of a storybook setting, one might say. The perfect start of a day, all beings sleep as the natural phenomenon occurs, unaware of the divine beauty this beach has bestowed, untouched by man. Delaware smash. Quote. Followed by a sudden rush of wind and a loud sonic boom, a violent release of a beam was seen from a distance, concentrated air pressure reaching the horizon, separating the ocean surface as it passes by. Seconds later, a loud boom was heard. You could see a makeshift geyser rise up from a distance, before settling back down wildly, then a shockwave rushes towards the shoreline, pushing back all in its way. It could have woken up anyone within its vicinity. A sigh was heard after the occurring chaos, showing the source to be a familiar mop of greenish-black hair that waved in a graceful manner as the residue wind caresses it gently. Ending on his emerald-colored eyes, filled with a spark of determination and slight contemplation, seeing him with a finger to his chin in analysis, it's not hard to understand why. That's a lot of firepower and knockback. Despite being able to withstand it, the backlash of the attack can affect the area I'm surrounding. True to his word, he looked down to see a slightly small but noticeable crater around his figure, guiding his eyes to an extended pathway leading towards the ocean line just a few inches away from him. If I try and compress my magic to a certain extent, maybe I can reduce backlashes upon release. He contemplated carefully as he closed his eyes, till he decided to act on his thoughts and brought his right palm up, ending his middle finger and stationed it with his thumb. Almost immediately, energy started to gather around his finger. He slightly bent it back a little more before exhaling calmly. 21% full cowl, triple jet Delaware smash. The boy opened his eyes abruptly and let go. The effect was instantaneous. A transparent beam of highly compressed wind, about the width of half an average person's arm, shot forward with great speed in a sound similar to a high-powered jet, dividing the already cratered trail of sand ahead of him even more and traveling over the ocean till the horizon. In a span of a few moments, a loud explosion echoed from the distance, where another huge geyser, this time bigger than the last, joined it shortly after, followed by an even more evident shockwave, but Isuku didn't even flinch. His green hair flowing in a disheveled grace. So that's what happens. He just blinked at the devastation in that one move. It wasn't a joke either. He barely registered the extra LAR. But only slightly, wave that washed over his now soaked feet, bringing another finger to his chin. I'll have to be careful where I fire that as well. At least the backlash was resolved, so much of that power can immediately disable. No, maim someone, unless they have a durable enough quirk that gives them a resistant perk, or a highly protective defense ability. The hero in training, Izuku Midoriya, who was awake early in the morning, at 2 a.m., mumbled his thoughts on his devastating force of his previous attack. I'll note it down later, Izuku said with another sigh, before deliberately flopping down flat on his back with no sign of a grunt, his eyes closing and hands to the back of his head. He breathed in calmly, savoring the provided morning breeze that passed through his body, getting the right spots cooled down. And exhaled in satisfaction. He pondered on what happened at his first day of being a student in the prestigious school of UA. It was everything he expected it to be and much more. Fairly certain with himself that he wasn't disappointed in the least. Although, his homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, leaves a lot to offer, the guy looked like he hadn't slept in, well, months. And that's questioning, to say the least. It would be an interesting year to see what exactly the baggy-eyed veteran underground hero had in store for them. Of course, he didn't have Aizawa on his mind only. There were his classmates after all to think about, 13 to be exact, said classmates being Kirishima, Ishido, Tsuyu, Sato, Shiro, Kaminari, Jiro, Koda, Shoji, Hagakure, Tokiyami, of course, Iida. And last but definitely not the least, Izuku thought absent-mindedly, Ochako. All of them had their quirks and their quirks. Izuku chuckled at that. They were all unique and of their own person, in a way. Their quirks represented a physical aspect of their personality, if not, an idea of what it could be. Kirishima was a friendly and social guy, always positive, strong, charismatic. An ideal guy who can make just about anyone comfortable. His tough and easygoing attitude is something that complements his quirk's attributes. The hardening of his skin to a solid material. Or is it stronger version of the human body's skin? Izuku couldn't tell exactly, but it was a welcoming idea, definitely worth noting down in his book. Ishido, as a whole, was pretty, quirky, no pun intended. Her bubbly personality, although a bit on the much side, isn't unbearable, seems to fit who she is apparently. Her quirk also tells her personality pretty clearly, to a certain extent. He has the ability to secrete acid from an part of her body. She was the one who told him this during one of her lively conversations that he was involved in yesterday. Says a lot as well about her physique, flexible and jumpy. She also mentioned something about changing the viscosity and intensity of her quirk. That's convenient, it could be useful for rescue missions and disabling villains to avoid direct confrontation. Tsuyu is an interesting one. She insisted on calling her that. Her quirk caused a mutation to make her look like a frog. Should be obvious though, Izuku mused. Her quirk allows her to gain all aspects of a frog's actions, from sticking to walls, to using her lengthy tongue as a projectile, high leap advantage and, well, basically anything a frog can do. He guessed her personality is also a side effect of her quirk. She's mostly just straight to the point. Her poker face makes it hard to see what she feels most of the time. Although on the plus side, she is a kind person, easy to approach and always open. Can be beneficial for cooperative collaborations with her peers in the future. Sato, aside from his quirk and his overall attitude, he'd say the guy has a thing for cooking, specifically baking. Which would make sense considering his quirk's needs and all. He was also quite curious of his quirk, a buffer that gets his strength based on how much sugar he consumes. Which if he thought about it carefully, the weakness Sato mentioned made sense, sugar crash. Izuku could say he's an interesting guy, no doubt going to be a great ally in future missions, and a sparring partner. But highly unlikely, considering Kachan's already placed his dominance in that category, and that no one can take my hits as proficient as he can. Izuku mumbled with amusement, but an obvious, visible sweat dropped near his forehead. Moving on, Shiro had an interesting quirk as well. Based of notes that Izuku wrote down, the guy has the ability to shoot tape out of his elbows, It have gaping rectangular-shaped holes on them. In retrospect, the plain-faced fellow classmate had satisfactory skill and precision when using his quirk to maneuver around, which can be quite useful when doing recon missions. Anti-debris usage considering the tape is quite durable, and long-distance fights. Kaminari is a wild card, his slight arrogance and confidence of his quirk's capability. Can prove to be detrimental for his morals and those he works with, but can be easily repaired with a little reality check. From what he was told, his quirk's electricity, although highly potent with its overall voltage, is an area covering quirk, meaning no control over who he fires it at, and that can cause problems with cooperative matchups later on. Some mentionable facts is his equally easygoing attitude and social skills, to which can help for when he teams up. Jiro has an interesting quirk as well. Earphone jack, that was the name she mentioned. Her quirk gave traits of her earlobe. Bees being elongated to just above her shoulder level, each tips in the form of earphone-like jacks. Oh, so that's why. Izuku mused. He was able to deduce they had a sort of sound-based mechanism. Maybe projecting high-pitched sound waves were one of them. He would never know truly unless she explains. Kota, from what Izuku deduced, is a quiet guy. Don't get him wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. He seems like a good person, but is likely more into not talking regularly. To Izuku, this can cause conflict between his peers when working together, and no hero works alone, but it can be silly fixed once he overcomes his confidence issues. Assuming he has any, but not out of the realm of possibility. Izuku thought. Shoji was a man of a few words. Okay, maybe not, but damn it if Izuku wasn't slightly intimidated, only slightly. Nothing is more intimidating and scarier than Meliodas. Izuku shivered in reminiscence of the mask-covered, six-armed giant. His quirk was still somewhat pending in Izuku's mind. It could be his mutation of extra appendages in the form of 6 arms that were webbed together, maybe. On either side, so not much is known yet about him. Hagakure is a bubble. Why an enthusiastic girl, it's practically contagious. Her quirk, which if it isn't obvious, Izuku didn't know what is, could well be invisibility. Why invisibility? Well, she isn't practically invincible. Since she can still get hurt from external objects and the like, so don't get the two mixed up. The only mystery Izuku couldn't solve was what she looked like, and frankly, he might never know. Tokiyami is certainly an edge lord. Well, if the dark and ominous aura surrounding him from before was any indication. His quirk, Izuku wasn't sure yet what exactly it was, but all he was able to get her was the protruding sentient shadow extending out of his stomach area. That would most likely be his quirk, but what was with the bird head mutation? Izuku's sweat dropped at the memory, although he never intended to offend him. Some quirks are unique, and you can't stop or change that. Iida, there's no need to explain now, is there? But Ochako, Izuku sighed in content, as he opened his eyes, just thinking of the chestnut-haired girl brought a smile to his face. His face blushed as he remembered the very intimate position that they were in the day before, how soft she felt, how nice her hair smelled. How beautiful her eyes sparkled. Hey brain. Calm down. What are you thinking? Izuku couldn't stop the atomic blush that followed after that, and shook his head wildly to rid himself of those embarrassing thoughts. He continued to stare at the stars just painted onto the night sky, trying to recede his gradually growing blush, but instead, found himself smiling again. In all honesty, Ochako was a good friend. And practically his second best friend if he was told who she was to him. The way they both just seemed to click was surreal, like he couldn't believe how true it was. If ever he would admit it out loud. She just always made his heart beat faster. His mind would almost shut down just by being in an embarrassing position with her, even if it was just a hug. It's a miracle that he was still conscious when they were. He couldn't wait to see her again. Before he could think any further into his own little world, Izuku heard a beeping sound, along with a vibration coming from his right pocket. He pulled out the source and checked his phone, which was alarming after finishing its timer. 3:26. I could have sworn it was 2:47 earlier. Izuku mumbled out loud, proceeding to lunge himself off the sand with his arms. Successfully landing on his feet. He looked out to the ocean waves, as they long since calmed down into a slow dance. It was strangely entrancing. He closed his eyes and breathed in the peaceful aroma that was the Dagoba beach, and sighed before looking up to the cascade of scattered lights in the sky. He smiled. And instantly disappeared, leaving behind a swirl of wind in his departure. The only evidence he was ever there was the footprints that marked the gray sand. We find Izuku appearing in front of the Midoriya household, he sighed audibly. Opening the door as he did so, yet quietly as not to wake the residents in the house, placing his shoes to the side. He walked to the living room and found Inko, who fell asleep on the couch with a book of sorts placed on her lap. He chuckled slightly yet with a soft smile on his face, and came over to carry the slim, yet tall green-haired woman. You read right. In his arms. He carried her over to her room and gently laid her down on her soft bed, which was actually a light shade of green, and white pillows as well. He looked at her with a smile only a son would give to his mother and kissed her forehead. Sleep well, Mom, Izuku whispered before he stood up. However, Inko spouted out some inaudible words that made Izuku instinctively tense up and freeze, thinking that if he stayed completely still, It would not wake up the other greenette in the room. Thankfully, she just turned to the side to get comfortable, making Izuku sigh in relief before draping the blanket over her. CH was a peach-colored cloth and walking out her bedroom's door. He looked back with a soft smile at seeing her peaceful face and gently closed the door. It was another 10 to 12 minutes before Izuku came out of the shower. His hair slightly drenched, with a few lingering droplets that just begged to surrender to the Earth's natural force. His eyes were slightly glowing from reflecting the only open light coming from their bathroom when he walked outside, said light ending abruptly with an audible click of the switch. He walked into his and Aries' room, fully clothed with the towel laying lazily on either side of his shoulders. He sighed in content and relief as well with the fresh coolness he could feel throughout his body. Speaking of Aries, he chuckled lightly as he saw one of Aries' adorable positions when sleeping. With a thumb on her mouth, her other arm laid over her head, feet spread out slightly and the blanket of apples, officially dubbed by Aries, half covering her small frame from toe to lower right side. She was snoring quietly with a peaceful expression similar to Inko's earlier, her horn shining a natural reflection of light from the moon. All in all, Aries was sleeping like a normal girl. Izuku smiled affectionately as he put the towel down, taking a seat down on the bed, stroking the silver-haired girl's locks in a soft manner, making said girl hum in obvious content, and he smiled a little more than usual. Aries was also one of those special people that could put a smile to his face no matter what mood he was in. He stopped when he heard a groan and found himself staring at half-lidded red orbs upon his own emerald ones. "Papa?" Aries asked with a sleepy look on her face. "Understandable." Izuku smiled at her softly and continued to stroke her hair, kissing her forehead as she hummed in satisfaction. "Hey Aries, I just came home," the green-haired hero in training said in a soft tone that was somehow hypnotic to Aries' ears. She almost fell asleep instantly, yet her curiosity got the better of her in this. "Welcome home, Papa. How was your training?" Aries asked drowsily, and with a side yawn, her arms started to find her personal oversized teddy bear and hugged Izuku once she felt a solid figure. Her head and body around Izuku's chest. Izuku chuckled softly, pulling Aries closer as he stroked her hair, making her hum in delight. "It went very well. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow breakfast, okay? I know you're still sleepy." Izuku didn't hesitate to spread the word and yawned afterwards, half genuine and half exaggerated. It did the desired effect though. If Aries' own cute yawn was anything to go by, he felt her nod in agreement before drifting off to the plane of dreams. "Good night, Papa, I love you." Aries then fell into a lull sleep, her breathing steadied. Her body locked in position but not with tension. Izuku chuckled again in amusement and affection before he kissed her forehead one more time. "I love you too. Good night Aries." Izuku didn't stop himself from closing his eyes after smiling softly at the now asleep bronze-horned girl, before falling into dream's hold. Only then was it truly a quiet morning. Many people would announce that the morning is a wonderful time. While it may be true, none are too thankful for it when they are still half sleepy. The morning light rose from the horizon, showering the Midoriya household with its rays of sunshine. The sunlight found its way past the curtains that blocked its path, filling Izuku and Aries' room with a hue of golden colorations that only the morning would bring, although when it ached a certain silver-haired bundle of Joy's face, that was another story. Aries, who was sleeping soundly and with a constant quiet snore, was attacked by a stray ray that struck her closed eyelids. She didn't like that though and tried to find some shelter within her blanket. Well, that caused Izuku to have none, although he didn't seem to mind the sudden loss of cloth. With a dome of her own hair's color wrapped around her, surely she wouldn't be brought down havoc from what was possibly her nemesis in the morning now, right? Wrong, 1,000 apples wrong. Somehow, she managed to leave an opening just big enough for the light to enter her humble haven, and she scowled in an adorable manner. The only thing audible from her was a groan of discomfort and obvious dismay. She somehow woke up Izuku, who felt all the movements that the bed carried over from the other side of where he was, and because Aries was still cramped up into his chest, trying to get some kind of barrier from her now arch nemesis that was the sun. He yawned a little and found what seemed to be a cute sight, which it was. Aries' head, if he guessed right, formed a bump over the blanket, along with a few that could only be her legs and others. He chuckled lightly before kissing the top of the biggest bump and removing the blanket of her head, eliciting a slight yelp and hiss from the girl who didn't expect it. And from the now exposed sun rays that reached her face. Doesn't mean she'll stop a groan from her quickly growing annoyance to this ball of gas. Good morning, Eri. Sleep well? Izuku asked with hidden mirth and a ghost of a grin on his face, having an inkling of what the answer would be. Papa, you're already so big, why can't you cover the sun? Eri groaned again, making Izuku chuckle quietly, kissing her forehead again. Hearing a sound from her, she relaxed again. I'm sorry, Eri, I'll try to do better next time. Izuku said with a smile of both amusement and affection. Eri shook her head no and formed a bright sleepy smile. No, Papa's okay. Just make sure you do, and good morning as well. Eri said in a slightly drowsy tone, but was half awake already. Izuku replied in kind Ith another kiss and constant stroke of her hair. Eri absolutely loved Izuku's ministrations, and didn't want him to stop it since it was practically soothing. He chuckled in reply. I'll keep that in mind. With another yawn, he stroked the sliver valley of hair one last time before he stood up, stretching his arms up until he hears pops of satisfaction. Eri still on the bed, but with an adorable pout on her face from Izuku stopping his petting on her. He had other plans though, but chose to tell after making their bed. Eri joined in almost instantly when they did. Why don't we get going to the kitchen? Tell me what you want and that's the first thing we'll get. Izuku said with a knowing smile after his nod of satisfaction at the clean bed, lifting Eri up, which she giggled and brightly smiled at in return. I want apples. Ah, there's the inevitable answer. Izuku smiled again before lifting her further into the air and promptly put her on his shoulders, making her ride them, which she enjoyed by the sounds of her laughter and enjoyment despite this morning's battle of sleep. Then it's apples you get. To the table. Izuku made his voice slightly deeper to get that tone of a brave knight. Eri laughed along as he ran down the hallway, leaving their bedroom and bed neatly made. As their laughter of joy filled their household, a certain other greenette heard their antics and she giggled in obvious amusement. Those two, she smiled in an soft way, shaking her head sideways as she set onto the table a basket of those delectable red apples. One thing Eri never says no to was eating apples. And it didn't hurt that they were also healthy fruits. After a longer than usual breakfast, courtesy of Izuku explaining to Eri animatedly on how his training went, a good morning kiss for the father-daughter duo from Inko, and Eri's appetite for the red fruit. Now that I think about it, this is a normal Midoriya day. Izuku was seen in not his sleepwear, but on his school attire. Red sneakers proudly shown to all and a smile that could only make Eri feel safe and secure. Well, I'm off. Izuku bent down like a routine and Eri pecked his cheek, along with a hug, like it was second nature. Come home soon, Papa. And enjoy being a hero in school. Eri smiled at Izuku, making him do so in return before poking her in the nose, making her giggle as he kissed her forehead for the last time that morning. I will. I love you, Eri. Izuku said with a grin and Eri hugged him one more time. I love you too. Although saying it a lot, they'll never get tired of doing it. And most can tell both would agree with that statement. Eri looked at him with a smile that seemed to make Izuku almost want to cover his eyes at how bright it was. He looked to his mom, who had a similar smile. With obvious signs of pride and happiness in general, he kissed her in the cheek as well and hugged her too. Be safe, Izuku, make sure you have everything. Inko said with a motherly smile, making him nod with one as well in reply and opened the door, which he had his left palm on, to run down the stairs, both residents in the Midoriya household wishing him safe and a goodbye. Izuku smiled as he heard it and closed his eyes. Before disappearing in a burst of speed that made him blink out of existence, along with a swirl of wind, awaiting what the day would bring him at his day in UA. I want some shit to happen today. Doesn't that always amount to bite me back when I don't want it to? It was around 7:48 a.m. at a certain road, where a certain trio was walking down on the path to their school. Izuku, Ochako and Katsuki were all heading towards their destination side by side, engaged in a conversation that seemed to be Katsuki wanting some action. Damn right it does. You're some sort of magnet that gets you into fucking hilarious situations, and it always never seems to get boring when you're involved. Katsuki deviously laughed out after that statement, making Izuku sweat drop at him. I'm suddenly questioning if you became my friend just for that. Izuku never confirmed it was true since all Katsuki did was laugh maniacally, and even that did not ease Izuku any less. Nor did it register to him if Katsuki ever heard his question at all. He's always going to be like this, isn't he? It wasn't a question, Ochako practically stated, but told Izuku with a slight drop of sweat dripping down the side of her head as well. Ochako knew what she signed up for with being Izuku's friend. Katsuki was a very intimidating guy, but the fact he was this open with his own emotions just made all thoughts of him being like that get squashed for even thinking that. She saw Izuku shrug with indifference. I've seen worse sides of him, it's not like anything significant is going to happen today. Izuku could feel the regret his whole body warned him about, telling him he shouldn't have said that, but passed it off as some cold breeze traveling their direction. Oh, and Katsuki was still cackling like a madman. They could properly then see the letter H-like structure that was UA from a distance. Izuku still felt awed by its sheer magnitude and size up close. He wasn't a fanboy for nothing after all. And what better way to drool and daydream about being a hero than using the best school possible? The trio made it in while small talking. Katsuki long since ended his charade of laughter and promptly slid the door open in a not so gentle slide moments after they entered the school, with mostly everyone inside the homeroom visibly flinching in surprise sans Todoroki, Tokiyami and Shoji. Morning extras tilde. Katsuki yelled in an obvious fake tone of happiness, if one knew him as well as Izuku. Said emerald-haired boy facepalmed at the sheer antics Bakugo had, while Ochako joined him. Only with a sweat drop. Like I said, I've seen worse. Ochako could only nod dumbly at that, Izuku sending everyone an apologetic look as soon as he came up on everyone's vision. Bakugo. You must not leisurely treat school property with such freedom. It is highly inappropriate for us freshmen. Ah, Iida, always the diligent one, from what Izuku could observe, reprimanded Katsuki for the door in a loud tone with a hand chop, Katsuki's eyebrow twitching in response. Ha, you say something, elite SWAT. Katsuki all but glared with intensified orbs, Iida Riko. Illing a bit at the vulgar nickname before his features became easily irritated. You dare insult your peers. And you fucking dare insult my genius. Your language is highly inappropriate. You wanna fucking die. What have I gotten myself into? Ochako's sweat drop intensified equally at the childish banter the two were playing at. Izuku sighed in exasperation and took his seat. Ochako sat on hers just behind him. Equally feeling the same sigh coming. As if reading along the context of Ochako's thoughts. This is going to take a while. Izuku then tuned out the argument between Iida and Katsuki and brought out a book out of his bag, reading its contents. You seem to not tell Bakugo off. Izuku sighed again and found Hiro standing to his right with his head tilted a little to the side. Even if I did, do you think he'd stop? Izuku suddenly looked a lot more older than he should. Well, will you just leave them alone, Deku? Ochako asked with a hesitant tone, casting a glance at the two still fighting in front of Izuku's desk. Izuku followed her own gaze before shrugging. It'll pass, eventually, was his short description of an answer. Ochako stared for a while before slightly giggling at the nonsense of it all, Hiro still having that confused expression on his face and the inaudible complaining of another glasses-wearing elite and a ready-to-explode blonde. I don't need to further say anything else, do I? No, Aizawa-sensei. A quick reply followed after. The baggy-eyed teacher that needed much more sleep than the average person should get nodded lazily before dismissing himself from the classroom. The rest of Class 1A doing their own routine afterwards while waiting for the next teacher. The morning went as normal as a school day could get from there. English, history lessons, and etc. were the subjects as how the schedule portrayed. During those classes, of course, nothing very major happened asides from the occasional daily yells of a certain loud quirked individual pro-hero. And, you know whose sensual acts in the art that is teaching. And just like that, lunch came faster than it should have been. Izuku, Ochako, Katsuki, Hiro, and Iida all in a line respectively. Waiting to get their delicacies inside right away, understandable after being stuck in the classroom for more than 3 to 4 hours. I didn't know that UA could be such a normal school. Not that it's a bad thing. Ochako positively said before panicking right away. Izuku smiling at her with an amused expression. I can agree, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Ua still has much to offer after all, he said as he asked for a few well-picked orders, before promptly gushing and asking questions to the pro-hero of cooking, Lunch Rush. Ochako giggled at Izuku, Hiro looked on with interest. While Katsuki just basically ignored it, Iida nodding his head at what Izuku mentioned as if the conversation was still going. Indeed, such is expected of the prestigious school UA. Iida proudly stated as the group looked at him with amusement, Katsuki just scoffing before getting his order and walking to his chosen table. Izuku and the others followed soon after, Ochako breaking Izuku out of his fanboy mode. She giggled at the thought, oh. And lunch. Rush said goodbye just now, with an aura of pride at the praise from the green-haired hero lover, along with some embarrassment. The whole minutes were spent just going over what they learned and guessing what was the next class going to be, Hiro occasionally putting in his 2 cents in the discussion, Katsuki just grunting in agreement with Izuku's claims, how supportive of him. Whoever our next teacher's going to be, I hope it's going to be as interesting as the others. Ochako said with another of her contagious smiles. Whatever the case, it's still going to be a pro-hero. Izuku replied in kind with an equally excited tone. Yeah, definitely not going to be fucking All Might, Katsuki murmured under his breath that no one heard him. Izuku only looked to his direction because he thought he said something, that and they were practically seated next to each other, Ochako to Izuku's right though. Well, Katsuki felt as if the air shifted in his favor. It was weird because he lifted an eyebrow in response, looking around in delusion before staring contemplatively at his long-since empty bowl. The actual fuck? I am here. Okay, seriously, what the actual fuck? Coming through the door like a normal person. Let me finish my damn sentences, Al. All Might. Most of the entire room exclaimed in excitement. Katsuki resigning to his fate of not finishing his thoughts, by facepalming loudly and hitting his forehead on the desk, hands covered in little spunks of smoke, and internally yelling. The rest of the students of 1A probably didn't see this or chose to ignore it over chattering about All Might. The All Might, as a working teacher in UA, comments on his Silver Age costume and a lot of fanboying and fangirling around those conversations, with All Might promptly striding his way, call it striding, but he was practically marching to the front teacher's desk in large gestures. A certain familiar green-haired Sin had an unreadable expression on his face. Welcome to the most important class at UA. This will be counted as Harrowing 101. And in here is where you will learn what it means to be a pro. To fight for the name of good. All Might's deep bellowed voice echoed throughout the classroom, giving almost everyone instant goosebumps. This was definitely better than hearing his voice on TV. Most of the class were staring in awe and appreciation. It attracted those around him to listen. Now enough being said and let's get this on with, shall we? Introducing today's lesson, Battle. Training. The No. One hero said with that permanent smile etched on his face. Katsuki, who was sulking in his own demise, instantly brought his head up. Ochako would have thought he actually snapped his neck. Katsuki's grin turning into a full-on murderous smirk. Fuck yeah. Back to good old Katsuki, although Izuku chose to be silent the entire time. Ochako instantly noticed Izuku's less than normal of an enthusiastic reaction. Well, there wasn't even any. DEKU. I could have sworn he would have started fanboying right about now. Her features took on a worried expression as she stared at Izuku's head, hoping he would look back at her so she could see his eyes and know what was going on with him. It looked like he wouldn't be facing her anytime soon, so she opted to call out to him. But before her mouth even uttered his name, All Might interrupted her. But don't you forget, one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. All Might exclaimed as he widely gestured a pointed hand, which had a remote placed on it, and instantly pressed it. Just then, several tiles on the walls started to gauge out of their respective holes, with glowing green numbers starting from the smallest number on the top to the biggest one on the bottom, 4 on each individual row. These were designed for each and every one of you based on your Quirk registration forms and requests you EAC sent in before the first semester started. With a classic All Might grin, he flashed those white pearl teeth of his as collective gasps and cheering filled Class 1A's homeroom. All right, a certain red-haired Kirishima said. It's actually our costumes. One excited pink-skinned Ishido said with an excitable grin. Fuck yeah. He already mentioned that, but we'll let him be, just with a more Nick than normal smirk, as normal as Katsuki's maniacal grins could get. Despite the internal contemplation in Izuku's mind, he allowed himself to smile a little at the announcement. Costumes, such is the privilege that comes with the package deal of being a hero, looking the part of course. Yet, although knowing that, Izuku closed his eyes and sighed. Deku. That snapped him out of his trance. And looked back to see Ochako looking at him with a worried look. He stared at her brown eyes that always caused him to not look away and gave her a warm smile. I'm fine, Uraraka, just had some thoughts on my mind earlier. She kept her gaze on him a second longer before she smiled back, though it was an unsure one. All right, if you say so. Izuku nodded and turned around again, Ochako almost AUD. Ibly sighing at the obvious dodge Izuku did, but she knew that he would tell her when he was comfortable enough to do so, and that made her let it slide for now. Her train of thought stopped when she felt a hand on hers and she almost yelped in surprise. Even if it did, the class's enthusiasm completely dwarfed her voice, but the blush that followed when she saw Izuku smile at her again, with his right hand around hers, making her heart leap to the side of her throat, which formed a lump that she would gladly get rid of at this very moment. Thanks for your concern, Uraraka. I'll be okay, promise. Izuku said that with as much truth as he could give her, barely registering that he closed his fingers and tightened them for extra reassurance. Ochako stared at him with that same blush-filled face before she smiled back at him and closed her own fingers, 4 of them of course with the same amount of pressure. She nodded slowly at him. I know, I trust you. That wasn't meant to be said out loud. Ochako didn't know why she said what she did, but that wasn't what was in her mind to say. Her mouth just had to open itself, and internally panicked when she saw Izuku's eyes widen. Why did you go on and say that? Oh Ochako. Get a grip. Let's add a deeper shade of red to her face with that thought. Izuku expected her to agree and let it go for a while, but what she said was definitely not in the lines of what he thought. Of course, that just made his face get almost equally as red as hers, but still ended up squeezing her hand to reassure her, giving her a wobbly smile as well. Ochako flinched in surprise and understandably looked to both their intertwined hands. It was a miracle how the world seemed to stop at that very moment. She then looked up and locked eyes with Izuku, a funny smile on his face, which made her let out a giggle and gave him one as well, another wobbly smile. Me too, Uraraka. If I get on terms with it, you'll be the first to know. A skip of her heartbeat followed after his reply. She felt a certain familiar fluttering feeling in her stomach at the way he said it with a smile and unconsciously clenched her palm in response. She did not trust her voice at the moment and proceeded to nod at him with an even larger smile, blush never leaving her face. Thank you, Deku. Yet she said that anyways. Her reply was another squeeze of affirmation and he separated their fingers. Already, she missed the feeling of his rough, yet equally gentle hands and somehow did a combination of a frown and a smile, in a way of not looking too weird. Izuku's head was facing back at her, but his face held an atomic blush that would have passed of as him almost fainting. Why did I hold her hand? Again. He tried so hard to push down the heat in his cheeks and started to breathe in slowly, looking around for anything to distract himself from his current thoughts. Thankfully, in the form of an explosive blonde, help came right away. Deku. Izuku switched gazes to lock with Katsuki's and saw his shit-eating grin and instantly knew it was related to what All Might mentioned. Don't tell me you mean, Izuku slowly asked in suspense. His only answer being Katsuki's growing grin. Exactly what I mean. Ready to fucking die? Katsuki asked in a sing-song voice, although to others that are not Izuku, it sounded like Katsuki was ping up on someone from behind, which isn't far from the truth now that he thought about it. Izuku chose to sigh before sending an excited grin. Now, can't it wait until we are at the battlefield, Kachan? Izuku raised an eyebrow in question, Katsuki's smirk widening even further. Fine, just giving you a heads up. You'll need the damn sympathy, Deku. Katsuki gave him one last murderous, although all in good faith, smile before facing the board. Izuku sighed again, shaking his head in amusement. It was going to get interesting no matter what day it was, wasn't it? Now put them on and get suited up. Then meet me at training ground beta. Oh yeah, All Might. Yes, All Might. Majority of the class said with gusto, then proceeding to get their costumes and try them on as fast as possible. Aya. CH1 then left the room to head to the dressing rooms in excited steps, All Might following them, though he ran faster than everyone else, leaving a dust trail behind. Katsuki was all too eager to grab his. Putting the suitcase over his shoulder and wait by the door, Hiro got his off the wall and walked out of the room, not without a wave of, "See you there," of course, Iida also getting his and P. Promptly bowed to them in dismissal of himself and ran robotically towards Hiro's direction. Ochako grabbed hers and walked out to Katsuki's place by the entrance door, to which he was leaning on the wall beside it, though. Ochako instantly noticed someone missing by her side. "Deku, are you coming?" she asked with a confused expression on her face. Izuku broke out of another trance as they found H. I am staring at his costume case and he laughed nervously. Oh right. You guys go on ahead, just going to check if my costume's complete or not. He chuckled again, Ochako's features quickly turning to worry while Katsuki opened an eye to look at Izuku, then pushed himself off the wall and walked towards where Hiro and Iida headed. Just hurry and get your ass off there. I am not tolerating you delaying our fight any fucking further. I'm too damn excited for absolutely nothing to happen. They both heard his voice down the hall as his footsteps carried on till they quietly descended back into silence. Ochako stared at Izuku, who looked at her with a nod and smile. I'll be fine, Uraraka. Go on ahead, I'll be right behind you, okay? He said with a reassuring smile. She hesitated leaving him, before eventually agreeing with a nod and smile. Okay, see you later then, Deku. He nodded in reply before she left the room, not before casting another back glance at Izuku, who was already back staring at his costume suitcase, and then she slid the door closed, leaving Izuku all alone in the room, hearing Ochako's footsteps echoing until they disappeared from his ears, and sighed once again. Sorry Uraraka, you'll have to wait a while. As much as I want to, it'll take time for me before I talk about this to you. Izuku looked to the case with a blank stare, before sighing a little, then smiling excitedly and opening it slowly. With a couple button presses and the lid popped open, seeing a flash of white as he did. They say the clothes make the pros, and right now, you all are living proof of that statement. The location they were at looked similar to the large cities back during the entrance examinations, with all the big buildings and the gigantic walls surrounding it. All Might stood in the middle of the road, just right in front of the entrance of the training ground. Footsteps then reached his ears as silhouettes were seen inside the tunnel. As the lights caught some of their costumes' individual designs, All Might's grin grew bigger. Listen well and take this to heart. From now on, all of you, he kept the suspense as more of the class started to be barely seen under the shade of the tunnel. Their costumes almost shining by the light that showered upon all of them. Katsuki's grenadier bracers, Ochako's belt and the side of her pink visor helmet, Iida's rocket-inspired design structure. And Hiro's glasses, are officially heroes in training. With that, all of Class 1A's costumes surrendered to the light, all bare to see and stood in all their unique glory. Each one of their own quirks, flaws, their costumes made up for it with support. That was the usual concept for having costumes in the first place. Although, some only wear them for the aesthetic purpose of looking good. But that isn't the wisest way to go about it, of course. Suits, in general, were definitely a must-have for many heroes. By support, I mean actual support in your quirk's capabilities. To give you a sort of edge in a fight that needs quick work of, especially when that situation has your quirk's worst weaknesses. The registration forms came with this request for what design you wanted for your costume's layout, specific measurements, visual representation via drawing, and etc. Uraraka. Ochako looked to who called out to her and saw Iida. Well, at first it was difficult to notice it was him. Until she saw the near-robotic movements he made to walk to her, and that basically made her knew right away. Yes, Iida, Ochako asked in a cool tone, although her mind was somewhat elsewhere. Where is Midoriya? Should he have been with you in Bakugo earlier? Iida asked in genuine confusion. Ochako's eyes fell towards the floor, then they darted to the tunnel, all with a worried stare. Indeed, I too am wondering where Midoriya is. He should be done putting on his costume right about now. Hiro added into the conversation, Iida nodding with him in agreement. Ochako stared a little more before sighing. He said he would be right behind us, so we should wait. She said with a determined gaze to somehow reassure the others, when deep down, she was clearly worried for what was distracting the green-haired boy so much lately. It seemed to work as Iida nodded, although with a noticeable frown. Strange. Midoriya wouldn't be late for something like this. Especially since it is still within class hours, and that is highly intolerable to a fellow UA student. Iida wondered for a bit, before going full-on lecture mode with a flip of a switch. Ochako's sweat dropped in expected reply. With Izuku. The sound of cloth shuffling was heard as Izuku put his right arm into a white long sleeve, with the other arm going on the opposite sleeve. He sighed. As he fixed a green collar that revolved around the white long-sleeved uniform jacket, a series of green and red ropes, green on the right, red on the left, that tied the torso area together in crosses. Under those cross-tied ropes, in 3 consecutive rows, was a darkish green undershirt that looked almost black in shade from afar. Along the sleeves, carefully applying them, from the edge of his fingers. Over his entire right forearm and to almost half of his upper arm was a silver arm brace, a similar one on the left as well, and on each shoulder was the dragon's sin symbol colored green, similar to his permanent mark on his right shoulder, although it was red just where the other symbol laid. The clothes that took over his legs was a dark green, specifically Sacramento green pants that reached until above ankle level. Over that, however, were black knee pads that extended until his feet, with iron soles attached to each individual foot. Another noticeable feature to this costume of his was the metal respirator that rested upon his neck and wrapped around it. Its shape was of a diamond, just like the symmetrical diamond-shaped freckles on his face, and has 8 holes for the eye. Are to come in an escape that sat in rows opposite to its other significant side row. Izuku fixed its position till he was satisfied where it was. Another distinctive addition was for slight aesthetic purpose. It was suggested by Eri. The little beauty, which was a sort of scarf that was connected to his respirator, about the length of his entire arm and a half. The color was also green, an artichoke green to be exact. It resembled a greenish silver, which was Izuku's idea, to have something to remind him of Eri during any situation, and to somehow connect her to helping someone in need, like she was there. She, of course, instantly loved the idea. But probably the most noticeable feature was what was behind his back. Izuku flexed his back as he adjusted his arm braces to fit until they did. Another dragon's sin symbol patched onto it, this time bigger than the others, taking almost the entire part of his back, only it was of a golden color, Izuku's tribute to Meliodas, and lastly, 2 gray and metallic circular discs that laid behind his back, one just behind his right shoulder blade and the other a little above his left hip. Why were there 2 discs that seemed out of place? Izuku sighed once more as he looked at a nearby mirror. He long since left the classroom after taking a look at his now-owned costume. The inspiration came from Meliodas' own white boar hat jacket, which he said he wore back in the day of serving the boar hat when almost all the sins were gathered during that time. He smiled to himself as he recalled the events that lead to this idea of a suit. Flashback. She, a costume you say. We find Izuku laying down on the white flower-filled infinite plane that was Lostvein, Meliodas right beside him with his hands to the back of his head, currently with a grin on his face. Yeah, I forgot to add into it along with the registration form. So as you can see, I'm confused on what suit I should go for. Izuku closed his eyes with a sigh, Meliodas, staring into the strange sky for a bit before smirking. Well, you're in luck, little Iku. It just so happens that you have an expert costume maker right here. She. Somehow, that smirk made a chill run down Izuku's spine. But he ignored it in favor of this opportunity. What did you have in mind, Meliodas? Izuku asked with a curious expression. Meliodas grinned mysteriously before hoisting himself up using his arms. Feet first on the ground as he did, Izuku lunging forward to sit and looked at Meliodas quizzically. Meliodas simply gazed at Izuku before snapping his fingers, and white pay towels around them started to head and revolve around Meliodas, spinning around him and creating a mini twister. Wind hitting Izuku's eyes forced him to close them in retaliation. As he opened them again, blinking a few times, He found the petals subside and slowly fall down, which was interesting cause of the unbelievable gravitational pull in Lost Vein, seemed to not affect the petals and flowers around them. When he laid eyes on Meliodas, his attire was completely different. He was now sporting a white jacket with green ropes in 3 consecutive crosses that held up his upper torso, a darky. Shish green undershirt was seen at the hole. His sleeves had each a shape of a skull, yellow in color, just without the teeth and eyes, instead replaced with a small green pick maybe. Inside it, on each opposing side, he was wearing green shorts that reached up to half his calves. The jacket was split in half slightly from the thigh side, making room for Meliodas to put his pockets in probably. And finally, his black boots with white features, and the boar hat's logo displayed proudly at his back. Whoa, honestly, the attire fit well with Meliodas. It wasn't too overly complicated that it wasn't pleasing to the eyes. The green and yellow highlights accentuated with the design of his white jacket, and the shoes didn't stand out so much that overall, Meliodas looked good. Pretty neat huh? Is another form of my uniform back in the day when I decided to change up after we saved Leon's. It was a bit too formal for my taste, but hey. It was comfortable so I wasn't complaining. Isuku SW. Eat dropped at the very casual reply that followed Meliodas' explanation, accompanied with a playful grin of course. So this was your costume? Isuku asked in curiosity, Meliodas nodding in reply as he gave a playful spin on one sole. And put both his hands into the green shorts pockets. Back in the day, if you want you can take inspiration from this. Isuku widened his eyes at Meliodas, who just continued grinning at him. Are you sure? I mean, not that I don't appreciate it or anything, but aren't I stealing your work then? Isuku asked uncertainly with that offer, to which Meliodas smirked at. She. Don't need to be so shy little Iku. Think of it as a sort of gift for passing your exams, then you can feel less guilty. Meliodas casually said with a bright grin that made Isuku smile in return because of its contagiousness and the gratitude he felt. Thank you Meliodas. You won't regret this, Isuku said with an excited, determined and grateful expression, Meliodas' eyes playfully glinting in amusement. No problem Isuku. Now go ahead and make your hero costume. Meliodas said with a smile, and Isuku nodded with an equally bright smile. Right, Isuku said with a vigorous nod. Until he noticed something on Meliodas' back. Hey Meliodas, what exactly is that on your back? Meliodas looked at Isuku confused for a bit before looking behind him and saw what he meant. Which made him smile and brightened up his features. Oh yeah, this is. End flashback. Isuku smiled as he took a trip down memory lane. He walked to the doorway, not before grabbing something with his left palm from the side that was obviously longer than his hand. He twisted it and flipped it around experimentally, with an expert's motion, before grinning as he threw it behind his back, said G. Rin growing wider as he promptly heard a satisfying thud and 2 consecutive series of clicks. Everything's working properly. Man, UA is such a great school, thank you support course. Isuku gave one more satisfied smile. Packing up the suitcase and leaving it in his locker before closing it, then he disappeared in a swirl of wind. He reappeared in the middle of the tunnel to the designated training ground. A soft wind flew around him before dissipating, his scarf flowing in the air before descending slowly. He took a deep breath as he stared at the light down to the end of the tunnel, raising his right palm to grab his mask. Grinning in excitement until he put it on, covering his lower face features namely his mouth until nose level, his eyes glowing an emerald under the darkness. Looks like it's time. This is my costume. Thanks to you both, Meliodas, Eri, and Mom. With that thought, he raised a foot forward, and brought it down, the sound echoing till the end of the tunnel. Back to the others. Well, Midoriya seems to be taking his time. Hiro explained his observations, and an obvious tone of curiosity etched into it. Ochako ignored it and patiently waited for him. Katsuki just minded his own business but seemed to also wonder where the damn guy went. Iida long since ended his detailed speech of responsibility. Ochako was about to sigh again till she heard 2 things. One was, we seem to have one still missing. All Might's voice reached her ears and she tensed up. She was about to reply until the second came. I'm here, All Might. An echo was heard, Bryn. Jing everyone's attention towards the tunnel exit. A figure was seen walking down towards the light, which first shone on his right foot being exposed to the bright sun. His left arm soon followed, showing his arm brace. Then the rest of his body until his face was on full display, showing his hero costume to everyone, proud and thankful, hair flowing through a passing wind, along with his scarf. The group had their different reactions. Ochako's froze with her jaw fully dropped, Katsuki raised an eyebrow apparently, but his eyes held a glint of approval. Iida was impressed with his choice of attire. Hiro nodded at Izuku with respect, who nodded back at him. Everyone else from the class either appreciated his costume or told it was cool and such, while some chose to stay quiet about it, Todoroki being one of them. Oh my gosh. This was the main part of one Ochako Uraraka's current thoughts. She could practically see how cool Izuku definitely looked. The costume looked amazing. It wasn't too overly complicated and it matched his hair and eyes. She found her eyes traveling him up and down, appreciating everything. She made a very noteworthy blush at catching herself staring and immediately covered her face with her palms, pinky fingers suspended in air. Of course, she left one eye exposed. Izuku saw his friend's hero suits and thought they looked very good. Katsuki's almost military-looking costume with the grenade-like bracers around his forearm and a menace-looking eye mask that had two explosive designs from the sides of his head, Iida's thrusters protruding out of holes located on his costume's calves. Hiro's costume looked almost simple, and Izuku had a hard time figuring what connected it to Hiro's quirk. Let it be known that Izuku was an all-time Quirk fan as well. The first was Hiro's upper body suit, consisting of a coat that separated throughout his midsection and reached down to his mid-thigh. Its color theme was of a hibiscus violet shade, with borderline red features down to the edge of the coat. Although if you didn't count the white-colored shirt, he would have been exposed from chest to stomach. His lower body consisted of a dark color, specifically a charcoal gray, and some distinguished shoes that were purely white with some black streaks as shoelaces. The sleeves of his coat consisted of multiple small marks and symbols. There were a few honorable mentions, some stars, squares, and circles, although if one looked closely, they'll clearly be seen. Each of them were connected by consecutive lines going down from shoulder to wrist, ending at his sleeve's end, which had a sort of star-like edge pattern going around his hand. Quite formal, it looks like there's almost nothing that can aid him with protection, but that could Saint be deception at its finest. Izuku mumbled his thoughts a little before he laid his eyes upon Uraraka. Izuku made the, by far, best impression of an apple as he took in Ochako's suit, which was noticeably skin-tight. Ochako snapped out of her daze when she saw Izuku make slight eye contact with her, despite her helmet's visor making it slightly hard to see her face, also blushed as soon as she saw Izuku stare at her. She however, didn't notice the atomic blush he was sporting. She wasn't faring any better though. Hey DEKU. Ochako would have slapped herself right then and there. What was that? Izuku finally shows up and she immediately starts the conversation with a stutter. Regardless of her self-inflicted admonishment, she found her voice again, seeing as he got Izuku's attention at her calling earlier. That's an amazing costume. It's very simplistic at first glance but pretty well versed to the eyes. She gave a nod with fists clenched together side by side, making her reaction look cute to Izuku, who was still blushing profusely. Thanks Uraraka. You look great as well. I like the space-like style you were going for. You look almost like an astronaut. Izuku still had the impression of an apple. Yet he energetically talked with her like nothing was happening, which is far from the truth. You think so? That's exactly what I was going for. Although, I should. They've been more specific about what I wanted for mine. It's too skin-tight for my liking, he. She bashfully rubbed the back of her hair, which closely resembled Izuku's mannerism. It looks great on you though. You look beautiful. Izuku thought that was said all in his head, except when he mumbled that below a whisper, unluckily or luckily. For him, Ochako heard it loud and clear, and atomically blushed up a storm. You could see steam come out of her ears. He thinks I'm. Ochako couldn't help but avert her eyes away from wherever his was, twirling a strand of her chestnut hair. Then putting it behind her ear unconsciously, but she felt her practically larger than normal smile on her face. She just didn't know why, but welcomed it all the same. Thank you DEKU, Ochako whispered loud enough for Izuku to catch it. And he widened his eyes at her, but before he could say anything, she grabbed his hand with hers, carefully as to not activate her quirk, and pulled him to the group. That same smile plastered on her face, her permanent blush on both her cheeks much more defined than usual, and Izuku's red face never fading. About time you both stopped flirting, we fucking had enough of that out of the school. Katsuki, of course, first to the point since Izuku's arrival, making them both blush yet again. How many times was that now? We weren't doing anything like that. Izuku and Ochako exclaimed in unison, in a way as to not attract any attention towards them though, somehow. Katsuki grinned maniacally in victory, he would never, ever, stop teasing these two because they always gave him a damn good chance to do so. Keep telling yourselves that. That's all Katsuki said before they could both retaliate, because he tuned them out afterwards. Iida started reprimanding Katsuki, which prompted a tick mark to appear on the side of his head in swift annoyance. Izuku and Ochako never noticed they haven't let go of their intertwined fingers the entire time. All Might's face remained with that bright smile of his, yet he couldn't shake of the feeling of guilt ever since he saw the green-haired boy at the homeroom earlier. Right now, he looked like he was enjoying himself. But if anyone would notice the tone of voice that echoed the tunnel at his arrival towards his hero name, indifference, sadness mixed with other emotions that even All Might was afraid to say or assume. This, however, didn't let him stop what his job currently is at this very moment, so he pushed all those thoughts to the back of his mind. I'll have a word with him later. With a face of conviction. Yet it looked as if nothing has changed with that smile of his. He nodded his head at all his students, somehow getting all their attention. Now then, you zygotes. Shall we get started? He smiled an even brighter smile at everyone, who all looked at All Might with determination etched on their faces. Yes, All Might. This only caused All Might's grin to widen even further. I see that you're all ready. It's time for the long-awaited combat training, All Might announced without missing a beat, making almost everyone tense up to listen what comes up next. This however, I didn't stop a certain calf thruster hero in training to raise his hand right away. Sir, this is the mock city from back during the entrance examinations. Does this mean we will be initiating urban battles? Again, Iida said with a little bit of gusto, yet had a tone of urgency in it. Not exactly. You see, I'll be moving you all up a notch. All Might raised one finger pointing to the sky, everyone listening closely in curiosity. Most villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistics show that running into the most dangerous villains happen indoors. All of them took a moment to think about what he just mentioned. Izuku narrowed his eyes in thought with a finger to his chin. Katsuki just looked as if he wasn't listening, when in fact, he was clearly thinking of that statement himself. Ochako and Hiro had similar reactions, like thinking deeply. Well, that was Hiro, but you get the point. Think carefully. Backroom negotiations, home invasions, hidden underground bases. Truly, the most intelligent of villains find sanctuary in the darkness and the shadows. All Might's face had gotten serious and all the students adopted grim expressions, Izuku's and Katsuki's eyes narrowing dangerously at the thought. That is why, for this exercise, you will all be split into two opposing teams, heroes and villains, fighting 2-on-2 indoor battles. With that finished, another student of UA, a familiar frog-like faced hero in training, spoke up. Isn't this a little advanced, All Might? She said with a slight head tilt to the right. The best training comes from first-hand experience. And where better to get some than the battlefield? All Might announced with a never-ending smile, getting nods of agreement from some of the class. However, do take in mind you can't just throw punches on robots this time. Now you'll be dealing with actual people. All Might gave his piece, and was about to mention more when suddenly. All Might, will you be the person deciding who wins? The black-haired ponytail hero in training said with a contemplative face, and her costume was slightly revealing. How far can we hurt the other team? Need I say more of who this is? Except he had a more than normal crazed grin etched on his face. Do we need to worry about the people who lose getting expelled like yesterday? Ochako said with a slightly worried tone in her voice. Being Izuku, of course, who hasn't even noticed that they've been holding hands for the past lecture, he tightened his grip on her hand to ease her worries, doing the desired effect of Makin. Her relaxed and she clenched her palm in gratitude, with a smile. Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative and complementary skill? Iida, always the diligent one. Isn't this cape fabulous? Another distinguished, but sparkling blonde said with a smooth tone and slight accent, holding his equally sparkling purple cape. I wasn't finished talking, and I'll answer all your questions. All Might gained a slight tick mark and his whole body was shaking with his fist in front of him. He then brought out what seemed to be a fold of paper from his pocket, wherever it is anyways. Listen up, and promptly opened it with 2 fingers on each side, easily almost dwarfing the paper itself, showing some small texts and letters. A. Script. Izuku's sweat dropped momentarily at the display, but allowed All Might to continue the lesson and, from what Izuku could tell, the instructions. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must find a way to foil their plans. To do so, the heroes must either do the following: catch the evildoers, or retrieve and recover the weapon. Likewise, the villains succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. All Might explained without pause, although with a script, it isn't that hard to see why. Izuku saw the scenario in his head clearly and nodded in confirmation to himself that he understood everything All Might had said. It's similar to a classic action movie setup, now that I think about it. Izuku mumbled his brain out, making Ochako giggle at the familiar scene. Katsuki just chose to ignore it in choice of listening further even if it didn't look so, while Hiro easily caught onto Izuku's words but chose not to say anything. Keep in mind that time's limited, and we'll round up the teams by drawing lots. All Might said with excitement as he suddenly was holding a box that had the glaring words of lots, all in boldface pasted onto the front of it. And it was painted a orange-yellow color. Isn't there a better solution? Iida asked to make sure he didn't just hear what he just heard. Izuku obviously saw a chance to explain and easily took it. And he was the closest to Iida since he was at his left. Ochako was standing to his left, Katsuki on her left, and Hiro beside Katsuki. So it didn't hurt to help a friend in need. Think about it, Heroes occasionally have to team up with heroes from different agencies on the spot, depending on who's actually available and what the situation is to send the best possible backup for the pro in need. So, generally speaking, they want to show that same scenario here. Izuku spoke with enthusiasm and a smile to Iida, who nodded in thought of how logical Izuku's words were. Ochako nodded in agreement of that statement. Katsuki just huffed with an eye roll. He already knew that beforehand. After many of Izuku's conversations and discussions of anything hero-related, it wasn't hard to discern where Izuku got his knowledge. Yet he acknowledged it all the same. I see. Life is filled with a random series of events. Iida said with a nod and clearly convincing himself of his words and promptly bowed robotically. Izuku looked at him with a raised eyebrow in amusement. Excuse my interruption, All Might. Iida said with a firm tone of respect. All Might nodded to him in dismissal. No problem. Now then, All Might faced back, showing his own towards everyone as he brought a fist up in the air with a hint of exaggeration, but made everyone tense up all the same. Let's draw. He gave a hout of encouragement and equal enthusiasm, making mostly everyone cheer right back at him. As everyone lined up for drawing their letters, Izuku was deep in thought as he waited his turn. I made a detailed analysis on mostly everyone in our class. Each of their personalities, how I think they'll work in the field, their quirks and how they might use it, and how they think, but that's just speculation at this point. Izuku continued to mumble as Ochako, who was behind him, waited her turn patiently. They never realized they were holding hands, and had long since let go without a second thought as to why. Izuku saw the lot box in front of him. He raised an arm forward to take a lot, glancing at it for a second before showing it to All Might, who saw the letter and wrote it down on his notepad. Izuku turned and changed direction almost in an errand-like manner as he continued to mumble, carefully weighing out his options at the new information collected. So I got an A. Who will be my partner? I would prefer those I know. But then again, this is also supposed to teach us how we work with other heroes who you aren't often associated with. Izuku would have pressed on with his self-disc. But All Might spoke up before he could utter another word. All right, I will now announce the teams that have been randomly selected by drawing lots. May you Work fine together, All Might exclaimed to everyone, who were now in rapt attention as to who their partners would be. The following teams are: 1. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. 2. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Kyoka Jiro. 3. Team C, Tenya Iida and Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Hiro Kanata. 5. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. 6. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. 7. Team G, Mezzo Shoji and Denki Kaminari. 8. Team H, Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. 9. Team I, Mashirao Ojiro and Toru Hagakuri. 10. Team J, Eijiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro. And finished. All Might announced as said, the students started to walk to their respective pairings. Of course, Ochako had an ecstatic expression on her face, she was Izuku's partner. At first, she was slightly worried her partner would be an unfamiliar face, secretly she wished it was Izuku. But would never admit it, even to herself, and steeled herself for whoever she would be paired with, but as soon as she saw her name beside Izuku's, well, the rest is history. Izuku had similar thoughts. But the most determined one was projected by a huge smile on Izuku's face. They both made eye contact as Ochako was running towards Izuku, and suddenly hugged him. Wow, we're both a team, what are the chances? Although she never registered she hugged Izuku out of nowhere, neither did Izuku, who hugged back equally excited, his brain already racking for plans and strategies. Alright, Uraraka's in my team, I would have been fine with anyone else but this is 10 times better. Izuku happily thought with a smile as he separated their hug. Ochako then started to brainstorm with Izuku. Him doing the planning more than Ochako though. Katsuki, who as soon as he saw the pair-ups, immediately widened his grin at the sight of Izuku's name beside Ochako's. Okay, IW. As already damn excited at not being in Izuku's team, not that being in his team would already make us too fucking overpowered or anything, but he's with round face. I'm never letting them live this down. Katsuki then punched his left fist to his right palm, eliciting a low-powered explosion from it, and grinned maniacally. Time to get this shit started. Katsuki looked to his right and saw Hiro, standing there with a smile on his face. Oh, 4 eyes. Katsuki finally thought of a name for Hiro, who looked quizzically at him, confusion written all over his face. Katsuki saw this and waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry. Just get used to it. Hiro looked at him, even more confused until he nodded his head with resignation at the current point of their conversation. So, are you ready for this, Bakugo? Hiro asked with a head tilt as Katsuki faced him with one of his infamous murder smiles, that didn't seem to faze Hiro though. Are you fucking joking? Of course I am. There is no way in hell I wouldn't be. The real question is, are you prepared? 'Cause I'm not dragging your ass all the way throughout this exercise. Katsuki scowled before he glared at Hiro, as if challenging him to even drag him down. If there was one thing Katsuki hated, it's people who limit him in battle, especially in battle. Hiro understood somewhat along the lines of the explosive blonde's words and smiled with a nod. I will not disappoint you, Bakugo, I don't plan to. That seemed like it was enough to Katsuki and he huffed in agreement. Better fucking not, I'm not an easy person to impress. Katsuki said with a vile smile that looked as if he was actually going to kill someone. Hiro basically ignored it as this was his teammate, and because he knew who he was beforehand, he is somewhat immune to his threats. So he settled with a nod and smile at Katsuki, who just scoffed back in reply. So Deku, who do you think will be our enemies? She air-quoted enemies as a joke, making Izuku chuckle all the same. It all depends on random selection, but if I know anything, then I would like to fight Kachan's team last. Izuku said to her with a thoughtful look. Ochako looked at him with confusion. Why's that? I thought you would want to fight with Bakugo. Ochako asked with curiosity, didn't Izuku and Katsuki practically make a promise for a fight? Or was Izuku just being careful? It's not that. It's just, out of all the pairings here, Kachan's team is the most unpredictable. Izuku asked with a serious look, making Ochako's expression turn serious as well, in her own way. How so? Ochako again asked with confusion. Izuku put 2 fingers up for her to see. There are 2 factors that I can think of, and why it's better to fight them last. The first is the most urgent one, Kanata. Ochako widened her eyes. She honestly forgot he was in the same team as Katsuki. Kanata is the only one from our class whose quirk I don't have any information on. He is literally the unpredictable factor of the team. And only Kachan would know if he decides to tell him. Izuku put his middle finger down, as if jotting them down according to an imaginary list. Ochako nodded her head in agreement. So if we don't know Kanata's quirk, we'll have a hard time forming up a plan. Ochako asked with a quizzical expression and a finger to her chin. She saw Izuku nod his head with confidence. Armashin and Ochako saw the logic in Izuku's explanation. Since we both know, or I know better, that Kachan is a battle fanatic, and is, in every sense of the word, a battle maniac, he will come for the fight right away. But that can work two ways. Izuku then put his middle finger up again. 1. If it calls for it, Kachan will be in charge of guarding the bomb. At first glance, it isn't a good idea, but if one knows him like I do, Kachan will be one of the hardest obstacles to overcome if he plays defense. Ochako nodded, silently telling Izuku she was listening as he looked at her to see if she understood everything so far. The last is the most likely, offensive play. Kachan will definitely pick that once I get into the picture, since I'm the bulk of this team from what I got, he will intercept to bring equality between our lineups. If he succeeds to subdue me, they'll both target you, but you won't have to worry about that since I won't let both of them get to you on my watch. Ochako at first widened her eyes at the thought of both Katsuki and Hiro coming at her, but then calmed down and blushed as Izuku said he'll keep Katsuki busy just to make sure she won't have a hard time. Now, I got off track. But the last factor is that you will be fighting with Kanata no matter which scenario. Ochako flinched at that, but he reached out and grasped her hand in his, making her yelp. Understand, Uraraka, that I'm not trying to scare you, but it's what I believe to be the outcome of being paired up as their opponents. So when the time comes for you to initiate the battle with him, I trust whatever judgment you make, okay? Izuku stared at her intensely that it surprised her greatly. Earlier, they were just saying to each other that they did trust each other, but for Izuku to say it this time, and placing a great deal of it on her decisions, shows how much he does, making her blush at him beautifully. Oh okay, I'll also trust your word for it, DEKU. This time, she meant it, all the more sure of herself. Izuku looked at her before tightening his hold on her hand, making her do the same before they both looked down to see their intertwined hands, making both of blush harder, Ochako of course, and let go as soon as they both made eye contact, looking anywhere but each other. So, are you ready? She heard Izuku's voice and she breathed in a little to top the heat coming to her face and looked at Izuku with a smile and nod, although her face was still red. Why yeah, as ready as I'll ever be. Izuku nodded at her with a soft smile and nervously looked at her eyes again, making her stare at him with brown, chestnut orbs of beauty with his gaze of emerald lights. Both their hearts increased their sets of drums and they almost slowly entered a trance, almost. I declare that the first teams who'll fight will be these two. All Might interrupted their moment with his hands inside two boxes, one white with black intricate texts of hero, where high. S left hand was in and one black box with white intricate texts of villain, to his right of where his right hand is. But as he raised them to show the balls with letters on them to the entire class, is when Izuku's eyes widened as soon as he saw their team's letter. Team A and Team D. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat as he felt it come out, in very obvious surprise. Okay, I knew that we would fight at some point. But not this early into the session. Izuku almost facepalmed at the audacity of the situation, not that he was complaining, but he would have preferred the fight with Katsuki as a final fight. Katsuki, however, fuck yeah. He brought one palm up and released multiple explosions of excitement. With that crazed smile on his face, he glared at Izuku as soon as they made eye contact. And Izuku could practically see the borderline murdering intent in his eyes, but Izuku knew better that it was just Katsuki's glint of happiness, joy. So then DEKU, looks like the world really wants this fight, doesn't it? Izuku rolled his eyes at that but smiled all the same in playfulness. Don't stroke your ego too much, Kachan, it's already as big enough as it is. Katsuki's smile had gotten way wider than before. He then brought a fist up in front of Izuku, who grinned in knowing of what he had to do. He raised one equally as high and they both promptly fist-bumped, signifying the start of their long-awaited debut spar, as Katsuki kept calling it. Don't put your damn head high then, you won't win easily, I won't fucking allow it. Katsuki smirked before All Might tuned in, acting them both drop their fists in unison. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Katsuki narrowed his eyes slightly at that before he smirked once more. Then it won't be hard to act like one. Izuku glared at him with intent to admonish the explosive blonde, who was clearly putting himself down once again. Kachan, you're not a villain. Izuku said dangerously. Katsuki scoffed before he turned around. Although there was a smile on his face. You already tell me that too fucking much, he whispered low enough for only Izuku to hear, and Izuku sighed but smiled. And I'll always be here to tell you again and again. Katsuki heard that and grinned maniacally once more. Hope it doesn't get annoying then. He then started walking away, with Hiro in tow after All Might. T mentioned that those who will watch can head to the monitor room, making everyone reply in kind with agreement. Ochako looked at Izuku with a little bit of worry before he reassured her with that eel that always made her heart want to melt, and would always make her ease steady. So it starts now, huh? Izuku thought to himself with a blank line that was his mouth, before it turned into a smile. And he walked to the direction of where Katsuki and Hiro went, Ochako following by his side. Villains, you can go on in and set up. In 5 minutes, the timer will start, the heroes will be let loose. And the battle will start. Yes, All Might. We find the 4 friends in 2 opposing teams with All Might, in front of a chosen building, which was about 5 floors high, not counting the roof. And the door opened ajar for the villain team to enter. Before they did though, they were given some last word advice from All Might. Young Bakugo, young Kanata. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think in the perspective of a villain's mindset. All Might told them with a seriousness only seen in the number 1 hero when in work or fighting against a particular villain. Hiro nodded his head with a right, while Katsuki waved his hand in some kind of dismissal. Now, if things get too far, that's when I'll step in. All Might then flashed a blinding smile afterwards. Making sure the 2 got everything and understood the rules, which they did, he ran back to where the other students were, leaving a pile of smoke at his leave once again. Katsuki and Hiro made eye contact with Izuku and Ochako, who both nodded back to them with mutual agreement, them doing the same in return before they lost sight of them as they entered the building. With Team D***, Katsuki and Hiro finally arrived at where the bomb was located, standing in the middle of the room, which had no windows and a set of pillars around the place, keeping the top floor from falling over their heads. Katsuki looked around the dimly lit area. He thought it was too dark for his own liking and raised his palm, summoning forth an explosion that echoed through the near-empty building's hallways, lighting up the room for a small moment before residing back to the darkness once again, although that was all Katsuki needed to scope the room's area. Good, there are no windows in this room. This will avoid fucking sneak attacks behind us, and I hate to have blind spots in any given shit situation. Katsuki thought as he analyzed the room once again. Hiro chose that moment to speak up. You noticed there are no windows here. Correct. Damn right I did, I'm not a fucking cataract victim. Katsuki scoffed before he pointed to the weapon in the middle. Can you fight without vision? Hiro took a moment to think about that before he nodded, confirming his question. It's not perfect, but I trained at some points in my life to fight. Blindfolded. Katsuki just reclined his head in thought before he spun around and faced the doorway, indicating he was preparing to leave. Better than nothing I guess. You guard the weapon, I'll deal with DEKU. Most likely round face will come to you, so you get the easy kill. I've already waited long enough for this battle, can I go now? Hiro widened his eyes before looking at Katsuki's back. From what Hiro had heard, Katsuki never really complimented others without them proving themselves as worthy to fight him. Izuku mentioned this to him, but right now, Katsuki wasn't really complimenting, so why did he talk? No, sound nice. And that sentence didn't so much as utter a curse word. Maybe it was one of those rare moments of Katsuki that Izuku talked about occasionally. Or is he just being professional? He doesn't seem like it though, so Hiro chose to smile. At him, even if he couldn't see it, because he knew what Katsuki was trying to say, in his own way. Can I count on you? Yeah, you can. Katsuki just scoffed as he heard the reply and proceeded to stride towards the impending battle up ahead, that crazed grin never leaving his face, Hiro's determined expression coming along with it. It's about fucking time. With Team A**, did they really expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big. Meanwhile, the heroes were outside currently analyzing the layout of the building's floor plan. Leaning against a fence just in front of said building, Izuku chuckled in reply. Memorized, was the simple reply that made Ochako's eyes almost pop out of their sockets comically. Already? I just finished the third floor. Ochako exclaimed as Izuku rubbed his hair with a sheepish expression. Well, I've always been told by Kachan that I have a major photographic memory. Ochako kept up that bewildered expression. Up as she gaped like a fish out of water. That's amazing. That's why your drawings look almost realistic. Izuku almost fell unbalanced as he looked up to her with an embarrassed look, clearly showing his easily flustered face. It's just something that I developed with my hobby. Ochako was probably hallucinating at that moment, because she could have sworn that Izuku right now looked adorable. Ochako shook her head wildly to rid it away, Izuku never noticing due to his efforts of rushing the heat on his face down, in a vain effort that made him look cute. Yup. She was definitely hallucinating. Ignore the bright blush on her features that spoke a contrast at this moment, thank you very much. So, what do you suggest we do? Choosing to wisely change the subject, her mind automatically figured so. She found herself staring at Izuku, who had a familiar posture of curving his right index finger just above his chin in thought. She could see the gears turning in his head for a cascade of plans. Well, from what I discussed earlier, forget I said anything about fighting them last, I didn't know that this was a one-time matchup earlier. You will most likely face Kanata for the rest of the duration regarding this training round, so this is what I would say we could do. Izuku nodded his head to confirm his thoughts, turning his head towards Ochako, who was listening attentively. Knowing this, he opened his mouth and laid out the strategy. So that's why you want us to recover the weapon foremost. Ochako stared at Izuku inquisitively, opting to understand Izuku's point of view. It's the safest tactic we've got. Due to Kanata being the unknown factor in all of this, it will be hard to capture him when we have absolutely no information on him, and that's going to be hard to discern unless he shows some sort of glimpse to give me or you an idea of what his quirk could be. Izuku then gazed at Ochako, seeing if she was getting it so far. To his delight, she was. But why can't you just, flash towards the weapon as soon as the match starts? It was a fair point. It seemed like this would be something Izuku could simply complete in an instant, and he would barely break a sweat. But all she received was a shake of his head. Then that would be destroying the entire purpose of this. This is giving us experience to how we can approach actual people with our quirks. This includes stealth, coordination and patience, especially under pressure. If I simply just end this as quickly as it starts, then I deny that privilege to not only you, but Kachan and Kanata as well, myself included. Ochako could see his point, and ultimately nodded at that logic. Besides, Kachan would kill me on the spot if I decide and do just that. It's not fair to you three. His sweat dropped at the amount of curses he would get just because of that, especially when it's Katsuki we're talking about. The guy swears like a sailor. That makes sense. Alright, I understand clearly. Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm. Ochako never failed to find positivity in every given situation so far. Good, then all we have to worry about is executing the plan itself. With that, the duo nodded to each other, determined to see the end of their strategy, and brought their eyes to the building in front of them. How will we get in? Ochako asked with curiosity, but looking at Izuku's smile, she knew he already thought of that himself. Simple, through there. He pointed to an empty window that Ochako's eyes followed, and immediately understood. Sneaking in, huh? Ochako smiled knowingly as Izuku chuckled a little. It should be fairly easy. With those springs on your boots, it wouldn't be hard for you to use your quirk and float towards it. It's actually quite ingenious, Uraraka. Ochako snapped her head towards Izuku in surprise, eyes widened. She honestly didn't expect Izuku to notice the small details of her costume, and was quite flattered at the praise and compliment, so she smiled with her heart swelling. Izuku really noticed everything about her suit, that made her smile even wider in joy, but not knowing the reason why she felt extra special inside. "Deku," she softly said, her eyes shining with a beaming glow that Izuku caught and stared at in a mesmerized fashion, getting lost in her brown orbs immediately. Ochako found herself also staring but chose not to look away. Seeing Izuku just look at her like that made her happy. As expected though, just before they could enter a trance, a bellowing voice echoed throughout the mock city, effectively snapping them out of it. "Alright, without further delay, let's begin the indoor battle training." Izuku and Ochako looked up to the building, both with slightly surprised expressions on their faces. The two heroes in training turned their heads to one another and nodded with determined smiles, before switching to serious looks, knowing the fight that was now happening. Team A and Team D. I officially commence this match. Timer starts now. As soon as that was announced, Izuku instantly flashed to the open window in no time at all. Ochako ran a little after him and then bending her legs afterwards. Getting a first feel of the built-up stress in her heel-connected springs as Izuku mentioned, before she was launched up to where said green-haired boy was, putting two of her sets of fingers together. That familiar pink glow in between her pads as she promptly floated towards Izuku, signifying her quirk's activation. He then caught her in his arms as soon as she was in reach. Ochako deactivated her quirk with a whisper of release. And Izuku set her down. He started to observe the hardly lit hallways, the only source of light coming from where they entered. With apprehension building up in his body, his steps mimicked the feeling as he slowly walked to a chosen direction, Ochako shortly following behind him with equal cautiousness. "Deku, the building's floor plan has a steady foundation with good support beams. Still, be careful with using your quirk," Ochako murmured with a stern, yet gentle voice. She forgot to give her thoughts on this earlier when they were slightly distracted by planning out the strategy. Given the opportunity, she didn't hesitate to voice her thoughts. "I forgot your parents own a construction company. I'll keep it in mind, Uraraka." He looked over his rig shoulder with a thankful and understanding smile. She did so as well with a nod, proud that she was able to give her points, and appreciated Izuku remembering that little detail from their previous conversations. The memory brought a slightly wider smile before her expression morphed back to all seriousness. Izuku turned his head back to the situation at hand, his eyes darting to any corridor he laid eyes upon. The gray metal reinforced walls towering over their figures as he leaned upon one to peek at another empty hallway. Knowing it was clear, he gave the go signal with a hand sign as Ochako nodded in understanding. "There's a lot of blind spots. Unless we start a battle in one of the rooms that have open space, I'll have to minimize the damage done." To the building, Izuku thought as he kept an eye out for any sign of the other team, Ochako watching their six occasionally behind Izuku. "I took notes on indoor battling a few weeks ago, along with tight spaces as well. This should help me out here." Izuku internally psyched himself up for the inevitable meeting with Katsuki, unconsciously tightening his fists with trepidation and slight excitement. Although their stealthy approach was the best way to go, someone had other plans that sabotaged the scheme's point. As the two heroes find themselves in a hallway that had another one extending out perpendicular to the wall Izuku and Ochako had beside them on their left, they both heard a booming sound, making Ochako flinch in surprise of the sudden noise, and Izuku audibly sigh. Before Katsuki suddenly appeared airborne on Izuku's right and incited an explosion towards the two with a manic grin on his face, and yelled a battle cry. The explosion made the entire section of their current location shake languidly, black smoke generating from Katsuki's attack. As the smoke started to clear, his grin turned into a full-on smirk. Izuku came into his vision with his arm raised up, blocking and taking the brunt of the impact himself. His emerald eyes narrowed in challenge and in concentration. Izuku shoved Katsuki's palm away, with enough force to make him flip in midair. Katsuki used 2 consecutive explosions to tee himself up and slid across the floor with a resounding screech, his eyes overshadowed but his smirk free for all to see. "You couldn't keep the brakes on, Kachan," Izuku rhetorically said with a knowing smile. "But it had the desired effect. You should already know that's not how I fucking work, Deku." Katsuki raised his head with that infinitely excited, yet crazed grin on his face. Izuku just sighed before grinning in kind. Well, it was worth a shot. Izuku shrugged indifferently but kept that serious glint in his eyes as he and Katsuki stared down for a long-since-awaited moment. Uraraka, you okay? Izuku said without looking back, catching her attention at his tone of concern as she looked at their exchange with worry, but had her focus set for anything. Yeah, I'm all right, thanks Deku. Hearing her reply, he looked back and nodded, giving his silent and non-verbal acknowledgement and signifying the start of their detailed plan. She understood immediately and nodded back before running off in a different direction. Away from the fight that was about to commence, not before she took a glance at Izuku once more, then facing away to do her part, as Izuku stalled. Katsuki didn't. He looked to her departure but noticed it anyways. He kept his gaze entirely centered to Izuku, who maintained his stance without fail. They both knew what the other was thinking. So, this is it, huh? Izuku said as if he was reminiscing briefly with his eyes closed, making Katsuki smirk with remembrance. I believe it was 34 wins and 12 losses for me. Katsuki made an explosion, most likely getting a point across and for instances. Solidifying the fact, Izuku chuckled good-naturedly and with a hint of disbelief. Are you kidding? Wasn't it 32 losses and 15 wins for you? Izuku opened one eye and smirked as well, causing Katsuki to laugh maniacally for anyone who didn't know him better. You're fucking delusional. I'm tired of waiting, time to settle the 35th win, my win. Katsuki said in a tone of finality. Izuku shrugged again. Before he bent down slightly, body tensing up. Whatever you say, Kachan. Just don't give me a hard time. Alright. Izuku exhaled once more before he looked at the blonde explosive with a smile, making Katsuki widen his own. Asterisk in the monitor room. The rest of Class 1A were shown to be watching through 5 different camera angles in front of them, surrounding both the inner and outer layouts of the building. Everyone saw the unexpected attack of Katsuki as smoke began to cover the cameras themselves. That Bakugo. Sneak's attacks aren't very manly, you know. Kirishima, the red-headed hero in training, wearing a costume that consisted of dark red tire-like shoulder pads that covered his armpits, a headgear that resembled a wrestler, only the 2 red horns protruding out of his forehead made it seemingly unnoticeable. It's a feasible choice of action. He's acting out the part of being a true villain. All Might commented into Kirishima's dilemma of sorts. Until mostly everyone widened their eyes as the smoke cleared, showing Izuku intercepted quickly to his attack with his arm, noticeably not moving out of his position. It didn't work. Midori blocked it, Ishido said with an excited grin as she saw Izuku protect both himself and Ochako in the process, her mask making her look like a familiar masked animal. It's just getting started, isn't it? Kaminari, the blonde hero in training with black streaks across his hair said, questioning himself, but prompted others to look at the screen, not knowing what comes next, but were eager to see. With Izuku and Katsuki, dream on, Deku. You know that's bullshit. With that, like an invisible cue, Katsuki raised his right arm behind him and launched a powerful explosion that forced him to head to Izuku's place immediately. Close to his left side. He launched a palm forward, the familiar spark of light came to life. Because I won't make it any less difficult, Katsuki declared with a slight snarl as he produced a point-blank explosion directed towards Izuku's face, forcing Izuku to fly to his right, but quickly recovered in midair, then instantly disappeared. Katsuki, alarmed, started to propel back towards his previous spot with another explosion, knowing that Izuku could appear anywhere at any time. So when he felt 5 literal painful blows to his stomach, he cursed in dismay and flew into the wall next to him, creating a human-sized crater in the process, and gasped in pain. 5% full cowl, reinforced smash x5. Izuku had a fist extended towards Katsuki's direction. He felt 5 jabs in 1 second that made Katsuki cry in pain, but it wasn't finished. He then grabbed his arm swiftly and threw him down the corridor. Katsuki, who ignored the pain in his gut, flipped again in midair and launched another loud explosion to balance his trajectory and landed with a stomp, almost sliding through the floor once again. However, as Katsuki ceased his descent, he suddenly performed a well-practiced backflip. his instincts telling him that he was about to get in a world of pain right after. Yielding true results, Izuku had almost kicked his stomach, his armored soles flying close to Katsuki's head. His hair fluttered by the residue wind generated from Izuku's kick. Katsuki then raised his palm behind him, releasing another explosion that rocketed him to Izuku, fist extended. Izuku, seeing this, simply bent back sideways to avoid it, but Katsuki was one step ahead. Another explosion released from the fist he extended as he turned his wrist suddenly, backhanding Izuku with his right grenadier gauntlet that made him launch towards a nearby wall from the force created. Don't faint yet, Deku. Katsuki grinned as he brought his left palm forward, releasing yet another explosion towards the wall, making the hallway shake in resistance as a result. Izuku gritted his teeth in slight pain, but was tolerable enough that he smiled regardless, and disappeared, the smoke being in his advantage. The military-looking explosive blonde kept his eyes peeled for any sort of movement from the rising dust, blocking his vision of the broccoli-colored hero. Katsuki T. Hen sensed an attack from behind him and raised his forearm, the grenadier bracer guarding his face against a well-placed kick from Izuku, who had a smile on his face. "Glad to see your instincts are working properly," he said with such a nonchalant tone it sounded as if he wasn't putting much effort. Katsuki smirked widely. "I should have been able to dodge the first one, damn it." Izuku pushed himself away from Katsuki and promptly flipped in air before landing safely, his hand extended forward in a familiar position that made Katsuki's eyes widen in alarm, and from Izuku's smile. 7% full cowl, Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his middle finger forward as a literal force of wind expelled from his appendages, heading towards Katsuki in a rapid pace. With no time to lose, Katsuki launched himself upwards, feeling the wind pass by his feet, successfully dodging it by a hair. He then saw Izuku jump towards him. Smoke grenade. Katsuki propelled himself sideways with two explosions to spiral around rapidly. Then he released low-powered explosions consecutively that it generated deep black smoke which covered his entire figure. Izuku widened his eyes at the new technique, but Nanath Alice spun himself around in midair through the human-created smoke, preparing a hard kick, and found himself hitting nothing as he passed through the black cloud. What? He widened his eyes proportionally, wondering when Katsuki disappeared. That was a slight mistake on his part. Katsuki made his presence known by delivering another pain-filled platter in the form of an explosion to the wide-open back of Izuku, making him rocket towards the floor, and bounced off it. Katsuki launched himself towards him quickly, giving him no time to breathe as the blonde then grabbed his arm forcefully and propelled him towards the hallway with an explosion, chasing after him briskly. Izuku found his senses back after each hit and twisted just in time before Katsuki punched forward, said explosive B. Londa's eyes widening when his attack missed. Izuku then disappeared instantly. Katsuki then righted himself up again, finding his annoyance reaching slightly uncomfortable levels of shit, finding where the green-haired nerd went once more. His answer came straight away and he coughed out some blood in response. 6% full cowl. Izuku appeared again with his foot right on his stomach, and station. Edit as Katsuki felt his foot grow stronger all of a sudden, from the tenseness that Izuku gave, and Katsuki realized what that meant. Shit. This will fucking hurt. Binary kick. Katsuki felt two trucks hit him from the same spot. If that made any sense, and he instantly rocketed towards the floor with a smoke-filled crater, and a grunt of pain. Izuku took the opening and bent his right middle finger down, holding it with his thumb and exhaled loudly. Remember what Uraraka said? Izuku let loose his finger and a vortex of wind, spread out, shot towards Katsuki instantly, creating a hawkwave that shook the corridor they were occupying. Izuku's eyes narrowed in concentration the entire time. Asterisk in the monitor room. Whoa, a certain pink-haired female voiced almost everyone's thoughts. They witnessed every single interaction the two opposing rivals made with utmost attention, jaws dropped at how absurd the explosive blonde was able to literally tank every single advancement Izuku made. And how incredibly fast said boy was. You said it, girl, a slightly purple-haired female spoke up. Kyoka, the earphone jack Quirk individual, was seen behind the crowd, but also had her eyes widened in disbelief. Midoriya's fast. Kiro. It wasn't an understatement, but it felt like a fact to one Tsuyu Asui, who said it with a blank stare. Amazing. Despite the damage done, young Bakugo's holding out quite well. Young Midoriya's hits don't look so soft either, and that speed, All Might thought with admiration and shivered a little. Both of the heroes in training were pretty good offensive types. And it doesn't look as if they're taking this battle lightly. I take back my words. Now that's manly. Kirishima, despite everyone's current incredulity, enthusiastically was pumped up. Now he wanted to see what came next. Luckily, his wish wasn't far off. With Izuku and Katsuki, Izuku felt the wall on his soles and shot away from the damage done, watching Katsuki carefully for any sign of action he would do as he anchored his feet to the cement-covered floor. He then tensed up again when he saw Katsuki getting up slowly, hands down and attempting to stand up straight, with a joy-filled laugh that would have passed off his craziness. Katsuki then spat out some blood gathered in his lips. So Deku, is that warm-up satisfactory? Or do we need more push-ups before I fucking kill you? Without that smile leaving Katsuki's face, he glared at Izuku as if those attacks never did anything to him. That was exaggeration at its finest. Izuku shook his head amusedly before smiling back. Hey, no need Kachan. I mean, Izuku's eyes then started glowing a green hue as wind started to swirl around him, his hair danced within a silent song. Katsuki's eyes gained a dangerous glint to them, but Izuku knew it was excitement. We're both just getting started, aren't we? Katsuki's giant smirk was all he needed for confirmation. Izuku then closed his eyes before his face morphed into one of soberness. 8% full cowling. Izuku uttered, the winds around him intensified, his scarf floating gracefully behind him as he raised a hand, almost making Katsuki tense up for preparation. To position his respirator over his mouth, making the intimidation factor all the more stronger, but it never fazed Katsuki. Izuku sighed through his mask, muffling his breathing when it reached Katsuki's ears. Before Izuku glared and disappeared suddenly, Katsuki immediately brought both arms and crossed them, grunting in pain as suddenly Izuku appeared with his leg in between Katsuki's bracers, hearing them groan with a metallic sound that battled Izuku's iron boots. He could literally feel the momentary vibration that followed right after. This didn't stop Katsuki from being knocked back from the impact. He gritted his teeth as he felt the force and chose to stay airborne until he propelled himself back further with an explosion, barely avoiding Izuku's fist from hitting his face. He expected he would hit another wall behind him, so he repositioned himself to look the opposite direction and let loose another explosion as he slowed down his rush, slowly falling back to the ground. He slid across, his face inches away from the wall, before he suddenly jerked his head sideways as Izuku appeared with his arm outstretched forward, hitting the wall and forming a crater from where his fist landed. Katsuki immediately began to twist to the right as he rushed his hand forward, his palm landing on Izuku's body before letting loose another explosion, making Izuku fly in the air this time. Katsuki then stood his ground as he saw Izuku impact the ground harshly. You know Deku, these gauntlets aren't for just the eyes. Katsuki stated as he brought his arm up to emphasize his point. The dark green shaded device gleamed in the provided lights of the hallway. Izuku slowly stood up as he made eye contact with Katsuki and raised an eyebrow, Izuku being blasted across the hall all but forgotten. I know it isn't. You aren't the type for showy stuff like that, Izuku said with a little confusion written on his face, making Katsuki grin madly. I'm surprised, aren't you supposed to be the smartest from us? Both. Izuku only had gotten more confused as a result, wondering where he was headed with this. Katsuki then extended his right arm forward, said gauntlet targeting Izuku's figure as said boy tensed in expectation of another attack from him. Katsuki then raised his other hand, using his index finger, he suddenly pushed down onto one of the many rectangular-shaped platform-like designs on his bracers, which turned out to be buttons if the way his finger sunk down slightly was any indication. Along with that, the lines around each button suddenly glowed a dark orange hue, signifying some kind of signal. The sound that echoed the hallway as he did somewhat proved so. Suddenly, a metal ring came out at one point in front of Katsuki's palm. Connected was a small slightly thin metal rod that kept it linked to the bracer. After all, you're the one who came up with the mechanic for these badass support items. The smirk never left Katsuki's face. Izuku stood immediately as soon as he widened his eyes exponentially, his mouth suddenly formed a smile of excitement. You submitted your form with that. He yelled as he started to revert back to his, nay. Road mode, momentarily as Katsuki called it. Izuku's eyes sparkled with childlike glee. It was too good to pass off as just an idea, but remember who I'm pointing it at. With a manic grin he started to ignite a point in his palm. The light revolved around the center of the metal ring. Izuku, who finally got the clue, narrowed his eyes in preparation, because based on the design he suggested when they were younger. That ring could mean anything. When Izuku and Katsuki were 7 years old, they both discussed on what their hero costumes would be and how cool they should look. Izuku's was in the form of a familiar smiling hero, which Katsuki rolled his eyes at. In the process, Katsuki showed his costume's basic layout. They were kids so their sketches weren't perfect. To Izuku, then that's we. And the mumble hurricane that was Izuku started to brainstorm every single idea he could produce out of his mind, overwhelming Katsuki a little but not too much that he couldn't handle it. There were some scrapped ideas, while there were some that Katsuki kept in his design, which brings us to now. AP shot. Katsuki yelled as he launched a beam of condensed explosions that shot straight towards Izuku at an alarming rate. Izuku widened his eyes at the unpredictability that his suggestion gave and disappeared to dodge it, the blast denting the wall further down the corridor. The button immediately shot up back in place. The metal ring retracting back into the bracer, Katsuki raised an arm back and shot himself forward to Izuku's last position and swung his other hand down, generating another explosion that shook the hall, denting the floor as a result. Izuku reappeared by his side with a glare, fist poised to strike by Katsuki's right side. 8% full cowl, cast iron smash. He brought the fist forward at a swift motion, but found Katsuki on said arm with a single handstand, releasing an explosion on it that made Izuku fall forward. Then Katsuki brought his other arm down towards his back. Izuku glanced back slightly only to die. He yelled as another explosion shook the floor they were in, generating a large smoke cloud that obscured everything, even the hidden cameras. With Ochako, it was almost half a minute when Ochako felt the signs of Izuku and Katsuki beginning their fight after she left, her eyes set on finding any clue of where the weapon could be located, and yet her worry increased for Izuku as she felt more shaking from below every now and then, but she knew that he could take care of himself. She didn't trust him for nothing after all. She made another turn while traversing the walls. Her breath slightly labored from the momentary speed run she had just done earlier. She just recently made it to the 3rd floor a few stairs back. At this point, she was trying to see if she could find the weapon in any open room she passed by, but even that was leading her nowhere. I'm wasting time, I need to find it now. Deku's counting on me, and I won't let him down. Ochako gave off a serious expression as she made another turn to the left, barely hearing, yet still feeling the explosions underneath her, but her mind had one goal. Standing in a dark and shadowed room was the atomic weapon that she had searched for, somehow being shown despite the darkness surrounding it. She crouched down and started to sneak in, passing by the doorway and behind a nearby pillar. Did they black the lights out earlier? Ochako wondered as she surveyed the ceiling for any sort of reference to her question, but found no evidence of residual breaking, or glass fragments on the floor either. She tiptoed to another pillar in front of hers with utmost secrecy and carefulness her entire being could expel at the moment. She brought a hand up and pressed a communication device placed in her ear. Deku, I found the room. 3rd floor, 2 rows straight from the 2nd floor west side staircase, then take a right, find a 4-way corridor, and then take a left. It's a dimly lit room with no windows. She whispered as she kept her eyes peeled for any sort of movement in the darkness. She had a feeling in the back of her mind that she wasn't alone in this room. When he didn't respond back as quickly, she immediately started to worry, but sighed in relief quietly as she heard his voice in her ear through the small device. Got it. It'll take time before I finish up here, Uraraka. Stay safe. With the audio click, she smiled a little, knowing Izuku was fine. Put her beating heart at ease and relief took over her body. I could hear your footsteps, Uraraka. It isn't that hard to listen to. She yelped a little at the unexpected extra voice in the room as she found, for some mysterious reason, Hiro, who was in between her and the weapon, and he wasn't there before. She was definitely sure about that. With a sigh, she slowly walked out of her hiding spot with caution, seeing Hiro's blank and barely noticeable smile after she was able to get her eyes used to the lightless room. How long? She just asked as Hiro gave her a nod, although if one would look closely, his body was tensed up in case she tried anything. Exactly 12 seconds before you came into this room. I heard it echoing across the halls a while ago. She got slightly flustered with embarrassment. Of course, her steps made sounds when she was running, she just didn't pay as much attention to her feet until she came in the room. Whoops. Hiro chuckled at that before his face contorted into a somehow innocent, yet piercing gaze, eyes boring into Ochako, making her tense up unconsciously. I suppose you have realized that I won't let you get this device so easily, Uraraka. Hiro's tone changed as well. What was once a voice of reason became a voice of unnerving chills, reminding Ochako that he was currently a mock villain. I know, but that won't stop me from seeing this exercise through. Ochako's gaze hardened equally, easily noticeable determination sparked from her eyes. Hiro chuckled a little. Before his expression, Ochako could somewhat see clearly, was etched with a little disappointment. I was hoping to keep this hidden for a little while longer, but I only delayed the inevitable it seems. He sighed as he took off his glasses, producing a cloth from his pocket and began wiping the lenses before putting the accessory back in between his eyes closed the entire time. Ochako remained confused to his words. Like G always says, you can avoid something that chases after you, but you don't escape it. Learn to face it now than live a haunt forever. I have a feeling he knew of this battle beforehand. Hiro hid a smile of amusement at those words, but it always stayed with him, G's words always did. Ochako looked confused from before, but she understood the gist of what this G had taught to him. With a steeled expression, she scrunched a little and spread her arms slightly, hands prepared to touch and activate anything with her quirk, Ma. King her seemed like a prowling animal standing on two legs. Hiro looked up for a while and closed his eyes, feeling a slight breeze fill the room, ruffling his sepia-yellow hair softly. Ochako's bangs floated a little in response before reverting back to their previous position. Hiro then raised his right arm forward, towards Ochako's direction, making her tense up more. He then exhaled a breath as suddenly. The room was flashed by a sudden light that blinded Ochako, covering her eyes and almost hissing in pain at the unexpected invasion to her eyesight. The light fell back and she found her sight back again. Brown orbs adjusting back to see in the dark again, but didn't need to as she widened her eyes in alarm at the sight in front of her. Well, this is sort of amusing. Hiro decided with a chuckle, seeing the gawking expression that Ochako had made. So Uraraka, user of the zero-gravity quirk. Shall we begin? Ochako only gulped nervously in response. With Isuku and Katsuki, the attack left Katsuki grinning like a madman. When his explosion hit, he felt something that immediately set his desire to win stronger than before. The smoke started to clear as he saw a light reflect from within the cloud, and widened his eyes slightly as this was not what he originally expected. Izuku blocked the attack, most definitely, but what Katsuki hit was something entirely different. Izuku W. As holding in between him and the explosive blonde a green sheath that looked almost like a oversized fang, just about the right size and height for Lostvein to rest upon. The design was simply the color green, but the golden dragon that spread across it, the head of the dragon being just near the hole where the blade would enter, down to its tail that trailed down to the tip, which Izuku was holding with his left hand, was the most defining feature. Izuku then thrust his arm forward, causing Katsuki to fly away from the sheer shove Izuku gave him. He flipped in midair once again before slowing down his descent and landing on the floor. He glared at Izuku, who looked to him with eyes narrowed, his mask covering the blank line that was his mouth, and the green sheath held firmly against his side. Also known to both him and Meliodas as Lostvein's scabbard. Izuku also finished Meliodas' words from his earlier flashback, remembering how exactly he wanted to imitate the sheath, because say it would be easier to hold Lostvein than to make it reappear in midair every now and then, plus, it looked awesome. How did I not notice that shit beforehand? Katsuki asked genuinely, but Izuku just shrugged. You should have paid more attention then, Kachan. The emerald-stained greenette smirked at Katsuki, although he couldn't see it, responded with an eye twitch. Don't fucking act like a smartass right now, Deku. Katsuki's palms started to emit smoke in annoyance, honestly hobby if you knew him for a long time, making Izuku grin under the mask. I never act like one, because I am one. You said so yourself. Katsuki's eyes started to twitch irregularly, this was stroking his nerves a little. I'm finding it fucking irritating that you're doing this on purpose. Izuku just chuckled wholeheartedly at the gag, finding riling Katsuki to forbidden levels extremely amusing. Okay, you're dead, Katsuki said with finality and immediately launched himself at Izuku with gusto, who pulled back a fist ready to knock the blonde over. Katsuki then let loose another explosion vertically that propelled him upwards in a front flip, over Izuku's head. Izuku followed his form, and wide. Ned his eyes at Katsuki's hand faced towards him, a finger from his other hand pressing a different button on his right gauntlet, glowing orange in response for a moment, and this time, 5 different metal rings flipped out of the heavy sweat storage, them having multiple holes around each circle. AP Gatling Barrage. Instantly, his palm glowed brightly on 5 different points, before a multitude of tiny explosive blasts launched out of his hand, all hitting Izuku, who was unprepared for the unexpected attack, making the entire corridor shake in anguish. Katsuki's breath was labored, his arms shaking a little. Smoke emanating from his hands as the button shot back up in place, all rings took refuge back in his bracer. He launched himself away from the smoke cloud to give him and Izuku some space. Shit. That fucking hurt as all hell. Katsuki watched as a bead of sweat trickled down his face from the side of his right eye, his arms surrendered to gravity as they lay lazily in air. His hands clenched slightly to ease the pain. His eyes then found their way looking towards his work, body still tense enough that he can protect himself at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the smoke cloud itself, Izuku's left arm was raised up, showing he unconsciously protected himself at the last second. Lost Veins scabbard blocking almost every blast that came Izuku's way, although some got through. Izuku sighed as he took a look around himself, seeing slight singed marks on the white cloth around his torso. He wasn't affected that badly, but still felt the pain. Then, he heard a soft whisper coming from his right ear. Deku, I found the room. 3rd floor, 2 rows straight from the 2nd floor west side staircase, then take a right, find a 4-way corridor, and then take a left. It's a dimly lit room with no windows. Izuku sighed again, this time in relief at knowing she was okay, smiling in happiness. However, the situation wasn't quite over on his side yet, he still had a job to do as well. And raised his right index finger, tapping the audio device. Got it. It'll take time before I finish up here, Uraraka. Stay safe, Izuku said before he let go and put down his hand. Standing up straight as he narrowed his eyes at another explosion he heard from his left side, looming to that direction, he guessed Katsuki was pulling back for a second. Like I'm going to let that happen. Izuku then turned his body and raised his right arm upward, perpendicular from his shoulder, middle finger bent once again as it was stationed in place from his thumb. And if this hallway is the right one, then, Izuku's eyes glowed green for a second before he let loose his finger, and flicked. Katsuki's red orbs widened as he saw a familiar blast of wind shoot out from the smoke, instantly dispersing said cloud in a circle as Izuku was seen, his eyes overshadowed by his hair as the wind hit Katsuki before he could launch another explosion to dodge, his hand choosing that exact moment to constrict painfully. And flinched unwillingly, closing his eyes to stop the rush of wind from entering his eyesight. With the literal vortex of air, he was thrown off airborne with it, expecting to collide with a wall from his back, only to feel nothing. He had a slight confused look and chose to glance back, only to widen his eyes again at seeing himself heading towards a large open window. Fuck. With a huge explosion coming from his left palm, he shot towards the right from the sheer knockback it caused, and used his other palm to right himself again in the air, making him land a little bit lopsidedly. But otherwise not worse for wear. He then heard the wind expel out of the window, before it dispelled widely once it reached outside. He heard resounding steel steps coming from the doorway. His eyes finding a glimpse of Izuku's form walking towards him, his sheath held in his hand firmly, Izuku's scarf flowing from the residual air, his respirator covering his mouth and nose. Say as he saw a small glow of 2 emerald orbs come from Izuku. This next room is a open-spaced area. Izuku thought as he stared down Katsuki, who started to smirk once again. Damn, you really couldn't give me a second to breathe, Deku. Katsuki laughed again in a sort of deranged glee, as Izuku raised an eyebrow. And you don't. Izuku muffled out as he gripped the green scabbard's tip tightly. Katsuki chuckled as he clenched his hands into a fist. Small strips of smoke started to flow out of it. So, Deku, Katsuki's eyes combusted out sparks of determination and enjoyment. Izuku's orbs glowed with anticipation and equal resoluteness. Finally giving in, Kachan? Izuku asked amusedly, but Katsuki smirked. Nah, I'd rather get a feel for this new battlefield. I can finally fucking move freely. His smirk turned manic as he now opened his hands. Explosions sparked from his palms. True. At least I get more opportunities to knock you around and then some, I guess. Izuku chuckled and narrowed his eyes at the blonde in challenge. Katsuki found the glint in his eyes and accepted it. Don't say some random shit. You'll be the one who'll flop around this place non-stop. Katsuki rhetorically said with a grin. Izuku did so in response. Alright, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he promptly disappeared in a swirl of wind. Katsuki spun around instantly with 2 blasts of explosions in reaction to it. Multi-flash grenade. As the name suggests, he released blinding lights from his palms in different intervals on both his hands consecutively, the room lighting up in brightness that Izuku, as soon as he appeared, had to guard his eyes from it. If there's one thing every victim will do, Katsuki then sped up towards Izuku, who still had his eyes closed in dismay, and let loose an explosion to his chest that it caused the green-haired hero in training to rocket towards one of the walls in that room. Is that they fucking protect their eyes automatically. Katsuki raised his right arm upward and brought it down, shooting him off towards the air, swiftly heading to Izuku's newly made crater. That was a cheap move, Kachan. Katsuki widened his eyes and immediately turned around where he heard Izuku's voice, only to get kicked in the stomach by Izuku, who had a smile on his face. Katsuki was forcefully launched away from Izuku, who instantly disappeared and reappeared in the direction of Katsuki heading towards him and pulled back a fist. 9% full cowl, Katsuki felt himself in a whole new world of pain, literally. Izuku flashed all over the place, kicking, punching and blasting Katsuki everywhere in a blur, each hit being the strength equivalent to a oversized brick, and even that's a rough estimate. The blonde coughed out blood as he kept receiving hits in different directions. Izuku propelling him all over the place, vertically, horizontally, diagonally, all in such a inhuman speed level that not even the cameras could keep up, let alone see them. Katsuki's torment seemingly ended as he finally reappeared, gasping in pain and agony, suspended in midair, in the middle of the room. That being said, seemingly, Izuku appeared again on top of him. His feet planted onto the ceiling as he stared at the blonde explosives form from his position, his legs tensed in anticipation to launch further at Katsuki. Blistering rapid-fire blows. With a shockwave and leaving a crater in his descent, Izuku rocketed towards Katsuki and struck him solid to his stomach, said blonde spitting out bile mixed with blood and anguish. However, Katsuki, despite all the pain and misery his body had gained, grabbed the right sleeve of Izuku with a glare, which the greenette stared at with a cognizant gaze, and with an astounding display of calisthenics. Katsuki maneuvered his way to end up on top of Izuku, proceeding to knee-kick his back harshly, making Izuku wince in pain before he raised an arm above and released an explosion so big that it shook the room they were in. And launched both of them towards the ground. A huge smoke cloud was produced right after. Katsuki, with a battle cry and his muscles aching in complaint, then launched him self right above Izuku after crushing him within his recent attack, and positioning his left arm towards the ground, right index finger on a pin connected to the gauntlet. Fatal detonation. With a complete 90 pull. The little hole just over the rim of the bracer's outer ring glowed a menacing charged glow, before a blast of red, orange and yellow shot out of it and, like a flamethrower, only his one was very much so more explosive, trailed towards Izuku's prone form, who was trying to crouch up before a massive smoke explosion shook the room's walls with groaning shivers of cement. A SMO. K-cloud of black and white filled the extra space. The monitor room. Young Midoriya. Can you hear me? All Might, whose face had adopted an apprehensive and dreadful face. That attack looked like it had enough power to kill someone. It didn't take a genius to know that All Might was beyond worried, a finger threatening to crush the communication device placed on his left ear, trying to get at least a response from the broccoli-haired hero in training. What the heck? Is he nuts? Kaminari had his eyes wide open in disbelief. Well, everyone had similar faces. A black-haired ponytailed girl had a hand to their mouth in horror, while some stared at the screen in worry for their fellow classmate, so the blonde voiced everyone's thoughts, almost. One heterogeneous colored-haired male had his eyes narrowed the entire battle. His eyes followed each of the duo's moves and actions the entire time. Both of them were good fighters, one hit from either of them seemed like it wasn't anything to both of them. Their eyes had determination fired up inside of them. I have to keep an eye on them. He saw them as potential opponents, people he knew would become trouble when trifled with. A LD gaze bore onto the monitor showing the room the two longtime rivals were fighting in. Young Bakugo, have you lost your mind? An attack that large of a scale can easily take someone's life. All It stared at the unmoving form of said blonde, who had just propelled himself away from the damage done and glared at the cloud of the artificially made ash cloud. On screen, Katsuki heard All Might shout into his ear. And by the looks of it, he got annoyed pretty quickly, his finger pressing the device as soon as he landed. That won't kill Deku so easily, you have no idea how much that nerd can take on a daily basis. My explosions are no exception. The number one pro hero caught the explosive blonde's voice, one of the monitors showing his crimson eyes never leaving the smoke as All Might took in Katsuki's reply. That still doesn't excuse. Besides, the amount of sweat I stored in these gauntlets weren't very much, despite how soaked to shit my palms are right now. If I were to estimate, my left bracer was only 35% filled. That kind of silenced All Might from his ranting, and opted to listen to the blonde, but his eyes were still glued to the smoke. I made sure to store enough that it doesn't cause the floor to collapse on our asses, yet would still be painful enough that it would definitely leave a mark. It fucking should. I'm not so dumb to use reckless abandon to win, that's not how I function. Quote, I find that hard to believe, young Bakugo. All Might's sweat dropped at such a casual response, but his mind and guts were telling him that the blonde was sure of his words. It was clear he wasn't sugarcoating anything important or vital. All Might, is he alright? Suyu asked with a finger to her chin, yet if she was worried, her worry was masked quite well. Indeed, young Bakugo said he knew what he was doing. All Might said, a little relief filled his body but still worried for the greenette. But didn't you? Ojiro, another blonde with the tail Quirk had begun, before getting interrupted. He has said that the amount of power you saw in the feed wasn't as devastating as it looked. Young Bakugo had given his word that he had made sure that the blast wasn't strong enough to make the room's floor yield, but still able to subdue young Midoriya. His words all struck a chord in the other students, they didn't strike the explosive swear machine to be so careful. That's awfully conservative of him. Yaoyorozu didn't quite know the right word to say at that moment, but it seemed like a valid term. No one chose to voice their thoughts, but all eyes were in rapt attention to the screen. Young Midoriya, concern filled the no. One hero as he gripped the small finger-sized device in his hand, or mic if we look at it accurately, tightly. With Katsuki. Atsuki put his finger down after his reply to All Might. His body was on fire at the moment, literally, the fight he and Isuku had gone for so long, there were only 2 minutes left on the clock, specif. Equally 2:16 if you look at the given timer on a separate screen in the monitor room, and his body had almost given out at some points, yet the blonde continued to persevere and see the end of their fight. His face morphed into a smirk as he saw a silhouette walking towards him from the smoke, his scabbard being seen as a shadow from anyone's point of view. As the dust accumulated cleared a little, Izuku's face was seen. His emerald eyes narrowed in a serious demeanor, his hair waving in the wind he was producing. His clothes were shown as well, and it was seen that almost the entire left side of his torso was burnt off. Showing the fruits of his training and the torture Meliodas had gratefully given him, basically, he was not lacking in the buff department, not like a bodybuilder's, but Izuku didn't look like he was. The only thing that survived was the left brace he was using to hold Lostvane's sheath, but even that had some burnt marks on it. Knew you wouldn't die from that, Deku. Katsuki started to laugh maniacally, sending shivers down the other students that saw him from the screens. Izuku snorted. You really held back that much. Regardless of how he currently looked. It seemed as if that didn't even affect Isuku, who had an amused expression on his face. Katsuki scoffed. Bullshit, I just didn't want this place decimated because of me. Izuku started to chuckle. As he saw Katsuki turn his head away in embarrassment, that still looked weird to him though. So Kachan, I still got a few stuff left to do, want to finish this? His only reply was a massive grin. You took the words out of my mouth. Are you ready to actually die, Deku? Katsuki, in spite of all the pain his body had racked up, he bent down and set forth multiple explosions from his hands in excitement. Nope, that would be letting you win. Izuku took a step forward and an even more powerful vortex of air surrounded his figure, his clothes being rippled momentarily, hair dancing in response to it. His eyes had a bright green hue on them. Only, Katsuki immediately noticed the lack of his mask. Actually, he could easily see Izuku's smile now that he realized. What the foo? Katsuki's eyes widened in alarm as he saw in the corner of his vision a greenish-silver tint. Setting his eyes upon it, he saw that exact respirator Izuku had earlier, falling in midair to the floor, the scarf connected to it. It set him on edge to how he hadn't noticed it much quicker than before, until instantly, he found himself staring at the disheveled bush of green that was Izuku, who had the mask back on his mouth. Left arm raised back behind his neck, poised to strike with eyes narrowed. Shit. Single quote. Katsuki raised both arms in a cross, a clash of metal was heard as he took a peek at the annoying scab. Bard Izuku had just slammed onto Katsuki's gauntlets, his forearms screeching in pain from the force, evident by the wince he had just produced, and was promptly shot towards another wall. 7% full cowl. Delaware smash. Releasing another vortex of powerful air from his middle finger consecutively after his last attack, it shot towards Katsuki and propelled him even faster upon contact. Said blow. NDE grunted in pain before flesh hit cement, colliding with the wall. Kachan, you were always so amazing. Izuku thought as he gripped Lost Veins' sheath tightly, hunched forward a little with his arm bent in a horizontal position. Before his arm went into a blur as multiple arcs of wind shot towards Katsuki at such an inhuman speed, it hit immediately into the crater Katsuki was in, causing smoke to gather around it. All of it happening so fast in mere seconds. You've always been the one person I strived to surpass, because you were so strong. The emerald-painted greenette then vanished, appearing above the smoke cloud with a leg extended above him, ready to dive down. Izuku caught a flash of him and Katsuki as kids, with smiles on their faces as Izuku chased Katsuki around the woods, trying to catch him as he maneuvered out of bushes. He smiled at the thought before his eyes took on a determined gaze. But now that I have my own power, I can finally stand in the same place as you. 6% full cowl. Double reinforced axe shot. Izuku surrendered to gravity as he fell and twisted in irregular patterns of cycles before bringing his leg down. Katsuki then blasted off towards the descending foot and let loose an explosion powerful enough to deflect it, forcefully flipping Izuku off balance as Katsuki took the chance and grabbed Izuku's costume from the back using his left hand, and pulled him into a point-blank explosion set beforehand on his right, launching Izuku almost perpendicular from the ceiling to the floor. Deku, you were always such a pain in my ass. Kachan's eyes narrowed as he launched himself at Izuku, instantly jabbing him at the side, making Izuku grunt in pain before he threw him in the opposite direction, chasing after him with another explosion. Single quote. Always so fucking determined to never give up, it was intoxicating. Katsuki propelled himself right above Izuku and tried to slam him down with another explosion, but found Izuku easily kick him in the stomach before he could do so. His eyes winced in pain as he gagged out blood. But that's exactly what made you such a one-in-a-million kind of hero, a true hero. Katsuki glared at Izuku as he retaliated with a kick to the back of Izuku's head, and let loose an explosion from his left hand as he rammed his head to Izuku's. It's because of that trait, no, those traits that I couldn't match you with. Izuku recoiled in shock and pain before Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and threw him down towards the ground, before launching himself right below Izuku, who widened his eyes at the action. That's what made you such a shitty pain. Katsuki saw a glimpse of him and Izuku, sitting on a branch of a tree in the woods they used to play in a lot, Izuku trembling in a little fear from heights as Katsuki mocked him half-heartedly. With a joyful and childlike laugh. Because I couldn't keep up with you. Katsuki pressed another button from his right gauntlet, a metal ring flipped out to the middle of his palm. As lights began to charge upon it, and instantly shot of a beam of explosions that launched Izuku towards the ceiling, said Greenette gasped in pain as it hit his chest. And now, you're fucking matching me in combat. And that's what made my blood boil. Katsuki, with a manic grin, propelled himself again towards Izuku, appearing by his left side as he tried to launch another explosion at point blank. But got promptly slammed into the back by Izuku, who vanished behind Katsuki. I used to have doubts that I couldn't reach my dream, before meeting Meliodas, before meeting All Might. Izuku grabbed Katsuki from the back just before he was launched and threw him to the other side of the room, Katsuki creating a crater in the wall again as he gagged in pain. Yet you were always the first to help me out. To lend me support in your own way. Izuku internally chuckled before he disappeared, kneeing Katsuki in the stomach again, causing the crater he was in to increase its radius as Katsuki coughed out blood. It was so fucking annoying to hear you say, "I'm not a villain," over and over again, but I never got tired of it. Katsuki glared at Izuku, ignoring the searing aching his head was yelling at. As he let loose another powerful explosion to his face, making Izuku recoil in unexpectedness. Thanks, you nerd. I'll never say it out loud, my explosions will speak for me. Katsuki snorted internally as he placed his palm on Izuku and released a large explosion, shooting Izuku almost all the way from the other side of the room. This ends now. With a manic grin, Katsuki then launched himself forward with another power-filled explosion that shook the room, his hands glowing orange as smoke slowly generated from his right hand, heat started to gather in it as Katsuki's grin turned a full-on smirk. His black menacing eye mask flapping violently in the wind. Izuku, who had his eyes closed from the last explosion, suddenly opened them and launched himself at Katsuki. Seemingly kicking the air to propel himself at him, his right hand clenched into a fist as wind gathered around it and left a contrail from his hand to his elbow. Izuku's eyes glowed. Right. Accelerating towards each other. They hardened their eyes in defiance to yield against one another. Kachan, Izuku tightened his fist, further summoning wind from it in response. DEKU, Katsuki's right palm glowed and heated up. Smoke rising from it at a faster rate than before. Both of the childhood best friends knew that this was the final clash, they steeled themselves knowing this, and put up faces of such strong determination that nobody would be able to stop them. 9% full cowl, Izuku's orbs narrowed, drawing closer towards the blonde, and locked with Katsuki's blood-colored eyes. Which were sparkled in a thirst for murder, all in good faith. Hellacious. Katsuki's smirk turned crazed as his hand burned a bright orange, Izuku's fist covered in swirling wind as Katsuki was almost a few inches away. As their eyes stared into each other's, with smiles on their faces. They shouted out their hearts through their attacks with finality and satisfaction for a well-deserved fight. Flashback. Kachan, do you think I can ever become a hero? We find two boys sitting peacefully in a green hill with two lone trees protruding out like two antennas of an old-style television set. Lying still on the soft and luscious bed of grass, a 6-year-old Katsuki stared slack-jawed at a 6-year-old Izuku, eyes wide in disbelief, which quickly evolved to a childish rage. DEKU. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku flinched at the tone of Katsuki, his eyes dropped low and a sad aura surrounded his figure. It's just, how can I be a hero without a quirk? So many people tease me and think I can't do it. And it's starting to make me feel like it's never going to. Before Izuku could mumble out of habit, he felt Katsuki jab his right shoulder, causing Izuku to cry in pain and surprise. You are the last person I want to damn hear that from. Izuku closed his right eye as he rubbed his shoulder, until he caught Katsuki's piercing gaze, and could see the annoyance dancing in his eyes. Listen and listen hard, DEKU, because I won't repeat myself. Izuku only nodded wildly at that, making Katsuki huff. You can become a hero. It's that simple. Izuku this time stared at Katsuki, astonished. How is that? Another jab made him yelp, making him rub his shoulder and his aching hand. Amongst all those extras, you're the only one who has the heart of a true natural-born hero. Izuku's heart felt a shockwave, He would never get tired of hearing Katsuki say that, but it doesn't mean he won't get quickly embarrassed, evident by Izuku's face. Your drive to help others is limitless. That you can't help but even save a freaking kitten from being run over by a car. Kachan. That's. I won't stand by and see yourself break down in front of me. I've already seen Auntie Inko do enough of that for you. Katsuki snorted a bit before Izuku looked at him with an unsure gaze. Kachan. I'm just messing with you, but what I'm trying to say is, cats. Uki took a deep breath and looked towards the sky, Izuku following his gaze as they both stare at a passing cloud. Katsuki raised his right arm and opened his hand, a spark of light generated from it, making Izuku glance at it. At least you have something that doesn't make you branded as a villain. Between both of us, you're the lucky. Kachan. This time, Katsuki flinched in shock as he found Izuku's determined eyes stare at him in annoyance and anger. Wow, he wasn't even sure Izuku was capable of making such a. You are not a villain and will never be one. I will not let other people throw those words around like it's not a big deal. You're the coolest person to me and I know you better than anyone. Katsuki's eyes widened at Izuku, whose gaze never faltered. A few seconds passed between them, silent and unmoving. Until Katsuki started to chuckle, then turned to full-on laughing at the absurdity of their argument. What's so? Izuku stared at Katsuki like he was nuts, before he saw the blonde kid smile, genuinely. I can't believe what we're doing. You're telling me I'm not a villain, and me telling you that you can be a hero. Damn it, I'm supposed to be telling you off. Izuku thought about that, he blinked once. Then twice, before giggling himself. He actually found it quite funny, but gave a sad smile in response. I guess we both put ourselves down way too much. Katsuki didn't say anything after that. Neither did Izuku. Both of them continued to stare at the sky, enjoying the cool breeze they felt and the hill they were on, until Izuku spoke up. Hey, Kachan. Izuku heard a hum of acknowledgement from Katsuki, and sighed. Thank you. Katsuki snapped his head back at Izuku in surprise, only to see Izuku's glassy eyes, making Katsuki's gaze soften, him closing them after with a smile. No. Thanks for keeping me in check, Deku. Izuku's tears started to fall as he nodded once, but had a smile on his face, a complete contrast to his early feelings from before. I'm glad to have a friend like you. Katsuki snapped his eyes open and gaped at Izuku, seeing the brunette's eyes closed yet saw his smile. I guess, I see you as a brother that cares for me. I mean, we're still best friends and all. But this just means much more, you know. Izuku opened his eyes to see Katsuki's wide-open mouth, making Izuku look confused. Something wrong, and immediately found Katsuki hugging him tightly, making Izuku's eyes open up in shock and disbelief. Yeah, I know. Katsuki whispered ever so softly, that Izuku almost didn't hear it, but smiled nonetheless and hugged him back. Katsuki then realized he was actually hugging someone, and instantly, like the flip of a switch, shoved himself away and faced in the opposite direction, making Izuku look at him quizzically. You saw nothing, Deku, nothing. Katsuki yelled with a slightly flustered look that made Izuku stare at him in disbelief, before he began to laugh hysterically, making Katsuki no less more embarrassed. Why you shut up? Izuku's laughs only increased, until he felt another punch, this time harder, coming from Katsuki, making him utter an "OWW" in response. Alright, sorry. Izuku heard a grunt from Katsuki as he tenderly rubbed his shoulder again, until he saw Katsuki stand up, the previous moment forgotten as he flashed a sinister smile at Izuku, making him shiver. Alright, Deku, let's make an oath. Katsuki gave another smirk at Izuku's confused face. Oath? Izuku asked curiously as Katsuki nodded. Yeah, that no matter what happens, you and I will become the greatest heroes of all time. Izuku stared at Katsuki's excited and slightly murderous smile, but he saw the sincerity in it, even the tone had it, making the soon-to-be hero smile in return. Oh okay. It's a promise. Katsuki's smirk only widened as he lifted a fist towards Izuku, the brunette knowing exactly what he wanted, stood up slowly, before he brought his own fist forward, fist bumping and solidifying their oath. Both the childhood friends smiled at each other, one with a smirk and one with a determined grin. Their fists never falling to their sides. We swear on it. End flashback. I'll show you how far I've come. Quote. Severe smash. Explosion. Quote. Izuku's fist connected with Katsuki's left cheek. Katsuki's palm struck Izuku's face, and a large actual explosion and shockwave generated, forcing the two rivals to fly towards opposite sides of the rooms, painfully colliding with the walls as their craters created clouds of smoke. The entire room shook from the sheer force. Earlier with Ochako and Hiro. Ochako's nervousness was slightly justified, because in front of her was just pure disbelief. Her face reflected such emotion. Behind Hiro, who had one hand raised, she took note that it was glowing azure. Were numerous glowing blades made of light, each of them were colored the same as his hand and were transparent in appearance. The outlines of the blade were glowing a white glow. Isel. Why all of them were lighting up the once darkened room. Celestial Haven. Quote. What are? Without warning, several of them shot towards her swiftly. She widened her eyes momentarily, before dodging two transparent blades as soon as they almost hit her, somersaulting on the floor as she did. Ochako put her hands on her legs, activating her quirk as she felt her lower body lose its weight, and ran to one side of the room. Barely evading the other floating swords from nicking her. You could have at least given me a heads up. Ochako thought frantically. Her eyes locked onto Hiro's figure as he increased her pace with a determined look etched around her features. She thanked whoever made her suit greatly. Her pink visor helmet had a night vision option. Her gratitude increased as she found out how and that she could adjust it installed into it, further helping her maneuver around the semi-dark room. My apologies Uraraka, but if I do recall, I'm currently guarding a precious payload. Hiro chuckled with his hands under his side pockets. Ochako's eyes widened exponentially at Hiro somehow replying to her thoughts. That's not really true though. So no hard feelings all right. I can't let Bakugo down. Hiro said before he brought out his right hand and thrust it forward. 5 other swords materialized behind him from thin air and all shot towards the zero-gravity quirk user. She was able to roll forward and barely dodge 4 of those swords, her eyes in concentration as she panted a little from the effort. She tried to stand up, but found her body incapable of moving, making her panic inside. What's happening? I can't move my. She tried everything, moving her legs, fingers, and head, but was met with no reply whatsoever. In fact, she fell limp on her stomach. Lee lasted a few seconds before her body reflexively forced her to roll backwards, just managing to almost get hit from 3 swords suddenly protruding previously where she was. She immediately stood up and ran around Hiro and the weapon in circles. Was that his quirk? I couldn't even move my own body. Does he have 2 quirks? Ochako dodged another blade by a hair. Her orbs paid attention to every single sword in her vision. There were 4 more floating patiently behind the sepia yellow-haired individual. Looks like my quirk has grazed you. Ochako snapped her attention shortly to meet Hiro's lenses, which were surprisingly glinting in the darkness, well, not really considering the light his blades were giving, making him look more intimidating. So she was right, his quirk somehow allowed him to halt a person's movement. And it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together to find that it extends out towards those blades of his, or is it already part of Hiro's quirk? He did say his quirk had caught her. It's not 2 quirks, is it? Ochako asked rhetorically, slowing down her run as her eyes narrowed at Hiro, who sighed but had a noticeable smile on his face. Very perceptive, Uraraka. Yes, I can say it isn't the result of another, it's all from my only quirk. Hiro stated with amusement, before he looked down, glasses shining dangerously, and raised his right hand, making Ochako's attention dart back towards the blades floating in midair, which started to spin around his back, stationary to their positions as more appeared and followed their lead. However, I won't idly chat with you, Hiro. His voice was laced with steel, smile all but gone as he swiftly flicked his hand forward and all the transparent azure blades shot forth. Ochako crouched evenly, her eyes back into soberness as she found herself running again, keeping an eye on the incoming attacks. Said eyes eventually found multiple obstacles to the sides. Leaning on the support pillars of the room were a bunch of small debris. Some leftover slivers from broken crates, old and used up tires for some reason, and some barrels. Something clicked in the mind of Ochako and she quickly leaned down to dodge yet another blade. That went up to 3 since 2 more came from the same direction. Ochako reached her arm out, hands open as she felt the familiar feeling of her pads touching something, then activated her quirk, making some debris float up. She did so to several more, but the blades fully went through them without finding resistance. She saw this. His quirk's also intangible. That makes this idea useless then. Wait, Ochako rolled again, evading 2 spinning blades as she took a glance at Hiro, who had his arm outstretched as multiple blades started materializing out of thin air at a rapid pace. Her eyes fell onto the floating blades. She suddenly perked up, eyes wide. An idea came to life in her mind. She smiled. Not entirely. The heroine in training completely changed course of her idea, also making her turn back and head towards the still floating items, while also dodging a bunch of blades. She was amazed at herself on how she was able to keep up with not getting hit by these annoying glowing swords. She slid to stop herself just in front of one of the tires, glaring at the hole in the middle, directed towards Hiro. Hope this works. Like it was planned, she found Hiro perpendicular to the bomb. His face towards hers, body following suit, making his back face against the other side of the room. Away from the weapon, she then lunged forward, pushing the tire and launching it towards Hiro. Doing so with the other floating debris and so on. Hiro's eyes widened in surprise slightly, seeing the incoming objects poised to hit him. He narrowed his eyes. Release. Feeling the effects of her quirk canceling out on something she had touched beforehand, including her legs, with her hands together, as the objects zoomed towards Hiro, were starting to noticeably descend because of gravity. Just as the objects were about to hit Hiro, closing his eyes with a breath, he started to dodge them. His movement started to increase as he bent back and forth, ducking and spinning to avoid each of the rocketing debris coming at him, as if they were minor obstacles with seemingly no effort on his part. A couple of echoing thuds resounded across the room, seeing each item dent the walls heavily. Craters the sizes of the objects themselves as Hiro opened his Arise pink eyes, only to widen them as he saw Ochako literally in front of him, hand outstretched and ready to activate her quirk upon him, making him dodge her fingers almost a little too late. Ochako, however, expected that to be the reaction. What Hiro failed to notice was a rope she was holding in her other hand. She gripped it tighter as she found Hiro right where she wanted him, and pulled. Hiro felt a force slam into his back, hearing a thud as he grit his teeth in pain. Opening one eye he saw Ako with her eyes determined and her 10-finger pads were placed together while still holding onto the extended rope. Neither will I, Kanata. Ochako's gaze was set in stone, her hair floating a bit with her body's last movement. So she took advantage of my lack of sight a little while back. She was able to use another obstacle as a makeshift weapon, and from what it felt like, that was one of the laid-out tires around the room. She used her quirk to make it weightless while tying it to a left-out rope. Clever. Hiro thought as he winced in pain from the unexpected heavy impact of the tire. Forgetting she released her quirk at the right moment, Ochako wasted no time and shot towards the weapon, seeing as Hiro was at a considerable distance from her and reached out for it to claim the weapon. Almost there. She resolved herself for the victory of their team, but wasn't prepared for what came next. Her eyes were shortly blinded by a bright light, now registering the sound of energy powering up in a high-pitched tone, making her look around the fake bomb to see multiple blades sprout out of thin air, making a revolving shield outward of the weapon, protecting it. Her body backbeat as she tried to stop herself from getting hit by the transparent swords, but due to the momentum she gathered from running straight towards the weapon, she ended up sliding on the floor. Seeing the blades edging closer to her, she did her best to change direction to the right, but unfortunately, while successfully dodging most of them, she got hit by 3 close enough to reach her, feeling a ghost-like feeling pass through her left shoulder, arm and hip, making her shiver uncomfortably. She immediately lost all feeling of her body right after, and slowed down on the floor, unable to move anything, and she laid paralyzed. No, I got hit. She tried to look back, her eyes edge upwards but couldn't see the weapon. Her ears, however, took notice of the sigh coming from behind her. I'm you. Saint commend your cleverness on catching me off guard. It doesn't happen very often, mind you. I'll have to wrap up things here however, before my partner finishes yours off. Hiro raised his left hand now out of his pocket from the surprise attack earlier, and more blades materialized behind him. So goodbye, Hiro. Hiro imitated a deep villain's voice while suppressing a chuckle internally. It had the desired effect though, making Ochako's eyes widen in fear from being unable to move or do anything, causing her to further hear Hiro's footsteps slowly etch towards her, taking something out of his pocket, revealing a white roll of tape, which she finally saw. The capture tape. She became aware that she was now completely vulnerable to Hiro's advances, easily being able to capture her. Her eyes drooped down in disappointment with herself for not expecting Hiro's quirk to also appear away from him. I'm sorry, Deku. She closed her eyes as she heard the steps drawing closer to her, resigning to her loss. I trust whatever judgment you make, okay? Her eyes shot open as she heard Izuku's voice resonate within her head, replaying the scene of Isuku placing his trust on her, her actions and decisions. With a hand grasped around hers, she suddenly felt a new source of determination light up inside of her, making her smile despite the situation. Even without you here, you still somehow inspire me to keep going. She tried fighting back and moving any of her appendages, but found nothing. She couldn't even feel her own resistance other than the feeling of trying to do so, making her sigh in slight frustration. Yet, her eyes changed. I won't give up, not when he put his trust on me. She looked up and met Hiro's pink eyes, with the blades right behind him, also concentrated on her, like they were sentient. Halfway across the room, with Ochako just in front of him, he slowly bent down to tie her arms and seal her capture in the test. He took note of the practically strong-willed fire within Ochako's eyes as he stared down at her, noting down the oozing determination that her chestnut orbs were giving out, showing defiance to not give in, void of all fear. Even when she knows she has lost, she still tries to fight and not give in. Hiro smiled internally as he found a new respect towards the zero-gravity quirk user, his eyes also showing his own goals to complete this test. Ochako saw it and acknowledged, but her eyes never wavered. Hiro bent down, a hand just over her right shoulder to pull and tie her up. Young Bakugo has been captured and secured. 1.5 minutes remaining. Quote. All Might's voice boomed throughout the building from the hidden speakers just beside the hidden cameras. Hiro's eyes widened as he heard the message. Ochako's had also done the same thing. Making her body relax in relief, Izuku had done it. He was able to subdue Katsuki, further assuring her worry that the green-haired boy was alright. Hiro's mind was racked up. Katsuki had lost. So Izuku had been able to stop and win against him, and now he was captured. What makes it worse is that he was now alone, if so, making Hiro tense up. He stared down at Ochako, who had momentarily forgot that she was in a dire situation right now due to the announcement, making her do the same, only, she looked up. Then I better even out the field. With a resolute face, he tried to reach out for Ochako, who still had a determined gaze, knowing that she was about to be captured, yet placing all her trust that Izuku can finish this for them. Well, tried is the keyword. Hiro's figure froze for a moment, fingers inches away from grabbing Ochako. As if possessed, he raised his left hand and arm, immediately outstretched it behind him, making all the azure, transparent, ND hovering swords accelerate to where his hand was directed towards, all of them making swooshing sharp and high-pitched sounds like a whistle as they did. It may have seemed random, but when Hiro suddenly bent backwards at an almost perfect 90 angle, some kind of object sailed right over him and embedded itself into the wall with a metal clang mixed with rubble being pierced. Hiro came back up and looked down, just to find Ochako's figure gone, making him open his eyes in alarm and shock. He turned around just in time to see someone right in front of the entrance on the opposite side of the room, holding said chestnut-haired girl in his arms, and his emerald eyes glaring with firmness, making Hiro tense up in response with narrowed eyes. Ochako felt a familiar sensation happen to her. Tea was actually something she had grown accustomed to over the weeks and had gotten used to. Knowing what it was, she shot her eyes open. She had them closed when Hiro launched his attack earlier, and found her gaze centered upon emerald hair with features of black outlines, all disheveled and roughed out along the edges, dancing along the wind. Her eyes then landed upon his own, instantly recognizing who she was looking at, and currently holding her protectively. You alright, Uraraka? Ochako's face instantly lit up with happiness and relief. Deku. Izuku Midoriya had joined their fight earlier with Izuku and Katsuki. The smoke obscured the room, dust accumulating from the last attack. Izuku and Katsuki's craters of human-sized proportion dented the very walls they have both crashed into. The room was covered into multiple other holes and craters. Slightly risen portions of the floor were spiked outward off the ground. The whole room had evidence of a wild-driven storm. Two separate figures fell out of the craters. Katsuki falling onto the floor with a painful thud, along with a grunt. Izuku did the same, only he had stood up faster than Katsuki had. The blonde's body was racked with pain. His arms were yelling at him to stop moving. His palms, although were sweating, had ached violently. He could barely get a feeling out of them, in protest. His eye mask had long since flew away at some point. Cheek bruised to an extent from the last attack, body tensed up in agony. He looked up to see Izuku, who was panting a little. Katsuki, despite the spastic arguments with his body, he, in a vain attempt, tried to crouch up and meet the brunette's gaze. Bloodshot red eyes sparked with deranged determination and willpower. He made a large stomp with a half yell, panting hard with sweat coming down from his sand-colored hair, continuing to stare at Izuku with defiance and satisfaction. Izuku was also meeting his gaze, eyes filled with determination as well as firmness. Sending the silent message to Katsuki that he wasn't done yet. Neither did Katsuki's red orbs waver in the slightest, but as he stepped forward quickly, with one small explosion summoned forth from his right palm, Izuku tensed. Yet not for long, with Katsuki's body falling forward, flat on his face with another thud, flesh meeting cement, a wave of dust spread forth from the impact. Izuku's face froze for a bit, but found out what had happened. Katsuki Bakugo had fallen unconscious. Izuku stared with concentration, attention solely focused onto Katsuki's figure on the floor, body ready in ca. Say Katsuki was attempting to pull a feint. Assessing that he wouldn't be getting up anymore, he sighed in relief, and walked towards him. Izuku's body was in pain as well, due to exposure of his torso's left side. Katsuki's explosion was more pain-filled than it normally was. It wasn't by a distinctively high margin, yet it was still noticeable. As Izuku's eyes fell onto the blonde's backside, he smiled slightly. That was one of the best fights they had ever had, he could easily tell Katsuki was holding back to a certain degree, considering he was concerned about the building's integrity. It's nice to see you still keep a watchful eye on your own attacks. With a smile, he got something out of the left pocket of his suit's pants after flipping the green scabbard in his hands and throwing it behind his back. The sheath magnetically attaching itself onto the two gray discs from earlier with double metallic clicks revealing the capture tape he had. Guess I win this battle, Kachan. Izuku then lifted both of Katsuki's arm to his back, then tying the roll of tape around his wrists, then his arms, until it was fully tight and secure. Young Bakugo has been captured and secured. 1.5 minutes remaining. Quote. Izuku sighed in relief once again, lifting Katsuki by the shoulder and placed him carefully to lean on the wall closest to both of them. Izuku then stood up, looking to the ceiling a little as he glanced back at Katsuki. I still can't believe you've gone on this far, you really are something else, Kachan. Izuku smiled with that thought, before he looked on with a determined gaze. So, 3rd floor. Huh. Hang on Uraraka, I'm on my way. Izuku said with a steel look on his eyes, determined to help Uraraka if she needs it. As wind gathered around him, his scarf floating with it, hair ruffling up and down, he looked towards the unconscious explosive blonde one last time, before vanishing, leaving the ruined room in his wake. Izuku traversed around the halls, running while finding which room Uraraka had found and is in currently. Everything within his perception was blurred as he zoomed through each hallway of the 3rd floor, after he had just recently reached a staircase to said floor. His eyes found a room just up ahead. Knowing this to be the last possible room he could go to, he dashed forth. When he reappeared in front of the doorway, he found a room that was slightly lit up. No sources of lights other than the glowing transparent and floating blades of energy he saw in front of him. Wait, what? He centered his eyes on each sword, marveling at their beauty and design. The unnatural light they were giving off, a gentle azure hue. He immediately put his sight upon Hiro and widened them further when he saw him drawing closer to Ochako, with his right hand outstretched towards her. Izuku didn't know why, but his entire body was instantly tense, eyes hardened, and an overwhelming urge of protectiveness surged his whole being as time slowed for him. As he saw Ochako down there, completely paralyzed yet her eyes stared up with no signs of backing down, his emerald orbs glowed slightly, and his mind was invaded with a blank feeling, only. The words that echoed in his mind were clear. Protect her. Izuku's thoughts turned towards the incoming barrage of blades, his eyes glowed fiercely as he ran towards them and vanished, reappearing behind all of them. Not looking the least bit phased. The green-haired Sin then pulled his left arm back, hand open as the green scabbard started to shake slightly before magnetically forcing itself into his left hand, grasping it. With no time at all, his hand blurred as he threw the sheath with a strong force, the oversized fang of a blade's resting place spinning in a rapid cycle as it flew across the room. Izuku saw the sepia yellow-haired boy bend back flexibly to dodge Lostvane's scabbard, but his eyes were set on one chestnut-haired girl. He disappeared shortly after hearing the sheath pierce the wall harshly, giving him the signal to vanish in a swirl of wind as he picked up Ochako in a bridal carry gently, reappearing again in the other side of the room, just in front of the exit. His eyes narrowed dangerously at the other person just across the room from him, who faced back to find Ochako missing from her last position, only to find her secured safely in his arms with open eyes of shock and surprise. Through the corner of his vision, he saw Ochako open her eyes, finding them quickly turn to the same amount of shock directed towards him. He sighed in relief internally but kept his eyes towards Hiro. You all right, Uraraka? Deku. Hearing that name, he smiled slightly and faced towards her. Seeing the solace-filled smile she was giving him, he felt better knowing she was safe. But didn't know why and passed it off as his will to protect people, finding them safe is a relief to him. Yeah, that's it. I'm okay now, thanks again. Ochako answered his question with a bigger smile, making his smile turn whole. Good, then let's finish this together. Can you move? He immediately asked, making Ochako try to move any part of her body, but to no avail. No, Kanata's quirk still has its effect on me. She would have shook her head as well if she could, but opted to speak instead. At least her mouth could still move, now that she thought about it. His quirk. Those flying blades from before can paralyze you. Izuku drew his gaze away from her and towards Hiro, who was rising a little from bending down and with a glowing hand raised, and multiple swords materializing behind him once again. Yeah, from what I saw, he can manipulate them to launch towards us like a projectile, and can summon them at will in numerous amounts. It's slightly annoying that they can AP pair anywhere else and not just behind him. Ochako answered as Izuku's eyes narrowed further, tightening his grip on her. She never realized because of their situation. If so, then he probably has a limit to how far they can summon. It's not crazy to think that there is also a limited amount he can produce each time. He thought quickly as he moved his eyes to the weapon, which was still being surrounded by several swords that kept spinning around it. Not only that, but he's got the weapon fully protected as well. Going too close to it can wound me easily, considering those blades look like they are made up of some kind of energy. It wouldn't take a genius to know they would hurt. Izuku then locked eyes with Hiro, whose glasses were gleaming with an intimidating glare, making the Net's eyes shine with an emerald hue in response. Before he could speak, Hiro beat him to it. So you managed to subdue my colleague, Midoriya. Quite exemplary. It speaks volumes of your skill and overall prowess. However, because it's down to just you two and me alone, I'll have to up the stakes a bit. Hiro's hand glowed more intense as more blades started to materialize behind him, the transparent floating swords beginning to spin like a drill and match the unevenness of our numbers. Hiro immediately flicked his hand forward, making all of the blades zoom away from him, his hair ensue it flowing shortly before descending back into its stationary form. The room was showered in flashes of azure light, high-pitched shrieks of whistle-like sounds piercing through the wind, all of them accelerating towards Izuku and Ochako at an alarming rate. Said heroes in training widened their eyes in unison, Ochako tensing up on reflex tried to, and Izuku tightening his hold on her a little bit further in response. Just before any of the blades could reach them, Izuku disappeared, all of them striking the empty position they once were in. Izuku reappeared with Ochako still in his arms, who was quite limp. Making Izuku hold her securely as to not make her fall. Hiro started walking towards the weapon as he summoned more of the transparent blades and launched all of them towards their current location. Izuku again vanishing in response, reappearing again leaning back behind a pillar, looking back to see if Deku no. His quirk is also intangible. Izuku's eyes shot open before he vanished again. Just in time before multiple swords phased through the rectangular support beam of cement. Intangible. So any type of shield or barrier is also useless against Kanata's quirk. But it narrows down my suspicion on these blades' capability of harming me or Ochako, seeing she's been hit, and that there are no visible wounds I see on her, unless it's internal. No, she doesn't seem to be in pain other than her resistance to the quirk. Izuku sighed internally in relief as he reappeared sliding a little to the side, purposely there to grab the scabbard still embedded on the wall and placed it on his back as he glared at Hiro, who had finally reached just in front of the mock bomb. Still, that means his quirk's such a dangerous defense breaker. We can't rely on places to hide either. Considering we have such limited time on the clock, Uraraka and I can't regroup. Izuku's mind was conflicted. Hiro had them both in a bind where Izuku can't just smash through, and they had only a few seconds left. He's stalling. Kanata's quirk works both ways, long range and close range. It seems like he can't touch his own blades. Does that mean he's susceptible to his own quirk's effects? No, we can't rely on that knowledge. What if it doesn't work? We lack information. Izuku disappeared as Hiro materialized a cascade of blades from where they were standing, the blades protruding violently off the ground. Izuku reappeared in the air, just above the weapon. Just like Uraraka said, they can appear anywhere he wants. Since he was able to reach us from there, that means his range can spread across the room. What's more is that we're at a disadvantage. I'm currently carrying Ochako, who's immobilized, so I have to keep her safe. We don't even know how long the effects are, and it could last this entire test. Ochako saw Izuku's face contorted in conflict. She saw how hard he was trying to think of a plan for both of them to get out of this and felt useless in this scenario. It made her frustrated. Deku's trying so hard. I can't just let him do all the work while I'm laying here as a burden. Ochako glanced at her fingers, seeing them almost close to his chest, 3 fingers currently on it while 2 were not quite properly faced. Her face switched to a determined one. She tried to move them, at least to position it properly until all 5 of her fingers could touch Izuku's chest and make him float. Izuku saw her expression despite his thoughts. Uraraka. Ochako's gaze never left her hands. If I can, at least, ease the burden you hold, then I'll gladly do so. Shish. He struggled to move her immobile fingers as hard as she could. Visible sweat started to emerge from the sides of her head from the effort alone. Izuku raised one of his hands and grasped her limp ones, making her finally look up to see him smiling. You're not and will never be a burden to me, Uraraka. Ochako felt the effects of her quirk activating, but ignored it in favor of putting her attention on Izuku's words, and the obvious blush on her face. So thanks, this will help a lot. Izuku felt his body feel lighter, getting a second feel on Ochako's quirk releasing gravity's hold on his body. He immediately disappeared again to dodge another set of swords that appeared around them earlier. I've took my time to analyze how fast you can move, Midoriya. Izuku reappeared hearing that reply, and looked towards Hiro, whose hand was raised once again, more blades appearing out of thin air around him. Many people would believe you seemingly teleport from one place to another. I would know since I did. However, because of your multiple dodges just now, I finally figured out it was just how quick you can move around that it's simply a blur to the naked eye. Izuku slightly widened his eyes in alarm. Hiro was trying to analyze him the entire time he was moving. So, with knowing that information, I can easily exploit that to my advantage. Hiro raised his hand further, glowing more intensely than before as numerous blades appeared all around the room, surrounding them all in menacing quantities, making both Izuku and Ochako look around them with wide open eyes. By limiting the amount of area in this already small spaced room, I can easily incapacitate you by restricting your movement with numbers alone. Suddenly, all the blades started to slash and slice in midair, accelerating further until they almost resembled spinning jigsaws. Hiro then summoned more behind him as he used his other hand to lift his glasses a little. You have lost, Hiro said ominously. Alf. Ao inwardly chuckling at the tone he used. Ochako had her eyes widened even further from the plan Hiro had used just to make sure they wouldn't be able to move ahead and win this test, while Izuku had his hair overshadowing his eyes. Hiro then raised his hand forward, ready to flick it. Celestial Haven, Hiro said with a certain calm in his voice. All the blades behind him poised to strike started to spin rapidly, making him seem all the more intimidating. Any last words? Hiro asked with finality. Ochako looked up to see Izuku's eyes covered, an unreadable expression on his face, then she saw him smile. A hero, wind started to swirl around both of them, Ochako covering her eyes as her chestnut-colored hair danced around with it, floating and flowing gracefully along with Izuku's emerald hair. A hero never falters. Even when faced with adversities, no matter how high the obstacle, Izuku's eyes glowed intensely like the aura around Hiro's right hand, making him look fierce. No matter how hard the challenge, Izuku shouted firmly as he lifted his head up, a face filled with determination and a smile hiding no fear on his face, making Hiro recoil in shock at the intensity, yet he smiled in response. I see. Then both of you shall meet your end. Hiro's eyes returned to their gleam as he flicked his hand forward, making all the blades zoom towards the greenette and brew net with a high-pitched and whistle-like sound. The dark-lit room suddenly turned bright as the blades all focused into one point, making a bigger transparent blade form from the fusion, spinning much more rapidly, glowing more fearsome than before. As it closed in, Ochako's expression changed again as she opened her eyes. Hearing Izuku's words sparked a fire in her once again, that fire of determination. She had grown accustomed to these past few days, causing her to smile at Izuku's resolute smile towards their impending doom, making her stare at the large attack with the same expression. However, not quite, Kanata. Hiro widened his eyes at the reply. Ochako snapped her own orbs back at Izuku in confusion. They both saw the grin on his face. Full counter. Quote. A huge echo of clashing steel reverberated across the room. Izuku had his left arm holding Ochako tightly to his chest, Lostvein grasped firmly on his right hand, his right arm recently swung across his midsection, now perpendicular to his shoulder. Hiro's attack halted instantly in midair, the front part of it bent back harshly in an arc, Setari's pink-eyed boy's orbs widened further. Then the floating blade made a deafening sound that zoomed back towards Hiro at an even faster rate, glowing way more intensely and its form now a large mass of energy resembling a oversized spire, air gathered at its tip from the speed alone, making Hiro backtrack in shock. Then the attack passed through him. Hiro slightly recoiled from the force of the attack, taking a few steps back as he steadied his ground. Izuku's grip Lostvein tightened as he stared down Hiro's frozen posture. Since you said that your quirk can incapacitate me, with the features of phasing through anything, specifically solid structures and in theory possibly other constructs, then I don't need to worry much about the building collapsing because of us, keeping its integrity intact. Ochako was staring at Izuku, mouth agape, then looking to Hiro, who was currently frozen. DEKU used it. Of course. He said full counter even reflects the effects of quirks back at their user at thrice the power, not just the amount of power. Ochako continued to stare in awe at Izuku, who was firmly holding her in place with just one arm. Honestly, that's impressive. Suddenly, both Izuku and Ochako faced back to Hiro, and heard him laughing a little, making them look to see his right hand move towards his eyes, wiping a bead of sweat off his hair. He looked completely fine. Nice attempt. You see, my quirk's effects don't work on me. Ever since it manifested, I've had a natural resistance towards it, so I've grown used to the effects after years of training. I must admit though, it was a smart move. Hiro used the same hand to take off his GLASSES and wipe them with a cloth using the other. Izuku and Ochako stared wide-eyed at him. Still, your efforts will be. He didn't get to finish as Izuku reappeared in front of him, right hand clench ed to a fist with wind gathering around it in the form of contrails. Hiro was left in shock as he felt a hard impact on his stomach. 5% full cowl, reinforced smash x5. Hiro spat out bile from the force as he was rocketed towards an already existing crater produced by the fully countered attack from earlier, making it bigger from his own body, impacting it painfully. Sorry Kanata, but we're finishing this. Go Uraraka. He heard Izuku yell out as he looked up, seeing Ochako float towards the bomb at a quick pace. Hiro's quirk was still on, the defensive transparent blades spun around wildly. From Hiro's command as he raised a hand forward, only for it to be gripped on tightly, making him wince in pain, seeing Izuku holding his wrist with narrowed emerald eyes. You lost, villains. Hiro looked at Izuku before staring at Ochako, who went through some of the blades, feeling the uncomfortable chill of something unnatural go through her, yet her arms were spread wide courtesy of Izuku. As he threw her towards the bomb with her quirk activated on herself, ignoring it. Weapon retrieved. Ochako shouted out with glee and relief as she hugged the bomb. With a smile on her face, Izuku stared at her with a smile. And Hiro sighed in defeat, clearly accepting his loss. The bomb has been safely secured by the heroes. Hero team wins. Quote. All Might's voice bellowed throughout the building, Ochako cheering in response. Izuku's smile widened, and Hiro allowed one from himself to form. Izuku let go of Hiro's wrist, said boy winced again but with relief, that was a strong grip. He cares, said his hand gently as his eyes laid on an outstretched hand, and one Greenette's smile. You gave us one amazing fight, both you and Kachan. Hiro stared at the hand for a while as he listened, bearing the fight between him and Ochako, before him and Izuku, making him smile again, this time grabbing and accepting the hand. Izuku pulled him up in response. All the same to you both as well, Midoriya. I neglected the fact that you had that ability within your current arsenal, I should have recalled. Izuku chuckled as they both shook their hands. Hey, well, it is a powerful ability so I tend to use it only when necessary. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, making Hiro chuckle in amusement. Whoa. Izuku and Hiro both faced up to the source of that voice and saw Ochako floating above them. Spinning around in a slow reverse somersault, looking down on both of them with a slightly complicated expression. Little help. This only made Izuku chuckle and smile at her. Hiro's amusement grew. Hold on Uraraka. Izuku jumped up and caught her in his arms, using his weight to bring them both down back on the floor as Ochako slightly yelped in a bit of surprise, before relaxing in his arms. Izuku gently held her hand to touch her other, which was coincidentally in the right position and brought all her pads together. Our release, she immediately felt relief past T. Her body as she found her weight returned to her, Izuku's weight also back to his body, making him move back a bit to get used to being dragged down by gravity again for a moment. We won DEKU. Ochako gasped as she just remembered they had won the fight, and started to cheer again, making Izuku smile in realization as well, despite her immobility at the moment. Yeah, we did. Ochako would have hugged Izuku if she could. But she felt a blush come up at just the thought alone, and the fact that's the first thing that came into her mind. They heard a sigh coming from the sepia yellow-haired hero in training. Your hits are painful, you know that. Hiro rhetorically asked as Izuku's sweat dropped a little. Hee, sorry, Hiro just chuckled wholeheartedly while shaking his head, making Ochako giggle at how true the statement was. After all, she did see how powerful Izuku's attacks can get, how he saved her from the zero-pointer was proof of that. You both won fair and square, thank you. For giving me the opportunity to fight against you too. Hiro bowed in good faith, making Izuku and Ochako smile in appreciation. Hey, no need to thank us. You guys did a pretty great job as well. Ochako's beaming smile was contagious. Izuku blushed because of it, and the fact his mind registered he was still holding her, in his arms, Q in one atomic blush. Why yeah, you and Kachan did a great job making this hard for us. You made me realize just how important it is for me to watch out for my allies as I fight another person at the same time. Izuku stuttered at first, before finding his voice and contemplatively talked about the test and what he learned. Hiro smiled as he waved his hand in the air, making all the blades dissipate as he did so. I think we should get going, all my T's waiting for us and I don't think we need an announcement to tell us that. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other before turning back to Hiro and nodding in agreement. Yeah, I've still got a Serta. An explosive blonde to bring to the infirmary. Izuku said, making Hiro blurt out an, oh. Ochako also remembering Katsuki being captured earlier, which kind of reminds her. Oh yeah, Kanata, can you cancel out this paralysis effect off me now? I want to actually feel my hands again. Ochako asked as she once again attempted to move a part of her body, instantly finding she couldn't. Ah, about that. You see, one minor detail about my quirk is that I can't cancel out its effects. Which means you'll have to stay like that for approximately a minute and 43 seconds. Not a lot of time, so it will suffice. You'll just have to bear Midoriya holding you in the meantime. Izuku and Ochako had comical expressions on their faces, blushes evident on their faces. Ochako's cheeks were much more defined. Izuku squeaked out with his eyes wide open, pupils shrunken down to an extent. Hiro nervously scratched the side of his head. Well, we all know whose feminine voice that belonged to. We find Izuku, Ochako and Hiro walking down the corridors, not counting Ochako, who was currently in a bridal carry, chatting animatedly to pass the time as Izuku lead them to the RO. Where Katsuki was currently unconscious in. They head down the stairs, making Ochako and Hiro immediately widen their eyes at the battlefield they were witnessing. Most of the hallway was littered with some craters. Residual smoke and dust still flew in the air despite how much time had passed. Some parts of the floor had slight cracks, while some had craters just inches deep. You and Bakugo went all out, huh? Hiro asked with a head tilt, Ochako still looking around in slight awe, while Izuku continued walking down the path. No, we were both severely holding back. Hiro and Ochako snapped their attention towards Izuku, whose face was currently serious, convincing both of them that he wasn't joking. This ruined hallway was the result of them holding back. Well, now that I think about it, I shouldn't even be surprised that much. Deku did say Katsuki could easily defeat the zero-pointer during my, eavesdropping session to their call the day Deku and I met. Ochako tore her attention away from Izuku and towards the damage done to this corridor. She could see that despite how much afflicted damage was made, the craters weren't exactly too deep to cause a collapse that counted the floor. Making her impressed on how careful both of them were. She quietly sighed. Deku really is amazing. She took a glance at Izuku, who was still holding her as they continued to walk. His eyes focused and full of life that she was instantly mesmerized by how green they appeared to be, how she wanted to be the one centered upon that gaze. She finally caught up with where her HTS were going and blushed madly at it and her staring at Izuku, suddenly finding a certain crater very interesting. The trio finally arrived at the room Izuku and Katsuki were fighting in earlier and this looked more like a battlefield than the last corridor. There were bigger craters, larger cracks on the floor, black singe marks plastered on the walls, smoke and dust trying to escape from the open windows. Ochako and Hiro looked at all of it with another series of disbelieving eyes. With what I'm seeing, I find it quite far-fetched to say you've both been holding back, Midoriya. Hiro said, making Izuku chuckle awkwardly in reply. Maybe we both took it up a notch somewhere during the clash. The green-haired Sin heard a giggle coming from below him, his heart fluttered in response. Then I finally done it, fucking. I feel like shit. Izuku, Ochako and Hiro widened their eyes at the voice. Turning to it, they find Katsuki leaning on the wall with a shit-eating grin pasted on his face, along with a concerning bruise on his cheek and one eye open. Kachan. Izuku called out, making Katsuki smirk a little. Don't you start worrying about my ass right now, I just need a damn bed. Katsuki said with a little struggle in his voice, trying to ignore the amount of pain in his body. Izuku asked Hiro to hold Ochako for a bit. Ochako had frowned in confusion on why she felt a little disappointed, before vanishing to find him supporting Katsuki with his left arm around Izuku's neck. Can you move? Izuku asked with concern laced in his voice, making Katsuki scoff. Does it fucking look like I can? Izuku winced at seeing Katsuki's body shake in agony. His legs were at least working, but besides from the many bruises on his body, add the fact he was hunching over a little, Izuku felt bad right away. But it was immediately taken away from Katsuki's words. If you start crying like a bitch, I swear, this was just a more intense version of our daily spars. No need for you to flood the damn place and ruin it more than it needs to be. Izuku allowed a smile to form as he slowly walked towards Ochako and Hiro, being careful to make Katsuki walk forward slowly. Glad to see you're still alright, Kachan. Katsuki grunted a little from the aching side of his hip, before attempting a grin. And why wouldn't I be? I can take your fucking hits any time of the day. You know I wouldn't attack you unnecessarily. Have you forgotten that my fucking instincts can easily take care of that? Nope, today's battle speaks the truth for me. Damn straight it does. Izuku and Katsuki were both smiling as they bantered against each other. Ochako smiled at their friendship, while Hiro just did so in kind. As they all exited the building, Izuku inhaled the fresh air in relief. Ochako started to feel the backlash of her quirk, realizing just how much she had done using it. Hiro was supporting Katsuki this time, and All Might was accessing all their status. All Might. Izuku's voice rang out, making the bulky and large man face towards the brunette holding Ochako in his arms. Said brunette's face was currently a shade of green. Do you need anything, young Midoriya? He larger blonde said with a shining smile, and a little concern directed towards the expression of Ochako. Yeah, I need to take Uraraka and Kachan to the infirmary. Their conditions aren't critical, but they're not in the best state to move properly. May I do so? Izuku asked as he looked down to Ochako, seeing her face contorted into a little disgust. He guessed she was close to vomiting at the moment. Then directed his attention towards the other blonde's figure, who was currently being bombarded with a couple of questions by Hiro. The explosive blonde had a twitching eyebrow. Yes, of course. The brunette nodded back slightly before walking towards Katsuki and Hiro, who both looked to him in confusion. Izuku informed them a bit as they understood as Hiro helped Katsuki hang onto Izuku's neck. After confirming they were good to go, he nodded to Hiro in gratitude, him doing so in response. Expect us back around the mid-battles, but that depends on Uraraka's condition, and if our recovery girl's quirk heals Kachan with no issues. See you soon, Kanata. Izuku said, All Might and Hiro nodding to him in understanding, before Katsuki and Ochako promptly disappeared out of sight. So young Kanata, shall we head back? We still have to evaluate some last pointers before we move on to the next teams. Hiro looked up to meet the No. 1 Pro Hiro's gaze before nodding in agreement. Right. With that, they both walked off towards the location of the monitor room. Bleegghhhhhh. Ochako was seen with her head in a bucket Kanata's quirk had worn off a moment ago. Rainbow sparkles were seen coming out of the edges as she vomited. Izuku had arrived with both of them, filling in recovery girl on what had happened to both of them, which she replied with bopping Izuku's EAD with her walking stick at his actions towards Katsuki, not that it affected him but still winced in pain. Katsuki was on a separate bed just beside Ochako's. His body was now okay, a bandage on his bruised cheek. The other bruises on his body gone, gauntlets off to free his forearms from their weight, and his eyes closed. You weren't fucking kidding when you said elder nurse's quirk heals quickly, DEKU. Katsuki said, rewarding him with a harder than normal bop on his head, making him scream profanities, earning another bop. I'll have you sent to the principal's office if you continue to call me that. And no shouting in the infirmary. She slammed her walking stick on the blonde's explosive-looking hair, making him grow a tick mark. Who's yelling? You did so yourself, you elder. Another bop. Shut that mouth of yours this instant. Katsuki huffed in annoyance, a death glare directed towards recovery girl, who bopped him once again, making him scream. That fucking hurts you, bop. Do not complete that sentence. Who in the world raised you? The old hag, that's WHO. Izuku tuned them out with a sigh as he facepalmed, idly hearing Ochako still expelling her breakfast out. So Izuku patted her back to help her out, and she slightly looked up with a disgusted and grateful expression. I sometimes hate this, she said as she shivered at the aftertaste in her mouth, face contorted into a sour frown. Making Izuku sympathize with her since he has vomited on multiple occasions, courtesy of Meliodas spars. I can relate, at least you don't forcefully vomit because someone punched your stomach several times. Izuku chuckled before he shivered as well, this time in slight fear as the memories invaded into his mind, unconsciously rubbing a spot on his stomach. Ochako looked at him with some of her hair falling to her side, feeling and hoping that was the last round as she put the bucket down. I am not describing what the contents in it looked like, other than rainbows, that's all you need to know. And you have? She asked with a half-curious, half-exhausted expression on her face. Izuku nodded with a solemn smile of fear. Believe me, it would be best if you don't know. Izuku shivered once again, remembering a certain spar with Meliodas that made him incapable of moving for 3 hours. Much to said short blonde snickering of amusement, he could hear them haunting his mind. And shook his head right away. All right. Ochako nodded, before she looked up again and found their faces close to each other, staring into Izuku's emerald eyes as her brown ones started to draw near towards them. Face flushed with a certain fruit's color. Izuku was faring no better, yet he made no move to face away, too distracted by her own eyes. They only broke the trance. ND yelped at the same time when their noses hit each other. They both had atomic blushes on their faces at the close proximity and looked away, Ochako brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear and played with it while Izuku gripped the sheets of the bed and shook his head to try and get rid of the growing heat on his face. In the process, their hands brushed against each other, Ochako's left and Izuku's right. They both blushed again as they retracted both their hands as if shocked with electricity, hearts pounding in their chests, begging to be released, and a bunch of butterflies fluttering inside their stomachs. For fuck's sake, get a room you lovebirds. They heard Katsuki's voice, prompting them both to snap their heads towards him, faces filled to the brim with red, and smoke coming out of their ears. They saw Recovery Girl bop Katsuki on the head again. Language. Said woman scolded lightly, Katsuki, well. Just stop you annoying ass chibi mfhhhh. Katsuki would have completed that sentence, if a cloth out of nowhere tied around his mouth, effectively shutting him up to silence. I can hear you from down the hallway. Izuku and Ochako faced towards the newcomer and saw Aizawa with his scarf extended out. Hands gripped on it and eyes bored yet lazy. Recovery Girl sighed in relief. Thank you, Aizawa dear. The boy was getting on my nerves. The backbone of Yue said while rubbing her head in annoyance. Aizawa just walked in, waving the gratitude off, keeping his hands on his scarf as it waggled forcefully due to Katsuki's struggles, all for naught though. Just 2D. AYS in and I already have a problem child on my hands. I don't get paid enough for this job. He said that last part quietly. Izuku and Ochako had comical expressions on their faces a little red now since time has passed. Sorry about Kachan, Aizawa-sensei. He can be a bit of a pain but he'll behave when he needs to be. Izuku said sheepishly, making Ochako giggle a little while Recovery Girl smiled slightly. Her hands busy on the desk she was currently working on. Shouldn't you both be in class right now? Immediately, the greenette and brunette felt a shiver go down their spine. At the dangerous tone in their teacher's voice, slowly looking up to stare at his red eyes, his black hair rising up, meaning his quirk was activated for additional intimidation factor. Why yes sensei. Izuku and Ochako yelled in fear as the greenette unconsciously held onto Ochako's hand and vanished away, leaving Katsuki who was still trying to scream into the cloth. He heard a chuckle coming from the friendly nurse. May I ask why you were passing by? She looked at Aizawa amusingly, who just yawned a little and stared at her with a bored gaze. My sleeping bag's back in the homeroom, T.S. was just on the way and I happened to hear Bakugo swearing 3 corridors away from here. He tightened his grip at the reply of Katsuki's family name, making said blonde recoil to the front, making Recovery Girl chuckle. Easy now. I just healed his injuries. No need to open unnecessary wounds, that isn't rational. She smiled knowingly, Aizawa sighing in exasperation as he let the binds go. FF the blonde and retract back around his neck, while for Katsuki, who immediately tried to bring air back into his system as soon as it did. Don't even think about saying another word. I don't need another mic in my life. He glared menacingly at Katsuki, who flinched at the gaze and feeling his quirk disabled. After Aizawa deemed Katsuki would be quiet, he returned his quirk and walked out of the infirmary. He didn't need this type of trouble early into the afternoon, besides, he had a certain yellow sleeping bag waiting for him. Just as expected, Katsuki was quiet as he laid down on the provided beds in the infirmary. He closed his eyes in annoyance at feeling pain. All over his body, it was phantom though so it's not as shit feeling as it was before. Just before he could drift off, he heard Recovery Girl's voice. Take a good rest for now, so that later I can tend you your other injuries after you recovered some stamina. I'll be right here if you need anything. Katsuki opened an eye. Seeing the pink suit support type pro hero working quietly on the laptop sitting on the desk, he just scoffed in response as he closed it, choosing to lay down and finally rest. A few seconds SSED by before the comfortable silence broke. Is having to ask if I can go to the restroom one of them. Recovery girl only smiled, there were no swear words there. 3 curtains down to where you are, Sonny. It's not hard to miss. Katsuki grunted as he leaned forward and off the bed. Thanks. The entire class was still back at the monitor room, everyone's eyes glued to the screen as they find Tokiyami release dark claw-like arms from within his cloak, with Tsuyu right beside him, sticking close to the wall. Silently, Izuku and Ochako appeared from behind the other occupied students in a swirl of wind. Said breathing in relief from escaping Aizawa's scolding. All Might looked behind him and saw both of them back, nodding to himself before reverting his attention back towards the screen. That was close, Izuku said with a sigh, clothes still disheveled, not that it matters since he was exposed from the left side. Ochako giggled in response. You tell me. Aizawa-sensei's scary. She heard Izuku chuckle at that, making her smile despite her slightly aching head. So, now that all of that's over with, I wanted to say thanks. Ochako looked at him in confusion, his smile never leaving his face, making Ochako's stomach churn. For what? Izuku looked down for a bit, a slight blush on his face as he struggled within himself. He sighed a little before looking straight in Ochako's eyes, causing the chestnut-haired girl to blush at the intensity. Without you, that battle would have ended differently. Ochako's eyes widened. What? Deku, that was all you. I should be the one saying that. She whispered loudly as to not distract the class and draw their attention towards their conversation. She only received a shake of the head. Not true. I would have not known to hold back on my power significantly if you didn't tell me about caring for the building's integrity. Ochako's heart skipped a beat. But I didn't even do that much. Uraraka. Her eyes met Izuku's. There was such a strong fire in them that she hadn't seen since the entrance exam, since he saved her. Izuku put his hand on hers, making her almost yelp. Heart skips yet again as she blushes intensely. Don't you ever say that about yourself. You've done all you can, and quite frankly, if Kanata's quirk wasn't a paralyzing type, then you would have helped me out. I know it. Besides, you made it easier to move around using your quirk on me. Her eyes dropped as she fiddled with her index finger pads. Still, the fact is that you were the one who did all of the work. I was even a liability. Ochako's grip tightened, slight tears trying to escape her eyes, frustration building up inside her. I'm not as talented as you, Bakugo, or even Kanata. All your quirks are amazing compared to mine. I feel so useless. Because I was even trying, hoping that you would come to help me out, and that's what differentiates you three from me, it's that I needed help. Ochako bit her lip as her tears started to fall one by one. Gripping her suit with the other hand, she tensed up when she felt a hand brush her tears away, looking up to find Izuku's orbs replaced with such concern that it made her feel warm inside. Uraraka, remember what I told you before? That you weren't a burden to me. Nor will you ever be. Ochako sniffed a little as she nodded, blushing a little as she remembered how gentle his voice sounded that time. It's okay to ask help every now and then. Heroes can't work alone. There will be a time where they will feel as if they can't do something by themselves. Even I need help time to time. Ochako looked at Izuku, hands still linked, eyes a little wide in shock. Why you do? She received a nod in response. Izuku hated seeing her like this. He liked her smile. It somehow made his day despite how gloomy he was. She always seemed to know what to do to make his mood better again. Now, seeing her so sad, berating herself, it made him feel the need to make her smile, and return the favor. Izuku looked down to his vacant hand, forming it into a fist. Yeah, ever since my power came to be, I needed guidance, someone to guide me down the right path. How strong I am is the result of years in training. To control it because, it could easily hurt someone. Ochako's eyes opened further, hand reflexively tightening as she found Izuku's sober face concerning. Thankfully, someone came to my rescue. My mentor, he helped me in so many ways that even today I still can't believe. He brought me out of my confusion, my darkest hour, my state. It was all thanks to him that I'm who I am today. Izuku slowly formed a smile at remembering the golden-haired Joker. With that all-might-surpassing smile on his face, Ochako smiled at seeing him happy, but his emphasis on the word state made her uneasy and worried. Still, She knew Izuku would tell her at some point if she asked, and when he was ready to do so. Izuku closed his eyes, clenching his fist harder as he looked resolutely to Ochako. You don't have to feel ashamed of asking for help, it's just in our nature as a human being. There are times we can't solve things with our will alone, sometimes, you need the support of OT. Her people's own wills to form something great. Right now though, you did great today, and I will not stop until I convince you otherwise, and see that beautiful smile of yours again. Izuku's smile was almost blinding. Ochako's eyes filled again with silent tears, of happiness, heart beating fast and immediately hugged Izuku with all her might. Thank you Deku, I needed that. Izuku reciprocated it with a gentle embrace, making Ochako feel warm again. You are an amazing person Uraraka, you always will be in my eyes. If it helps, your quirk is terrifyingly powerful, the ability to send people out into space isn't one I'd laugh about. Ochako tightened her hug with a slight giggle, her tears continue to fall. Not funny. She smiled despite her comment, wiping her tears as Izuku laughed a little. It wasn't meant to be a joke. But didn't I hear you laugh? She giggled again, this time along with a slight punch to Izuku's back, making him grunt a little. Alright, you win. She didn't know why, but she could feel his smile. She bent back to stare at the emerald-colored hero in training, who also met her gaze. They both smiled at each other, comfortable with themselves, however. Izuku didn't know what possessed him to do what he did next, but he was finding a stray set of hair on Ochako's face distracting, so he lifted a finger and brushed it to the back of her ear, making her breath hitch suddenly. Deku. Her face blasted into tomato heaven as her heart rate increased even further, mouth slightly agape at Izuku's boldness, not that she didn't mind it. What the heck hand? A are you insane? Izuku wasn't doing a good job keeping how red his face was, nor how much his heart stopped at the moment. Sorry Uraraka. I wasn't thinking about my actions, mean, you Izuku went to a full-on rambling session, hands shuffling in blurs sideways as he panicked, Ochako still paralyzed, this time not from a certain sepia-yellow-haired boy's quirk. Eyes widen in shock, her right hand on the lingering feeling of where Izuku's hand touched her cheek. It's okay Deku, I don't really mind, she said that last part quietly. But Izuku somehow tuned out everything just to hear that one line, making the top of his head explode as his blush neared and resembled borderline perfectly ripe apples. He didn't dare open his mouth to say anything, not trusting his own mouth and opting to look away instead, just to find Tsuyu kick Kirishima in the chest with a well-timed bounce of the wall, although he seemed fine considering his quirk's nature. Tokiyami and Shiro were locked in a battle, with the latter doing his best to keep the shadow sentient manipulator at bay. Momentarily distracted, Ochako took her time to calm down the ever-growing blush off her face. Looking to the side as she twiddled her fingers in circles, mind in a dilemma. Why did Deku do that? Was there something on my face? Does it look fine now? Wait a minute, why do I suddenly feel disappointed? The top of Ochako's head was steaming, her heart rate increased further as she started to fan herself rapidly. Just then, her mind abruptly shut down as she remembered something crucial. Did Deku call my smile BBBB? Her eyes wide, face now a full-on tomato was again. No wait, her entire skin was red head to toe. I will not stop until I convince you otherwise. And see that beautiful smile of yours again. Her heart skipped, that was not her imagination. It was a memory, an echo ingrained into her mind. Instantly, she found her hands going up to her face. All of her 10 pads touching on her features as she activated her quirk out of habit, floating up in a spiral whilst confused. Uraraka. His voice rang out, Uku had been mumbling up a storm while trying to distract himself by analyzing his classmates' quirks further, but saw a faint glow of pink edge to the corner of his vision, and found Ochako floating up towards the ceiling. What is this feeling? She felt a hand grab her boot to keep her from floating to the ceiling, but paid no attention to it as to press towards more important matters, and ease her rapidly pumping heart. Izuku pulled her down gently, making sure not to accidentally force her to the ground using his strength. His brain on overdrive as he caught Ochako in his arms. The villains have been secured. And the bomb has been quickly dispatched. Hero team wins. Both of their minds were swirling in confusion and distress, unable to hear that announcement clearly. Certain. Arai's pink-eyed boy looked at their whole exchange with a head tilt, clearly trying to figure out what was going on with his friends. It was about 28 minutes in. 4 team matchups had already passed, including Team A and Team D's fight, and completed their battles. Isuku, who had already rid off his own blush, along with Ochako, who had a longer time doing so, had been taking air no taze on the different quirks of his classmates, their uses, their fighting styles, and how they utilized said styles to complement their quirks. The battles had toned down since Izuku and Ochako's battle with Katsuki and Hiro's battle, well, understandable considering how intense the two rivals' fight had been, and that's including Ochako's fight against Hiro, who all of their classmates saw how high Rose Quirk was undeniably versatile and threatening, and how easily he was giving the hero side a hard time, while Ochako was faring and matching against him by her surprising agile dodges and graceful evasive maneuvers. The previous battle between Team H, Tokiyami and Tsuyu, and Team J, Kirishima and Shiro, was quite impressive. Tokiyami and Shiro were matching against each other in a test of skillful evasion and brute force. Shiro being nimble about his movements and quirk, surrounding the entire room with tape is a trap to delay the hero's side's ability to move around properly, while attacking them all the same. Tokiyami put a stop to this however, using his quirk based on Izuku's analysis from earlier this morning, a sentient dark shadow in the shape of a bird or crow, cutting through Shiro's tape with more than normal effort but successful ease. Tsuyu and Kirishima's battle was more of a strength and agility type of test, coupled with endurance from both sides. Kirishima had been literally a tank using his quirk, hardening his skin while trying to bulldoze Tsuyu, but she proved to be more vigilant, being quite forceful and quick with her movement around the room, making use of her hopping ability provided by her frog quirk to bounce and gain momentum, strengthening her kicks and attacks in response, yet Kirishima shrugged them off as minor attacks. Like All Might announced earlier. Despite their amazing efforts, the hero's side emerged victorious. The rest of the battles went swimmingly well, all things considered. The Team C, Iida and Yaoyorozu, and Team G, Shoji and Kaminari, battle was a little reserved. It was really a battle of time, considering Team C were playing defense. Yaoyorozu barricaded their room's only entrance, while Iida was in front of the bomb, ready to protect it along with said girl, whose quirk fascinated Izuku by how she created a metallic pull out of some kind of material. The barricade only lasted 3 hits before Shoji barged in all the way and suddenly moving out of the room, as Kaminari came in grinning with his quirk activated on his right hand, releasing a surge of electricity all around the room. Luckily, Yaoyorozu's quick W-ed mind allowed her to immediately create a ceramic cloth that covered her front side, while telling Iida to retreat behind a pillar, the speed-type hero doing so swiftly. Kaminari was easily tched of due to the backlash of his quirk. Shoji was much harder to fend off, his natural strength keeping a fair game towards them. Iida played a big factor in this game, leaving Yaoyorozu to protect. The weapon as the blue-haired villain shot off and fought Shoji. It was a full-on fight between pure speed and strength, Iida overwhelming Shoji with his quirk's advantage while Shoji remained a tank that could pack a punch. Apparently, the villain's side had a plan prepared beforehand, because Iida moved out of the way just in time for Shoji to be hit by a cannon Yaoyorozu made during the fray, causing the large mask-wearing hero in training to succumb into unconsciousness, securing victory for the villain's side. The last battle before Team B, Todoroki and Jiro, and Team I, Ojiro and Hagek. Your fight was Team E, Ishido and Aoyama vs Team F, Sato and Kota, which was fairly matched against each other. Ishido was the only one left in the fight during the midpoint, since Aoyama was swiftly taken care of by Sato's sugar rush. Not before slightly injuring Sato's right shoulder with a beam of light rocketed out of Aoyama, who dramatically fell down and fainted. Moving on, despite how hard Ishido tried to stop the strength-based quirk user that was Sato, although she was easily able to even the odds out by knocking out Kota with her flexibility and a hard punch to the head, sadly Kota wasn't quite the fighter. She couldn't handle any more hits, 5 hits in total, before she fell down. Coincidentally, Sato had gotten a sugar crash as soon as she fell, but the time ran out before Ishido could do anything else. The win was given to the villain's side once again. The most noteworthy fight, however, excluding Team A and D's battle, was Team B Todoroki and Jiro, and Team I Ojiro and Hagakure. If you want to know efficiency at its finest, well, what in the world? Zero projected all the occupants in the room's thoughts, some with their jaws laying on the floor, while the more reserved ones opted to widen their eyes instead. Oh, and everyone was shivering except for our resident green-haired cinnamon roll. The reactions were justified. Todoroki had barely moved one limb and activated his quirk, freezing the entire building's center. They were currently battling in instantly after Jiro used her own quirk stabbed into the wall to probably tell him where the other team was located. In less than half a minute, he quickly slid through the fight easily, no casualties from his own team, immobilizing the villain's side completely, them having no way of retaliating as the bi-colored hair individual secured the bomb. A quirk based on cryokinesis. From what I can see, it's pretty powerful to freeze an entire building solid, and Todoroki doesn't look at least one bit drained from releasing that much ice. What's the drawback? Izuku mumbled from the side, his brain storing information in an invisible storage somewhere around his head, making possible theoretical analysis with the practical potential of a quirk like that. Ochako glanced at Izuku with a knowing smile. It was shaky though, understandable considering the sudden temperature drop, slightly giggling afterwards at the face he made, waking him up from his session from her hand grasping his. But that wasn't enough to stop him from going into another session as Todoroki suddenly had steam vaporing out of his left palm. The bomb's frozen state immediately melted as well as the entire building itself, making everyone's eyes widen this time. He can project heat as well. Wait, his left side is completely encased in ice. Is it detrimental to his condition? So both his quirks complement each other, balancing out one another's drawbacks. That seems most likely, if his right side can release ice, Hen it's possible he can get frostbite from using too much, but his second quirk through his left side saves him from that weakness. Izuku entered another round with resolved vigor, finger to his kai. And as he continued to mumble incoherently, Ochako shook her head in amusement and let him be, while Hiro kept prodding Izuku's head, not really doing much as to snap him out of it, yet his face had such a fascinated look on it. For some reason, after the teams came back, the other teams still shivering from lingering effects, All Might evaluated everyone's performance. Well, color me impressed, you all have done a great job. The fact that you all took special attention towards your battle center's integrity shows you've got great potential to become full-fledged heroes. Many people beamed from his praise. The quiet ones chose to silently acknowledge, while Izuku stayed silent uncharacteristically, Ochako noticing this with worry. But remember, you are all still quite young. Each of you have your own strengths and weaknesses. And you have seen how much it takes light in this training class. So from here on out, you all will have to tread forward with confidence and humility. Both mind and quirk. Everyone had their rapt attention towards the one pro hero, his smile wide with proud hooded eyes. I trust you all know how to get back to your homeroom, so without further ado, All Might bent down, form ready to launch a marathon, making everyone stare at him. Watch how a pro exits. And promptly dashed down through the tunnel with blazing speed, eliciting most of the class to see comment on how amazing he was at teaching, while some admired his charisma. Izuku stared down at the tunnel, his eyes lingering towards All Might's last position for quite a while as the rest of the class started to walk back to the room. DEKU. The greenette snapped out of his stupor as he locked on with the eyes of one concerned and worried Ochako, who wasn't smiling at the moment, making him frown unconsciously. Before smiling a little, sorry, spaced out a little. Ochako looked at him a little longer before she nodded and gestured Hiro to come closer to them, making him slightly confused. Something you need, Uraraka. Ochako nodded with a slight smile. Yeah, Deku's going to flash us back to where Bakugo is, she said with a mischievous grin on her face, making Hiro and Izuku stare at her in confusion. He was a head tilt. How did you? You would make sure he was alright first, since I've come to know these past weeks is just who you are. You care too much about someone else's health than your own, Deku. Ochako beamed with an enthusiastic smile, making Izuku's eyes widen. She really thinks that. Izuku never really would have guessed that he and Ochako would become such fast best friends in a span of a few weeks of meeting each other, yet the evidence was here, that she noticed small details that even he didn't know beforehand about himself, and just knowing that makes him happy, joyful, and thankful. Izuku only gave a broad smile in response, making Ochako's face turn red. I guess you're right, Uraraka. He held her hand right away, making her blush harder. He then reached out and laid a palm on Hiro's shoulder, opting said person to look at it. Hang on, were the two words he had said before all three of them vanished. Damn it. Heavy breath. Ing was heard as a high-tech sensor door closes shut. The No. 1 Pro Hero was in front of it, currently trying to get as much oxygen in as possible. It didn't take long before a large puff of smoke surrounded his figure. His breathing still raspy and sharp as it cleared away, revealing Toshinori Yagi to the world, sunken eyes and his blonde locks drooping below to his forehead and his hair now looky. Ing like it's messed up by reaching outward on all sides, smile now slightly crooked into a frown. I was cutting it close back there, almost reverted in front of the entire class. His breathing slowed down considerably as he put a hand to his mouth, coughing roughly as blood spat onto his knuckles. He stared at it. Putting matters aside, I wasn't able to speak to young Midoriya. He deserves to know everything I've said from before. I deeply regret. He looked up, his hooded eyes catching nothing but determination, his hero suit now 2 times bigger than his deflated skeletal mess, shuffled with his movements. Crap, my limit's dropping fast, I can't maintain my form as much as before. He started to walk towards the path to the infirmary, his eyes dropped to his hand, and clenched it. And I have yet to find a worthy successor. His face passed off a distant look in his eyes, reflecting deep concentration. Patience, Toshinori, just hold on to it. He clenched it harder. He has been quite disciplined. Looks like Aizawa had picked an interesting bunch this year. I'll blow up your curtains if you don't keep quiet. Izuku, Ochako and Hiro were seen standing in front of Katsuki's bed. The former 3 already out of their hero suits and in regular uniform. Currently, the explosion Quirk user had his head leaned onto the pillow of the only used bed in the entire room, his eyes closed but seemed content. Izuku had been explaining to Katsuki on the different quirks of their classmates with enthusiasm. He seemed bored but was actually disguised as interest. Ochako had a funny expression on her face as she saw Recovery Girl take that jab as nothing, when she was clearly taken aback earlier as prior to when they first came here, while Hiro looked to be interested in the data on the youthful heroine's laptop. How are you both suddenly okay now? She looked to the smaller yet older heroine with a confused expression, but she only received a wizened smile. It's much better than his threats on my precious face. Besides, he pays for damaging school property if he isn't playing around. Ochako heard a scoff from Katsuki, the brunette's mouth shaped in an, oh, finally understanding, maybe. So, can you move properly, Kachan? Izuku looked at him with a smile. Katsuki grinned. I only took a short-ass nap. That isn't enough to recover much of my stamina for heroine nurse here to heal me. A turn of Recovery Girl's rotating chair reached their ears, her smile in amusement just plastered onto it. Oh tilde ho. So you were listening to my lectures. Looks like you have a bright future ahead of you. She added a sarcastic, yet honest tone somewhere in the middle, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in annoyance at not hearing the hint of the latter. Grin suddenly turned to a frown. I'm a damn intellectual. I'm not stupid. Then you might as well start acting like one, because I'm seeing nothing but a brat that has a way with words. TCH. Maybe you're just blind to see it. How is Kachan not swearing like normal right now? Izuku was beyond confused at the exchange done. It seemed like Katsuki and Recovery Girl have a mutual understanding. The green-haired hero in training couldn't wrap his head around how rare it was for Katsuki to just act like Katsuki, especially around other people. Maybe Recovery Girl had earned his consent somehow, considering his nickname for her was less insulting. Behave yourself. Anyways, he should be ready to go once I run a few more evaluations. You both should get back to your class. I assure you the boy is fine, not counting how broken as his head is. Katsuki grumbled something about nurses having too much freedom with their patients. hypocrisy and some other pointless comments at that sentence, Ochako looking not one bit less confused than normal from the exchange while Izuku stared incredulously at the blonde for his lack of enthusiasm with his vocabulary, special vocabulary. The emerald-coated hero sighed audibly. I was kind of hoping I could stay until he got all better, but, you're the professional here. He heard a chuckle coming from the heroine. Believe me, I get that every time. Recovery girl chuckled again, not after Katsuki scoffed. Not from me. She only smiled amusingly at that before facing the two heroes in training. Now run along you two lovebirds, this sack for swears will be in my care for the rest of the day. Izuku and Ochako instantly turned red in embarrassment, smoke coming out of their heads and eyes wide. Huh. The duo immediately yelled with flustered faces, impers. On nodding apples that were recently ignited. Katsuki only laughed maniacally. Now that is something we can both agree on. The elderly hero only chuckled amusingly, ignoring the dilemma of the two tickly stark blushing heroes in training, who were trying to deny such a claim. Okay enough. Uraraka, Kanata and I will head out. Now, thank you very much. Izuku yelled in full-on embarrassment, his blush reaching atomic levels of heat as he grabbed Ochako's hand out of habit, the shoulder of the book reading Arai's pink-eyed boy with his other unoccupied hand, and before said girl and said boy could put in their 2 cents, hero was quietly observing the room the entire time they were here. They all promptly disappeared. Our resident explosive blonde was still going at it as he laughed at both of their expressions just before the three left, while recovery girl bopped him in the head again. Who said you could make noise? The elderly heroine scolded lightly, her wizened face's wrinkle being more defined with her frown as Katsuki scoffed at her. TCH, you don't have to tell me twice. The heroine took a little more time to stare at him, eyes squinted in suspicion. When she confirmed that he wouldn't provoke another argument, she walked back to her chair, walking stick supporting her all the way. As long as you understand Sonny. Now, you should be all good to go once I make final checkups and make sure you have enough stamina before I give you a full recovery heal. Should you choose to go home afterwards is your decision, but if you want to rest right after, nobody's stopping you. Katsuki didn't reply back to that, but he accepted it nonetheless, only a curt nod was all she got. Then I'll choose the former, it's better if I leave this place as much as possible. Katsuki grunted out, making recovery girl sigh, yet she had a stern look on her face. Then make sure you avoid going here next time. I swear, you young ones these days have no care for your own health. Katsuki rolled his eyes at that, but had closed his eyes right after. We're training to be heroes, I'm pretty sure it comes with the package. Damn DEKU told me enough to know he would get himself her. Just to make sure someone else is safe. Katsuki had a slight smile remembering that. The heroine spun her chair a little to study the blonde's face, it was calm. She smiled in response. Well, if that's the case. Then you children must realize to carry more responsibility towards your actions. You can't save anyone else if you can't save yourself first. Katsuki took a moment to digest that, as annoying as she can be. Her age does not lie, her advice makes sense, and it's a wise saying. Yeah, nothing more was said as the blonde proceeded to rest a while, the only senior in the room typing away on her laptop. A view of Katsuki's vitals on it, with a few open windows showing Katsuki's skeletal structure. It wasn't long until the sandy blonde-haired boy fell comfortably to sleep, surprise. In considering how awake he seemed to be a while back. A few seconds of silence past the infirmary's walls, the only sounds being swift typing of keys. You can stop hiding behind the door, All Might. His breathing has stabilized. A spit take of shock rang from the other side of the room. Recovery girl's eyes never leaving the screen as the metal door automatically opened to show the one pro hero in his true form. A fist surrounding his mouth as he roughly coughed into it. You could do well not to scare me like that. He coughed a few more times as he walked inside the room. Recovery girl's eyes rolled, well. There was no telling if she did so since her eyes seemed infinitely squinted. Well, how else were you supposed to know when to come in? The hunched blonde sighed a little as he took a seat down on a free chair. The now oversized hero suit too large for Toshinori's thin figure to fit into as the clothes sagged down, his sunken eyes focused onto the other sleeping blonde on the classic green bed. How is he? The elderly heroine sighed, spinning on her chair to face and look at Katsuki. He should be alright once he wakes up, then I can finally recover the rest of his injuries. That Midoriya boy sure did a good number on him. Her eyes lingered a little more on the explosive blonde before she turned her attention back to the laptop screen, typing away once again. Symbol of peace took in another breath, the intake of air being slightly ragged as he unconsciously clutched a certain spot on his midsection. Good, I just came here to check up on him. He heard a snort coming from Recovery Girl, and turned his head towards her, to see she had an amused expression on her face. Seems like you are taking this job seriously. I'm genuinely surprised. All Might did the impression of a classic deadpan. His sunken eyes almost uniform as his eyebrows stayed stationary to their spots, bent slightly. No comment. The senior chuckled wholeheartedly, making Ri's crooked smile turn up as he chuckled in as well. How are you holding up? The stout but strong woman asked with concern, yet her tone was laced with a stern sound, making the No.1 pro hero flinch in slight fear. I may or may not have almost shown my true form to Class 1A, hey, guess I was clutching it a while ago, just a little too close for my liking. Toshinori chuckled nervously, the ink and white nurse's head gaining a tick mark as puffs of smoke began to exit out of her ears in frustration. Toshinori Yagi, that level of stubbornness in you knows no bounds. She sighed exasperate, edly as she heard a sheepish chuckle coming from the pro hero. No need to remind me. She sighed again, before her eyebrow raised in suspicion, making Toshinori look at her with a confused expression. What? She kept her gaze at him. The older blonde in the room's eyes never left hers. So, about that conversation we have had before you came to your class, did you find one? The symbol of peace understood immediately. His sunken eyes took on a more serious look, facing off to the side. No, no one has given me that spark I need to confirm. I tried to scout out Class 1A, anyone who piqued my interest. Who had that sense of justice many fail to find in others, but, I probably am far too distracted lately to find one. The skeletal man said with a more than normal deep voice, his eyes often lost into a memory. The small heroine took a moment to stare into Toshinori's eyes, trying to find any sort of conflict in them, and to her profound surprise, a swirl of mixed emotions were stuck into them. She sighed again, finding that she's been doing so a lot these days. What's on your mind? I can see your internal struggle, you can't hide something obvious from me, All Might. Said man sighed in slight frustration. She had caught on well, her experience with other patients showed itself to him, and it wasn't like he was hiding it. He took a deep breath, suddenly he looked more sober than normal. His blue eyes staring in such low depth towards Recovery Girl that she was actually taken aback by how serious they were. Recovery Girl, tell me, how do you apologize to someone that whenever you see them? No matter how much courage you build up, it only causes you to freeze up, and painful guilt gathers in your very being. The three friends reappeared in front of their homeroom, TWO of which were blushing madly and not making eye contact with each other, Hiro staring at them with interest and curiosity. There were no words exchanged for a bit, not until Hiro decided to speak up though. So, was what Recovery Girl said back there true? Or you both actually love KK Kanata? The duo shouted at him with deep blushes stuck on their faces, smoke coming out of their bodies as Hiro stared at them a little. Huh, they didn't deny it. He responded with a head tilt in confusion, glasses falling down slightly with the movement. Just before any more could be said, the tall door, adorned with the large number 1 and letter A pasted onto it, slid open, revealing Kirishima, who stared at the three for a few seconds before putting up a smile. Hey guys. It's Midoriya, Uraraka and Kanata. Immediately, a bunch of their classmates came shuffling in, Ishido, Kaminari, Sato, Shiro, Tsuyu, Hagakure and Aoyama to be exact, the latter's desk just right near the door. The two previo USLY blushing best friends who had toned down the heat on their faces a little bit were instantly overwhelmed with their comments. Wow, you guys were so amazing back there. A certain pink-haired girl enthusiastically chatted as she took on a very big smile. Some of the people joining the group nodded in agreement. Right, I mean, if you guys haven't been so serious, I would have not followed after. It was incredibly manly. Kirishima yelled with a sharp-toothed smile as he clenched a fist in front of them, his quirk activating along his arms. You guys were so great. Midoriya, you and Bakugo were absolutely insane. None of you backed down from any kind of attack thrown at you. Uraraka and Kanata were also so awesome. Hagakure cheered as her clothes, which looked as if they were just floating, bounced around in excitement. Izuku, who wasn't used to such praise, was blushing out of embarrassment, trying to keep himself together, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Thank you. I wasn't expecting you all to be so energetic about this. Izuku said. Ochako had also been slightly embarrassed, still having a little doubt in the back of her mind. However, Izuku looked to her with a confident smile that clearly stated everything she needed to reassure herself. I told you so. She only responded with a blinding smile. Uraraka, you were the best. I can't believe how long you fought against Kanata. I mean, didn't you see how absurd that quirk of his was? You were dodging so gracefully, it looked amazing. Ishido had pulled the girl in by her arm. Ochako slightly yelped, not expecting such rapid movement. But she still smiled. Midoriya, man, you got to tell me how you were able to take Bakugo's hits like that. The red-headed hero in training said avidly, making Izuku chuckle nervously. Overwhelmed by the boys suddenly swarming him and Kanata, Kirishima's arm around his neck. Well, I guess I just had gotten a bit too used to his explosions over the years. Izuku said as he backpedaled a little when Kaminari, Sato, and Shiro came up in front of him. Hey Kanata, what kind of crazy quirk is that? Your fight with Uraraka got me so pumped up as well. Kaminari said. Hiro looking surprised for a second, before smiling as well. You could say that. Glad I inspired you to do strive better. The sepia yellow-haired boy said as he started to talk with the yellow-haired individual. Maybe I never noticed before, but I have a feeling this year won't be so bad. Izuku allowed a genuine smile to form on his face, animatedly striking up a conversation with the other boys. At some points, he looked to the other residents in their homeroom, Iida admonishing Tokiyami to not sit on his desk, while Jiro told the blue-haired boy to chill out, Ojiro also telling him he was tense. Making Iida shake more with slight annoyance, Shoji looking at the exchange from the side to find what the noise was all about. Todoroki had his eyes closed, probably sleeping. Yaoyorozu behind Iida's own desk reading a book, ignoring the noise. Izuku found his eyes stop on Ochako, who was chatting happily with Ishido and Hagakure. He smiled as seeing her happy, just being herself, just being Ochako. He didn't know what was happening to him, the ardent beating of his heart when he sees her smile, the fluttering in his stomach as he hears her laugh, it just didn't make sense to him, and yet, he never found it one bit annoying to deal with. In fact, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. When he saw her look this way, he turned to the side a little too late as Ochako found him staring at her, making her blush a little from his gaze, and honestly found it cute that he was trying to escape how he stared at her, making her feel giddy inside. Similarly, the chestnut-haired girl didn't quite know what was happening, her stomach churning whenever Izuku chuckled, her heart rate increasing, the telltale signs of a familiar heat coming into her head whenever they hold hands. It was intoxicating. And she found that she didn't mind anything at all. Fairly certain with it, she never once complained about Izuku's actions when involving her. She looked away when she made eye contact with Izuku. Both blushing up quite fiercely, wondering how they weren't called out yet despite their exchange. Yet, the storm of emotions within their minds and hearts beat as one, confusion being the only dominant though. Why do I feel this way? After saying their goodbyes, they had left the school campus. We find the complete set of a certain group. Izuku, Ochako, Katsuki and Hiro were all back together again. Katsuki had been released out of his so-called prison, letting out a flurry of swear words in one sitting once they exited the grounds of UA, making Izuku and Ochako sweat drop in response, while Hiro stayed fascinated from the amount of words Katsuki had at his disposal. Fucking finally. It feels good to be free. Katsuki stretched out his arms, bag around his show. Older as he yawned a little from the stamina drain of Recovery Girl's quirk. Izuku sighed yet again. Kachan, you've been at it for 20 minutes. The green-haired boy said as he rubbed his forehead, Feeling yet another sigh come out for the nth time this week. Can't a man have his celebration in damn peace? Katsuki asked with an annoyed expression, the short amount of sleep getting to him a little. Bakugo. Several people have stared at us as they've passed by for the past half hour. Does it look like I would give a shit? And who asked you, round face? This had been going for a while as they were walking along the path to the station. While it was true that Izuku could have just flashed towards his and Katsuki's households, he hadn't seen Ochako's and Hiro's yet, the latter of which He Greenette had absolutely no idea where considering he hadn't asked. Well, Midoriya and Uraraka have a point, the amount of noise you've accumulated within the time frame has been quite plentiful. Hiro said as he raised a finger up, as if stating an answer to a difficult question. On second thought, I'm naming you Annoying Encyclopedia from now on. Katsuki gained a tick mark on the side of his head. Small strips of smoke escaping his clenched fist in annoyance, before adopting a thinking pose. No, too long. 4 eyes is easier, it will stay that way unless I think of something fucking different. Hiro tilted his head in genuine confusion again, wasn't his surname Kanata? Izuku sent an apologetic look towards the glasses-wearing boy. Sorry Kanata, it's better than extra, though, so you're on his good side. Izuku flashed a smile as Katsuki quickly turned around to face Izuku, his eyes gained a dangerous glint. What the hell's that supposed to mean, Deku? He threateningly said. Palm raised to elicit an explosion from it, not fazing Izuku in the slightest, except an eyebrow raised. Exactly what it does, or do you need me to explain thoroughly? Izuku grinned as Katsuki snorted. But quickly put on an intimidating stare. Be a smartass all you want. Let's see what else you have to say with a burnt face. Katsuki smirked, summoning another explosion to emphasize his point. You know, you can't use your quirk in public, Kachan. Izuku threw back a reply with a knowing grin, his eyes shining a little. Is that a challenge? Because I still have enough energy for another fight. Katsuki had a crazed glint in his eyes, making Izuku sigh, yet he had an eager smile on his face. If you think you can, then bring it. Izuku blinked before his eyes took on a serious spark, While still there as both teens kept their gazes upon each other, as if daring one of them to look away. All right boys, break it up. We still have homes to get back to. Ochako had an amused expression on her features. Seeing the lightning zapping between the two rivals' orbs as they continued to stare each other down intensely, a breeze passing by, ruffling all their uniforms and hair. Right, sorry for the distraction here. Izuku chuckled as he gestured towards the explosive blonde with a thumb, Katsuki snorting a little, but brought with it a hard jab to Izuku's shoulder, making said Greenette laugh out loud. Ochako rolling her eyes playfully at their antics, yet still giggled all the same, Hiro looking at the two longtime friends with a smile and shook his head. Oh right, Kanata, I've been meaning to ask. But what exactly is your quirk? Izuku snapped his fingers as he quickly recalled a reoccurring thought. He had been meaning to ask this ever since the combat training ended, with all the follow-up events that had happened, his thoughts were understandably occupied at the time. Ochako and Katsuki turned their heads towards the sepia yellow-haired teen, attention now fully directed towards him. Hiro sighed, but looked amused. I suppose I can tell you 3 since you are my friends, and friends tell each other things right. That question made Izuku gain a surprised look. He stared at Hiro for a bit before he smiled and nodded. Yeah, they do. Katsuki scoffed, but didn't object. Ochako's face turned contagiously happy as she pumped a fist up. Yup, Deku's right, we won't tell anyone else. It's like a secret between friends. They then turned their heads towards Katsuki, the blonde trying not to make eye contact with any of them, swiftly giving them the hint he didn't want to answer that. But their eyes lingered onto his form, making him more annoyed. The fuck you all staring at? I'm not good with sappy shit like this. In the end, it's 4 eyes last say in this. A classic Katsuki Bakugo reply, yet his words did have a point. Hiro understood the gist of it and was internally glad he was able to find such good friends. Maybe this time, it will be different. He smiled with satisfaction, actually happy inside. Then, you all deserve to know. He raised his right hand, which glowed an azure light as he did, bright and slightly alluring as Izuku and Ochako stared at it in awe. Katsuki's eyes widened when he saw 5 glowing, transparent blades of the same color-filled light, sounds of energy powering up echoed across the conveniently empty walkway. I introduce you to my quirk. Ethereal. It allows me to manipulate a type of energy that I can shape into any figure, structure, etc., that my mind can make up using imagination as a basis. Each of the forms of energy I make will all have the same appearance, a transparent-like look that isn't for show, since the energy I emit is easily intangible. He demonstrated moving all of the blades around his body, protecting him as he waved his hand around in fluid motions. The three other teens, gazes glued onto each floating blade as they spun around Hiro in a cycle. The effects of my quirk. Allow it to work as a paralysis-type quirk, depending on how deep it goes in easier cases to understand. Wounds that are created from the energy determine the amount of time a person falls under the influence of my quirk. He dismissed the blades as they sparked out of existence in a shower of bright azure particles, Ochako staring at the beauty of the quirk while Izuku started to mutter up a storm, his book out for analysis. While Katsuki still stared in disbelief. So to keep it simple, I'll gauge out some of the timeframes for you. A small cut induces about exactly 1 to 10 seconds, a slice goes about 15 to 20 seconds. A wound is about half a minute, a gash is a full minute, while a full stab can vary from 1 to 5 minutes. The rest of the teens gaped in shock at the way his quirk works. Iroh opening a palm and emitting a flowing energy coming out of it in soft strips that gently lash out at different angles. Izuku and Ochako stared at it in awe. Katsuki was still under the impression of a well-looking fish out of water. So my analysis was spot on. Thanks to Uraraka, I was able to find out most of what his quirk could do. Although there were some parts one missed, it's still an amazing quirk. Izuku muttered away. Ochako looking at the greenette with a smile, already expected that the green-haired teen would do this. Hiro gave a head tilt to the actions of Izuku, just before his eyes gained a somber tone into them. However, this quirk does have a drawback. In regards to time, the longer I release the energy, because I am considered the source, if I let out too much, or keep the energy going, I start to lose my 5 senses, and I will slowly fall into unconsciousness. Izuku snapped his head up, his eyes laced with concern. Then during the combat battle training, our matchup, were you? Your worry is promptly misplaced, Midoriya. I have trained my body to handle the bad effects of my quirk, remember what I've said. I have built up a large amount of resistance towards its backlash over years of training, so I can safely say that test wasn't as taxing as G's fights. Hiro chuckled, Izuku's demeanor changing back, smiling as well. I'm glad to see you're fine then. Hiro had never wiped the smile on his face, which had only widened ever so slightly. It was quite unnoticeable. Wow, Kanata, I knew your quirk was strong, but to think this was what it actually is, I can't believe it was close to what I expected. Hiro's eyes widened at the brunette's words. You expected what my quirk could have been. Hiro felt a hand grasp his left shoulder, and saw Izuku place his right hand on it. A grin on his face. You weren't the only one analyzing during the test, Kanata. Let's just say it was us being curious. Hiro blinked once, his stupor being broken by a laugh coming from him. I suppose so. Izuku said nothing else. Ochako nodded in agreement, giggling a few times for good measure, and Katsuki. What the actual fuck 4 eyes? Have you been hiding your damn quirk from me? All of them laughed at that response. It was really good, ol Katsuki Bakugo. No, you just never asked. Hiro responded with his head tilted in confusion, making the sandy blonde teen explode with rage. Izuku and Ochako never stopped their laughter. Definitely, a good second day for their first semester in U. Papa. The sounds of an adorable little girl echoed the Midoriya household. After saying their respective goodbyes to Hiro, who had left for home, Eri had been waiting all day for Izuku, Ochako and unexpectedly Katsuki to come home. Currently, the green-haired teen had a broad smile on his face, hugging the white-haired girl tightly. Hey Eri, I missed you so much. How was your day? Eri gave him a bright smile, something Izuku loved to see on her face every single day. He promised to keep it that way for the rest of his life after all. Great. I've been helping Grandma Inko out with the house. She said I was very good and gave me an apple. Izuku logged head happily as he hugged the sweet girl in his arms. Really now? That's great. Now, I think there's some people that want to see if you're doing alright as well. Eri's eyes widened, but her mouth quickly bent upwards at seeing a familiar bob cut of chestnut features enter her vision, along with the owner who had an even wider smile. It was practically contagious. Eri's ruby orbs sparkled with delight. Chaco. She hugged Izuku once more before immediately launching herself at the brunette, who yelped slightly before she laughed as well, spinning Eri in a circle in her arms, said little girl giggling in glee. Hi Eri. I missed you too. She slowed down her movement, carrying the little girl tightly as Eri smiled innocently. Will you stay again like yesterday? Her eyes stared at her with a doe-like expression, making Ochako and Izuku's hearts clench at the sight that could only be adorableness. How can I say no to a face like that? Yup, I'll be with you guys for a while. I don't have to be home urgently anyways. So I can definitely spend time with you. She got a bright smile in return. Yay, Chaco's staying papa. The bronze-horned little lady squealed as she hugged Ochako tighter, making Ochako giggle as she slowly took off her shoes, careful not to activate her quirk on them. Izuku smiled softly in response, his emerald eyes also danced with excitement. You know, there's still one more person you're missing. Eri gasped as loud as she could, climbing up on Ochako's knee and tiptoeing, looking over her shoulder to see our resident explosive blonde smirk amusingly, his blood-red eyes. Wait. Did they look kind? Uncle Katsu. Without warning, she got off Ochako and a white zooming bullet slammed into Katsuki's own arms, him laughing as he hugged the silver-haired girl in kind. Whoa now. You'll break this back of mine if you keep that up, Eri. Katsuki grinned madly as she saw the adorable pout Eri gave him. Uncle Katsu, there is no way anything can break you. She received a roaring cackle of madness as she was hoisted up onto his right shoulder, the girl yelping in glee as he did so. Exactly. Well, looks like the little squirt's smarter than you, DEKU. He gave Izuku a smirk. Izuku rolling his eyes playfully. Don't push your luck, she's always been quite smart. Izuku gave a small glare, making Katsuki laugh before he shut the door gently with his leg. Right hand supporting Eri's back. Anyways, make yourselves at home. I'll be cooking supper for us this time. Just like Eri, Ochako gasped with her fingers put together, pinkies suspended in air. And an unbelieving smile on her face. You're cooking. Izuku gave her a brave grin, the three of them walking down the hallway to the living room as Katsuki was occupied with Eri, telling him all about her day. Go ahead and settle on the couch, give me 30 minutes to set up the food. Izuku said, making Ochako squeal herself, and shot towards the sofa of the Midoriya household. Katsuki peeing down on it and put Eri down as well. The greenette walked to the kitchen, seeing his mother there. He smiled and hugged her using one arm, the other grabbing an apron for the side of the fridge. Hey Izuku, welcome home. The smaller and leaner green-haired woman said with a smile, eyes focused on the vegetables she was chopping. Izuku tied the apron around his waist as he got a pot from the side. So, what are we making today? Inko smiled knowingly as she faced towards her son, spinning the cutting knife around her hand expertly, a smug expression on her face. What do you think about Katsuden? Seeing the gigawatt smile on Izuku's face just made her day 10 times better, the animated conversations passing between the three other occupants on the couch filling the very apartment with life. Do you even have to ask, Mom? Knowing from her challenging smile, he knew this was going to be a good cooking spree. Prepare the bowls, my dear Izuku. You will beg for my amazing cooking. Izuku's smile broadened. Already certain with himself that whenever he was in the kitchen with Inko, the mother and son duo were unstoppable. He grabbed a ladle hanging from the stand in front of him, brandishing it with an professional's hand similar to how he does with Lostvein. I'm not backing down, Mom. Inko smiled back in response, although the fiery fire burning within her similarly jade-colored eyes spoke all her intentions. Ochako, Katsuki and Eri heard the war cries coming from the kitchen. Insane chopping sounds reverberated across the living room, two of the latter sweat dropping while Eri munched on an apple. Not minding it one bit. Wait, when did she get the apple? The meal was an instant success, and Izuku had never been so proud of himself. Ochako was practically in heaven. She knew Inko's cooking was amazing, but when Izuku's dish was presented to her, an innocent-looking Katsuden, well, let's just say looks can be deceiving. Once she had taken a sip of the soup, her taste buds exploded like Katsuki's explosions and melted into ecstasy, She instantly loved the meal, her words couldn't even describe how she was feeling at the moment. Eri of course had already gotten a taste of what her papa's cooking could do to you, especially when it was his favorite type of food to eat as much as an apple as hers. Yet, she still hummed in appreciation at the meal, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Katsuki had snorted in amusement. He had already tried beforehand Izuku's cooking before, and let's just say it could rival Inko's heavenly feasts, but he still took note that both of them had nothing on his old hags, no matter how much he tried to deny it. "Deku, this is so good tilde," she had a spoon in her mouth as she moaned in delight, her stomach satisfied to the brim. Taste buds showered with nothing but an angel's touch. Eri was already down for dessert, an apple she had rewound twice already, and was taking a bite out of it, also shivering in bliss, but she just couldn't compare it to the best version of it that was candy apples. As the saying goes, time flies when you're having fun. Indeed, it rang true. Katsuki had been called by Mitsuki to come home this instant. Through a rare moment of self-restraint, the explosive blonde took his swearing down a notch, his eyebrow twitching at putting down the amount of cussing he did to the bare minimum as Eri was currently in the room with them. Izuku and Ochako trying not to laugh out loud, although that wasn't even considered a struggle, making his eyebrow twitch erratically. After the excruciatingly painful conversation, Katsuki looked like he was constipated. It was hilarious and made Izuku and Ochako immediately gauge their hearts out with laughter. Katsuki had exited the Midoriya household, saying his goodbyes to the silver-haired horned girl, who had slight tears in her eyes. "Do you have to go so soon, Uncle Katsu?" Katsuki grunted a bit, hand on her hair, rubbing it carefully. "Yeah, sorry I couldn't spoil you as much today. I'll make up for it next time." She sniffled a little, the blonde sighed this time and kneeled to her level. Izuku was listening from the kitchen as he washed the dishes. Ochako cleaning the table with a clean rag while Inko had gone to her bedroom. Izuku suggested she'd go to sleep, and offered to take care of the evening chores, much to her reluctance on the matter. Katsuki wiped off a tear on her cheek, making Eri look up to him, seeing a gentle grin on his face. "Listen up little squirt, I'll give you this. How about I stop by again tomorrow, and this time I'll stay even longer? What do you think?" Eri sniffed again, wiping her eyes with her right arm, before she smiled a little and nodded slowly. Promise." Katsuki shook his head. Eri Lee did remind him of Izuku once in a while, if the similarities of the two were any indication. Katsuki patted her head and rubbed it, making Eri close her eyes with a pout. "You really are becoming like your father, don't you ever change." Eri. She slowly nodded, saddened that her uncle would be going back home. "You didn't answer me, Uncle Katsu." She only received another pat, and a little chuckle. "Because I know you're smart enough to know what I would definitely say." Katsuki gave a smile. Eri's small frame shook a little before lunging towards the blonde with arms open, him closing his eyes and wrapping her around in a hug. Izuku looked at the exchange with a smile. Eri had also gotten quite attached towards Katsuki. After all, he was the third person she was able to get comfortable with besides him and Inko before Eri even met Ochako. The way Katsuki doted her was almost unbelievable, that he almost seemed to change into an entirely different person. Maybe, Izuku's threats on Katsuki worked for the better. Surprisingly, Ochako also looked at the exchange with a smile as well. Maybe Katsuki did have his good sides, once in a while that is. "Oh okay." Katsuki tightened the hug one last time for that day. Before he separated the hug, looking into Eri's eyes to see them glistening with tears, but they were no longer reflecting sadness, but a determined tone took over them. "She's becoming more like Deku every day." He chuckled internally, before raising a finger and tapping her horn affectionately, making her yelp at the unexpectedness. "See you tomorrow, Eri." He stood up and walked to the front door. Shoes on and hands in his pockets, bag around his left shoulder and his right hand on the knob. He looked back to see Eri touching her horn, rubbing its tip with a small smile. Izuku by her side as he stroked her hair, making her look up towards the greenette. "Hey Eri. Go ahead and get ready for bed, I'll see Kachan off." "All right." Eri stared at Izuku, his emerald eyes softened with care and gentleness. Easing away her doubts as she nodded and faced back towards Katsuki, waving her hand goodbye. "Good night Uncle Katsu." Katsuki gave a smile and nodded to her. before he opened the door and exited the apartment. Eri took a moment before she walked back to the living room. Seeing Ochako there give her a kind smile, Eri gave one back. Izuku looked to both of them with one of his own. Eri had led the brunette towards the restroom to ask Ochako if she can watch her brush her teeth. He sighed, it was just Eri being her cute self as always. He took his steps towards the door. Putting on slippers as he put a hand on the doorknob and turned it to see Katsuki leaning on the balcony, back facing towards Izuku, a gentle wind passing by that ruffled their clothes and hair alike. Took you long enough, otherwise I would have left your ass here. Katsuki's tone held a smirk, making Izuku chuckle as he treaded to the blonde's side, an eyebrow raised as they both looked to the evening sky. It was only a few seconds, Kachan. Besides, what kind of friend would I be if I left you all alone out here? Izuku grinned amusingly. Katsuki snorted. Say what you will. You're the one who'll cry like a bitch. Katsuki laughed as Izuku chuckled, shaking his head, glad to seeing Katsuki back to normal. A comfortable silence loomed over them, the wind caressing their hair. The explosion Quirk user's eyes closed shut while Izuku stared at the sunset from the horizon. Looks like you've won this round again, Deku. Izuku turned his head to his direction. Katsuki's eyes stayed closed. What do you mean, looks like? I clearly won today. Katsuki smirked. Bullshit, if I recall, I let you win. Since when do you let anyone win against you? Izuku's rhetorical question made Katsuki's smirk turn manic. Damn straight, but today's an exception. Although, considering I made you use 9% on me during that fight, the victory is mine too. Take. Izuku's eyes shot open as he stared at Katsuki, who had a smile on his face, proud and resolute. I'll make sure that even you will admit that I'm stronger than you, or that I'm your equal, because I'm your damn rival, Deku. Izuku only faced down and smiled equally, reminiscing the words Katsuki gave just before the entrance exams. I guess, you're reaching even your own dreams, right, Kachan? When you put it that way, I did use that much on you. Well, I stand corrected then. Katsuki's smile turned to a smirk, a faint explosion smoked from his palm. Fuck yeah, I didn't tell you to make this easy for me. The blood-red-eyed blonde grinned. Izuku smiled. And I never said I would. Another silence passed over them, a gentle current of wind touching their faces. Katsuki raised his left arm without removing his eyes from the sky. Izuku had raised his right arm in parallel sequence with the blonde, their hands formed into fists, and bumped them together. Katsuki gave a smirk, a storm of purposeful flames reflecting off his eyes. Glancing to the side, Izuku smiled widely, determination burning about in his orbs as he did the same. I'll see you at the top, Kachan. Dream on, Deku. Izuku and Katsuki brought their hands down, smiling and smirking at the near future of their lives as heroes in training respectively. Powered by resolve and a resolute spirit, both of them made a silent agreement. A saint of who will be the best has finally been centered and solidified. Izuku nodded to Katsuki, the blonde nodding back as the green-haired Sin put a hand on his shoulder, and they both instantly disappeared. One thing they both knew. They'll always have each other's backs, no matter what comes at them. A gale of wind stroked the infinite valley of white flora, each petal dancing in each soft touch as the strips of air passed by. A complex array of colors painted across the sky, waving slowly in a mesmerizing way. Two strips of blonde hair struck towards the sky, twitching slightly in a subtle manner as wind also caressed it. Showing a familiar All Might smile surpassing Sin's face, green eyes staring over a hill. However, that statement contradicted the serious expression laced across his face. Everything's in place, so there shouldn't be any problems happening just yet. Meliodas' gaze stared upon the limitless horizon that was Lostvein. Attire suddenly changed into a different style of clothing. A clean white buttoned front shirt covered up with a black sleeveless vest, on top of a loosely worn red tie wrapped around his neck, and a simple pair of black boots, socks not included. The vest's opposite ends flew gracefully in the wind, messy blonde hair dancing equally with grace. Then again, I don't expect to hide it for long. Meliodas shut his eyelids, sighing a little before he turned back. And his eyes fell onto a contrast in the white plains. A humongous black sphere, if one would estimate, it was a city-wide sized object of mass, laid suspended in midair, arcs of 5 circular rings. Each one adorned with different colors, each one getting larger and longer from the nearest ring to the sphere's center, up until the furthest from it. His once joyful eyes were shadowed with a certain edge to them, showing the secret calamity hidden inside. Judging from the ripples on its surface, he's slowly getting accustomed to the kind of power he holds. The blonde sighed again, feeling a trepidation of a chill engulf his entire being, yet he never once flinched. He raised his left palm in front of his face, clenching it into a fist, his left hand shaking in response. He took in a breath before he thrust it forward. Small white particles began to form around the center of his hand. Suddenly, a circle filled with sophisticated formations and symbols appeared, then as quick as it came, it disappeared again. He looked up at the gigantic black mass to find it shimmer rapidly. Lashes of magic began to forcefully strike the air around it as a massive shockwave shook the lands of Lostvane, waving the flora around him wildly, but he stood his ground, unaffected, never taking his eyes off the sphere. Then, he snapped his fingers. A blizzard of petals begun to circle around Meliodas, his golden hair overshadowing his eyes as the petals surrounded him in a large cyclone of white, sounds of a dangerous storm reverberating across the valley as the petals soon started to glow. Meliodas suddenly opened his eyes, hand outstretched as the twister around him spiraled towards the black sphere at an alarming rate, the white multitude of petals covering the entire mass. Then Meliodas spun his hand to a fist, clenched tightly. Instantly, the petals dispersed in a shower of blades, the enormous concentration of magic nowhere to be seen. The blonde brought his left arm down to his side, smirking with satisfaction and eyes back to a color of mischievousness. Neat she, that should keep things calm for now. He stretched his arms upwards, hearing audible pops around his back, making him smile in relief. Meliodas then took on a sober look, sighing once again just as he raised his head, seeing the sky strewn with different colors, bringing with it a sense of an unique beauty. Isuku, from here on out, it only gets harder. But, I believe you'll find a way to conquer every challenge thrown at you. Meliodas closed his eyes, a smile going across his face, his figure emitting a sense of peace. He then shot them open, said smile broadened. After all, I didn't choose you for nothing. Thanks for watching.